Chapter 490. The explosive fruit. The two companions set forth once more, with their canine companion carrying them as they glided just above the ground. Their speed deliberately languid to allow Professor Two to scrutinize the terrain for any desired botanical specimens. Whenever they encountered a necessary or particularly unique plant, the trio would halt to collect it. This endeavor was far from the effortless task it appeared to be. Danger lurked at every turn, and Feng had to remain ever vigilant. Anything seemingly inconspicuous could potentially be lethal. For instance, upon spotting a black fruit reminiscent of a durian, Feng inquired of Professor Two, "Might that be a mutated form of durian?" After a prolonged examination, the professor shook his head, replying, "It is unlikely. Durians are tropical plants, and this region is temperate. It was impossible for durians to be cultivated here in the past. Even if a durian were to evolve the capability to survive in a temperate climate post-catastrophe, it would not have migrated from the tropics in just a year. The distance is too great, and plant migration is notoriously arduous. Thus, this cannot be a durian. What could it be then?" Feng queried. "I cannot say," Professor Two admitted. "The current transformations in flora are so vast that external characteristics provide little insight." Nodding in agreement, Feng chuckled. "Let us pluck one open and see. Perhaps we shall discover something intriguing." With that, Feng approached the fruit and reached out to pluck it. The moment his hand made contact with the outer shell, the black fruit detonated with a deafening explosion, surpassing even that of a hand grenade. The shell fragmented into lethal shards that shot forth, accompanied by splattering crimson flesh and juice. Fortunately, Feng reacted swiftly, enveloping all the shrapnel with his abilities. Otherwise, the shells could have collided with other fruits, triggering a catastrophic chain reaction, transforming the entire tree of black fruits into a veritable arsenal of grenades. Professor Two, taken aback, exclaimed repeatedly, "How perilous! How perilous!" Feng, however, remained unfazed. Even if all the fruits were to explode, he would emerge unscathed. Were it not for his concern for Professor Two, he would not have bothered to contain the debris. Picking up a fragment of the shell, Feng squeezed it, noting its remarkable sturdiness, comparable to that of ordinary steel. Estimating the force of the recent explosion, he deduced it could injure any organism below level 6, a significant threat indeed. Curiously, he sniffed the fruit's flesh, detecting a rich, alluring aroma. "Strange, it carries a scent reminiscent of figs," he remarked. "Allow me to see." Feng offered a piece of the fruit to Professor Tuesday. The professor inhaled deeply and then tasted it, confirming indeed it is fig. Feng expressed his astonishment. "Aren't you concerned it could be toxic? But you possess an antidote." "Ah, quite right," Feng replied, a light of realization dawning upon him. Disregarding any hesitation, he seized a generous portion of the fruit and devoured it. Delicious. The soft, smooth flesh rolled about in his mouth, while the subtly sweet granules burst between his teeth. Truly, food has the power to evoke profound happiness. Feng reveled in bliss. Yearning for more, he eagerly triggered 2 more figs to burst, indulging in yet another delightful experience. Professor Two, in a moment of urgency, exclaimed, "Get one for me too." Without hesitation, the two of them settled beneath a tree and indulged in the fruit voraciously. It soon became evident that the fruit posed no toxic threat, aside from a necessity to guard against the occasional explosive impact during harvesting, which was relatively minor. While such explosions were inconsequential to Feng, they proved fatal to the vast majority of others. Professor Two found himself deliberating whether to collect samples of the mutated fig for cultivation. Feng urged him, "Such delectable fruit should not go uncultivated. Even if we don't grow it for consumption, we could use it as a weapon. In the future, we would no longer need to produce grenades. We could simply hurl this fruit, achieving a similar explosive power. Just imagine, after throwing this, we could savor the flesh. What a delightful and economical prospect." Persuaded by Feng's enthusiasm, Professor Two promptly opened the box on his back and began to collect samples with utmost care. Meanwhile, Feng meticulously harvested the remaining fruits and stored them within the Star Core space, intending to present them as a gift to Mu Chun as an apology. However, The fruits proved exceedingly sensitive, exploding at the slightest touch, prompting Feng to exclaim in frustration. We might as well call them explosive fruits. Upon hearing this, Professor Tu readily agreed. Thus, the explosive fruit, which would later gain worldwide notoriety, was discovered and named by these two individuals, creating a light-hearted anecdote in the process. Chapter 491. Burying oneself. Having collected all the explosive fruits, the two continued their journey towards the northwest. Along the way, they deftly navigated through dense forests, heading towards danger whenever it loomed. With Feng, a cost-free yet formidable bodyguard by his side, Professor Tu seized the opportunity to exert his efforts. After a short while, Feng suddenly gestured for the dog to halt. Professor Tu inquired about any discoveries. Furrowing his brow, Feng replied, "There are small particles in the air with remarkably high activity, seemingly drawn towards us." "What particles?" Professor Tu asked. "See for yourself," Feng said, grasping the air and carefully placing something in Professor Tu's palm. The professor promptly retrieved a magnifying glass for examination. However, the results were unsatisfactory. Feng then contacted Gulan within the city to borrow a microscope. With the microscope's aid, Professor Tu swiftly concluded that these minuscule particles were a type of pollen, exhibiting a distinct consciousness and aggression, with hallucinogenic effects. If inhaled through the respiratory tract, the consequences could be dire. Realizing this, Professor Tu was startled, exclaiming, "Fortunately, you discovered it in time. Had we inadvertently inhaled this pollen, we might have fallen under its control." It was no surprise that Feng, capable of sensing the ethereal energies of the world, could detect these pollen grains. The wilderness had grown increasingly inhospitable for human activity. Just look at how many lethal plants we encountered on our journey. The carnivorous plants, dripping with blood, were but one aspect. The most fatal were those that struck without revealing their nature. An ordinary mutated individual wandering into these woods might very well meet an untimely end without ever realizing how. While donning a gas mask resembling a pig's snout, Professor Tu remarked, "You seem well prepared, but I must ask, is this all you have?" Cough, cough. With the Lord's evolution level so high, who needs this mask? Feng chuckled. Activating his area detection ability, Feng quickly pinpointed the source of the pollen. It was a golden sea of flowers with grayish-white trunks resembling the color of decayed corpses, devoid of leaves, adorned solely with golden blossoms. Were it not for the apocalypse, Feng might have mistaken these trees for artificial creations gilded in gold leaf. Once Professor Tu was adequately equipped, Feng instructed the dog to retreat to a safe distance, while he and the professor proceeded towards the golden flower sea. The closer they approached, the denser and more vibrant the pollen became, though it remained invisible to the naked eye, perceptible only to those with heightened sensitivity like Feng. For safety, Feng had conjured a spherical shield with his abilities before entering the area, enveloping both himself and Professor Tu within its protective embrace. With this energy shield safeguarding them, their progress was smooth. However, the same could not be said for the oblivious mutated beasts that traversed the area. Feng witnessed one such creature, momentarily dazed, begin to stagger towards the golden flower sea. Feng was eager to witness the peculiar mutation of the beast. Thus he grasped Professor Tu's hand and sprinted towards it with fervor. Despite the burden of maintaining a protective shield for both himself and his companion, Feng's pace remained unimpeded, and in the blink of an eye, they caught up with the mutated creature. Upon reaching the periphery of the golden sea of flowers, the beast began to search for a suitable spot. After a brief moment of contemplation, it chose a location adjacent to the flower field and commenced to dig. Before long, it had excavated a pit over a meter deep, into which it leapt, subsequently burying itself beneath the moist earth. Feng, astonished, exclaimed, "Is it truly burying itself like that?" Professor Tu, observing the scene thoughtfully, articulated, "I believe this may indeed be the reproductive method of such a plant." "Oh, you could discern that?" Feng responded, intrigued. "The fundamental purpose of existence is twofold. First, to propagate and sustain the species. Second, to accumulate and transmit information. The former is most evident within the plant kingdom." "Ah, The words of a biologist seemed to peel away the veils of worldly ignorance. Feng remarked in jest. Merely a statement of fact. Chapter 492. Ultimately, the plants shall prevail in the time it took for the two individuals to converse. A grayish-white sapling emerged from the ground where the mutated beast had buried itself. The sapling was completely bare, devoid of any foliage. After breaking through the soil, it grew at an astonishingly visible pace until it reached a size comparable to the other goldenflower trees, at which point its growth ceased. The grayish-white branches then began to sprout golden flower buds in abundance, nearly covering the entire branches. As the tree blossomed with golden buds, Feng observed a multitude of pollen grains shooting forth like projectiles in all directions, some traveling as far as 70 to 80 meters before drifting through the air, scattering with the wind, awaiting an unsuspecting animal to fall prey and become the nurturing ground for the next golden flower tree. Remarkably, this entire process, though lengthy in description, transpired in a matter of mere minutes. Feng expressed his admiration to Professor Tu. You were indeed correct. Yet, Professor Tu appeared gravely concerned. Feng inquired about the problem. If this momentum continues, the future Earth will become a realm dominated by plants. Humans will perish, mutated beasts will perish, and ultimately, only the plants will emerge victorious. Are you serious? Feng exclaimed. Professor Tu replied, You have witnessed it firsthand throughout this journey. Plants do not concern themselves with the conflicts between humans and mutated beasts. Their singular objective is reproduction. Previously, plants lacked defenses and were susceptible to being felled. But now, they have evolved into the most formidable predators, reproducing at a rate that far surpasses that of humans and mutated beasts. Analyzing all factors, it is evident that the true masters of Earth will be these plants. Do not underestimate human agency. For every tree they grow, I shall fell one. If that fails, I shall set this forest ablaze. Let's see how they become the ultimate rulers of Earth then. Feng retorted defiantly. Professor Tu replied coolly, I advise you against such actions. While you may destroy these trees with fire, the heat generated will carry the pollen high into the atmosphere, dispersing it over a wider area. Consequently, more mutated beasts will be affected. A great fire will not eradicate these plants. Rather, it will expedite their expansion. Are you suggesting that we are left to await our demise? Feng replied with a hint of annoyance. To vanquish an enemy, one must first understand them. And the same applies to these plants. Feng inquired what to do after gaining such understanding. If one can identify weaknesses, they may exploit them. If not, one should cultivate a natural enemy. His conversation with Professor Tu illuminated Feng to the fact that the previous ecological system had entirely collapsed, while a new one had yet to be established. Various life forms were striving to evolve and survive, seeking their place within this new ecosystem. Those unable to adapt would meet their demise, much like the silent extinction of the dinosaurs in ages past. Determined to comprehend these golden flower trees, Feng recognized the necessity of gathering samples for research. He protected Professor Tu while cautiously collecting specimens, pollen, flowers, trunks, and roots, all of which would be meticulously documented through photography. Under the full cooperation of Ancient Wind, the sampling progressed remarkably smoothly. Subsequently, the two continued their journey toward the northwest, this time at a noticeably slower pace. Previously, their focus had been solely on locating economically viable crops. However, their attitude had undergone a significant transformation. Now, they paused to collect any plants exhibiting evident evolutionary mutations, inevitably increasing their workload. Nevertheless, neither of them minded at all, and they continued to gather specimens along the way. During this process, Ancient Wind gradually learned the art of collection. Working in unison, their harvest proved to be quite abundant. By the afternoon of the following day, they had gathered over 700 plant samples, representing a form of hidden wealth. Should they return to study these specimens and achieve breakthroughs, the City of Hope could secure a strategic advantage in future crises. Chapter 493. Exploration of the Empire of Apocalypse, Part 1. Tomorrow marks the memorial service, and Feng must return by morning to preside over the proceedings. However, before his return, he has another matter to attend to. investigating the situation within the territory of the Emperor of Apocalypse. Feng instructed his canine companion to escort Professor Tu and the plant samples back, while he himself soared westward towards the setting sun. Upon reaching the Chilean mountains, it was already 9 in the evening. Under the moonlight, Feng traversed the perpetually snow-capped peaks, arriving at the sprawling northwest grasslands. The terrain here was flat and expansive, evoking a classic poem in his mind. CHL Chuan. Beneath the Een Mountains, the sky resembles a vast yurt enveloping the world. The heavens vast, the fields boundless. The wind rustles the grass, revealing cattle and sheep. Of course, within Feng's gaze, there were no cattle or sheep. Instead, he beheld formations of troops composed entirely of mutated beasts. To avoid detection, he ascended higher, only to find that the skies were patrolled by more mutated creatures. Utilizing his charm eye, Feng seized control of one of the beasts, a mutated vulture, thus evading unnecessary complications. With a vulture-esque cover, Feng meticulously observed the characteristics of the mutated beast army below. Before long, he made a startling discovery. They possessed not only infantry, but also cavalry, augmented by flying mutated vultures and hawks. The military composition appeared remarkably complete. Furrowing his brow, Feng continued his scrutiny and noted that the average combat strength of the infantry reached level 7, all embodying the robust form of minotaurs. The cavalry, boasting an even higher average combat strength of level 8, presented a uniform appearance reminiscent of mythological centaurs, albeit with equine heads rather than human ones. A cursory calculation revealed that, based solely on what was visible, there were over 600,000 infantry and more than 300,000 cavalry stationed at the foot of the Chilean mountains. Their strategic intent to descend southward through the mountain range laid bare. Feng also discerned a strict hierarchy within their ranks, where higher-level beings possessed absolute command over their subordinates, rendering the movements of these formations remarkably efficient. Curiosity piqued. Feng wondered what else lay within the depths of the northwest grasslands. Concealing himself beneath the vulture-esque eyes, he ventured further into the wilderness. Soon, he discovered a tribe reminiscent of primitive clans. Yet, instead of humans, the inhabitants were mutated beasts. The most powerful among them barely reached level 5, while the weakest were at the initial biological stage. However, their demonstrated intelligence surpassed that of previously encountered level 8 mutated beasts. They communicated in human language, utilized tools, and gathered around bonfires at night to frolic and play. This revelation nearly caused Feng to plummet from the sky. Had it not been for the absence of any human-like features, he might have mistaken it for a masquerade of animals impersonating humans. Glancing at the wings on his back, an idea sparked in his mind, and he descended. A gust of wind swept through, nearly extinguishing the bonfire. The mutated beasts, in a state of panic, began to survey their surroundings. Upon recognizing Feng's appearance, they all respectfully knelt and collectively exclaimed, "Welcome, great lord, to our white sheep tribe." Feng, employing his mind-reading ability, comprehended that the title of Great Lord was merely a term of reverence for high-ranking mutated beasts. It was evident that these creatures regarded Feng as one of their own. In truth, Feng was also taking a gamble. He had often mistaken mutated beasts for humans in the past, and now he was curious to see if humans could be misidentified as mutated beasts. Utilizing the immense wings of an eagle behind him, Feng successfully prompted this misrecognition. However, his moment of joy was short-lived as he then heard one of them inquire, "Great Lord, why do you carry such a strong scent of humanity?" Feng distinctly noticed that when the term human was uttered, the throats of the surrounding mutated beasts all quivered slightly. He hastily replied, "I just consumed a human. Perhaps the scent has yet to dissipate." "Ah, that explains it." They responded. Chapter 494. Exploring the Apocalypse Empire, Part 2. After dispelling their doubts, a bipedal sheep, its eyes gleaming with intelligence, emerged from behind the throng of mutated beasts. "I am the chieftain of the white sheep tribe. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, esteemed lord?" Feng replied, "I am merely weary from my travels and noticed the flickering flames here, so I came to rest." "Ah, I see. Please, esteemed lord, do come inside. Gufeng never anticipated that one day he would be invited into a tribe of mutated beasts by a bipedal sheep. At the campfire there were grass mats, and the mutated beasts ushered Gufeng to the seat of honor. The sheep chieftain glanced at the many companions below and finally pointed to a robust fellow, saying, "You shall make the offering this time." The chosen goat beamed with pride, stepping forward towards the central fire. Gufeng felt a chill run down his spine. How could a mutated beast choose to end its life in such a manner? His logic was profoundly shaken. The goat that entered the flames did not emit a single cry, standing like a statue in the fire, even turning in circles to ensure an even roast. Through his mind-reading ability, Gufeng discovered that this goat's self-sacrifice was intended as a gesture of hospitality for him. Astonished, Gufeng pondered how these mutated beasts consumed their own kind, despite their newfound intelligence. While he remained in disbelief, the sheep chieftain addressed him. "We have little to offer our esteemed lord. Freshly roasted meat is the most delectable treat. Please bear with us." Gufeng could only respond with a foolish laugh. The chieftain then called out to the tribe, "Bring forth 2 female beasts to serve our lord." Immediately, 2 ewes approached from behind, insistent on drawing near to Gufeng. Every fiber of his being resisted. He flapped his wings vigorously, sending the 2 ewes flying away. The assembled mutated beasts knelt before him, pleading, "Please do not be angry, esteemed lord. It is our failure to host you properly." They clamored in unison. Gufeng, feeling awkward, said, "It is I who am inconvenient today. Please rise." Only then did they stand, though the 2 ewes, seemingly undeterred, cast flirtatious glances at him. A wave of revulsion washed over Gufeng as he stifled the urge to retch, turning to the sheep chieftain and asking, "How long has our white sheep tribe been established?" The chieftain replied, "About 9 months, I believe." Gufeng then pointed to a juvenile mutated beast and inquired about its age. 3 months old. His suspicions began to solidify, and to confirm his hypothesis, Gufeng continued questioning the juvenile. "Where are its parents, and what is their rank?" The chieftain eyed Gufeng warily, hesitating to answer. Yet, through his mind-reading, Gufeng had already discerned the information he sought. The juvenile, mutated beast he pointed to possessed an intellect comparable to that of a human. According to ancient wisdom, a mutated beast typically attains intelligence only after evolving to the 5th biological level, and to possess an intellect comparable to that of humans, it must reach at least the 7th biological level. However, here lies a primary mutated beast that exhibits intelligence on par with humans, which is evidently beyond the realm of reason. In pursuit of the underlying cause, Gufeng posed 3 inquiries to Chief Baiyang. By synthesizing the answers gleaned through telepathy, Gufeng discerned that the remarkable intelligence of this primary mutated beast stemmed from its parents, who were mutated beasts of the 7th biological level or higher. This implies that offspring born from mutated beasts of such elevated levels inherently possess intelligence that rivals that of humans. This revelation was profoundly significant, leaving Gufeng momentarily dazed. Chapter 495, Investigating the Apocalypse Empire, Part 3. The intelligence of the lowest tier of mutated beasts rivals that of humans. However, this is not the most terrifying aspect. The age is. A mere 3-month-old primary mutated beast possesses intelligence equivalent to that of a human. In contrast, a 3-month-old human infant lacks even basic cognitive abilities, let alone any capacity for action. This represents a comprehensive surpassing of humans by mutated beasts. While human infants are still cooing in their swaddling, the next generation of mutated beasts is already prepared to enter the battlefield and engage in combat. With each successive generation of advancement, the chasm between humans and mutated beasts only widens, rendering humanity's demise seemingly inevitable. Gufeng felt a heaviness in his chest. Overwhelmed by the bleakness of the path ahead, the only source of solace was perhaps the star core upon his forehead. Observing that Chief Baiyang had grown suspicious and that everything pertinent had been disclosed, Gufeng chose to depart without delay. After leaving the Baiyang tribe, Gufeng continued his journey northwest, in search of further intelligence. As Professor Tu had stated, to vanquish an adversary, one must first understand them. After flying for another 40 to 50 miles, Gufeng finally beheld a brightly lit city. The city bore a striking resemblance to an ancient fortress, complete with walls, towers, and watchtowers. Upon landing, Feng made his way toward the city gate, where mutated beast sentinels stood guard on either side. The sentinels hesitated upon seeing Feng, unable to ascertain whether he was human or beast, and thus could only watch as he entered the city, too intimidated to intervene. Through his mind-reading ability, Feng discerned that the sentinels intended to report his entry to their superiors after he had passed. With a flicker of his alluring gaze, Feng cast a charm, causing the two mutated beasts to forget that anyone had entered, returning to their posts as if nothing had transpired. Once inside the city, Feng found it quite lively, with a myriad of mutated beasts bustling about, their shouts in the northwestern dialect echoing around him. Had he not remained clear-headed, he might have believed he had traversed into a mythical realm of antiquity, surrounded by fantastical creatures and enigmatic beings. Wandering through the city, Feng's attention was soon captured by a peculiar marketplace. They were not selling goods, but rather people. Mutated beasts were trafficking humans. This notion seemed absurd, yet it unfolded before Feng's very eyes. Hey, don't miss out. Freshly caught bipeds. The young ones are tender and delicious, while the larger ones are perfect for labor. Use them as you please. Even in death, their flesh can be consumed. Two benefits in one. A bipedal mutated black bear shouted loudly. Behind it, a cage contained numerous individuals, men, women, the elderly, and children, all staring blankly around them, resembling frightened lambs devoid of any human spirit. Feng's gaze turned cold, fists clenched tightly. One of the mutated beasts impatiently called out, "Let us get started. I'm eager to return home for dinner." The black bear opened the cage and carelessly pulled out a burly man. "Let the bidding commence. I offer 30 shields. Shields are the unique currency of the Apocalypse Empire. I bid 40 shields. The other mutated beasts began to raise their offers, reminiscent of an auction from days gone by. At last, 90 shields were called out, and no further mutated beasts were summoned. Yet, some of the mutated creatures, unwilling to comply, surged forward and began to tug at the massive man in the middle, who could not withstand the force and was instantly torn asunder. Blood splattered everywhere, and the crowd of mutated beasts erupted in jubilant cheers. It was only then that the mutated black bear emerged to oversee the proceedings, now relegated to selling the remains by weight. Heads at 3 shields per pound, entrails at 2 shields, and other parts at 1 shield each. Those wishing to purchase must weigh and pay accordingly. This scene evoked memories in Feng of the days when he sold pork. He could never have imagined that one day, humans would find themselves laid out on the butcher's block as merchandise. It is truly a bitter irony, or perhaps a cruel twist of fate. In the past, Feng would have recklessly rushed to rescue them, but now he chose to remain an observer. This was not due to any cold-heartedness. Rather, Feng understood that should he intervene, it would surely cause a commotion, alerting the Emperor of the Apocalypse, and the repercussions could be dire. He dared not contemplate the power of a level 3 star. Even a level 2 star sent chills down his spine. Moreover, another factor weighed heavily on his heart. Those imprisoned in cages had lost all semblance of humanity. Though they were still alive, they had internally resigned themselves to being mere livestock, lambs for slaughter, and the distinction between rescuing them or not had become meaningless. All Feng could do was ensure that those under his command would not fall prey to the mutated beasts of the Apocalypse Empire, becoming mere husks devoid of life. That was all he could strive for. Chapter 496, Exploration of the Apocalypse Empire, Part 4. Holding back his discomfort, Feng turned away and wandered to another area. However, the more he strolled, the colder his heart became. By chance, he found himself on a street lined with food stalls, reminiscent of the human snack streets, with a variety of vendors extending endlessly down the lane. The only discernible difference was the reversal of roles. Previously, the counters displayed poultry and livestock, while humans were the buyers. Now, the counters were laden with human flesh, and the buyers were mutated beasts evolved from chickens, ducks, and sheep. Feng watched as these aberrations feasted voraciously on human flesh, his stomach churning, whether fried in oil, steamed, boiled in hot water, or braised in broth. The culinary methods mirrored how humans once prepared their livestock. Gu Feng felt repulsed by the very air around him, convinced he had descended into a true hell. He yearned to escape, to flee far away from this nightmarish place. Just then, a frail voice pierced through his thoughts. "Mister, can you take me away?" Following the sound, Gu Feng noticed a disheveled little girl gazing up at him, a chain binding her neck to a small mutated beast that held the other end. She was the only glimmer of humanity he had encountered in the city. Just as Gu Feng opened his mouth to respond, the small beast yanked the chain fiercely, sending the girl tumbling to the ground, sliding several meters and leaving a crimson streak behind. Her knees and arms were bloodied, and she struggled to rise. The mutated beast approached, kicking her while scolding her to get up and stop pretending to be dead. Its voice was childish, had it not been for its beastly appearance. Gu Feng might have mistaken it for a mischievous child tormenting a pet. Alas, the roles were now reversed. Blood trickled from the girl's mouth, and Gu Feng realized that if he did not intervene, she could very well be beaten to death. Yet, Gu Feng was not devoid of compassion. Mimicking the speech of the mutated beasts, he addressed the small creature. "Little one, how about selling me your two-legged pet?" The beast eyed him warily and quickly shielded the girl with its body. "My pet is not for sale." "Oh, I misspoke. What if we exchange instead? I have something truly delightful," Gu Feng said, pulling from his star core a hair tie adorned with a large red flower. A trinket he had carelessly tossed in during a supermarket raid, now unexpectedly useful. The small beast had never seen such an item. Its eyes lit up with desire at the sight of the hair tie, eager to snatch it away. "This is something I procured with great difficulty from the realm of humans. Two-legged creatures. It would look splendid on your head. Let me see it. Let me see it," the little beast exclaimed eagerly. "In the entire city, I possess the only one of its kind. What if it were to be damaged in your possession? You merely desire my pet, and I would be willing to part with it." The small mutated creature extended the iron chain it held towards Gu Feng. With a smile, Gu Feng affixed the headband to the creature's horn. As the small mutated creature drew near to Gu Feng, it seemed to catch a whiff of something. Once the transaction was complete and Gu Feng was about to depart, the creature glanced at him, its eyes darting about, and then it opened its mouth as if to call out. Gu Feng swiftly activated his enchanting gaze, causing the small creature to forget its intent, and it merrily hopped away, adorned with the headband. Gu Feng silently acknowledged the close call. He had nearly been exposed by a mere small, mutated beast. He pondered further, realizing that if such a tiny creature could discern his human identity, it was likely that others of its kind could do the same. Chapter 497. Investigating the Apocalypse Empire, Part 5. As Gu Feng surveyed the surrounding mutated beasts, he could not shake the feeling that their gazes were particularly peculiar. An unsettling premonition suddenly washed over him. He dared not hesitate, apologizing to the little girl as he prepared to depart. Yet this single gesture only intensified the odd stares from the mutated creatures around him. In that moment, Gu Feng grasped that his actions toward the girl had incited further suspicion among the beasts. To them, it was incomprehensible that a two-legged creature, filthy and vulnerable, would be cradled in the arms of one of their kind. This realization confirmed many of their suspicions. The mutated beasts, recognizing Gu Feng's formidable strength, behaved with caution. Some chose to relay the information, while others began to discreetly disperse their ranks. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Feng's mind-reading abilities had unveiled their intentions with crystal clarity. Resolute and undeterred, Gu Feng decided to unleash his fury without restraint. He summoned his divine right hand, the enchanting gaze, telekinesis over blades, and the parasitic mother body, unleashing them all at once. One mutated beast was crushed under a colossal hand formed from stone, while another, merely meeting Gu Feng's gaze, turned on its companions in a frenzy. Some beasts, bewildered by the chaos, felt a sudden chill at their throats, only to find themselves decapitated. Others, witnessing countless red threads erupting from a golden line, scattered in all directions. Any beast struck by these threads succumbed to a brief tremor before joining the pursuit of their own kind. In an instant, the small city descended into pandemonium. Having chosen to engage, Gu Feng harbored no intention of leaving survivors. He summoned an army of robots from the core of the star, over 40,000 land-level automatons. sealing the city completely. At Gu Feng's command, the robots commenced their slaughter. Within mere minutes, a once thriving city transformed into a desolate ruin. The star core shimmered, and the city's corpses were swiftly disintegrated. Gu Feng observed the carnage with a cold detachment, retracting the robotic army and the parasitic mother body. He then addressed the mutated beasts ensnared by his control and the captivating gaze, instructing them, "Advance northward and show no mercy to any mutated beasts you encounter." "Yes, master," they chorused, surging northward in a frenzied rush. Cradling the little girl, Gu Feng flew southward in a desperate bid for escape. He understood that such a commotion would not go unnoticed by the Apocalypse Empire. Intentionally directing the controlled beasts northward, he hoped to divert the Empire's attention and buy himself precious time for a safe getaway. On the northwestern plateau stood a grand hall constructed of massive stones, at the center of which lay a golden throne. Before the throne was a music stand, not adorned with musical scores but rather filled with books. The sound of pages turning echoed through the hall. Flanking either side were rows of bookshelves brimming with tomes, save for the golden throne. The place resembled a provincial library of yore. At that moment, a colossal mutated hawk descended outside the hall, engaging in conversation with the mutated beast stationed for its defense. The guard hastily entered the grand hall, kneeling from a distance before the throne and proclaiming, "Your Majesty, I have just received word that a rebellion has erupted at the mountain city, now utterly destroyed. The insurgents are advancing northward, slaughtering all in their path towards Blackstone City. Please, Your Majesty, make your decree." Without revealing its form, the creature upon the throne emitted a voice, slightly husky, from behind the tomes. "Storm, you are to undertake this mission." At that moment, a man with brown eyes emerged from the shelves, bowing respectfully to the throne as he replied, "As you command." He then proceeded to exit the hall alongside the guards. Upon reaching the threshold, the man knelt, placing his hands upon the ground. In an instant, a series of feathers sprouted rapidly from his body, and his head began to morph. Ultimately, he transformed into a magnificent creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse, adorned with a pair of wings upon his back. This extraordinary being let out a piercing cry towards the heavens, and immediately the skies darkened with tumultuous winds. It soared into the tempestuous air, racing towards Blackstone City at a speed akin to lightning, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Chapter 498, Investigating the Apocalypse Empire, Part 6. On the other side, Blackstone City was besieged by a sudden attack. The city lord, a terrestrial-level mutated beast, valiantly led the guards in a desperate defense. The insurgents, for reasons unknown, displayed an unyielding ferocity, impervious to death. Even when beheaded, they would miraculously revive within seconds. Even the ferocious mutated beasts, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel a cold sweat, nay, a sweat of their claws. Ultimately, Blackstone City could not withstand the assault. The rebels breached the city and commenced a brutal slaughter. According to the edicts of the Apocalypse Empire, any who knelt in surrender were to be spared. However, these insurgents blatantly disregarded this rule, slaying indiscriminately regardless of capitulation. By the time the fantastical creature with the head of an eagle and the body of a horse arrived, over half of the mutated beasts in Blackstone City had already been slain. Fury blazed in its brown eyes, and as its wings began to flap violently, a tornado connecting heaven and earth manifested within the city. The rebels were swept into the tempest, torn to shreds, and the once gray-white vortex turned a vivid crimson. The surviving mutated beasts below, upon seeing the figure in the sky, all knelt in reverence, chanting, "King of Storms." Indeed, this eagle-headed, horse-bodied creature, adorned with a pair of colossal wings, was one of the four kings serving under the Apocalypse Emperor, the King of Storms. Each of the four kings possessed the formidable power of second-level star classification, capable of manipulating their cellular growth, commonly referred to as transformation. Nono had previously utilized such transformative abilities, elucidating the King of Storms' earlier metamorphosis from a man back to its original form. With the King of Storms personally intervening to quell the rebellion, it seemed a straightforward endeavor. Yet, Just as it prepared to investigate the cause of the uprising among the mutated beasts, all their skulls exploded in unison. The King of Storms immediately discerned the additional red threads within the wounds. However, with no survivors among the mutated beasts, there was no opportunity to ascertain the truth, rendering even mind-reading futile. This incident was evidently suspicious. Without hesitation, the King of Storms soared towards the mountainside city, seeking answers from the origin of the rebellion. Although the mountainside city had become a desolate place devoid of even corpses, the King of Storms still unearthed traces of battle amidst the collapsed walls and structures. Charred bullet marks and distinct mechanical footprints pointed directly to humanity. Only humans were inclined to wield firearms. Only they utilized machinery. The King of Storms then recalled that the humans within the Apocalypse Empire were of the lowest tier. Thus, it was implausible for them to possess the capability to annihilate an entire city. Therefore, the perpetrator could only have come from beyond the empire. Moreover, the mountainside city was situated near the Chilean mountains, beyond which lay human territories. Thus, if the perpetrators sought to flee, they would undoubtedly escape towards the nearest southeastern direction relative to human activity. Contemplating this, the King of Storms could not suppress a triumphant chuckle. I refuse to believe there is anyone I cannot catch. With a display of its magnificent wings, the King of Storms sped off towards the southeast. Our ancient winds are racing forward, yet their trajectory veers southward. Indeed, from the very outset, he retained a measure of caution, deliberately opting for a circuitous route. It was precisely this detour that preserved his life. The ancient winds initially surged southward, only turning eastward after exiting the influence of the Tianqi Empire, racing ahead until the early hours past 8 in the morning, just managing to return to Hope City. In contrast, the Storm King, despite its swiftness, pursued an erroneous path, only growing further away with each relentless chase. It continued its pursuit until the sun rose, set, and rose again, ultimately gazing upon the sea without ever catching up. Infuriated, the Storm King lost several precious feathers, watching them drift into the ocean. In a fit of rage, it roared at the sea. Unbeknownst to it, beneath a beach umbrella, a middle-aged man clad in floral shorts and flip-flops was roused from his slumber by the Storm King's howls. Which fool is losing their mind? Disturbing my sleep at this hour? Chapter 499. A one-man, one-beast battle. The King of Storms was startled by the sudden shout, finally noticing a conspicuous sunshade on the beach. No, how could I have missed him at first glance? He is certainly no ordinary individual. With this thought, the King of Storms became vigilant. A middle-aged man, removing his sunglasses, peered from beneath the sunshade, exclaiming, "Oh, are you a horse or an eagle? Seeking death." Enraged, the King of Storms launched an attack against the middle-aged man. "Ah, you've delivered yourself right to me. I cannot refuse." The middle-aged man discarded his sunglasses and charged forward. The man and the beast clashed fiercely by the seaside, and it appeared that neither would gain the upper hand anytime soon. After countless exchanges, the King of Storms transformed into human form and addressed the middle-aged man. "Was it you who slaughtered the beast clan of our Apocalypse Empire?" "Ah, I can't comprehend. Apocalypse Empire, beast clan? What nonsense is this?" The King of Storms scoffed. "It must be you. I have pursued you all this way and encountered only you, a single human. Your strength is certainly sufficient to slay those inferior beasts." The middle-aged man replied, "Oh, the beast clan you speak of are just mutated beasts, right? Well, if you insist I have killed beasts, then I have lost count. Could there be some of your kin among them? That is fortunate for you, for I have my eyes on your pair of wings, which would serve perfectly as a fan." Such audacity! The King of Storms unleashed his most formidable attack, summoning a whirlwind that began to spin rapidly around him. As the rotation accelerated, the range and height of the tornado expanded swiftly. In a short span, a colossal tornado connecting heaven and earth manifested by the seashore, lifting sand and seawater, creating the illusion of a gigantic dragon adorned in yellow and blue. The howling winds resonated like a dragon's roar, shaking the heavens and earth with unparalleled might. Ah, having lived by the sea for many years, I've seen my fair share of typhoons. Yet this is my first encounter with a tornado. Today, I shall test which is stronger, your tornado or a typhoon, declared the middle-aged man as he raised his hands, instantly elevating the sea level by 40 to 50 meters. I shall first slow down your tornado. With a thrust of his hands, a tsunami surged towards the tornado. The king of storms, undeterred, maneuvered his tornado directly into the oncoming wave. The collision of the tsunami and tornado birthed a waterspout. The wind's force remained undiminished, while the tsunami was significantly diminished, losing a considerable portion of its water. The remaining water engulfed the middle-aged man and the beach he occupied. Submerged in the sea, the man seemed more spirited and agile, controlling the water to swirl around him. The tornado spun clockwise while the water, he commanded, revolved counterclockwise, like two rapidly spinning tops. When they collided, a tremendous crash echoed, followed by continuous sound of friction. The intensity of the friction escalated, causing the water to heat up, with copious steam rising from the encounter. Both man and beast exerted their utmost strength, determined to establish superiority. Mist rose upwards, coalescing into clouds. The struggle between them continued unabated. As time elapsed, the two vortices began to overlap like intertwined circles. The tempest lashed against the middle-aged man, while the water wall struck the Storm King. A pained cry escaped the man's lips, his form disfigured by the onslaught, while the Storm King emitted a mournful wail as a significant portion of his feathers was torn away. Both man and beast retreated almost simultaneously. The tornado dissipated, and the water vortex vanished without a trace, leaving them glaring at one another. The Storm King angrily declared, "I, the Empire of Revelation, shall remember both old grudges and new enmities. If you possess the courage, do not attempt to flee." The middle-aged man retorted, "What new grudges and old enmities? If you cannot defeat me, there is no escape." He then consumed a vial of azure potion, and his wounds healed at a visibly rapid pace. Observing this, the Storm King dared not hesitate and immediately surged toward the direction of his empire. The middle-aged man, upon pursuing halfway, despondently halted, exclaiming, "How can I fly so swiftly without feathers? This defies logic." Chapter 500. The memorial service chasing was futile. The middle-aged man turned around, casting a reluctant glance at the familiar beach, and sighed, "Alas, judging by the tone of that mutated beast, it seems it will bring other creatures to seek revenge. What have I done to deserve this? Well, it's best to flee quickly. Who knows what it might bring?" Thus, the middle-aged man ambled along in his flip-flops, heading southward, for the south led to the sea. In the city of Hope, Feng found himself burdened with a heavy and unjust blame. He personally presided over a grand memorial service, honoring those warriors who perished in the last great battle. Some familiar faces like Big Nose and Zhang Ping, alongside thousands of ordinary soldiers unknown to him. The soldiers' remains were cremated in H City, and afterward, their ashes were to be taken home. Some were cradled by family, while others, lacking kin, were held by comrades. One step at a time, the mourners walked with heavy hearts into the city of Hope, arriving at the memorial wall, where the ashes of those who had sacrificed their lives in various battles since the city's inception were interred. As Feng gazed upon the photographs of Li Junlan and Do Tao on the wall, a wave of sorrow washed over him, memories flashing through his mind like scenes from a film. He turned to look once more at those beside him. Cherishing the people around him was all he could do, for in the present moment, he remained uncertain whether tomorrow or misfortune would arrive first. Once the ashes were respectfully placed, the memorial ceremony drew to a close. The attendees began to disperse, but Feng lingered, waiting until most had departed before he leaned against the memorial wall and sat down. Noticing her brother's despondent expression, Gulan wished to console him, but Mu Chun gently interjected, "It's all right. He merely wishes to converse with old friends. We must not disturb them." Gu Qingqing concurred. He bears the weight of the fate of millions in Hope City on his shoulders. Sometimes, expressing his feelings in this manner is for the best. Eventually, the crowd fully dissipated, leaving Feng alone beneath the lengthy memorial wall. He first glanced at the recently placed ashes of Big Nose and Zhang Ping, murmuring softly, "Big Nose, Zhang Ping, I didn't expect you both to leave us so soon. Ah, Junlan and Do Tao, as longtime residents, please look after your new neighbors. If you remain silent, I shall take that as your consent. Ha ha! As laughter mingled with tears, he wiped his sleeve across his eyes and continued. Do you remember the first time we met? We spoke candidly, bickering and joking all day. Life was tough, yet amidst the hardships there was joy. Back then, we were merely 100 strong, but it felt as though we could weather any storm together. Yet now the dead are gone, and those who have left have departed. Life has improved, our ranks have swelled, yet the hearts of the people seem to have scattered. Could it truly be that my and Lu Jianxin's plan was flawed? Was it wrong to sacrifice so many for the survival of the few? Who among you can enlighten me? Sister Sijia has scarcely spoken to me lately. She must already be aware of the entirety of the plan. Indeed, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must refrain from action. Those beneath me will believe that I, as the city lord, am virtuous, benevolent, and beyond reproach. Yet, the positions of several legion commanders lie before us. With a discerning mind, it is evident that the scheme was jointly executed by Lu Jianxin and me. Sister Sijia has allied with Ji Yu and others to drive Jianxin away, and I am filled with sorrow. Those once intimately close have now become like strangers. Observing their demeanor today, it seems they are unyielding, demanding that I provide them with an explanation. I can offer an explanation. The plan was indeed devised by me. But what then? When trust in the city lord has evaporated, when everyone lives solely for immediate gain, when faith among people is lost, the city of hope is truly doomed. The very foundation of the city of hope rests upon mutual trust and aspirations for a brighter future. They do not understand. I once did not comprehend either. Yet Lu Jianxin knew, which is why he chose to bear all blame and indignities alone, facing scorn and vilification. I have finally grasped this truth. They, however, remain oblivious. Please do not pressure me. I am truly weary. Do not force me. Chapter 501. The daughter of ancient wind, Guchun, following the conclusion of the memorial service, the arduous task of relocation commenced. In H City, everything, whether deemed useful or otherwise, was to be transported to the city of hope. This monumental endeavor required the efforts of millions, taking nearly a week to accomplish. During this period, Feng busied himself with the excavation of vital resources, oil, coal, and various ores. The mining career that had been interrupted by Qiu Dongqing could now resume without reservation. The method remained unchanged. The pangolin led the way in tunneling, while Feng gathered the resources behind it. Feng also commanded the Cobra Legion and Scorpion Legion to spread out from H City, seeking survivors. After a week's time, Feng had successfully unearthed a diverse array of minerals sufficient for the City of Hope's needs for over a decade. However, the outcome of the two legions' search for survivors was disheartening, a result anticipated given the apocalyptic conditions that had persisted for nearly a year, leaving few who could endure in the wilderness. Despite knowing the meager yield from the legion's quest for survivors, Feng still dispatched them, primarily to provide Lu Jianxin with an opportunity to return to the city. After concluding his brief stint as a miner, Feng traveled to the town to escort Lu Jianxin back. Before their return, Feng instructed the diminutive figure to prepare a special outfit for Lu Jianxin, a black robe that not only concealed him from prying eyes, but also altered his voice. Coupled with the mind-reading blocking necklace Feng had previously given him, it was nearly impossible for anyone to recognize him. Upon their return to the city, Feng utilized the privileges of Shadow to directly integrate Lu Jianxin into its fold, thus officially giving birth to Mr. Shadow. Shortly after Feng's return, the little girl he had rescued from the Empire of Revelation approached him. Wherever he went in the city, she followed closely. Feng found himself in a quandary with this nameless child, who spoke little and was wary of everyone but him. It seemed he had inadvertently adopted a daughter. Upon learning of the girl's background, Muchun felt deeply sympathetic and suggested that rather than merely guiding Feng, he should adopt the girl. However, Feng was too preoccupied to care for a child. Muchun promptly declared, "You need not worry. I shall take care of her." Only then did Feng acquiesce, resulting in a joint guardianship of the girl between him and Muchun. Muchun even bestowed upon the child the name Guchun, signifying her intent to treat the girl as her own daughter. Once all belongings from H City had been relocated to the City of Hope, The inhabitants began to move in. After confirming that everyone had entered the City of Hope, the control room personnel, united in their efforts, operated the mechanical arms and legs, initiating the city's movement towards T-City. The citizens excitedly leaned out of their windows, witnessing the earth shrink beneath them, trees appearing as mere blades of grass, and mountains transforming into small hills. They cheered with exhilaration, proudly proclaiming, "Long live the City of Hope." Amidst the throng, Guisijia found it impossible to feel joyous. She believed that right and wrong were unequivocal. When a mistake had been made, punishment was imperative, irrespective of the individual in question. Furthermore, the matter was intricately linked to her former subordinate, who had perished with a debt of 200,000. She was acutely aware of whom must face the consequences, yet remained silent. That individual wielded immense power and commanded great respect. Without incontrovertible evidence, she could not act recklessly. After much contemplation and diligent investigation, she finally unearthed some clues, with the breakthrough resting upon Wang Jingtang. He was the origin of it all and the sole person privy to the complete narrative. Therefore, a personal meeting with him was essential. However, Wang Jingtang was incarcerated within the Fire Phoenix Corps, an entity responsible for maintaining military discipline and notorious for its discord with other legions, complicating matters considerably. Nevertheless, Guisijia remained optimistic. After all, the previous commander of the Fire Phoenix Corps, Zhang Ping, had also fallen in that very conflict. As long as she could elucidate the key points, the opportunity to meet Wang Jingtang would likely present itself. Chapter 502. Reality is often gray. However, before that, she needed to have another conversation with Jiyu. Ever since they jointly forced Liu Jianxin away, Jiyu had deliberately distanced herself from Guisijia, and Guisijia was determined to understand the reason behind it. As she contemplated this, she arrived at the base of the Cobra Legion and found Jiyu. Guisijia cut straight to the chase. "Don't you want to uncover the truth?" Jiyu remained silent, pulling out a pack of women's cigarettes and beginning to smoke. Guisijia continued, "Do you feel no remorse for your deceased subordinate? Enough. You compelled me to help drive Jianxin away, yet you never mentioned that you would ambush him along the way. Fine, you killed him, but is that not sufficient for you? Must you ensure that everyone is left without a way out before you are satisfied?" Jiyu could no longer contain herself. "Wrong is wrong. Right is right. Shouldn't those who err be punished? You are far too self-righteous. Many matters cannot be solely judged by right or wrong. Reality is predominantly gray. Do you understand?" Neither could persuade the other. Finally, Guisijia asked, "Are you sure you won't join me again? Your obstinacy will ruin everyone." Guisijia shook her head in resignation. "All right, I understand your answer." With that, she turned and left without looking back. Her next destination was the Fire Phoenix Legion. As she made her way there, Nono suddenly blocked her path, crying out, "Mommy!" Nono feels unwell. "Do you think Nono is sick?" Guisijia rushed forward, touching Nono's forehead, which was burning hot. Panic-stricken, she exclaimed, "How can you be this hot? Quickly, Mommy will carry you to the medical clinic." With that, Guisijia picked up Nono and rushed toward the clinic. Upon arrival, the doctor examined Nono and stated, "It is meningitis. We need to proceed with surgery immediately." "Ah, how could it be this severe?" Guisijia was on the verge of tears. The doctor reassured her. "It may have been serious in the past, but with the recovery and detoxification agents available now, the success rate of the surgery is 100%. You can rest assured." "Oh, thank goodness for that." Before long, Nono was wheeled into the operating room, while Guisijia anxiously waited outside. Inside the operating room, Nono sat on the hospital bed with her short legs dangling, while the doctors stood frozen, staring blankly. Nono glanced helplessly at the door of the operating room, thinking, "Oh, my mother, I'm doing this for your own good. Being a saint in this apocalypse is truly inappropriate. You should calm down outside for a while." Guisijia waited for more than 7 hours, and only when night fell did the doctors finally emerge with Nono. Guisijia hurried forward, inquiring about Nono's condition. The surgery was very successful. Now, she just needs to rest well, and she will recover soon. "Thank you, doctor, thank you." Guisijia personally cared for Nono in the hospital, neglecting everything else. Seated in the office, Feng cast a peculiar glance towards the hospital before shaking his head. When an individual is resolute in their intentions, any attempts to thwart them will only ignite their determination further. As Feng had aptly stated, Guosijia had firmly resolved her course of action. Although temporarily hindered, her yearning for the truth had grown increasingly fervent. 2 days later, seizing the opportunity while Nua was sound asleep, Guosijia stealthily slipped away. Nua, rising with a sense of resignation, observed Guosijia's departing silhouette and sighed deeply, akin to a miniature adult. Chapter 503. Oh, simple soul, it is evident where Guosijia is heading, naturally to the stronghold of the Fire Phoenix Legion. Upon learning of Guosijia's visit, the current commander, Xiao Han, momentarily shifted her gaze and then chuckled softly. Oh, simple soul. Turning to her secretary, she remarked, perhaps we should not meet her. Very well. I shall convey your message. The secretary was about to turn away when Xiao Han quickly called her back. Wait. Let us meet, after all. Guosijia's status is exceptional. She is regarded as an elder statesperson of Hope City. If one were to rank the prominent figures, with Feng at the pinnacle and the former Lu Jianxin second, Guosijia would undoubtedly be third. With Lu Jianxin absent, Guosijia naturally ascended to the second position. Although Xiao Han holds command over the Fire Phoenix Legion, her experience is still too limited. It would be inappropriate to decline a meeting. Guosijia was ushered into the office, where Xiao Han greeted her with a playful smile. Well, what brings our esteemed Commander Gua here? Quickly, someone pour tea for Commander Gua. No need for that. I have important matters to discuss with you, Guosijia stated, casting a glance at the other individuals in the office, clearly indicating her desire for them to vacate the premises. Xiao Han, feigning ignorance, responded, Oh, who are we to question our sisterhood? Commander Gua, feel free to express your concerns. I shall do my utmost to assist you. Flushed with embarrassment, Guosijia addressed the secretary directly. Would you kindly step outside for a moment? I have some matters to discuss with your commander. The secretary glanced at Xiao Han, who nodded in resignation, prompting the secretary to exit. Guosijia inquired directly, Do you not wish to avenge Zhongping? He was quite generous to you. Xiao Han rolled her eyes. That is a peculiar statement. Who was it that killed Zhongping? Was it not Xiao Dongqing and his cohorts? The revenge has already been taken. What further vengeance is needed? You say Zhongping was generous to me, which is even more perplexing. My former role as deputy commander and my current position as commander have no direct relation to him. These roles were personally designated by the city lord. My relationship with Zhongping was merely one of cooperation. How could it be deemed generous? Guosijia responded, Very well, let us consider my words mistaken. However, regarding the battle with Xiao Dongqing, knowing full well there was an ambush, sending so many to their demise was a grave error. Shouldn't we provide a complete account to the deceased? Xiao Han retorted, An account? What do the dead care for an account? Those who remain alive are the greatest testament. Ensuring the survival of more is the best explanation. Momentarily at a loss for words, Guosijia took a deep breath and said, I cannot reason with you. How about allowing me to see Wang Jingtang? That is out of the question. Si a repli decisively. You, Guosijia, exasperated, tossed her sleeve and stormed out, only to hear Xiao Han's mocking voice behind her, Safe travels. No need for farewells. With a cold snort, Guosijia prepared to leave when, by chance, she spotted Bai Zhaodi passing by at the end of the corridor. Guosijia exclaimed, When all seems lost and paths are obscured, a glimmer of hope emerges. Bai Zhaodi's temperament bears a striking resemblance to that of the former Li Junlan, characterized by a clear distinction between love and hatred, as well as a pronounced sense of right and wrong. Furthermore, during that monumental battle, the over 1 million civilians led by Bai Zhaodi, who had sought refuge in the City of Hope, suffered devastating casualties. Considering these factors, Guosijia felt assured that Bai Zhaodi would undoubtedly align herself with his interests. Moreover, Bai Zhaodi currently held the esteemed position of Deputy Commander of the Phoenix Legion, and with her support, meeting Wang Jingtang should pose no great challenge. Having pieced together all the connections, Guosijia approached Bai Zhaodi directly. Upon their encounter, they quickly felt an affinity, leading them into the office for a confidential discussion. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Xiao Han's secretary, who promptly informed Xiao Han. Upon receiving the news, Xiaohan felt a sudden pang of alarm, causing her chair to scrape back violently. How infuriating it was that these self-righteous individuals seemed intent on shattering the heavens before they would relent. After expressing her frustration, Xiaohan, accompanied by her secretary, hurried towards Bai Zhaoti's office. The secretary knocked on the door, but no response came. Xiaohan's complexion paled. It was evident that they had already departed. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaohan hastened towards a cell where Wang Jingtang was being held. Chapter 504. Shadow Investigation. Wang Jingtang had been imprisoned for nearly 2 months, and during this time, he had come to comprehend many matters. Whether it was the purpose behind the dissemination of false intelligence or the aftermath of the ensuing great battle, a little contemplation revealed the underlying intricacies. Aware of these truths, Wang Jingtang felt certain of his impending doom. No ruler would allow their vulnerabilities to be exploited by others, unless that individual were deceased. He had resolved to take all his secrets to the grave, only to be surprised by the arrival of 2 inquisitors. Wang Jingtang laughed heartily, marveling at the audacity of those so eager to court death. Guosijia bluntly stated, "Tell me everything you know, and I can guarantee your survival. You cannot save me. None of you can." Wang Jingtang retorted. Guosijia frowned. "If you cannot be saved, it merely indicates that your life is forfeit to that person." She gestured upward, implying that the one above her was none other than the supreme leader, Gu Feng. Wang Jingtang coldly replied, "Since you seek death, I shall oblige you. However, wait." Xiaohan's voice abruptly interrupted Wang Jingtang's words. Both Guosijia and Bai Zhaoti furrowed their brows. Xiaohan approached, directly confronting the two. "You have violated protocol by visiting an important prisoner without the Lord's consent. Regrettably, you have breached the rules, and I am compelled to arrest you." "Who dares?" "I am the deputy commander of the Fire Phoenix Legion," Bai Zhaoti proclaimed, her aura radiating authority as she challenged Xiaohan, the commanding officer. "Let us see if you dare," Xiaohan commanded, signaling for the arrest of the two. A group of dozens surged forward, ready to take action. With tensions escalating, both sides prepared for a confrontation. At that critical moment, an unfamiliar voice echoed from behind the crowd. "Everyone stand down. This is a matter of shadow investigation. No one shall interfere. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences." A group of individuals clad in black robes rushed in, encircling Wang Jingtang's cell. Wang Jingtang laughed heartily. "Finally, the moment has arrived. Open the door," came the same unfamiliar voice, revealing that the speaker was the leader of the black-clad figures. Xiaohan nodded and began to retrieve the key to the cell. "Do not open it." Guosijia and Bai Zhaoti simultaneously blocked the entrance. The leader of the black-clad figures coldly warned, "Should you obstruct us again, you shall be executed." In unison, the black-clad individuals shouted, "Kill!" Guosijia and Bai Zhaoti exchanged glances, their eyes resolute with defiance. The leader of the black-clad figures waved his hand, commanding, "Kill." The black-clad figures drew their blades, launching a direct assault on Guosijia and her companions. Guosijia, possessing formidable strength, stood her ground against the onslaught, but Bai Zhaoti was not so fortunate. Within mere exchanges, she suffered the severance of her limbs, collapsing in agony. As a black-clad figure advanced to deliver a fatal blow to Bai Zhaoti, Xiaohan could no longer bear to witness the brutal fate of her colleague and intervened to save her. Meanwhile, Guosijia found herself beset by the swirling chaos of flying hair, with no means to counter the relentless assault of the black-clad figures. The leader clad in black could no longer contain himself. He drew his sword and launched a surprise attack. With a single thrust, he pierced Guosijia's knee. She let out a muffled groan, collapsing to one knee, her patella shattered and blood gushing forth, rendering her unable to move. Yet, even in her dire state, she continued to fight with all her might. In an ancient-style office, Gu Feng was bent over his desk, engrossed in his writing, when Nono suddenly appeared. As if he had anticipated her arrival, Gu Feng cast a casual glance at Nono before returning to his work. Nono clenched her small fists, saying, "You should know when to stop. Are you feeling sorry for your mother?" Without lifting his head, Gu Feng continued to scribble. "If they do not restrain themselves, I will demand that you accompany her to the grave." She exclaimed, "Do not worry. Mr. Ng is watching over things, and nothing will go awry. Mr. Ng, as if I did not know you secretly brought Lu Jianxin back. Only then did Gu Feng look up at Nono, saying, if they do not endure sufficient hardship, how can we establish Ying's authority? Even the esteemed commander of the Silver Wolf Legion, the second in command of Hope City, dared to be half killed. After this, no one will dare to overlook Ying's existence. I truly do not understand. With your capabilities, you could venture out into the world, where the skies are vast for birds to soar, and the seas are boundless for fish to leap. Why burden yourself with a bunch of deadweight? What is the point? Gu Feng countered. Then why do you not go out? Nono shot back. I cannot leave. My mother still needs my watchful eye. I cannot leave either. Hope City still requires my vigilance. Fine. I cannot argue with you. Time is of the essence. I must go tidy up the mess. Gu Feng concluded, rising from his seat, gathering the pages filled with his writing, and exiting the office. Chapter 505. Let the entire city listen within the confines of the Fire Phoenix Legion's prison. Guosijia found her legs utterly weakened, resting limply on the ground, relying solely on her extraordinary abilities to maintain her composure. The cloaked figure showed no signs of mercy, striking with lethal precision. Clenching her teeth, Guosijia urgently activated her communication earring, summoning the majority of the Silver Wolf Legion for rescue. As Vice Commander Jiang Shangnan of the Silver Wolf Legion exited their encampment, she encountered Gu Feng head-on. My lord, what brings you here? Gu Feng did not respond to her inquiry, but instead commanded, gather everyone at the square. Jiang Shangnan hesitated. But our commander. Gu Feng reiterated, everyone to the square. The dynamic between the city lord and the legion commander echoed the ancient tension between an emperor and a general. The commands of an emperor and those of a general are not the same. Whom would you heed? Not one to be easily swayed. Jiang Shangnan chose to follow Gu Feng, understanding that the very existence of Hope City relied upon him. Without Gu Feng, everything would dissolve into mere illusions, rendering the position of a legion commander meaningless. Should Gu Feng demand that she eliminate her own commander, though she might hesitate, she firmly believed she would ultimately comply. Leading her forces, Jiang Shangnan proceeded to the square. Guosijia, growing increasingly anxious, attempted to hasten Jiang Shingnan's arrival through repeated communications, only to have her calls met with disconnection. Soon, Guosijia found herself in a dire predicament, ultimately suffering the same fate as Bai Zhaodi, her limbs severed, unable to administer recovery agents or regeneration serums, left to writhe in agony upon the ground. Just as a black-clad figure contemplated delivering the final blow, their leader interjected, "That is enough. Our mission is complete. We can withdraw." In an instant, the cloaked figures vanished, leaving no trace as if they had never been there. Meanwhile, in the prison, Wang Jingtang was perplexed, repeatedly exclaiming, "Why did they not kill me? They should have killed me. This is the second time you've uttered such a sentiment." Gu Feng's voice resonated within the prison. The gathered individuals turned to see him present. "City Lord." Gu Feng waved in acknowledgement before addressing Wang Jingtang. "I have never been fond of taking lives. That has remained unchanged." Wang Jingtang scoffed. "Though you may not have taken a life directly, you have personally sent over 1 million souls to their demise." Gu Feng, amused yet exasperated, retorted, "I detest individuals like you who apply one set of standards to themselves while imposing another upon others. When you betrayed the entirety of Hope City, your intent was to ensure that 4 million souls met a grave without a trace. You did not even flinch at the time. How is it that you now dare to cast blame upon me? Truly, a seasoned political player, adept at seizing the moral high ground to present yourself as honorable, while your heart has long since rotted, unable to amend itself. Victory belongs to the victor. Speak as you will, seeing your distressed demeanor. Let us lay all matters bare for all to hear and allow the entire city to judge the situation. What do you intend to do?" Wang Jingtang was beset by a foreboding sense of dread. Gu Feng turned, casting a cold glance at the wailing Guosijia and Bai Zhaodi. "Bring them both up to the square," he commanded. Shaoan bowed in acquiescence, subsequently dispatching individuals to escort Wang Jingtang, Guosijia, and Bai Zhaodi to the square. The square was teeming with people and the makeshift podium was surrounded to the point of suffocation. The inspection bureau had dispatched numerous personnel to facilitate passage, allowing Gu Feng and his entourage to ascend. Once on stage, a wave of fervor swept through the crowd as they exuberantly chanted, "Long live the city lord! Long live the city lord!" Gu Feng raised his hand to quell the excitement, and gradually the throng quieted. With a microphone in hand, he proclaimed, "We are currently broadcasting live across the entire city. No matter which level of Hope City you are on, you should be able to see what unfolds here. Now, let us get to the matter at hand. The reason for this grand assembly is to recount how we triumphed in the last great battle, disguised as Mr. Shadow." Lu Jinxin felt his mind whirl and his legs weaken. What was Gu Feng planning? Was he intent on utterly destroying Hope City? Chapter 506, The Rise of Mian. The struggle of Dumi. Ancient Feng believed that it was imperative to lay all matters bare, exposed to the light of day. Even if it meant losing the trust of the people, even if it precipitated the collapse of the City of Hope, he deemed such consequences acceptable. Better for it to fall apart than for once close comrades to turn against one another in conflict. Nevertheless, Ancient Feng still harbored great expectations for humanity. He believed that people were capable of both narrow-mindedness and broad-mindedness, and he hoped for the latter. With a deliberate calmness, Ancient Feng began to narrate, as if recounting a tale, starting from that strategic meeting, detailing the betrayal by Wang Jingtang, discussing intelligence gathering, comparing enemy and ally strengths, and outlining the execution of plans, all the way to the farcical events unfolding before them. He withheld only two pieces of information: his ability to read minds and the fact that Lu Jinxin was not dead, both of which were irrelevant to the grand conflict. As he concluded, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. "So that is how it is. I believe the lord of the city acted rightly. Given the disparity of strength between us and the enemy, achieving this much is commendable. There was no alternative, and in war, is there ever a scenario devoid of casualties? On a battlefield, where it is a matter of life and death, should we really debate right and wrong with the enemy? It is all for the sake of victory. I think the lord of the city made the right choice." In contrast, General Gua and his troops not only drove Lu Jinxin's forces away, but also ambushed him along the way, which is utterly excessive. The dead are not your kin. Naturally, you can speak without pain. Indeed, the lord of the city has gone too far, exploiting the trust of the people and causing the deaths of so many. He owes us, the families, an explanation. This is nothing short of a shameless scheme that uses human lives as bait. What further justification can there be? The emperor is subject to the same laws as the common folk. The lord of the city must be held accountable. Ancient Feng is unworthy of being the lord of the city. He should step down. Your father died in vain. The lord of the city allowed you to perish needlessly, all while keeping us in the dark. This lament came from a woman who had clearly lost her husband in a recent battle. Yet her words subtly insinuated that she sought something from Ancient Feng. Only a third of those present believed Ancient Feng's actions were justified, while nearly two-thirds felt he had erred. The assembly swiftly divided into two factions, pushing and hurling insults at one another. If this unrest was not quelled, it would soon escalate into violence. Ancient Feng could only smile bitterly, thinking how pitiable humanity was. He pondered why he exerted himself to sustain so many, why his arduous efforts had transformed him into a target of their reproach. To put plainly, this was the age-old principle of a rise and rise brings enmity over a mere grain. Once, there were two neighboring families that enjoyed a close relationship. One year, however, nature's wrath fell upon them, and the fields yielded no harvest, leaving the poorer family to languish in despair. In this dire moment, the wealthier family, having procured some grain, thought to extend a hand to their neighbors and offer them a measure of rice, thus alleviating their immediate plight. After enduring the harshest of times, the impoverished family approached the affluent one in gratitude, only to lament that they had yet to secure seeds for the coming year. The wealthy family generously replied, "I still have some surplus grain. Take a bushel with you." Yet, upon returning home with this bushel of grain, the impoverished man's brother scoffed. "What good can this bushel of rice do? Aside from sustenance, we are utterly lacking in seeds for next year's harvest." This wealthy individual is exceedingly unreasonable. If he possesses such affluence, he ought to bestow upon us more food and financial assistance. To provide merely this paltry amount is truly disgraceful. Upon hearing these words, the affluent man felt both anger and injustice, and thus, what was once a cordial relationship between the two families transformed into enmity. In a similar vein, Gu Feng's assistance to these individuals fostered a sense of dependency, evolving from initial gratitude to an expectation of entitlement. When Gu Feng's support waned, even slightly, these people began to harbor resentment towards him. Many have forgotten the very reason for their continued existence and have lost sight of the dire circumstances they once endured. In this apocalyptic era, Gu Feng has already extended his benevolence to its limits. Even if he were to abandon these individuals, what would it change? Enough! Gu Feng thundered. Anyone who believes I have erred, leave at once. Take whatever you desire from the city. Take whatever you wish, and be gone. Chapter 507. The schism of Hope City's silence enveloped the crowd. Those who had vehemently condemned Gu Feng were rendered mute. What prospects awaited them beyond the confines of Hope City? The harshness of the wilderness loomed, not to mention the constant threat of mutated beasts. Who would willingly choose such a precarious existence? Why should we be forced to leave? We have contributed to the construction of Hope City. Indeed, we have played our part. Gu Feng surveyed the crowd, his gaze falling upon the repugnant expressions before him, and coldly declared, "Fine, if you will not leave, then I shall depart." Turning to Guosijia and Bai Zhaodi, he spoke with a desolate expression. "Is this the outcome you desired?" With that, he tossed 2 vials of regeneration serum to them, and strode resolutely towards the city's exit. Those who supported Gu Feng glared fiercely at his detractors and followed him out of the city. Where the Lord goes, we shall follow. A Hope City without its leader is not worth remaining in. As the crowd moved towards the gates, those left behind began to panic, bewildered by the turn of events. This was not how it was supposed to unfold. On stage, Guosijia and Bai Zhaodi exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes filled with regret and self-reproach. At the back of the crowd, Noanua looked helplessly at her mother, lamenting, "No matter how I try to stop it, now you realize the folly of your actions. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently." As Hope City progressed, it came to an abrupt halt under the forceful intervention of the little one. The gates swung open, and Gu Feng stepped outside. Following him were Li He, Mr. Shadow, Lu Jinxin, Jiyu, Peng Zhua, Xiaohan, Lu Zhe, Mu Chun, Wenwen. Nearly 1/3 of Hope City's populace resolutely followed Gu Feng into the unknown, leaving the city behind. The remaining 2/3 of the population stood in a daze, confused and helpless, casting bewildered glances at one another. Thus, Hope City fragmented into 2 factions, one led by Gu Feng, comprising over 100,000 souls, and the other led by Guosijia, with more than 240,000 remaining. As Gu Feng departed, he took with him all that belonged to him, even reclaiming the bioenergy invested in Hope City by the little one. Hope City reverted to its dilapidated state, standing forlornly in the wilderness. Meanwhile, the little one revoked all permissions from Guosijia's faction, rendering their communication devices and spatial folding rings inoperative. With a tone of regret, the little one remarked, "It is a pity that the evolution agents provided to them cannot be retrieved." Gu Feng pondered aloud. After this separation, will they still be considered part of my faction? The evolution agents may be lost, but they remain your faction. They will have to pray daily for your longevity. Otherwise, the little one replied, mischievously. Gu Feng sighed. One must take responsibility for their choices, mustn't they? You have many followers. Where do you intend to settle them? The plan remains unchanged. We shall head to City T. The ants can be of use. I had intended to do just that. As the ancient wind spoke, a multitude of mutated ants, resembling bees, emerged from the earth, carrying the group swiftly towards City T, their speed magnified 4 to 5 times. Under the leadership of the ancient winds, they reached City T in merely 2 days. Observing the dilapidated state of the city, the ancient winds inquired of Little whether it could still evolve into a new stronghold. With a resolute pat on his chest, Little assured him that it was indeed possible. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Little proceeded to conjure a skyscraper from thin air. Unfortunately, just as the edifice reached its midpoint, he called out to the ancient winds, "I require a substantial quantity of metal. Expedite the extraction." Without further ado, the ancient winds unfurled his wings and soared to the heart of City T. With a surge of his metal manipulation, countless metallic particles erupted from beneath the city, coalescing in the air to form the most resilient steel, supporting the structure below. Empowered by this assistance, Little Dot exerted his full strength, unleashing a vast reservoir of biological energy that manifested in the construction of the entire steel city and its defenses. The gathered crowd witnessed firsthand the transformation of a decrepit city into a formidable steel fortress, rivaling that of the City of Hope, step by step. Chapter 508. The new city of Noah. If the former City of Hope resembled a colossal octopus, then the current T-City stands as an oversized tank. The ground is covered with immense tracks, upon which modern architectural complexes flourish, interspersed with well-ordered fields and flower gardens, creating a pleasant environment. The outermost perimeter bristles with dense laser cannons, capable of targeting enemies at any location. Beyond the laser cannons lies a blue shield, enveloping all structures within its protective embrace. However, the most striking feature remains the blue pillar of light at the heart of the city, continuously radiating astonishing energy that provides an unceasing source of power to the entire metropolis. Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired about its nature. The diminutive figure proudly proclaimed, "Is a quantum reactor. It certainly sounds impressive. Is an energy source of a higher dimension than nuclear power. All right, you need not elaborate. I cannot comprehend your explanations." Feng turned to the crowd behind him and announced, "Let us proceed to our new home." Wow, we are moving to a new place. Following the city lord is undoubtedly the wisest choice. Those foolish souls, if they were to grasp our current circumstances, would surely be consumed by regret. Those ungrateful individuals deserve their fate. Without the city lord, I wonder how they will fare in the future. Long live the city lord. Trust in the city lord. It will not be a mistake. Yes, long live the city lord. The crowd cheered as they entered the new city, embarking on a lengthy and industrious endeavor. It was imperative to reclassify and regroup, to redistribute and plan for the new city, and to reconstruct the military and political systems. There was much work to be done, though the task ahead would require considerable time. Everyone felt a sense of joy and fulfillment, for those who arrived here shared a common heart. All resolute supporters and admirers of Feng. On the day of Feng's arrival, a new name was bestowed upon this city, Noah. It was inspired by Noah's Ark, symbolizing humanity's journey into a new world. In stark contrast to the fervor surrounding Noah, the City of Hope had become desolate. The inhabitants wore expressions of despair, and many began to cast blame upon one another, ultimately directing their ire towards Guosijia, Baijiaodi, and Wang Jingtang, the leading figures among them. It is all their fault. We were living well until they stirred up trouble. Look where we are now. The city lord has abandoned us. What shall we do in the future? Oh, I distinctly recall your joyous shouts from the audience, urging the city lord to face punishment and provide closure for the deceased. How is it that you now express regret? I merely shouted a few words to vent my feelings. What harm is there in that? The crux of the issue lies with those two wretches. They first drove away Commander Liu Jianxin and now have forced the city lord to leave. It is entirely their fault. Your words bear merit. Let us confront those two wretches and demand an explanation. Let's go, everyone together. The crowd surged toward the office of Guosijia and Baijiaodi. Within the office, Guosijia and Baijiaodi sat upon the sofa, lost in despondency. Baijiaodi spoke weakly. Could it be that we were truly in the wrong? Guosijia, in a fit of agitation, cast aside the documents in her hands and exclaimed, "We are not in the wrong. It is Feng who has erred. He should have faced the consequences. Yet he chose to lead a faction to divide Hope City. It is utterly shameless and despicable. He is attempting to exert pressure on us, and we must not yield. However, the current outcome, fear not. As long as we uphold justice, we shall undoubtedly thrive beyond their reach." Baijiaodi softly remarked, though perhaps even she harbored doubts about her own words. Outside the office, Nuo sighed deeply. "Oh, my mother, even at this juncture, are you still so oblivious?" At that moment, her gaze shifted toward the street corner, her expression turning grave. Without Feng's presence, the malevolence lurking within these individuals is allowed to flourish unchecked. This is truly troublesome. Having spoken, Nuonua turned and knocked on the office door. "Come in." Upon entering, she spotted Guisijia and in a childlike voice said, "Mommy, mommy." I saw many people approaching with weapons. Their expressions are terrifying. "I'm scared, mommy." Chapter 509. A heart of loyalty cast into the gutter. Guisijia cast a swift glance at Baizhouti, who hurriedly exited to gather personnel for defense. Guisijia embraced Nuonuo, reassuring her, "Fear not, my dear, for your mother is here. All shall be well." Nuonuo, nestled in her mother's arms, rolled her eyes, inwardly lamenting. "With a mother like you, I, as your daughter, am truly burdened with worry." Before long, voices of ire erupted from outside. "Guisijia, Baizhouti, you shameless wenches. Come forth and provide us with an explanation. Show yourselves, do not cower like turtles. First, you drove away Commander Lu Jinshin, and now you've chased off the city lord. What are you thinking? Come out and clarify yourselves at once. If you don't, beware. I shall come for your entire family." The vitriol was intolerable. Guisijia, both furious and anxious, hastily covered her daughter's ears, fearful of any harm befalling Nuonuo. Suddenly, Baizhouti dashed back in, panic-stricken. "There are too many people outside. We can scarcely hold them back. We should find a place to hide." Guisijia, in a fit of rage, retorted, "Why must we hide? What wrong have we committed? Why should we flee? I shall confront them directly. The crowd is nearly frenzied. You cannot go out now." Baizhouti attempted to dissuade her, but Guisijia, resolute, pushed Nuonuo into Baizhouti's arms and strode boldly out of the office. Baizhouti let out a resigned sigh, while Nuonuo rolled her eyes dramatically, thinking that the situation was becoming increasingly chaotic. The two opposing sides presented a stark contrast in strength. On one hand, a multitude of enraged citizens, and on the other, Guisijia's dwindling followers, disheartened and lacking in fighting spirit. As the populace pressed forward, Guisijia's supporters retreated, perhaps even doubting the validity of their choices. Upon her emergence, the conflict intensified. Guisijia wielded a megaphone, proclaiming, "You all wish to hear my explanation, did you not? Allow me to clarify, but please quiet yourselves." The crowd gradually quieted. Guisijia continued, "Did not your loved ones perish in that great battle? Am I wrong to seek justice for them? Is it erroneous to demand clarity regarding their demise? Is it wrong to hold the city lord accountable for his decisions?" A voice from the crowd shouted, "Who asked you to meddle in our affairs?" This prompted a chorus of accusatory voices. "Indeed, who asked you to interfere? Those who died were not your kin. Your fervor only serves to unseat the city lord for your own gain, does it not? Surely you first drove away the second-in-command, Lu Jinshin, and now the city lord. Truly, the heart of a woman can be the most venomous." Guisijia could scarcely fathom that her earnest intentions would be cast aside into the foul waters of disdain. In exasperation, she retorted, "It is you who are to blame. You were the ones who drove Feng away with your insults. We were misled by you. You deceitful charlatans." Guisijia's anger flared, and she boldly cried out, "You are shameless. In the presence of the ancient winds, you all appeared resolute and honorable. Yet, how is it that you now come to my domain in such a wild manner? Were you not the very ones who condemned the ancient winds with such fervor? Now that he has departed, regret has seeped into your hearts. Alas, it is too late. Without the ancient winds, you resemble feral dogs devoid of a home, merely barking in chaos." Guisijia's furious tirade ignited the wrath of the masses. Together, they cried out for the demise of this wretched being, offering her head as an atonement to the city lord, who would surely grant us forgiveness. Yes, let us unite and take action. In an instant, blood was shed, as Guisijia's followers fell victim to the onslaught of the crowd, brutally slaughtered by relentless blades. With her silver teeth clenched, Guisijia charged forward. Thus began a fierce battle, drenched in blood. Chapter 510. A brief borrowing of heads in the control room. Wang Jingtang slumped into his chair as he witnessed the scene unfold on the large screen. How could this happen? It's over. I must flee. Yes, I must escape quickly. Just as he resolved to rise and retrieve his wife and children, a menacing energy gun was suddenly pressed against his neck. "General Wang, I apologize, but I must borrow your head." With a dull gunshot, the energy bullet pierced Wang Jingtong's neck, and his head fell to the ground with a thud. The young man wielding the energy gun joyfully wrapped Wang Jingtong's severed head in his clothing, exclaiming, "With the head of this traitor, the city lord will surely forgive me." Hith hith. Before the young man could finish his sentence, another gunshot rang out from behind him, obliterating his head into a cloud of gore. Another middle-aged man stepped forward to collect Wang Jingtong's head, muttering, "Young lad, I'm afraid I must take this. One head is all I desire, and it's best suited for me." However, the middle-aged man's brief moment of triumph was short-lived, as a group of people quickly surrounded him. "Hand over the head, or you shall die." The middle-aged man chuckled. "With so many of you, there is but one head. You must be prepared to catch it." The moment the head was thrown, chaos erupted, and the crowd descended into a frenzied melee, the scene becoming a chaotic and bloody spectacle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Guosijia was besieged by hundreds of thousands. Exhausted and on the brink of collapse, she found herself in dire straits. Were it not for Nuan's covert assistance, Guosijia would have perished countless times over. Bai Zhaodi had already been slain, her body mutilated into dozens of pieces, as people sought to use her remains to gain the ancient wind's forgiveness. Hope City was no longer a safe haven, which is why she struck Guosijia from the shadows, merely rendering her unconscious. Only by incapacitating Guosijia could Nuanua unleash her full power without restraint. Embracing Guosijia, Nuanua unleashed a cacophony of shrieks that twisted the very fabric of space around them. In an instant, the onlookers could not even muster a scream before their heads erupted into a mist of blood. Nuan's sonic attack was indiscriminate, a devastating area effect, as she held nothing back, striking with full force from the outset. This level fell silent, the floor blanketed in corpses, blood seeping through the cracks to the layer below. Nuanua's indifference to life was finally revealed, a facet of her character that sent shivers down the spine of the ancient wind each time they crossed paths. When she witnessed Bai Zhaodi in peril, she exhibited no semblance of concern. In her eyes, lesser beings were akin to ants. She saved only those she cared for, indifferent to the demise of all others. After carrying Guosijia out of the city, soared towards T-City, or rather, towards Noah. The turmoil in Hope City persisted. Initially, the crowd sought to eliminate Guosijia, Bai Zhaodi, and Wang Jingtang, but the conflict gradually escalated into a chaotic brawl, spilling over into residential areas, where many families resided, including the heads of Wang Jingtang's wife and children. People naively believe that by obtaining the heads of certain individuals, they can earn the forgiveness of Gu Feng, unaware that it is precisely because of these very individuals that Gu Feng has chosen to abandon them. Intense battles ensued, and the foul stench of blood transformed the once hopeful city into a veritable hell. The acrid scent of blood wafted beyond the city walls, drawing throngs of mutated beasts. Unbeknownst to the inhabitants, some of these creatures approached the city gates, as everyone was preoccupied with the grim tasks of killing and being killed. When the mutated beasts breached the city, the resistance offered by the people was utterly disorganized. The situation deteriorated rapidly, and amidst their desperate cries, they faced the end of their lives. Over 2 million souls, along with their choices, were swallowed by the gaping maws of the mutated beasts. As Gu Feng aptly stated, one must ultimately take responsibility for their own choices. Gu Feng's office in Noah Tower was nothing short of opulent, located on the top floor of the central building, complete with a panoramic skylight, an outdoor swimming pool, and an indoor sauna. It was a realm of sheer luxury. Regrettably, this lavish office had yet to be enjoyed by its master, who found himself ousted by a group of enchanting women. The audacious leaders of this takeover were none other than Gu Lan and Mu Chun, flanked by Ji Yu and Gu Qingqing, with Xiao Han and Gu Chun serving as their loyal attendants. The ladies, clad in bikinis, frolicked in the pool, while Mu Chun, embodying the role of a youthful mother, earnestly taught Gu Chun how to swim, eliciting peals of laughter. Gu Feng longed to remain in this splendid setting, Yet he was heartlessly confined outside. Seated at the threshold of his office, he busily attended to the documents submitted by various departments, occasionally inquiring, "Whose office is this, anyway?" Chapter 511. Is it common for a daughter to behave this way? Engaging in discussions with a group of women is simply a frivolous endeavor. Ultimately, Gu Feng chose to endure in silence. Suddenly, Gu Feng sensed something, prompting Xiao Budian to emerge as well. Gu Feng inquired, "Did you sense it too?" Xiao Budian nodded, and then its eyes emitted a brilliant blue light, casting a projection onto the wall. The imagery displayed the horrifying scenes of mutual slaughter within the City of Hope, culminating in a deluge of mutated beasts invading the city. Observing the chaos, Gu Feng remarked with a heavy heart, "I did not anticipate the swift demise of the City of Hope. What a pity, such an abundance of biological energy wasted, unable to be decomposed. The fallen comrades cannot be decomposed." Gu Feng shot a glare at Xiao Budian, just as the city's alarm suddenly blared. With a slight focus, Gu Feng recognized it was Nuo accompanied by Guisijia. Xiao Budian silenced the alarm and activated the defensive shield. Nuo swiftly appeared beside Gu Feng, and aside from him, no one noticed the sudden arrival of the two newcomers. Gu Feng glanced at Nuo and then at the unconscious Guisijia, questioning, "What brings you both here?" Nuo surveyed her surroundings and replied, "Are you planning to interrogate me in the hallway?" "Ha, follow me." Gu Feng led Nuo and her son into an adjacent office. Nuo unceremoniously tossed Guisijia onto the sofa and addressed Gu Feng. "You must have known this would be the outcome from start. You overestimate me. I'm not clever enough to foresee such things. I suppose it is merely my foolishness as a mother." Gu Feng frowned and responded, "That was your mother's choice. I cannot intervene. In fact, I believe it is beneficial to sift through the situation, discarding the refuse and preserving the gold." Gu Feng's frown deepened. Abruptly, Nuo shifted her tone. "I have come to seek refuge with you. You wouldn't turn me away, would you?" Gu Feng feigned alarm. "You, a level 2 star-class figure, seek asylum with me? Surely you jest." "Enough of the sarcasm. I have made my decision to place my trust in you." Gu Feng glanced at Guisijia and remarked, "You are here to find a way out for her, aren't you?" Nuo shook her head. "I genuinely believe you will be the one to survive the longest. Besides, I am bound to your star core. I have no other choices. What will happen when your mother awakens? She will surely feel mortified upon discovering her circumstances. Just tell her it was you who saved her. She will undoubtedly be immensely grateful, perhaps even indebted to you." Gu Feng nearly sputtered in disbelief. "Is this how you treat your mother? Selling her out so easily? Aren't we all in the same boat? It's quite advantageous to be closely connected." "Well, I must thank you for that, but I have no desire to play the role of a stepfather. Time is of the essence. I leave the rest to you." As Nuo finished speaking, Guisijia's eyelashes fluttered, her brows furrowing, and she abruptly awoke from her slumber. Nono immediately transformed into the guise of a little girl, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed to embrace Guisijia's mother. "You have finally awakened. You truly frighten me." Gu Feng, witnessing Nono's swift metamorphosis, internally exclaimed, "Indeed, women are naturally born actresses." While Guisijia endeavored to comfort Nono, her brow furrowed as she attempted to recall the sequence of events. Regrettably, when her thoughts turned to the fierce battle she had with others, the subsequent events eluded her memory entirely. At that moment, Nono aptly remarked, "Thanks to Uncle, without him, both Mama and I would have perished. It was truly terrifying." Guisijia glanced around at the unfamiliar surroundings, her gaze then shifting to Gu Feng with a complex expression. Gu Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. No need for formality among folks from the same village. Guisijia stifled a laugh before quickly suppressing it, lowering her head in shame as she murmured, "I destroyed the City of Hope. You should not have saved me." Chapter 512. The Heart of a Young Dear Guisijia, feeling an intense pang of guilt, turned to Gu Feng and said, "I never intended to save you. Yet upon witnessing Nuo's warning gaze, I find myself compelled to advise you. This is not your fault. Without you, matters concerning our plans would eventually come to light. If we allow the situation to explode on its own, The ensuing chaos would be far more challenging to navigate, and mere survival would not suffice. Rising from her seat, Guosijia approached the window, gazing out at the magnificent expanse of Noa New City. It could hardly be termed mere survival. Rather, it was a rebirth. Clearing her throat, she mused, "Well, they're quite similar." Suddenly, she turned to Gu Feng with sincerity. "I apologize, Gu Feng. I was too arrogant. Without you, people would not have gathered, and the City of Hope could not exist. Regrettably, I have come to this realization far too late." Gu Feng furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar in her words. At that moment, Guosijia declared, "I entrust Nua Nua to you." With that, she leaped from the window. This was a skyscraper of over 100 stories. With Guosijia's capabilities, should she exert herself, the worst she would face would be a near-fatal fall. Yet, it was evident that she sought death, showing no intention of resisting. In fact, she even positioned herself headfirst, ensuring her demise. Gu Feng had no intention of intervening. Nua Nua was present, and it was not his place to act. Midway, Nua suddenly realized that if she intervened, she would expose herself. Retracting her steps, she delivered a swift kick to Gu Feng, sending him tumbling down. Rubbing his backside in indignation, Gu Feng resigned himself to the situation, even if he was reluctant. He had to intervene. With a powerful flap of his wings, he soared like a cannonball towards the plummeting Guosijia. With her eyes tightly shut, Guosijia felt a sudden tightening around her waist as a strong arm encircled her. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself gazing directly into Gu Feng's. This was the first time she had observed his eyes so closely, and the first time she had been embraced by him. She could distinctly feel his heartbeat and the masculine scent that enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, her cheeks flushed crimson and her breath quickened, her heart racing like a startled deer. Internally, she chastised herself, yet she yearned to linger in his warm embrace, even for a moment longer. After securing Guosijia, Gu Feng spread his wings wide, slowing their descent. When they reached the lowest point, he flapped his wings forcefully against the ground, soaring back to the original office with Guosijia in his arms. Upon landing, Guosijia showed no sign of releasing him, clearing his throat in embarrassment. Gu Feng finally prompted her to let go, and a deep blush spread across her face as she complied. Following this, Gu Feng began to offer platitudes about cherishing life, the usual empty words of comfort. Strangely, Guosijia kept her head bowed, saying nothing, devoid of her usual resolute demeanor. Gu Feng, oblivious to her turmoil, continued to speak until he felt parched, at which point he suggested, "I will arrange accommodations for you. Please rest for a while. We can discuss matters later." Guosijia nodded in response. Gu Feng summoned Wang Zixuan, instructing him to escort Guosijia to their new residence. Throughout their departure from the office, Guosijia kept her head bowed, while Gu Feng, dismissing her demeanor, felt an inexplicable sense of relief at the departure of the mother and daughter duo. Unexpectedly, just before exiting, Nua Nua playfully pointed at Gu Feng and then at Guosijia, followed by a gesture of 2 thumbs up, mimicking a wedding ceremony. A sudden unease washed over Gu Feng, prompting him to activate his mind-reading ability. His face turned crimson as he glanced towards his own office across the hall, pondering, "What misfortune have I brought upon myself?" The presence of women truly complicates matters. In the Z country, within the heart of the Central Plains, lies the largest city, N-City, which suffered severe damage during the initial wave of mutated beasts. Fortunately, the situation has since stabilized, and military control has begun to be implemented within the city. Although the process encountered some obstacles, the outcome remained predictable to certain individuals. Chapter 5:13. An introduction to the 7 seats of governance once again. Within the towering edifice at the heart of N-City, in a dimly lit chamber, 7 enigmatic figures convened to deliberate the current predicament. Had Feng been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized the rotund gentleman among them as his former superior, Mr. Pan, the 3rd seat of the 7 seats of governance. The identities of these 7 individuals were unmistakably clear. They constituted the very essence of the 7 seats of governance. Occupying the position of authority, the stern-faced middle-aged man, Feng, served as the chief among them, and he was also the father of Qiu Dongqing, the current patriarch of the Qiu family. To his left sat a gaunt elder, Qin Huaigu, the second seat, who presently held dominion over the Qin family and governed Q City, F City, and M City. To Qiu Zifeng's right was Mr. Pan, the third seat, originally named Pan Chongshao, the founder of the Pan Group, now wielding control over O City and I City. Although he once had sway over T City, it had been irrevocably lost to the onslaught of the mutant beast tide, now replaced by the newly established city of Noah. Further down the table was a stocky man, Kijianjin, the fourth seat, a military man who commanded nearly half of the military forces in Z country, currently overseeing B City and a city. Beside him was the captivating beauty, Jin Xiaofeng, the fifth seat, a representative of the Jin family and the current president's wife, now governing E City. The pallid and brooding figure, El Qian, represented the sixth seat, though the El family was not widely recognized. They had long held sway over the Institute of Unnatural Forces, a formidable entity, and he controlled P City. Lastly, the bespectacled woman with short hair, Zhang Qiuliu, stood as the seventh seat, the most distinguished representative of the Zhang family in this generation, known for her wisdom and modesty, commanding Y City and W City. These two cities, situated nearer to the coastline, faced immense pressure from the mutant beasts that might land ashore. The atmosphere of this meeting was palpably more somber than the previous one, as the countenances of the seven were decidedly grim. Qin Huaigu spoke with a dark expression. Out of over 50 fortified cities, we have been left with merely 12 after a single mutant beast tide. The losses are insurmountable, and someone must be held accountable, particularly you, Pan Chongshao. T City, such a vital location, was lost with such ease, plunging our entire situation into a state of vulnerability. Pan Chongshao, rubbing his ample belly, retorted with a hint of grievance. What could I have done? Who could have anticipated such a sudden onslaught of mutant beasts? By the time I comprehended the situation, T City had already fallen. Nonsense. It was your cowardice that allowed T City to be overrun, enabling the northern mutants to surge into the central plains and southern regions. With a shrug, Pan Chongshao replied, I did my utmost. The situation is as it stands. Even if you were to slay me, what would it change? Qiu Zifeng rapped his knuckles upon the table, acknowledging, it is my fault. Chongshao excels in business, but matters of warfare are not his forte. How about this? Relinquish your hold on O City. This final remark was directed at Pan Chongshao. Pan Chongshao wished to articulate further, yet upon catching a glimpse of Qiu Zifeng's gaze, he felt a pang of anguish and promptly sealed his lips. Now, the only city left in Pan Chongshao's grasp was City I. Having suffered such substantial losses, others ceased to scrutinize his dereliction of duty. Qiu Zifeng then continued, expressing, you must have observed the recent satellite surveillance. Communication with Dongxing has been severed for nearly half a month now, and it is likely that they have perished. H City has been annihilated. What are your thoughts on this matter? As Qiu Zifeng spoke, his demeanor remained serene, devoid of any signs of joy, anger, or sorrow, as if he were discussing the fate of a stranger. Lu Qian turned to Pan Chongshao and inquired, did you not send someone to establish contact with the City of Hope last time? What was the outcome? Pan Chongshao awkwardly replied, the individual sent has not responded. The others present simultaneously furrowed their brows, directing their attention towards Pan Chongshao. He, too, felt a sense of grievance, lamenting his ill fortune. Chapter 510. The transformation of Noah's new city, Qiu Zifeng remarked indifferently. The information I have indicates that the incident in H City was orchestrated by Gu Feng. Lu Qian, puzzled, inquired, what could be Gu Feng's motive? To integrate the Star Core, Qiu Zifeng replied, what is the Star Core? It is a miraculous crystal. The intelligence on it is not particularly detailed, but it is said to possess the potential to facilitate the evolution of millions. The exact principles remain unclear. As astonishment filled the room, the others couldn't help but wonder about the origins of Qiu Zifeng's intelligence. At that moment, Jin Xiaofeng suddenly posed a question. Has the Wang family ceased to exist? Being astute individuals, they quickly connected the dots. The Wang family had members in the City of Hope, and the information must have been relayed from them. However, with H City in ruins and Qiu Dongqing tragically deceased, The Wang family could not evade culpability. Feng offered no response, but instead queried the group on how to address Gu Feng. The unspoken understanding among them was clear. Discussing a non-existent entity was a futile endeavor. Qin Huaigu stated, though we are uncertain of the nature of the star core, such a significant asset must not be entrusted to an ignorant child. We must act swiftly, Zhang Qiuyo observed. Satellite imagery indicates that Gu Feng has abandoned the City of Hope, establishing a presence in T-City, where he has constructed a colossal entity. Should we dispatch forces to attack, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage. Pan Changshao, filled with resentment, declared, if necessary, we should resort to nuclear weapons. If one is insufficient, let be two. I refuse to believe that nuclear arms cannot subdue him. Qi Jianjun interjected, nuclear weapons must remain a last resort. They should not be employed lightly. Moreover, the production of such arms is exceedingly challenging. It is prudent to conserve resources. Lu Qian inquired, should we mobilize the resources of the Institute? The others, save for Feng, felt an inexplicable chill at this suggestion, as if something profoundly terrifying were about to emerge. Feng shook his head, suggesting that they refrain from such measures for the time being. Let us first dispatch scouts to ascertain the true nature of the Star Core. Then we shall devise our strategy. Understood. In Noah's new city, after nearly half a month of recuperation, the military and administrative framework had been established. The total population of the city stood at 121,000. The military comprised 500,000, with Guasijia's Silver Wolf Corps stripped of its designation. The remaining forces included the Scorpion Corps led by Li He, the Cobra Corps led by Ji Yu, the Fire Phoenix Corps led by Xiao Han, and the Guard Corps led by Pang Zhua. Each corps consisted of approximately 100,000 elite soldiers, utterly loyal to Gu Feng, including the Shadows. The total number reached exactly 500,000. However, the Shadows could not merely be categorized as a military force, for they operated both externally and internally, dedicated to removing any obstacles for Gu Feng and Noah's new city, employing any means necessary. The newly established factories had largely transitioned to full automation, a significant achievement attributed to the fully automated production line discovered in H City. By appropriating the technology from that production line, a new fully automated line has been flawlessly replicated. Presently, the major factories no longer require human labor, exuding an aura of advanced technology. If the former City of Hope was characterized by steam industry, the current Noah New City is defined by quantum technology. Within the city, there are even maglev trains available for the public's complimentary use, and robots serve throughout the urban landscape, liberating human effort to a remarkable extent. Residents of the city experience an almost surreal sensation, perceiving Noah New City as a veritable paradise. Beyond their daily training, people indulge in leisurely pursuits, strolling through parks. And those inclined may cultivate a plot of land for recreation, planting whatever they desire without concern for the harvest, as farms regularly supply vegetables and fruits. Everything has fallen into a harmonious rhythm, and the once bustling ancient style has now settled into tranquility. Currently, aside from swimming and basking in the sun, Gu Feng is engrossed in mastering the manipulation of extraordinary metals. As Xiao Budian remarked, the deeper one delves into this ability, the more formidable it appears. It turns out my previous control over objects was merely superficial, Gu Feng exclaimed while deftly transforming a block of iron before the eyes of onlookers. The iron morphed into a steel sheet as delicate as a cicada's wing, then reshaped into a spherical metallic orb, scattered into countless iron particles drifting in the air, and finally coalesced into numerous steel needles darting to and fro. Chapter 515. Practice in metal control. Little Point was not the least bit surprised. Instead, he mocked. So you've only just realized that? How challenging it must be for you. Let me offer another hint. Much of the iron is invisible to the naked eye. If you refine your perception a bit more, you will uncover even greater revelations. Gu Feng diligently manipulated the metal, dispersing it as if he were parting layers of fog. Eventually, the iron fragments floated in the air, reduced to an almost imperceptible size, smaller than dust itself. While the naked eye could not detect them, Gu Feng's extraordinary ability allowed him to perceive and even control these minuscule particles. Gu Feng understood the implications of this. What weapon could be sharper than these particles? They could easily infiltrate the pores of mutated beasts, wreaking havoc on their internal organs. From that moment on, the beast's formidable exterior defenses would become nothing more than a jest in the face of Gu Feng's power. Moreover, these tiny particles would be impossible for others to obstruct. A sense of pride welled up within Gu Feng, prompting him to chuckle. Little Point, with a disdainful expression, remarked, "Think again, what else can you do?" Gu Feng quickly wiped the smile from his face. "You can control iron. What about the iron elements within living organisms? Iron is essential." Gu Feng gaped in disbelief at Little Point. With a look of exasperation, Little Point urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and practice." Without hesitation, Gu Feng soared outside the city. Beyond the city, Gu Feng sought out a mutated beast, attempting to sense the iron elements within its body, but alas, he failed. Little Point advised, "Start with a larger specimen. It will be easier." Gu Feng located another mutated beast, one roughly the size of Truck, and began his attempts. This time, he distinctly sensed the presence of iron within the beast, particularly within its blood vessels. He endeavored to control the iron elements. Yet they were so minute that it felt akin to trying to grasp an eel with bare hands, elusive and unyielding. "Don't rush it," Little Point instructed. "Try repeatedly. At first, focus on guidance rather than forceful alteration. Once the iron elements gather in one place, then exert your full strength." Gu Feng nodded and made another attempt, yet still met with failure. Little Point, exasperated, huffed, "You're so foolish. I can't watch any longer. I'll be infuriated if I do." With that, Little Point retreated into the star core space. Gu Feng scratched his head in frustration. "I said not to rush, yet you're the one who is impatient." He continued his exploration, practicing from morning until afternoon, and then from afternoon into the following morning. The enormous mutated beast, initially aggressive, had transitioned to a state of retreat, and now lay on the ground, motionless, its eyes rolled back in defeat, clearly resigning itself to its fate. This beast had nearly reached the brink of collapse. Unfortunately, it could not speak. Had it been able, it would undoubtedly have pleaded with Gu Feng for a merciful end. Gu Feng persisted in tormenting the beast for 3 days and nights. Finally, sporting dark circles under his eyes, he concentrated fully and executed one last attempt. Suddenly, the mutated beast's blood vessels ceased their function. The flow of blood stopped, and the beast gazed at Gu Feng in terror. As Gu Feng's hands gradually drew together, the blood within the mutated beast began to flow backward, converging desperately in one place. The creature let out a tormenting howl, but alas, before it could utter more than a few cries, the blood vessels within its body could not withstand the immense pressure and ruptured explosively. Externally, there appeared to be no wounds, yet internally, it had sustained fatal injuries. Undeterred, Gu Feng sought to extract the iron elements he had gathered. With a gentle tug backward, countless minuscule blood droplets began to seep from the mutated beast's body, growing progressively larger until they stained the entire creature a deep crimson. The beast emitted a piercing scream, then succumbed to silence, leaving before Gu Feng a blood-red iron mass, roughly the size of an infant's fist. This was the conglomeration of iron elements extracted from the mutated beast. Although Gu Feng felt a surge of joy, he deemed the pace too slow. Thus, he sought another mutated beast, slightly smaller than the previous one, and commenced his practice anew. This endeavor continued for over half a month. After this period, before Gu Feng stood a smaller mutated beast. With merely a beckon of his finger, the creature began to ooze blood droplets and ultimately perished. Perseverance bore fruit, and Gu Feng had triumphed. Chapter 516. No, you are quite ruthless. Gu Feng bestowed upon his new technique a dramatic and intimidating name, Blood Collapse. With his skill, Gu Feng could now execute his deadly strikes with an imperceptible grace. Previously, his flamboyant moves were suited for widespread destruction, yet against formidable lone wolves, his lethal maneuvers appeared inadequate. With Blood Collapse, Gu Feng finally addressed his shortcomings. Even when confronting a being of secondary star level, he felt a newfound confidence in his combat prowess. After returning to the city, Gufeng took a refreshing shower. The night had grown late, and he sleepily climbed into bed. As he drifted into slumber, he sensed the mattress yielding slightly beneath him. Assuming it was mutation, he did not open his eyes, but turned to embrace the soft, fragrant figure beside him. However, he distinctly felt the body rigid in his grasp, leading him to believe mutation was teasing him. Leaning closer, he whispered in the stranger's ear, "Have you missed me during these past few days?" As he spoke, he reached towards the chest of his companion, only to realize with growing alarm that the dimensions were decidedly incorrect. This voice was unmistakably not Muchuan's. Gufeng abruptly opened his eyes, and in the dim light, he was startled to find not Muchuan beside him, but Guasijia. Her nightgown was disheveled, clearly a result of an untoward encounter, and she covered her face. On the verge of tears, Gufeng was equally bewildered, questioning the bizarre situation. With a quavering voice, Guasijia demanded, "How did you end up in my room?" Gufeng surveyed the surroundings and realized with a cough, "This appears to be my room." Guasijia's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "How could I be in your room? I distinctly remember sleeping in mine." Suddenly, she yanked the covers to shield herself, regarding Gufeng with the suspicion one might reserve for a predator. "I don't even know where your room is. You must have taken me here while I was asleep. In this entire city, you are the only one capable of such stealth." Gufeng was confident he had done no such thing. Considering who in the city possessed the power to bring someone to his side undetected, the answer was all too clear: no. A sardonic smile crept across Gufeng's face as he thought, No, you have gone too far. Do not blame me for revealing your secrets. I know who is responsible for this." It was all in. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a series of furious knocks at the door. The late-night commotion was undeniably suspicious, and Gufeng's expression turned pale as he sensed the presence outside. Standing at the door were Mu Chun, Wenwen, Gulan, and Gu Qingqing, 4 formidable women. Mu Chun, Wenwen, and Gu Qingqing bore fierce expressions, brandishing weapons, whips and kitchen knives, while Mu Chun wielded a large pair of scissors, an ominous gesture. Meanwhile, Gulan appeared to relish the spectacle, camera in hand, capturing what seemed to be an iconic moment of scandal. Realizing the awkward predicament they were in, Guasijia frantically began searching the room for an escape. As Gufeng loudly inquired, feigning stability with the few individuals outside, he signaled to Guasijia to escape through the window. To his surprise, a shout from outside pierced the air. "Gufeng, you scoundrel! Do not think that the mistress can flee through the window. I have received precise intelligence. If you wish to avoid public humiliation in front of the entire city, open the door and let us resolve this internally." "Blast it!" Gufeng exclaimed, cursing. This was undoubtedly the handiwork of Nono. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Moreover, they had blocked off all avenues of escape. Gufeng muttered a curse at Nono, acknowledging her cunning. Quickly, Gufeng rushed to barricade the door, striving to stabilize the situation. Outside, Mu Chun called out again, "Gufeng, we could have burst through the door from the very beginning. The only reason we haven't is to give you a chance to repent. Do not squander it." Now, with no options left, Gufeng found himself truly cornered. The door swung open, and 4 women surged forth. Chapter 517. "Call me Daddy." First, Gufeng hastily explained to Chun, "Is not as you think. It was no the whole fragment. We did nothing. If you do not believe me, ask Guasijia." Mu Chun scoffed. "How can you still have the audacity to say that?" Nua came running, tears streaming down her face, claiming you kidnapped her mother in the middle of the night. "You have committed an embarrassing act, and now you slander an innocent little girl." Upon hearing this, Guasijia, convinced she knew the whole truth, began to cry in distress. Gufeng retorted, "No, Nua is innocent. You all do not understand. She has already become a star." "Enough," Mu Chun exclaimed. "Look at what you have done to Sijia. You are still trying to argue your way out of this. Shameless, utterly devoid of dignity." Gufeng was nearly driven to the brink of despair, feeling utterly powerless against the onslaught. He slumped by the window, contemplating the solitude of life, akin to falling snow. The 4 women took turns denouncing Gufeng. Mu Chun said, "Are you out of your mind? Am I not enough for you? Why must you trouble Sijia? Fine, I admit she has a more ample bosom and longer legs than I do. But is that an excuse? How could you do something so disgraceful? If Xiaohan finds out, she will drag you out and shoot you without hesitation. When added, you have truly disappointed me. Do you even need to resort to theft? Though I must admit, stealing can be thrilling and romantic. Is that justification? I just want to know why. Why not steal from me instead? Coughing violently, Mu Chun interrupted Wanwen's train of thought. Gu Qingqing chimed in. This is a classic case of psychological quirks stemming from trauma. While we can understand your peculiar preferences, understanding does not grant you the license to act recklessly. From this day forth, you must remain under our strict surveillance 24 hours a day, and you cannot skip your medication. Gulan remarked, brother, how fortunate you are to have your cake, and eat it too, yet you remain unscathed by your sister-in-law. You are truly blessed, but you must act quickly to conceive a biological daughter. Think about it. Gu Chun is adopted by you and Mu Chun, and Noah will also call you dad. Unfortunately, neither of them is your biological child. You must at least have one of your own. Only then can the old Gu family have a true heir. After enduring the relentless barrage from the four women all night, Gu Feng felt utterly dejected and at a loss for tears. If he had indeed committed a transgression, he could accept it, but the reality was that he had done nothing and was met with scorn from all sides. His heart ached with sorrow and injustice. Finally, after weathering their accusations for a while, Gu Feng could no longer contain himself and sought to confront Nona. With a grim expression, he scolded her. Is this how you treat your father? I am a man. It does not matter to me, but what about you? How will you live as a woman in the future? Such societal views. Non retorted. Only inferior beings care about these trivial shackles. She likes you. As your daughter, I merely gave her a gentle push. I thought it was rather nice. Have you not noticed how her gaze towards you has changed ever since you two shared a bed? Gu Feng sighed deeply. What sins had he committed to find himself debating such matters with a 6-year-old girl? Gu Feng could only warn, I apologize, but I have no such feelings for her. Please refrain from these unnecessary actions. Otherwise, what do you intend to do? Kill me? Or her? Do not feign bravado. I recall how comfortable you seemed last time. How dare you speak to me like that? Gu Feng was on the verge of tears, cornered by a mere child. In that case, you must earnestly strive to give me a little sister. Nono detlated litfpride. What should he do? He was utterly outmatched in this verbal sparring. With a determined grit of his teeth and a stomp of his foot, he cast aside all semblance of dignity and coldly remarked, Since you so eagerly wish for me to be your father, I shall not hold back. Come here, my dear daughter, call me father first. Nua looked at Gu Feng with an expression akin to that of someone observing a fool. Gu Feng thought he had finally won a round. But before he could revel in his triumph, he heard Noah sweetly call out, Father! Wait, something felt amiss. The atmosphere was wrong. Turning around, Gu Feng nearly fell to his knees as he found himself face to face with the very person involved, Guosijia. To his dismay, Mu Chun, Wanwen, Gu Qingqing, and Gulan were all present as well. Chapter 518. The Girl in the Supermarket in a World Steeped in Chaos. The hearts of all those present were filled with a sense of despair. It was not as you might imagine. Sisters, let us together vanquish this shameless fiend. Do not strike my face, please. No, it truly is not as you perceive. My nose. A brutal scene of merciless beating unfolded, so grotesque in its display of violence that is best left undescribed. In the time that followed, Guosija gazed upon Gu Feng with the adoration one might reserve for a beloved, her eyes shimmering with unspoken sentiments. In those moments, Mu Chun would brandish a kitchen knife, relentlessly pursuing Gu Feng. The humiliation was profound, as the disgrace echoed throughout the city, a matter of grave concern. Gu Feng felt certain that in a past life, he must have committed grievous sins, for the heavens would not have conspired against him so cruelly otherwise. To safeguard his own well-being, Gu Feng resolved to escape for a few days. Before departing, he commanded the Scorpion Legion, Cobra Legion, and Fire Phoenix Legion to venture northward into the Hualing Mountains, to eradicate the mutated beasts and amass biological energy. The garrison would remain in Noa New City, tasked with defense. Simultaneously, Gu Feng instructed the intelligence department to collaborate with the shadows, extending their reach southward to establish a comprehensive intelligence network in the Central Plains and southern regions, thus preparing for the next phase of development in Noa New City. Having completed these directives, Feng fled with his dog, unable to endure life in the city any longer. He felt that if he did not escape, he would not survive until the following year. Familiar with the northern terrain, Feng chose to venture southward this time, devoid of destination or mission, seeking merely a respite for his weary mind. Amidst a dilapidated street, a girl donned in a baseball cap, wielding a baseball bat and burdened with a backpack, stealthily navigated along the wall, inching her way from the end of the street towards the center. Her gaze frequently darted towards the nearby supermarket. As she approached, a ferocious roar erupted from a building across the street, causing her to glance in terror, locking eyes with the bloodthirsty gaze of a mutated beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the girl sprinted towards the supermarket. The beast leaped forth, covering 3 to 4 meters in a single bound, hot on her heels. An ordinary girl could hardly outrun such a creature. The distance between them diminished rapidly. 10 meters. 5 meters, 3 meters. Simultaneously, she drew nearer to the half-meter-high rolling shutter of the supermarket. In a desperate moment, just as the beast lunged to pounce upon her, the girl executed a swift roll, evading the beast's attack and slipping beneath the shutter. The beast collided violently with the door, producing a thunderous crash. The girl quickly scrambled to her feet, standing atop the shutter's handle, sealing it shut with all her might. Outside, the beast's roars and the sound of it battering against the door reverberated as the shutter buckled and warped under the relentless assault, debris raining down from the frame as if the entrance might collapse at any moment. Fear gripped her heart as she braced against the door with the shelves, unwilling to relent even slightly. Yet her strength was ultimately limited. With each impact, her slender form was pushed back half a meter. Tears streamed down her face as terror overwhelmed her, and she pleaded with a quavering voice, "Please, just go. I beg you, do not devour me. I am but skin and bones, lacking any meat. Please go away." Suddenly, the commotion outside ceased, and the world fell into a profound silence. The girl halted her tears, holding her breath and concentrating intently, listening for a while longer. Still feeling uneasy, she leaned against the door, peering through the crack to see nothing but emptiness beyond. Only then did she feel a sense of relief wash over her. Wiping away her tears, the girl began to search for provisions within the supermarket. Most of the shelves had collapsed, and various goods lay scattered across the floor. However, edible items were alarmingly scarce. It was evident that this supermarket had been ransacked by other survivors. After much effort, she discovered a package of biscuits beneath the shelves, though they were covered in mold. Clearly famished, the girl, driven by hunger, scraped off the mold with a small knife, determined to consume them. Chapter 519. Yang Sihui. Suddenly, a loud noise startled the girl, prompting her to spring to her feet, brandishing a baseball bat in a defensive stance. The supermarket entrance was obstructed. If there were mutated beasts inside, her fate would be dire indeed. With heightened vigilance, the girl retreated towards the door, only to catch sight of a wing protruding from behind a shelf. Realizing her imminent peril, she shouted and swung the bat at the wing. To her astonishment, a man emerged from behind the wing. It was too late for her to withdraw her strike. The bat struck him squarely on the forehead. "Damn it, I knew it. My fate is intertwined with women," the man exclaimed, cursing. Upon recognizing him as human, the girl's wariness intensified. "You don't come any closer. I'll fight you." "Huh." A little girl still wet behind the ears, as if anyone would be interested in you. "I just wanted to say, that biscuit is no longer edible. I've got something you might want," he said, extending a loaf of bread the size of a pillow towards her. Seeing the bread, the girl couldn't help but swallow hard. "I don't want it. What if you've poisoned it?" The man scoffed. "If I truly intended to harm you, you wouldn't even have the chance to resist. Do you think I'd bother with poisoning?" It dawned on her that her earlier full-force strike had left him entirely unscathed, coupled with the enormous wings at his back. She realized, as he had indicated, that if he truly wished to do something, she would have no chance of opposing him. Understanding this, the girl finally relaxed her guard and eagerly snatched the bread, devouring it ravenously. In her haste, she nearly choked, and the man, with a sigh, offered her a bottle of water. Gratefully, she nodded in appreciation, consuming the bread and water until she was fully satisfied. Thank you. Do you have any more bread? I can trade you something for it. Flashlight, radio, military knife. Whatever you desire. Just name it, she declared proudly, unzipping her backpack. The man chuckled and waved his hand. I have no use for those things. I can give you the bread for free. With a flourish, he produced another loaf identical to the first. The girl gleefully accepted it. Thank you so much. Oh, by the way, I haven't asked your name yet. The man, known as Gu Feng, was none other than Gu Feng, who had found himself in this predicament. He inquired, where are you headed? The broadcast said Q City is relatively safe. I'm on my way there. Q City is nearly 500 kilometers away. Are you planning to walk there? Slowly but surely. I'll get there eventually, the girl replied with a smile. Observing her youthful visage, Gu Feng noted she appeared even younger than Gu Lan, resembling a high school student. As boredom set in, he suggested, perfect. I have nowhere to go. I can accompany you to Q City for a stroll. A stroll? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you mean to seek refuge in Q City? The girl was troubled by her solitude, fearing the dangers of the road ahead without a companion. However, upon encountering a rather formidable figure, she readily consented to accompany him. Greetings, esteemed traveler. I am Yang Sihui. I kindly ask for your guidance on our journey ahead. The girl, mimicking the mannerisms of adults, appeared quite amusing. The stranger smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Curiously, Yang Sihui inquired, your appearance suggests you lack for nothing. What brings you to the supermarket? The stranger gestured towards the magnificent wings adorning his back, explaining, with these two impressive appendages, my attire becomes quite cumbersome. Thus, I entered to procure a few garments for modification. Despite the eloquence of his words, the reality was that he had not had the luxury of clean clothes for some time, as he had neglected to wash them, let alone have new ones made. Consequently, he resorted to altering existing clothing. Yang Sihui, intrigued, approached the stranger, playfully poking and prodding at his wings, her curiosity unabated. The stranger rolled his eyes, bemused by the child's lack of decorum. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should seize the opportunity to slip away. But then again, where would he go? It would only lead to boredom. Chapter 520. Mind your own business. After taking a moment to rest, the two prepared to set off. As Gu Feng was about to open the door, Yang Sihui hurriedly stopped him. When I entered just now, a mutated beast crashed into the door. We should be cautious. What if it hasn't wandered far? That beast has already been dealt with. Gu Feng asserted confidently. You? Yang Sihui's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of skepticism. Really, let us proceed with assurance. Gu Feng insisted. I trust you about as much as I trust a ghost. You old rascal are quite the trickster. No matter what Gu Feng said, Yang Sihui remained unconvinced. To her, the idea that a mutated beast could be slain from such a distance, especially behind a sturdy iron door, was implausible. And where was the evidence? Not even a trace of blood could be found, which was clearly illogical in her eyes. To Yang Sihui, Gu Feng appeared as nothing more than a boastful, greasy uncle who loved to embellish his own image. In exasperation, Gu Feng finally relented. All right, I concede. I did not kill that mutated beast. Satisfied? Huh, I knew it. Yang Sihui retorted triumphantly. Gu Feng, somewhat at a loss, asked, then what do you propose we do now? Yang Sihui surveyed the surroundings of the supermarket, and then her eyes lit up as she pointed towards the ventilation shaft. We can exit from there. Gu Feng assessed the size of the vent and glanced at his own physique, incredulous. Are you certain you are not jesting? Trust me, we can squeeze through. She urged. Fine, you go first. I shall follow. Without hesitation, Yang Sihui climbed onto a stool, removed the vent cover, and wriggled her way inside. As she crawled, she encouraged Gu Feng to hurry along, but his responses faded into silence. The ventilation duct was narrow, leaving Yang Sihui no opportunity to turn back and check on him. When she finally emerged, disheveled and dusty, she spotted Gu Feng outside, watching her with an earnest smile. How did you get out? She demanded, her irritation mounting. Gu Feng simply pointed to the main door. Yang Sihui pouted in frustration. Why didn't you call for me? With a feigned sense of righteousness, Gu Feng replied, I noticed how much you seemed to enjoy crawling through the vents, so I thought, well, glaring at her filthy self, and then at Gu Feng's pristine appearance only heightened her annoyance. To prevent herself from exploding with anger, Yang Sihui decided to ignore him and turn to leave. Gu Feng, suppressing laughter, called after her, "Where are you going? Mind your own business. You're going the wrong way. The exit is behind you." Fuming, Yang Sihui stomped her foot. "I prefer this route." "Wait, don't worry. It's just a puppy. It won't harm you." Having never encountered such a fearsome creature, Yang Sihui spun around and sprinted back, screaming all the while. Gu Feng's words barely registered in her ears as she dashed past him, not halting her flight. The puppy flapped its wings, soaring to Gu Feng's side, looking quite aggrieved, as if it were apologizing. "It's all right," Gu Feng reassured the puppy, patting its head. "It's not your fault. This child is simply too naive." As Gu Feng finished speaking, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter, ultimately causing his belly to ache from amusement. In a playful spirit, he turned to the dog and said, "Please keep your distance. It would be best if she doesn't see you." The dog nodded and moved away from Gu Feng. Meanwhile, Gu Feng, suppressing his laughter, pursued Yang Sihui. Now, Yang Sihui was sprinting wildly, not daring to look back. She ran 3 streets without pause, and only when she could run no more did she seek refuge in a shop selling safes. Upon seeing the safe, Yang Sihui felt a surge of relief. Without a second thought, she slipped inside. However, with a sharp click, she suddenly realized that the safe could not be opened from inside. Oh no! Yang Sihui wished desperately for time to reverse. Faced with the prospect of being suffocated in the dark confines of the safe, she would much rather be devoured by a mutated beast. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and before long, she was sobbing softly, "Oh, Gu Feng, you must not be eaten by that mutated beast. You must come find me. I don't want to suffocate to death." As time passed, her cries echoed. "It's been so long, and Gu Feng has yet to arrive. He must have been devoured by that fearsome mutated beast, which looked incredibly formidable. Surely, Gu Feng sacrificed himself to protect me from that creature. I am doomed. When I reach the other side, I will apologize to you, Gu Feng. Although our acquaintance has been brief, I know you are truly a wonderful person." Chapter 521. The key is stuck inside. Gu Feng hastened after, quickly sensing that Yang Sihui was concealed within the safe. The safe was nearly the size of a suitcase, and Gu Feng felt a sense of confinement just by looking at it. One could only imagine how it must feel for the person trapped inside. However, given Yang Sihui's previous antics involving crawling through ventilation ducts, Gu Feng had half a mind to believe she had a peculiar penchant for such escapades. Kicking the safe lightly, he called out, "Come on, stop hiding. It's safe outside." Upon hearing Gu Feng's voice, Yang Sihui felt a wave of relief, nearly fainting with joy. "I'm not sure if it's because of the lack of oxygen. I can't get out. You need to open from the outside." Gu Feng burst into laughter, nearly doubling over. "Oh, come on. This is too hilarious. Hurry up and let me out. I'm about to suffocate." Yang Sihui shouted from within. Gu Feng attempted to open the safe, but it was unresponsive. After further inspection, he discovered that both a key and a password were required to unlock it. "Where's the key? What's the password?" he inquired. Suddenly, an ominous premonition washed over Yang Sihui. "What key? What password?" "The key and password for the safe. I haven't seen either," she exclaimed, her voice tinged with despair. Gu Feng slapped his forehead, lamenting the girl's unfortunate luck. He truly wondered how she had managed to survive this long. With no key or password in sight, he resolved to force the safe open. One hand pressed against it while the other grasped the handle. He pulled with all his might, only to hear a sharp crack as the handle broke off, leaving the safe still firmly shut. Hearing the commotion, Yang Sihui cried out, "Did something break?" Gu Feng responded nonchalantly, "The key just snapped inside. Oh no, I can't get out. Woe is me." Yang Sihui sobbed from within, her sorrow palpable. Gu Feng felt a twinge of guilt for teasing the young girl. Clearing his throat, he said, "Just kidding. The key didn't break, and I found the password." Yet Yang Sihui continued to cry uncontrollably. Utilizing his unique ability, Gu Feng activated his metal control, causing the lock's core hidden within the iron plate to contract suddenly, and with a click, the door swung open. Upon seeing Gufeng, Yang Sihui's tears flowed even more profusely. Gufeng scratched his head. Please stop crying and come out. I can't breathe. I've been stuck for too long. I can't move, she whimpered, sounding more like a child than ever. Suppressing a chuckle, Gufeng offered, allow me to assist you. Once Yang Sihui emerged, it took her a moment to compose herself, finally managing to cease her tears. Thank goodness you were here, otherwise, I might have suffocated. Just thinking about it terrifies me. Gufeng finally voiced a question he had been pondering. Are you sure you don't have a fondness for confined spaces? Yang Sihui rolled her eyes, quickly standing up. We need to get moving. If we linger any longer, night will fall. With renewed determination, the two set off once more, this time in the correct direction, with Yang Sihui leading the way and Gufeng following. It wasn't he that Gufeng wished to lag behind. Every time he attempted to pass her, she would block his path with an exasperated expression, chiding, do you even have any survival experience in this apocalypse? Do you understand stealth? Observe before you act, and always leave a retreat. All right. Gufeng conceded. Clearly, you lack understanding. Allow me to lead the way. Follow closely behind and observe my actions, emulating them accordingly. Is your notion of stealth merely moving from one rock to another? Is there a problem with that? If you do not comprehend, refrain from making unfounded remarks and focus on learning. Having concluded her statement, Yang Sihui commenced her performance. She bent at the waist, her rear elevated, and scuttled along the base of the wall until she reached an obstacle that concealed her form. Peering cautiously around the corner, she ensured her safety before swiftly maneuvering her way to another obstruction, repeating this comical and amusing routine. The spectacle was so entertaining that Gufeng nearly burst into laughter. Chapter 5:22. The Song of Ancient Style, Could You Not Be So Frivolous? Yang Sihui remarked, genuinely perplexed by the humor found in the ancient style. My apologies. I merely wish to inquire, at your pace, when shall we arrive at Q City? What would you have me do? We shall walk boldly. As Gufeng spoke, he emerged from behind an obstruction, singing loudly, here the mountain road wins 18 bends. Here, the waterway forms 9 loops. Here. Oh, for heaven's sake. Cease your singing. It is unbearable. Gufeng chuckled. I sing with such volume. Yet no mutant beasts have approached, indicating that we are in a safe vicinity. Let us proceed with confidence. How can this be? It shouldn't be like this. Where have the mutant beasts gone? Gufeng chose not to disclose that the dog was clearing the path ahead. Yang Sihui, in a moment of realization, exclaimed, it must be your singing that frightened the mutant beasts away. It has to be. Quickly, just to be safe, continue to sing. Get lost. Sing. For our safety. You can endure a little discomfort. Gufeng, disinterested, continued on his way, while Yang Sihui followed, chattering incessantly. Today's high school students are so talkative. Has no one assigned them any homework? Gufeng mused. During this time, Gufeng observed that the mutant beasts in the Central Plains had evidently evolved to a much lower level compared to those in the north. The majority of northern mutant beasts had reached around biological level 7, while those in the Central Plains lingered around biological levels 2 to 3. Gufeng speculated that this might be related to the Hualing mountain range and the fact that few animals had previously inhabited the Central Plains. Consequently, after the mutations, the number of mutant beasts was naturally limited, resulting in slower evolution. However, this did not rule out the possibility of high-level mutant beasts lurking within, as the Central Plains, being relatively densely populated, provided an inexhaustible source of evolutionary energy for the mutant beasts. Gufeng eagerly anticipated the surprises the mutant beasts of the Central Plains might bring him. With an air of audacity, Gufeng strode along the main road with Yang Sihui, a scenario she would have never dared to imagine before. Hey, aren't we being a bit too audacious, uncle? Gufeng rolled his eyes. Do I appear that old? I'm only 18, you know. I believe a ghost before I believed you. You look like you're nearing 30. Stop pretending to be youthful. There's a generational gap with you post-2000s folks. It's impossible to converse. As the two exchanged banter, a group suddenly burst forth from the side. 7 individuals, both male and female. Upon seeing Gufeng and Yang Sihui, they shouted in urgency, Run. A mutant beast is chasing us. After their warning, The group continued to sprint forward. Gu Feng remained unperturbed, ambling leisurely, while Yang Sihui panicked, tugging at Gu Feng in a bid to flee. Gu Feng was both amused and exasperated by the absurdity of the situation. Was she truly unwilling to allow him an opportunity to showcase his abilities? Well, since he had chosen to conceal his prowess, he would carry it through to the end. As Gu Feng sprinted alongside Yang Sihui, it did not take long for him to discover that a group of individuals had halted at the intersection ahead. Without needing to glance, Gu Feng was aware that the mutated beasts had encircled them, effectively blocking their path. In truth, there were only 3 mutated beasts, all of which were of the 2nd biological grade, lacking even a semblance of intelligence. Among the 7 individuals, 1 was a 2nd-grade mutated human, and 2 were 1st grade. The disparity in strength was not overwhelmingly significant. A modicum of cleverness could lead to victory. Yet, this group, in its folly, insisted on confronting the mutated beasts head-on, leaving Gu Feng at a loss for words. As the situation grew increasingly perilous, Gu Feng suddenly noticed the 2nd-grade mutated human brandishing a pair of iron fists. A spark of inspiration ignited within Gu Feng, causing the mutated human to feel his fists betray him. At that moment, the mutated beast lunged toward him, its gaping maw poised to strike. The mutated human attempted to raise his fists in defense, but they remained utterly still. Terror gripped his heart as he assumed his demise was imminent. To his astonishment, just inches from his face, the beast's teeth were met with a powerful uppercut delivered by his own iron fist, executed with impeccable precision. Chapter 5:23. A flock of sheep released a simultaneous explosion echoed as the mutated beast's jaw was crushed by an iron fist, its lifeless body dangling from the arm of the mutant. When did I become so powerful? The mutant blinked rapidly, confirming that he had indeed smashed the mutated beast with a single blow. However, before he could revel in his triumph, the iron fist acted autonomously, discarding the beast's corpse and propelling the mutant toward another creature. Hey, slow down. The speed of the iron fist was overwhelming, leaving the mutant's legs struggling to keep pace, ultimately dragging on the ground. In that position, adorned with red shorts and a blue cape, he would have resembled a quintessential superhero. Wait, this isn't right. At that moment, the other mutated beast was preoccupied with attacking a level 1 mutant, oblivious to the impending ambush from behind. By the time it heard the commotion and turned around, it was already too late. The beast felt an intense pressure, and the iron fist made its entrance. Having never experienced such a sensation before, the creature was propelled several meters away. Attempting to flee, its hind legs weakened, collapsing to the ground, blood gushing from its rear, swiftly rendering it incapable of further combat. Witnessing this spectacle, others yearned to cheer but found themselves unable, instinctively clenching their legs. The final mutated beast posed little challenge. The iron fist struck again, and with a single blow, shattered the beast's skull, its brain matter exploding and killing it on the spot. Thus, the battle concluded in an inexplicable manner, and everyone gathered around to laud the mutant wielding the iron fist. Jiang Yibai, you've outdone yourself. When did you become this formidable, taking on 3 with such ease? That move was simply breathtaking. Jiang Yibai chuckled. I don't know what happened. I just suddenly felt so powerful, as if my fists were brimming with strength. I believe I could take on 10 more. The crowd erupted in praise. Even Yang Sihui, standing beside Gu Feng, cast an envious glance his way. How impressive. I wish I could be that strong someday. Is that what you call impressive? Gu Feng scoffed dismissively. Old man, if you can't keep up, don't begrudge others their abilities. I have no tolerance for your kind. Just then, Jiang Yibai approached Gu Feng and Yang Sihui, saying, given the direction you're headed, I presume you're also on your way to City Q? We are too. We could travel together for mutual support. Gu Feng furrowed his brow. Support? Who will be supporting whom? I have no interest in playing caretaker. We prefer to travel independently. Yang Sihui stepped in front of Gu Feng, addressing Jiang Yibai. I apologize. My uncle is merely envious of your prowess and spoke in jest. We would be delighted to travel together. Despite Yang Sihui's height of only around 167 meters, she was unable to effectively obstruct the imposing figure of Gu Feng. Standing at 180 meters, Gu Feng, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked above her head, "Who is your uncle? We're not acquainted, are we? Moreover, I harbor no jealousy towards anyone, absolutely none." Jiang Ibai felt a bit bewildered. This pair of uncle and niece was rather peculiar. He somewhat regretted inviting them over. Yang Sihui quickly interjected, "Please excuse my uncle. He is experiencing a midlife crisis." Jiang Ibai nodded earnestly, saying, "Since we are together, feel free to accompany us and speak up if anything arises." Thank you, thank you." Yang Sihui expressed her gratitude hastily. After Jiang Ibai departed, Gu Feng cast a sidelong glance at his retreating figure and scoffed. Such eloquent words. "Tell me, can you truly resolve any of this? Can you?" Yang Sihui shot back, glaring at Gu Feng. All right, I concede. I cannot contend with someone born after 2000. Ultimately, Gu Feng consoled herself. Whether it is a single sheep or a flock, they are all just grazing. I shall consider it merely herding sheep. Chapter 524. The adaptable Yang Sihui, in truth. The canine had been diligently clearing the path ahead, and the sudden appearance of the three mutated beasts was brought forth by Jiang Ibai and his companions. Eliminating them was hardly a daunting task. The group journeyed along the trail cleared by the dog, and, as night fell, they encountered not a single strand of mutated beast fur. Jiang Ibai seemed somewhat unsatisfied, as if he yearned to seek out more mutated creatures for a challenge. Gu Feng harbored concerns that Jiang Ibai, in a moment of reckless enthusiasm, might confront a level 3 mutated beast alone, without his assistance. He could meet an untimely demise before even realizing it. Gu Feng felt compelled to find an opportunity to divulge the truth to him. As darkness descended, it was ill-advised to continue their journey, so the group sought refuge in an apartment building. Some busied themselves tidying the quarters, while others prepared dinner. Gu Feng, appearing indifferent, sat in a chair, lost in thought. Yang Sihui, observing him, felt a surge of frustration. "You are a mutant, just like them. How can there be such a disparity?" Gu Feng feigned ignorance. If you don't contribute, I shall withhold your dinner tonight," Yang Sihui threatened. With a flourish of his sleeve, Gu Feng revealed a table laden with an array of fruits and delicacies. While the food was familiar, the fruits were entirely novel to the group. Yang Sihui's demeanor shifted dramatically. "Oh, please take a rest. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them." Everyone ceased their tasks, gathering around the table with expressions of curiosity as they examined the exotic fruits. One individual took a bite and nearly swooned with delight. How can such delectable fruits exist in this world? These fruits were the product of samples that Gu Feng and Professor Tu had gathered in the wilderness, subsequently improved and cultivated for mass production. In Noa New City, they were abundant and no longer a rarity, yet to these individuals, they appeared almost celestial. The food was also fresh. In Noa New City, robots prepared various culinary delights daily for the enjoyment of the populace. The freshly made dishes were even more astonishing to the group. Typically, they were fortunate to encounter expired food, and only on fortunate occasions did they have access to mutated beast meat. Moreover, not every mutated beast was edible. Often, it was a matter of luck. Without comparison, there could be no sorrow. The group abandoned their chores and instead gathered around the table, devouring the food voraciously. As they feasted, they expressed their admiration, reveling in what could only be described as the most exquisite dinner of their lives. With her mouth full, Yang Sihui held 2 pieces of food larger than her head in each hand and exclaimed to Gu Feng, "I never anticipated that you were playing a supportive role." "A support role? You mean like a healer? Your ability must be to conjure food, right?" "Oh my, such a marvelous ability. From now on, you shall provide for me," Yang Sihui declared with unwavering conviction. Gu Feng rolled his eyes. "You are the one who is a healer. Your entire family must be healers." Yang Sihui chuckled. "As long as you can provide for me, I shall take your words to heart." "Ah, indeed, the post-2000 generation exemplifies adaptability in society. Thank you for the compliment." Jiang Ibai and the others underwent a significant transformation in their perception of Gu Feng. Initially, they regarded him as a mere ineffectual figure lurking behind girls. However, To their astonishment, this seemingly inconsequential individual proved to be indispensable, capable of resolving the food issues for the entire group. It was no longer appropriate to label him as a mere useless entity. To call him a prized asset would not be an exaggeration. After their evening meal, the group engaged in conversation, during which Feng gleaned that the Central Plains region had indeed been subjected to widespread assaults by mutated beasts during the surge of these creatures. This revelation indicated that the Central Plains, along with the entirety of the Southern Territories, experienced these attacks a full 6 months later than the northern regions. This timeline elucidated the surprisingly low evolutionary levels of the mutated beasts in the South. Moreover, Feng pondered the unsettling truth that the authorities had been aware of the impending apocalypse long before the rest of humanity. The reasons behind the apocalypse and its eventual arrival lingered as the most pressing enigmas in Feng's mind. While Xiao Budian was privy to this knowledge, she remained silent, perhaps hinting at the possibility of unexpected revelations from the authorities. With this understanding, Feng realized that it was not merely a matter of escorting the others to Q City. Rather, it was he who needed to journey there himself. Chapter 525, a nocturnal exploration of the zoo as night descended and the others fell into slumber. Feng stealthily departed. Upon reaching the entrance, he unfurled his wings and soared towards a distant edifice. Bathed in moonlight, the dog radiated a soft, ethereal glow, exuding an air of purity and nobility. Aside from its somewhat unrefined name, its appearance was undeniably impeccable. Alighting upon the rooftop, the dog joyfully approached, nuzzling against Feng, who affectionately patted its head and remarked, "You've worked hard these past few days." The dog emitted a low growl in response. "By the looks of you, it seems you've been well fed." Feng chuckled, to which the dog nodded vigorously. Feng then mounted the dog's back and said, "Now, where's the lair you discovered today? Let me there." The reason for Feng's nocturnal venture was that the dog had uncovered a nest of mutated beasts, whose strength was comparable to that of the dog, both being level 6 on land. Concerned for the dog's safety in confronting them alone, he had chosen to accompany it under the cover of night. As they glided through the starlit sky, the dog soon landed before the entrance of a zoo. This place holds intrigue," Feng exclaimed as he ventured inside. The zoo's grand entrance had collapsed, and Feng tread upon the rubble, stepping into a realm where ancient architecture flanked him, with the roof tiles still relatively intact. Yet, the incomplete sections formed 5-meter-wide, curved depressions, reminiscent of the tracks left by a colossal serpent. Feng speculated, could the boss within be a mutated giant python? The dog growled in protest. "Not so. Very well, I shall investigate for myself. Return and safeguard Yang Sihui and the others. They're sleeping like logs, and I fear they may not witness the dawn." The dog turned and soared back home. Wandering the zoo alone in the dead of night proved quite exhilarating for Feng. As he ventured deeper, he entered a bamboo grove. The moment he stepped into the thicket, he heard a rustling sound above, akin to bamboo, leaves brushing together, or perhaps something swiftly traversing among the foliage. Without even activating his psychic abilities, Feng discerned the presence of a flattened, azure serpent coiled above him, its size mirroring the marks on the rooftop. A mere level 6 mutated beast, yet it resorts to such theatrics, Feng remarked with a smirk. He raised his hand and thrust it forward, causing the serpent to crash to the ground like a whip. However, this whip was rather sizable, as numerous bamboo stalks snapped under its weight, and a 30-meter-long trench was carved into the earth below. The serpent lay motionless within, blood seeping from its wounds, clearly beyond saving. With a flicker of his forehead's star core, the serpent's carcass vanished without a trace. Continuing deeper into the zoo, Feng soon encountered a sign that read Beast Zone. "Fierce beasts, splendid. Let us see how fierce they truly are," he declared, striding confidently into the area, where only bare iron railings remained, standing in ordered rows amidst the remnants of the once imposing barbed wire. Each iron pillar bore the skulls of human beings, creating an eerie and macabre sight. However, to someone like Feng, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, this was akin to watching children play house. The Beast Zone was quite expansive, evidently once a free-range habitat. Yet after a considerable time, Gu Feng had yet to encounter a single mutated beast. Unable to contain himself, he bellowed, "Is anyone there? Come out, beasts! Don't you know the service industry is fiercely competitive?" To his astonishment, his call was answered not by one, but multiple mutated creatures, their varied tones indicating several were present. "Hey, I'm over here. Don't get lost." Gu Feng shouted once more, and soon after, several mutated beasts emerged from the thicket. Observing them, Gu Feng shook his head in disappointment. Where were the formidable beasts he expected? Instead, he found only those below level 5 in biological classification. Alas, with such a lack of intelligence, it's no wonder they wouldn't think to hang human heads on the railings. With a casual wave of his hand, the mutated beasts collapsed to the ground, their bodies riddled with numerous fine puncture wounds, a clear indication that Gu Feng had employed blood collapse. Sensing something amiss, he suddenly smiled toward the distant spot, declaring, "It's a bit late to think of escaping now." With a flourish of his wings, Gu Feng soared behind a nearby artificial mountain, where he discovered a level 1 terrestrial mutant hiding, his first encounter with such a creature in the Central Plains region. Chapter 526. The destruction of childhood idols. Before him stood a creature, a hybrid of man and leopard, evidently possessing a degree of intelligence. Upon witnessing the swift demise of its numerous kin by Gu Feng's hand, it realized it was no match for him and opted to flee. The speed of this half-man, half-leopard was astonishing. It sprinted several miles in a single breath, presuming Gu Feng could not pursue. It concealed itself behind a rock formation to rest, only to be met with Gu Feng's presence in the very next moment. "Human," the creature stammered, whether from fear or incomplete evolution was uncertain. Gu Feng offered no reply, but inquired, "Where is the leader of your zoo?" The half-man, half-leopard's words faltered abruptly, its head severed by Gu Feng's blade. "Such folly! Did you think I would remain ignorant?" Gu Feng remarked before turning to depart. The creature's lifeless body vanished shortly thereafter, disintegrated by the star core. Through his ability to read minds, Gu Feng gleaned the whereabouts of a level 6 terrestrial mutant beast. Curiously, it was located at the performance hall. Following the signs, Gu Feng made his way to the venue, dispatching every mutant beast encountered along the route with swift, precise motions, leaving no room for hesitation. Upon arriving outside the performance hall, he discovered it was brightly lit, with the sound of whips cracking echoing from within. Were it not for the apocalypse, Gu Feng might have mistaken it for a typical circus training session. Yet again with these frivolous antics, how tiresome, he muttered as he approached the entrance, only to be obstructed by a mutant monkey. The creature brandished a stick, adorned with feathers atop its head and a cloak draped over its back, striking a pose reminiscent of the legendary son Wukong. "Ha ha ha!" It cackled, blocking Gu Feng's path. Rolling his eyes, Gu Feng retorted, "Step aside quickly. Were it not for your ridiculous costume, you would have been obliterated already. Do you believe me?" The mutant monkey, clearly lost in its role, pointed at Gu Feng and mimicked the classic gestures of the Monkey King, bellowing, "Who dares to cause a ruckus before me? The great sun? Prepare to meet your end." With that, it leaped into the air, swinging its iron staff directly at Gu Feng. With a resigned sigh, Gu Feng lamented, "I truly do not wish to destroy my childhood idol, yet you have brought this upon yourself," he concluded, delivering a forceful strike downward. The mutant monkey felt an immense force from behind, crashing it to the ground. The concrete shattered beneath the impact, leaving the creature with but half its life remaining, unable to move. Even in this state, the mutant monkey remained ensnared in its role, cursing at Gu Feng. "So, it is you, little one from the Tathagata? You think to crush me beneath the Five-Finger Mountain? Not a chance." Gu Feng could only smile wryly at the absurdity of it all. "Very well. Let me send you to reunite with your grandfather." With another strike, the mutant monkey met its demise. Shaking his head in disbelief, Gu Feng stepped into the performance hall. The interior was expansive, designed in a tiered fashion, with high walls surrounding a lower central area. Upon entering through the grand doors, he was afforded a full view of the entire venue. In the center of the venue, a performance area features 4 or 5 mutated tigers, brandishing whips that crack against the bodies of humans, precariously traversing a tightrope. Below this precarious path lies not a springboard or a flat surface, but rather a bed of 1-meter-long sharp spikes. Should anyone plummet from above, they would undoubtedly be impaled, meeting a grim fate. The tightrope walkers, already trembling with trepidation, face an even greater peril with the ever-present threat of the whips striking at any moment. This is merely a corner of the spectacle. Adjacent to them are performers leaping through flaming hoops, with the flames being far from the only hazard. The hoops are also equipped with inward-facing half-inch blades. Chapter 5:27. The enforcer's presence. 1 must navigate with utmost precision through the center point, striving to minimize one's stature. Otherwise, the razor-sharp blades may sever the abdomen. Or one could find oneself ensnared in the fiery ring. Adjacent to this perilous endeavor, blindfolded individuals are flinging knives, while a turntable binds another unfortunate soul, the assailants being mutated beasts. Additionally, there are the rolling cylinders, filled with searing charcoal. As one traverses this treacherous surface, the heat intensifies. Initially, one can alleviate the discomfort by alternating feet, but over time, the skin on the soles will be scorched away, leaving behind a multitude of crimson footprints etched upon the cylinder. Various other grotesque performances unfold in the arena, while spectators, dozens of mutated beasts, watch with keen interest. Should a performer falter or meet an untimely demise, the mutated beasts would unceremoniously discard the human remains onto the stands, whereupon the spectators would eagerly converge to partake in the feast. Fortunately, Feng had witnessed scenes far more brutal in the Empire of Apocalypse. Otherwise, his worldview would surely have shattered. Clearing his throat, Feng bellowed, "Do you possess an operating license? If not, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." An immediate hush fell over the performance hall as every eye, beast and human alike, turned toward Feng. The expressions of the unfortunate souls were a mix of numbness and sympathy, while the mutated beasts looked on with confusion and incredulity. The beasts pondered the nature of this operating license, bewildered by the audacity of such a diminutive human standing boldly to proclaim his demand. Feng felt as though he were possessed by the spirit of an enforcer and reiterated with authority, "Do you not comprehend what an operating license is? Humans, I have one. Come forth and claim it." One of the mutated beasts flashed a disarming smile. If one could overlook the sharp fangs and drool at the corners of its mouth, the smile was indeed beguiling. Feng retorted, "Very well, I shall approach, but if you fail to produce it, do not hold me accountable." As he stepped forward, the mutated beast launched a surprise attack, but with a mere flick of his wrist, Feng wielded a blood-stained beast-slaying knife, cleaving the creature in two. It was astonishingly swift. This human was no ordinary adversary. I have attained level 4 evolution on land, yet I cannot discern his evolutionary rank. Let's attack together. The horde of mutated beasts surged toward Feng. He smirked. "So be it. This will save me the trouble of dealing with you one by one." With a flourish, he unleashed a bloodshed spell, and the advancing mutated beasts collapsed, their vital fluids pouring from every orifice, their bodies riddled with numerous puncture wounds, staining the ground with a dark crimson hue. In a flash, the corpses of the beasts disintegrated, and Feng gracefully leaped into the center of the arena, where the humans cried out in desperation, "Save me! I implore you, rescue me! Brother, if you save me, I shall do anything you ask. Hero, gallant one, have mercy!" The cacophony of pleas overwhelmed Feng, who was exasperated by their incessant clamoring. The crowd fell silent. But the mutated beasts tasked with overseeing these humans would not allow Feng to act with impunity. They charged toward him, and Feng chuckled, "Truly fearless, aren't you?" With the mastery of thought, the blood-colored beast wielded its blade, mercilessly reaping the lives of the mutated creatures on the battlefield. No mutated beast could impede Feng in his quest to save others. Once he had rescued all the humans, he turned to them and urged, "You must leave at once. A great battle is imminent, and I shall not be able to attend to you then." Feng regarded the land-level 6 mutated beast with indifference. His insistence on their departure was merely a pretext to hasten their exit, for he had no desire to tend to their needs. Chapter 5:28. The Mutated Black Bear in Days Gone By. Feng would undoubtedly have recruited these individuals under his command. However, after the schism in Hope City, Gu Feng grasped the wisdom of choosing quality over quantity, and his heart had hardened considerably. In this apocalyptic world, survival is of paramount importance. After expressing their gratitude in unison, the crowd hastily exited the performance hall. Gu Feng then called out towards a partition behind the stage, "Boss, come forth." The door to the partition swung open, and a bipedal black bear emerged. Gu Feng inquired, "So, how do you wish to meet your demise?" The black bear fell to its knees with a thud, its paws clasped together in supplication. "My lord, I beseech you to spare my life. I have an elderly mother of 70 and a newborn child. If you kill me, my entire family will be left without hope. Come now, can we not be more professional with the dialogue? You are a mutated beast. Where do you get the notion of an elderly mother and offspring?" Gu Feng retorted, "I just recognize them." The bear replied, "That is rather unbecoming, considering you are a level 6 mutated beast. It does not reflect well on you. What is reputation? If my lord grants me mercy, I would willingly serve you like a beast of burden," the black bear implored. Gu Feng sighed, "Alas, you make it difficult for me to act. Please, my lord, I vow to serve you with utmost devotion until my last breath." The mutated black bear bowed repeatedly before Gu Feng. Seeing the bear's sincerity, Gu Feng conceded, "Very well, I grant you your wish." The mutated black bear, filled with gratitude, rose and fervently expressed, thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. Now that I have tamed you, let us depart." Gu Feng declared, "Yes, master." The bear responded eagerly. As Gu Feng turned to leave, the bear's expression shifted, and it struck out with its paw towards Gu Feng's back. With a sickening thud, the bear's paw pierced through, grasping Gu Feng's heart. "Ha ha ha! Foolish human, you fell for my ruse so easily. Now, you shall await your demise." The bear laughed triumphantly. Gu Feng turned, an odd glint in his gaze, and asked, "Do you not feel it yet?" The mutated black bear, sensing something amiss, thought to itself, what could be wrong? Suddenly, it felt a searing pain in its chest. Looking down, it found its chest cavity empty. Its heart was absent. Glancing at its paw, it realized the heart it held had ceased to beat. With a sputter, the mutated black bear coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, repeatedly questioning, "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Gu Feng chuckled. "How does it feel to extract your own heart?" I clearly took yours. How could it have become my own?" I neglected to mention, the Eye of Enchantment can manipulate human consciousness, creating illusions with ease," Gu Feng said, gesturing to his own eyes. "Despicable." The bear spat out blood once more. "We are even in this regard. How I wish I had slain more humans." In a tranquil moment, Gu Feng procured a chair and settled beside the mutated black bear, remarking, "With your vitality, it shall be some time before you meet your end. Since we find ourselves idling, why not share your dreams, young one?" The mutated black bear, both infuriated and amused, comprehended that its fate was sealed. In the twilight of its existence, significant memories from its life began to unfurl in its mind. Chapter 529, Apologies. "I am human," the mutated black bear spoke slowly. "I was born in this zoo, devoid of any cares, living only to eat and sleep, never concerned about what lay beyond the confines of my cage. It was only when I reached the age of 3 that humans brought me here. To you, this place is a sea of joy, but for us animals, it is a hellish torment. Why must we, beings that walk on 4 legs, be forced to move on too? You cannot fathom the profound agony that accompanies each step we take. Some animals are compelled to perform on balls, walking on 2 legs for an entire day, while behind the laughter of humanity lies a soul-crushing sorrow. In those days, we lacked wisdom, unaware of how to evade punishment. The wooden sticks, adorned with nails, truly inflict pain. You cannot comprehend the number of times we are struck by such implements with every movement we make. In my past memories, 2 things struck terror in my heart: the wooden sticks in human hands and the gnawing pangs of hunger. Those were times of genuine starvation. In retrospect, I realize how foolish I was. I should have fought back fiercely, severing a human's throat, to show them that we are not so easily subdued. Why should your joy be built upon our suffering? Why? The mutated black bear did not understand why it felt compelled to share its innermost thoughts with Gu Feng. Perhaps it was a final release of its existence, or simply a desire to confide in someone. Indeed, it seems that the current situation is but the retribution of humanity. Gu Feng remarked with a hint of bitterness. Yes, the retribution has arrived. It will not be long before you all perish. Humanity is the greatest malignancy. Once you are eradicated, the world shall be cleansed, the mutated black bear exclaimed, laughter mingling with a cough of blood. Gu Feng gazed at the sky outside, stood up, and said, I empathize with your plight, but I must apologize. I am human. With that, Gu Feng decisively kicked the mutated black bear's head, ending its life. As he looked at the bear, with paws larger than a basin, he recalled a delicacy he had heard of but never tasted, steamed bear paw. Now that an opportunity had arisen, how could he let it slip away? After severing the four paws, Gu Feng signaled for the star core to begin the decomposition of the remains. He stored the bear paws in the star core space and began his flight homeward. As Gu Feng returned, the dawn light began to break on the horizon. Upon entering, he collided directly with Yang Sihui. Yang Sihui exclaimed, Uncle, where on earth have you been this early? You nearly gave us a heart attack. Gu Feng glanced around the room. It seemed that only Yang Sihui was genuinely anxious, while the others appeared languid and unconcerned. I noticed the weather was splendid today, so I went out for some morning exercise. Gu Feng replied. Just then, the skies erupted with thunder and lightning. Yang Sihui frowned. Uncle, could you at least put some effort into your lies? All right, I shall drop the pretense. I confess. I went out to hunt mutated beasts. Gu Feng declared, his face brimming with bravado. With a dismissive chuckle, Yang Sihui rolled her eyes and headed towards the restroom to freshen up before breakfast. Once we finished our meal, we prepared to set off. Gu Feng produced a bear paw, urging, I truly intend to hunt the mutated beasts. Just take a look. Chapter 530. Jiang Yibai's doubts, he chuckled. Are you really preparing to serve us bear paws this morning? Isn't that a bit too greasy for breakfast? I still prefer the fruits from last night. Breakfast should be something light and refreshing. Hey, why not switch it up? Your abilities can conjure bear paws. Surely, you can also recreate last night's fruits. Unsurprisingly, none of those present believed Gu Feng's words. Thus, it was Gu Feng who ended up eating the bear paw alone, while the others feasted on fruits. Contrary to what everyone claimed, the bear paw was not overwhelmingly greasy. It was not exactly melt in your mouth, but it certainly left a lingering fragrance. Gu Feng consumed just one paw, and despite his usual appetite, he felt full after this single serving. He understood that this was due to the immense biological energy contained within the bear paw. Gu Feng estimated that a single bite of the bear paw contained biological energy comparable to that of an ordinary evolutionary agent. If an average person were to take a bite, they would have a chance of becoming a mutant. With good intentions, he called Yang Sihui over, urging her to have a taste. Yang Sihui, with a smug expression, retorted, Humph, you can't finish it, can you? I told you it's too greasy. Yet you didn't believe me. Now you want to shove it off on me? No way. Sigh. Today's youth truly seem hopeless. Gu Feng had no choice but to enjoy it alone. If Yang Sihui were aware of the truth, she would surely regret her refusal. After everyone had breakfast, they prepared to set off, with Jiang Yibai and others leading the way, while Gu Feng and Yang Sihui trailed behind. Except for Gu Feng, everyone else appeared tense and on edge, unaware that a dog was clearing the path ahead. Noticing the distance between Gu Feng and Yang Sihui from the rest, Jiang Yibai quietly asked his companion, Do you think there is something off about Gu Feng? Not really. Apart from being a bit narcissistic and somewhat self-aggrandizing, he seems fine. Jiang Yibai was aware of his own situation. Perhaps he hadn't fully grasped it yesterday, but today he certainly sensed something amiss. Much of it was contrary to his previous understanding, leaving him in a state of confusion. When his companion inquired about Gu Feng's issues, Jiang Yibai replied, I don't know. I just feel an odd impulse to kneel before him. Seriously? Boss, are you feeling all right? His companion exclaimed, reaching out to check Jiang Yibai's forehead. Jiang Yibai swatted his companion's hand away, insisting, stop fooling around. I'm serious. Can't you see how composed he has been throughout? No matter how perilous the situation, it seems like a mere joke to him. Plus, there's this subtle, yet powerful aura emanating from him. Haven't you noticed? Not at all. Boss, are you sure you're not ill? To me, apart from those imposing wings on his back, he seems, well, hard to describe. Didn't you see how his niece usually treats him? He doesn't react at all. If he were truly as formidable as you claim, wouldn't she be trying to curry favor with him instead? Could it be that I'm overthinking this? Jiang Yibai found himself at a loss for understanding. As the group continued their journey, they arrived at Sanshui City by noon. Once a modest prefecture-level city with a limited population, Sanshui was strategically located along the vital thoroughfare leading west from Q City, granting it a semblance of prosperity. However, the current state of Sanshui bore no resemblance to its former vibrancy. The streets were strewn with wrecked vehicles, and the ground was littered with debris. Every edifice stood with darkened windows and doors, exuding an air of foreboding and eeriness. Chapter 531. The motorcycle gang, while the others remained tense and silent. Gu Feng incessantly lamented, "Oh dear, why is there not a single decent vehicle? It's utterly exasperating. How long must we rely on our feet? Enough with the complaints. You've been grumbling all the way. Can you not take a moment to be quiet?" Yang Sihui retorted, gesturing toward Jiang Yibai. "Look at him. He is so diligent and responsible, scouting ahead without a word of complaint. And you? Just lazing about. I truly cannot fathom how you've managed to survive this long." Lazing about? Gu Feng was incredulous. Was there anyone busier than him, the lord of no new city? Suddenly, the distant roar of motorcycles pierced the air. Gu Feng exclaimed, "Ah, the delivery is here." In stark contrast to Gu Feng's expression, the others wore faces of sheer terror. Jiang Yibai abruptly turned to the group and warned, "This is bad. It's the motorcycle gang. We must hide quickly. If they spot us, it will be disastrous." Yang Sihui's fear was palpable. She clearly understood the menace of the motorcycle gang. She urged Gu Feng, "Uncle, this is serious. We must find cover at once." Perplexed, Gu Feng inquired, "Why must we hide? What exactly is the motorcycle gang?" At that moment, the thunderous sound of motorcycles drew nearer, seemingly on the adjacent street. No time for explanations. "Follow me," Yang Sihui said, pulling Gu Feng along with Jiang Yibai and the others toward an abandoned building by the roadside. As they concealed themselves, the roar of motorcycles surged into their street, and they glimpsed a procession of bikes passing by the entrance. "Wow, there are quite a few," Gu Feng dared to remark, eliciting a collective hush from the others. Gu Feng shrugged. Evidently, even speaking was forbidden. It seemed the motorcycle gang instilled considerable fear among them. He estimated that during this brief period, over 100 motorcycles had passed, each carrying at least 2 riders. All the riders donned studded black jackets and leather pants, their hairstyles reminiscent of the metal genre. Some sported nose rings, while others brandished banners, howling wildly as the motorcycles roared past, exuding an air of brazen arrogance. Gu Feng felt a twinge of envy, reminiscing about his youth at 18 or 19, with a flamboyant hairstyle, riding motorcycles with friends. He had believed himself to be the epitome of coolness, weaving through the town's marketplace, revving the throttle to ensure everyone noticed his style. Above all, he longed to attract the attention of the young ladies. Back then, it had seemed so amusing, yet now it felt childish and absurd. Ironically, it was this very sense of youthful folly that Gu Feng sought, but could not reclaim. In that moment, he turned to glance at Yang Sihui, as she embodied that essence of youth he had longed for. Suddenly, the multitude of motorcycles came to a halt, and the concealed Jiang Yibai and his companions were frozen in fear, wondering if they had been discovered. At this moment, a brash young man with a spiky hairstyle emerged from the motorcycle gang, directing his voice towards the crowd. "Don't hide. Come out, all of you," he shouted. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such an audacious tone reminds me so much of my own youth," Gu Feng remarked sincerely. The others wore expressions of sheer terror, wishing they could burrow beneath the table, vowing never to emerge. Yet, reality offered no respite. Chapter 532. The irresponsible ancient style. There was no escaping the situation. Jiang Yibai, his face ashen, addressed Gu Feng and the others. "If we fall into the hands of the motorcycle gang, it will be a fate worse than death. I will hold them off with all my might. You must find a way to escape. A girl named Xiao Zi in the group firmly interjected, "No, there are too many of them. How can you possibly hold them back alone? They have vehicles. Even if we wanted to flee, we couldn't." The others looked at Xiao Zi in surprise. Usually indecisive, she was now resolute. "Then we shall fight them to the death. Yes, let us confront them." Yang Sihui grasped Gu Feng's clothing, her fingers turning pale as she feigned calmness. "We will fight them." Gu Feng shook his head. It appeared the motorcycle gang was indeed notorious, their reputation for cruelty well-earned. Look at how terrified these young people were. Outside, the group of punks grew impatient, and the leader, sporting a mohawk, waved his hand. "Set the place on fire. Let's see if they dare to come out." As the mohawk-headed leader finished his command, someone approached with a gasoline canister, beginning to throw it towards a room where Jiang Yibai and the others were hiding. Jiang Yibai gritted his teeth, declaring, "We can't wait any longer. On the count of 3, we charge out and fight. 1, 2. Wait, we seem to be missing someone. Where's the uncle?" Yang Sihui leaned out, only to find Gu Feng had already ventured a good 10 meters away. Jiang Yibai, disregarding everything else, shouted, "Charge," and led the way out. A total of 9 people, including Jiang Yibai, Yang Sihui, and Gu Feng, faced over 100 members of the motorcycle gang, making it a reckless act of folly. Gu Feng was startled by the battle cries behind him. Were the youth of today so impassioned? Just as he pondered this, Jiang Yibai and the others surged past him, charging forward. Yang Sihui followed closely, wielding a leg of a bench she had found, shouting as she ran ahead. Gu Feng, amused, reached out and grasped Yang Sihui by the collar, pulling her back. Yang Sihui, still eager to charge forward, found herself unable to move an inch. "Let go of me. I want to fight them." Feigning extreme fear, Gu Feng urged, "You, a delicate flower, rushing into battle would only lead to your demise. We should take advantage of the chaos to escape. You coward, just let me go." "Are you certain?" Gu Feng asked. Yang Sihui, still struggling to move forward, replied impatiently, "Of course." "Oh, very well then." Gu Feng released her suddenly, and Yang Sihui, caught off guard, felt her center of gravity shift forward while her feet remained planted. With a thud, she fell face first to the ground, her face and mouth covered in dirt. She pounded the ground in frustration, sputtering, "You've driven me mad. Can't you do something useful for once?" Gu Feng, stifling a laugh, thought, "Let us simply enjoy the spectacle from the back." Yang Sihui failed to comprehend the implications of the archaic dialogue, letting out a cold snort before turning her gaze towards Jiang Yibai and the others who rushed forward. Despite their invincible spirit and unwavering courage in the face of death, when confronted by the ominous barrels of hundreds of guns aimed directly at them, Jiang Yibai and his companions obediently halted and raised their hands in surrender. The leader, sporting a crest on his head, let out a derisive laugh. Striding forward with a callous demeanor, he delivered 2 sharp slaps to Jiang Yibai's face, mockingly taunting him. "Aren't you quite formidable? Why the cowardice now? Charge forth, kill. Weren't you just shouting boldly moments ago? What a coward." Jiang Yibai's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, as he found himself utterly unable to resist. Chapter 533. You benefited from my light. The rooster-headed man turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Bring 2 people to lock these individuals up." He then approached a female companion of Jiang Yibai and remarked with a smile, "Xiao Zi, you've done remarkably well this time, capturing 8 big fish at once." "What?" Jiang Yibai, in disbelief, glanced at Xiao Zi and then at the rooster-headed man. "Do you know each other?" Xiao Zi, who initially exuded an aura of delicate beauty, suddenly transformed, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. She teased Jiang Yibai apologies, "But I'm a member of the motorcycle gang." As she spoke, she retrieved a locator from her pocket, flaunting it triumphantly before Jiang Yibai. In that moment, Jiang Yibai comprehended why the motorcycle gang could locate them so precisely within such a vast city. Regret washed over him for his lack of discernment and for having been overly kind-hearted. The other companions finally grasped the reality. Xiao Zi was an undercover agent for the motorcycle gang. They erupted in furious accusations. "You scoundrel! We trusted you completely, only to find out you're one of them. Shameless! The motorcycle gang will surely face retribution one day." "You, Xiao Zi, with a heart as venomous as a scorpion, will inevitably meet a dire end. Xiaozi responded to their vitriol with a cold laugh, dismissing them as foolish pigs. Who can you blame? She then turned to the rooster-headed man, saying, Brother Feng, it's been a while. What do you think of my performance on this mission? The rooster-headed man gave her a thumbs up. Wonderful. By the way, which one is the person who can conjure food? Xiaozi glanced back and pointed to Gu Feng, who had lagged behind. That's him. The rooster-headed man gazed at Gu Feng as if he were a precious treasure. Meanwhile, Jiang Yibai and his companions found themselves forcibly bound, iron chains wrapped around them like an unyielding serpent. Jiang Yibai was given special treatment, receiving extra attention. As the subordinates moved to bind Gu Feng and Yang Sihui, the rooster-headed man halted them. No need for that. They are treasures for our base in the future. Gu Feng and Yang Sihui exchanged glances, with Gu Feng boasting, See, you're benefiting from my light. Who desires such light? Now, apart from Gu Feng and Yang Sihui, everyone else was securely bound. The rooster-headed man lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. What are you all dawdling for? The usual rules apply. Let us begin. The members of the motorcycle gang brandished iron rods and other weapons, encircling their captives. Jiang Yibai shouted in desperation. What are you planning to do? We've already surrendered. At that moment, Xiaozi, who was applying makeup while leaning against a motorcycle, spoke up. There's no choice. It's the usual protocol. The brothers know their strength. You want to die? Just endure. Attack. With a rooster-headed man's command, the blows fell like rain upon Jiang Yibai and the others. The cries of anguish mingled with the dull thuds of the rods, gradually fading. Eventually, only faint groans remained, indicating that Jiang Yibai and his companions were still alive. Yang Sihui trembled as she cowered behind Gu Feng, too terrified to even glance around, while Gu Feng appeared utterly unfazed, observing the scene with keen interest. The rules of the motorcycle gang, though simple and brutal, proved remarkably effective. Had Gu Feng been an ordinary individual, he would likely have been intimidated, deterred from any rebellious thoughts. It was only when the cigarette in the Mohawk man's hand dwindled to a mere stub that he called for a halt. The gang dispersed, revealing Jiang Yibai and others. Battered and bloodied, barely resembling human forms, some of their bones grotesquely misshapen. They lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while others had slipped into a daze, whimpering softly. The sole remaining female companion had not been assaulted by the gang members, yet the horrific scene left her pale and trembling, tears streaming down her face, paralyzed by fear. The Mohawk man, observing her tear-streaked visage, felt an insatiable itch of desire and cautiously glanced back at Xiaozi. Sensing his intentions, Xiaozi nonchalantly remarked, If you wish to proceed, do so swiftly. We must return before nightfall. The Mohawk man chuckled. Very well. I shall remember this favor. With that, he seized the iron chain, intent on dragging the girl toward a nearby building by the roadside. Chapter 534. Who is reciting poetry? The girl, overwhelmed with fear, could only plead to Xiaozi. Save me. We are good sisters. Xiaozi. Her face etched with impatience, retorted, Sisters? You still don't realize I'm merely exploiting you? What a fool you are. Just go with him. What is there to be afraid of? It's merely a matter between men and women. It won't kill you. With no hope for rescue, the girl despondently followed the rooster-headed man into the house. The rest of the motorcycle gang erupted in raucous laughter. Yang Sihui, almost pressed against Gu Feng's wings, trembled as she said, These people, they are truly wicked who will save us? Gu Feng, with an air of indifference, replied, You could always ask me directly. Sir, is this really the time for jokes? Yang Sihui whispered. The phrase survival of the fittest was not just a mere saying. As the apocalypse persisted, it would become increasingly stark and potent, a principle adhered to in every corner of the world by every individual. And you? Yang Sihui inquired, half understanding. I don't know how much longer I can cling to the goodness in my heart. As they spoke, the rooster-headed man brushed past them and instantly noticed Yang Sihui's beauty. Comparing her to the girl behind, the difference was stark. He immediately abandoned his previous captive and lunged for Yang Sihui. Terrified, she burrowed into Gu Feng's wings, crying, Uncle, save me. Gu Feng raised a hand to block the rooster-headed man, saying, "She is still just a child. Reconsider your intentions." The rooster-headed man tilted his head back, nostrils flaring as he shouted, "Consider you? If it weren't for your peculiar ability, I would have had someone beat you both. Don't overestimate your worth. Step aside." Yang Sihui clung tighter, her voice nearly a wail. "Uncle, don't let him come near, uncle." Gu Feng turned to comfort her. "Don't worry. No one can harm you while I'm here." "Ha!" The rooster-headed man spat on the ground. "You think you can play the hero? I've already given you your chance. Bring 2 men and teach him a lesson. Be gentle, don't break him. His ability to conjure food is quite useful to us." Gu Feng shook his head helplessly. Given his current strength, it felt rather unjust to bully these individuals. As the motorcycle gang began to encircle them, suddenly a resonant voice echoed from above the crowd. The night has gifted me with black eyes, yet I use them to seek the light. Why do my eyes brim with tears? Because my love for this land runs deep. Please, loyal poet of time, bring comforting news to humanity." Gu Feng was momentarily stunned. Was someone hosting a poetry recital? Not only Gu Feng, but everyone present was equally bewildered, turning to follow the sound, only to discover a long-haired man in a trench coat standing atop a building nearby. A man stood against the sunlight, his features obscured. Yet the sorrowful, brooding, and fervent essence of a poet was unmistakably revealed. Gu Feng coughed lightly and muttered to himself, "Indeed, in a vast forest, one can find all manner of birds." The others were still somewhat perplexed by Gu Feng's words. The red-crowned fellow pointed directly at the long-haired man and bellowed, "Who is up on the rooftop playing tricks? Come down at once, or I'll make sure you regret it." The man lifted his coat and pressed his hand against his forehead, striking a contemplative pose, proclaiming, "The clatter of my hooves is but a beautiful mistake. I'm not one who returns, merely a passerby." Puffed. Gu Feng couldn't help but laugh aloud. The red-crowned fellow felt as though his intelligence had been insulted, and he shouted angrily, "You passerby, you mother, get 2 people up here and bring that scoundrel down." Before the motorcycle gang could ascend the stairs, the man leaped, vaulting off the rooftop. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. This was a building over 30 stories high, and a fall from such a height would surely end in a gruesome fate. Yang Sihui, unable to bear the sight, instinctively covered her eyes. Chapter 535. The death of poetry. As the man descended, he remained resolute in his poetic musings, aspiring to become a dagger, a spear, a spark that ignites a vast conflagration. With a thunderous crash, he landed firmly on the ground, causing the surrounding concrete to fracture. How could this be possible? My heavens, to jump from such a height and emerge unscathed. Could he truly be human? The members of the motorcycle gang were astounded. Gu Feng nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, a biological level of 8 is quite commendable, though his appearance is truly difficult to articulate." It was no wonder Gu Feng's discerning eye found the man's visage perplexing. His shoulder-length hair appeared as if it had not seen a wash in years, greasy and matted, with bits of straw clinging to it. His piercing eyes peered through the tangled hair and beard, radiating both sorrow and sympathy towards the crowd, embodying a spirit of lament for the unworthy and a grief for the unfortunate. Beneath his pristine brown coat lay the garb of a hospital patient, and on his feet were plastic slippers. Gu Feng's keen eyes quickly discerned a line of crimson text emblazoned on the chest of the patient attire: Sanshui City Mental Health Rehabilitation Center. Upon seeing the disheveled man, the previously startled rooster-head's astonishment began to wane, and he could not help but scoff. Where did this beggar come from? The long-haired man suddenly lifted his head, tears welling in his eyes, and sorrowfully proclaimed, "Poetry has perished. Poetry has perished. Are you insane? Do not hinder my affairs. Be gone at once." Roosterhead retorted impatiently. The long-haired man, in a sudden surge of anger, pointed an accusatory finger at Roosterhead's nose and declared, "You wraiths and phantoms, I am a deity incarnate, here to cleanse your realm of these demons and restore clarity to the world." Roosterhead turned to his companions with a laugh. "Ha, he is truly a lunatic. Since he is mad, there is no loss in putting him down. Let us." However, Roosterhead's words faltered as his head drooped limply against his chest. It was none other than the so-called madman who had struck him. With a single punch, he had shattered Roosterhead's cervical spine. Rooster Head would never comprehend what had transpired before his demise. Damn, Feng has been killed. Brothers, avenge Feng. Let us take him down, everyone charge. Though the motorcycle gang members sported an eclectic and edgy appearance, their strength was formidable, with most possessing a biological level of 3 and several exceptional individuals reaching level 5. Over 100 of them surged forward, encircling the long-haired man and launching their assault. Gu Feng spread his wings to shield himself and Yang Sihui, retreating to the sidelines. Watching with great interest, the gang members unleashed a barrage of both firearms and melee weapons, while the long-haired man oscillated between maniacal laughter and profound weeping. His movements fluid and precise. He evaded attacks while finding opportunities to counterstrike. Gu Feng showed no inclination to assist, resembling a true bystander, as if he were merely enjoying a slice of watermelon. Yang Sihui anxiously observed the unfolding battle. Each time a member of the motorcycle gang was injured, she would cheer with delight, while every time the long-haired man was hurt, she would clench her fists and shout encouragement. As the conflict escalated, her shouts grew increasingly fervent, ultimately provoking the ire of the motorcycle gang. "Shut your mouth. We'll take care of you too." A young man with a nose ring, sporting a shaggy hairstyle, shouted at Yang Sihui. In response, she made a face at him and ducked behind Gu Feng's protective stance. Just as the young man turned to rejoin the fray, Yang Se brazenly called out encouragement to the long-haired man once more. Seething with anger, the young man brandished a spike club and marched angrily toward Gu Feng and Yang Sihui. In a most ungentlemanly manner, Gu Feng stepped aside, exposing Yang Sihui to the approaching threat. Yang Sihui, realizing she was now alone, gasped in shock. "Uncle, how could you do this?" "TCH, you provoked him. And now you blame me?" Gu Feng retorted. "You." Yang Sihui was at a loss for words, quickly turning to the young man with a forced smile. "Big brother, I was wrong. I won't shout anymore. Just look at how badly your friends are being beaten. Don't you want to help them?" The more she spoke, the angrier he became. "It's fine. After all, there's only one of him against more than 100 of us. I can't join in just yet, so I might as well play with my little sister," the young man declared as he raised his spike club and charged forward. Chapter 536. Xiao Zi's fear. As Yang Sihui screamed in terror, she sprinted towards Gu Feng. Furrowing his brow, Gu Feng urged, "Don't come looking for me. I haven't done anything to provoke them." With that, he increased the distance between them. Although Yang Sihui ran swiftly, she was merely an ordinary person. Fortunately, the young man pursuing her, a member of the punk group, was not highly evolved, allowing her to evade him for the moment. Regret gnawed at Yang Sihui's insides as she glanced back to see the punk youth drawing ever closer. Desperately, she called out to Gu Feng, "Uncle, I was wrong. I won't provoke anyone again. Please help me." To her, in the punk's astonishment, Gu Feng replied, "Why are you crying now? It's too late to realize the danger." The punk, spurred on by her distress, quickened his pace. Just as the spike club was a mere inch from Yang Sihui's head, Gu Feng, with a resigned flick of his finger, sent the weapon hurtling back towards its wielder. A dull thud echoed as the punk's skull was crushed, splattering blood and brain matter across the ground. "Oh dear, I may have exerted too much force," Gu Feng muttered apologetically. Yang Sihui, upon hearing the sudden silence behind her, turned around to find a headless corpse, her heart racing with a mix of shock and relief. While others may have overlooked the incident, the observant Xiao Zi, leaning against a motorcycle, witnessed Gu Feng's subtle maneuver and the gruesome fate of the punk. Terror gripped her heart. That man was far too dangerous. She needed to escape before it was too late. Motivating herself, she trembled as she mounted her motorcycle, struggling to start the engine. After several futile attempts, it finally roared to life. However, despite her efforts to engage the gears and accelerate, the bike remained stubbornly grounded, suspended 2 inches above the ground, rendering her frantic pedaling useless. Xiao Zi's gaze darted to Gu Feng, who wore a cryptic smile. Despair washed over her, and she slumped over the bike, her spirit extinguished. Yang Sihui approached Gu Feng, wiping her tears as she admonished him. "Uncle, how could you do this? If it weren't for my luck and that man's own misfortune, I would be the one lying on the ground." Gu Feng replied earnestly, You are fortunate to have encountered me. Huh, as if. You're not harming me is already a blessing. Yang Sihui rolled her eyes. Why do you have such little faith in humanity? I assure you, I am exceedingly powerful. Sure, if you're so strong, why didn't you take action? I intended to, but I hesitated. Besides, there are always others coming to assist, so I deemed it unnecessary to intervene. You actually know the meaning of hesitation? How remarkable. That man was single-handedly facing 100 others. One opportunity for you to prove yourself. There is no need. Although this group of sham-made individuals is numerous, they lack any semblance of cooperation, resembling nothing more than a street brawl. Observing the long-haired man, he has yet to utilize his abilities, yet he matches the sham-mate fighter's blow for blow. If he were to employ his powers, these sham-mate individuals would be utterly outmatched. Yang Sihui, half convinced, remarked, though your words are quite persuasive, I still feel you are trying to deceive me. Is it that my initial impression of you is too weak, or are you simply foolish? It leaves me utterly speechless. Gu Feng, with a weary tone, replied, all right, you made your point. I shall not hold it against the elder. Fine, we shall observe together. In less than 2 minutes, the outcome of this battle will become clear. Very well, I shall watch. The two began to earnestly spectate. 2 minutes later, the motorcycle gang's offensive began to show signs of fatigue, presenting an opportune moment for a counterattack. The long-haired man then recited loudly, by the light of the lamp, I gaze upon my sword, dreaming of the horn's call echoing through the camp. 800 miles under my command, the sound of 50 strings reverberates beyond the frontier. The autumn battlefield assembles the troops. The instant the word troops was uttered, a fierce wind swept through the surroundings, gathering sand and stones. In the blink of an eye, several dozen battle-ready figures, proportionate to that of an adult, materialized around the long-haired man, armed with swords and halberds, charging towards the motorcycle gang. Gu Feng gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, what kind of ability is this? It is neither physical nor mental. It is truly bizarre. Chapter 537. Mercenaries and warhorses. The combat prowess of the mercenaries was not significantly superior to that of the bikers. However, their astonishing regenerative abilities left the bikers utterly helpless. Even when bullets and weapons left marks on the mercenaries, the next moment, the wounds would be seamlessly mended by swirling sands and stones. Moreover, these mercenaries operated with remarkable coordination, devoid of emotion and fatigue. They were nothing short of relentless killing machines. Under the relentless assault of the mercenaries, the bikers soon suffered substantial casualties. When the world is this? Have the terracotta warriors come alive? Exclaimed a young man with yellow hair, as he broke one of the mercenaries' arms, only to witness it miraculously return to its original state in the next instant. Unable to contain his frustration, he cursed, if this continues, we will perish here. Brothers, retreat. After shouting, he turned and dashed towards the motorcycles parked by the roadside. The other bikers, upon witnessing this, also turned and fled. Gu Feng was about to intervene when the long-haired man intoned powerfully, the horse gallops like the wind, the bowstring sounds like thunder. Suddenly, the neighing of war horses echoed, and the bikers, upon glancing back, were paralyzed with fear. Majestic steeds composed of sand and stone emerged from the ground. The mercenaries swiftly mounted their horses and charged forward. Some mercenaries drew their bows, aiming at the fleeing bikers, seemingly poised to unleash deadly arrows in the next instant. The thunderous sound of hooves grew ever closer, accompanied by the resonating twang of bowstrings. Faced with a cavalry charge and a rain of arrows they had never encountered before, only a few of the more formidable bikers managed to evade. The rest were either pierced by arrows or slain by the cavalry, leaving just 4 or 5 survivors among more than 100. The scene was gruesome. Yang Sihui hid behind Gu Feng, retching incessantly, unable to bear the sight. The terror of death compelled the remaining bikers to kneel and plead for mercy, crying out, please don't kill me. I swear I will never commit wrongdoing again. Spare me. I will serve you like a beast of burden. I was coerced into this. If you must kill, let be him. He is burned, killed, and plundered. Truly. How pitiful. Gu Feng sighed deeply. The long-haired man showed no intention of sparing them. The mercenaries turned their horses around for a second charge. Please, no. With a swift stroke of the blade, heads rolled. Now, only Xiaoji remained alive among the bikers, sitting motionless on her motorcycle, utterly dazed. A mercenary, mounted on a warhorse, approached her from behind, raising the slaughtering knife, ready to strike. Cough, cough. Hey, you there. You're a poet, right? How about leaving one alive? Gu Feng called out to the long-haired man. The long-haired man scratched his belly dismissively and retorted, You a poet? Your whole family must be poets. Well, if you're not a poet, then what should I call you? A lunatic, perhaps? Gu Feng replied, somewhat irritated. Yang Sihui, hearing Gu Feng's audacious words, was terrified and tugged at the feathers on Gu Feng's wings, whispering anxiously, How dare you insult him? Are you seeking death? When someone is displeased, we become akin to the motorcycle gang, my dear uncle. This is hardly the case, is it? Are you out of your mind? The long-haired man suddenly broke into a grin, his pearly white teeth peeking through his dense beard, allowing Gu Feng to discern the position of his mouth. You've caught me. Alas, there's no helping it. To avoid being apprehended, I must compel you to meet your demise. Gu Feng rubbed his nose, taken aback by this abrupt change of demeanor. However, I advise you to reconsider. Indeed, ponder it thoroughly. It seems I cannot overpower you, which puts me in quite the predicament. Alas, it appears there is no other option. The long-haired man seemed to conceive a clever idea. Retrieving 3 paper dolls from his coat pocket, inscribing them with the labels, Little Sister, Big Sister, and Birdman. He then placed the dolls on the ground, striking them vigorously with his shoe. While beating them, he cursed, calling the Birdman garrulous, and warning that if he divulged his secrets to others, he would suffer from foul sores and cross-eyed afflictions. Yang Sihui could not contain her laughter. Uncle, the Birdman you are berating is referring to you. Ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. I truly appreciate your reminder. Gu Feng replied, somewhat irked. After a spell of beating, the long-haired man stood up, exhaling a sigh of relief. Gu Feng scoffed, disinterested in arguing with him. Approaching Jiang Yibai and the others, Gu Feng noticed their grievous injuries, absent any restorative agents. Regaining mobility would take at least half a month. In a post-apocalyptic world, being unable to move freely for half a month is tantamount to being dead. In truth, Gu Feng could have intervened to prevent Jiang Yibai and the others from sustaining injuries. However, he refrained, wishing to impart a lesson on the necessity of vigilance against potential threats. Given Gu Feng's character, it was improbable that he would genuinely stand idly by in the face of peril. Yang Sihui followed Gu Feng, witnessing the dire state of Jiang Yibai and the others, and she suppressed her discomfort, retrieving bandages and medicine from her bag. Stop standing there foolishly. Hurry and help me dress their wounds. Gu Feng waved his hand. No need for bandaging. Save your bandages and medicine. I possess a miraculous remedy. Chapter 538. The madman Wang Rini as Gu Feng spoke. He conjured 6 restorative potions into his hands. Yang Sihui watched in astonishment as these vials materialized seemingly out of thin air, unable to discern any trickery, and assumed it was merely Gu Feng's extraordinary ability. Impressive, uncle. Not only can you summon food, but you can also produce medicine. Your support is even more formidable than that of Star Mother. I shall cling to you tightly from now on. Enough chatter. Hurry and administer the potions. Yang Sihui urged, taking the vials to feed Jiang Yibai and the others. The long-haired man approached eagerly, rubbing his hands together. What are they drinking? They look quite delightful. As the long-haired man drew near, both Gu Feng and Yang Sihui instinctively wrinkled their noses. The peculiar aroma was quite overwhelming. This is medicine, not a beverage. Please refrain from creating disturbances, Yang Sihui murmured, suppressing her breath. Just one for me to taste, please. Just one. The long-haired man insisted, resembling a child, fervently pleading like a 3- or 4-year-old demanding candy, almost throwing himself onto the ground in a tantrum. Gu Feng frowned and spoke sternly, step aside quickly. Do not hinder the rescue efforts. No, I want it. Unable to endure the sight of a bearded man mimicking a child's voice, Gu Feng placed a gentle yet firm hand upon the long-haired man's shoulder. Are you certain you want this? Though Gu Feng's touch was soft, it bore considerable strength. As a level 8 mutant, The long-haired man was hardly capable of withstanding it. His face flushed instantly, blood surged within him, and his legs buckled, as if he might collapse at any moment. Yang Sihui assumed the long-haired man was simply having another episode and paid him no mind as she continued her work. Gu Feng had no intention of causing harm. He swiftly withdrew his hand. The long-haired man took a long, deep breath, then stood upright before Gu Feng. "I apologize, Director. I am Wang Rini from the 3rd Hospital Ward. I have troubled you again. I shall cooperate with the treatment and focus on my recovery moving forward." "What on earth?" Gu Feng was bewildered by the erratic leaps in the madman's thought process, feeling slightly overwhelmed. He collected his thoughts and coughed lightly. "Wang Rini, please rest over there and do not disturb Nurse Yang as she tends to her patients." Yang Sihui rolled her eyes, choosing to ignore him. By this point, she had a clearer understanding of Wang Rini's condition, which oddly brought her a sense of comfort. The effects of the restorative potions were evident. Within merely half an hour, Jiang Yibai and the others were once again full of vitality. What has transpired? Why did all those motorcycle gang members perish? How have we recovered so quickly? Faced with a barrage of questions from Jiang Yibai and the others, Yang Sihui patiently explained the situation. They cast peculiar glances at Wang Rini, who sat motionless by the roadside, then turned their grateful gazes towards Gu Feng, finally directing their ire toward Xiao Zi. "Huh, your retribution has arrived swiftly, has it not?" The girl, who had nearly been insulted by the pompadoured man, approached Xiao Zi and delivered 2 resounding slaps. Xiao Zi, stripped of her earlier arrogance, lowered her head in silence. Jiang Yibai surveyed the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, instinctively engaging in a discussion with Gu Feng. The heavy stench of blood permeated the air, posing a significant risk of attracting mutated beasts. "It would be prudent for us to depart from this place before deliberating further." Gu Feng shrugged nonchalantly, expressing indifference, "As you wish." "Very well." Jiang Yibai nodded and addressed his companions. "Let us gather the essential supplies and ensure that each of us has a motorcycle. Those who are unable to ride can share with a partner. For those who cannot transport them, we shall siphon the gasoline and take that instead." The group commenced their tasks, while Gu Feng meandered about, seemingly unconcerned. Yang Sihui had long since lost her temper with Gu Feng's nonchalance. Jiang Yibai and the others were acutely aware of Gu Feng's contributions to the team and chose to remain silent. Eventually, Gu Feng approached Xiao Zi and inquired, "Where's the base of your motorcycle gang?" A simple question rendered Xiao Zi stunned. "What do you intend to do?" "Do not be alarmed. I simply wish to observe. I am intrigued by how your gang has achieved such prominence." Xiao Zi's mind raced, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied earnestly, "I will take you there. But can you guarantee that they will not harm me?" "Unfortunately, I cannot." Xiao Zi was taken aback by Gu Feng's abrupt refusal, momentarily at a loss for words. Gu Feng continued earnestly, "You have caused them considerable distress. I have no reason to deny them the chance for retribution. However, I can assure you that your life will be spared." "All right, it's a deal." As Gu Feng turned to leave, a subtle smile crept across Xiao Zi's lips. She mused to herself, "You choose to tread the path to hell when heaven lies open before you. Do not blame me for what transpires. You may be formidable, but you are far from the leaders of our motorcycle gang. Just wait, and you shall see. However, given your striking looks, I might intercede on your behalf." Lost in her thoughts, Xiao Zi was suddenly jolted by Gu Feng's peculiar glance over his shoulder. A strong sense of foreboding surged within her. This man named Gu Feng seemed to know everything. He uttered not a word, and as he walked away, Xiao Zi clutched her chest, reassuring herself that it was impossible for him to know her secrets. "I must be imagining things. It cannot be true." Chapter 539. Jiang Yibai's subtle thoughts before long. The group had nearly finished packing and was preparing to depart, yet disagreements arose regarding the handling of Xiaoji. According to Jiang Yibai, bringing Xiaoji along was akin to carrying a ticking time bomb. Rather than laboriously escorting her, it would be more merciful to leave her behind to fend for herself. However, Gu Feng wished to have Xiaoji guide him to the lair of the motorcycle gang, and thus he was unwilling to abandon her. Observing Jiang Yibai's resolute stance, Gu Feng called out, "Wang Rini, Wang Rini, who had been sitting motionless by the roadside, suddenly stood up and approached with a disciplined demeanor, inquiring, "Director, what is your command?" The swift actions and respectful tone of Wang Rini left everyone bewildered. Even Yang Sihui was perplexed as to why the previously languid Wang Rini now showed such deference to Gu Feng, addressing him as director. Gu Feng himself was uncertain. He merely wished to avoid a dispute with Jiang Yibai and thus decided to give it a try. "I wish to take this individual named Xiaoji with me, but this gentleman has some reservations. Could you assist me in articulating that?" "Certainly, director." Wang Rini immediately widened his eyes. Akin to a gorilla in the jungle whose mate had been snatched away, and boldly stepped up to Jiang Yibai, invading his personal space. "So, it is you who has reservations?" Faced with Wang Rini's intense inquiry, Jiang Yibai nearly lost his composure, hastily declaring, No, I have no objections. Let us take her along. You are unaware of the director's methods, are you? Be cautious, lest you experience his electric shock therapy. Brother, keep your eyes peeled," Wang Rini warned, delivering a couple of forceful slaps on Jiang Yibai's shoulder, causing him to feel a tumult within, nearly coughing up blood. With the matter settled, the group set off smoothly. Each individual was on their own motorcycle, and to prevent Xiaoji from fleeing, Gu Feng instructed her to share a ride with Wang Rini, while Yang Sihui, unable to ride, insisted on accompanying Gu Feng. 10 individuals, with 8 motorcycles laden with supplies, headed towards Q City. Along the way, Wang Rini continually sought ways to lag behind. Ultimately, seizing a moment when the others were distracted, he abruptly turned his bike and sped off in the opposite direction. By the time the group realized, Wang Rini had vanished without trace. Jiang Yibai could hardly contain his delight, as this aligned perfectly with his intentions. Gu Feng furrowed his brow slightly and also turned his bike around, pursuing Wang Rini, while Jiang Yibai pretended not to notice and continued on his path. A companion sped ahead to warn Brother Jiang, Gu Feng, and the others. Jiang Yibai interrupted, "They don't wish to travel with us. Let us proceed on our own." The group instantly comprehended this meant parting ways. Had it not been for the supplies from the motorcycle gang, they might have hesitated to abandon Gu Feng, who could conjure food at will. Now, however, it was clear that avoiding unnecessary trouble was preferable. Likewise, Jiang Yibai had his own considerations. Since joining forces with Gu Feng, he had felt a subtle threat to his leadership within the group, especially now, when they were all injured while Gu Feng remained unscathed and could command the far more capable Wang Rini. His leadership status was practically non-existent. Parting ways like this was perhaps for the best, allowing him to maintain his role as the leader of this group. If one were to define the term narrow-mindedness, Jiang Yibai's demeanor at this moment epitomized it. Meanwhile, Yang Sihui, concealed behind Gu Feng, realized that Jiang Yibai and the others had neither pursued them nor intended to wait. She grew increasingly anxious. "Uncle, this is bad. They're going to abandon us and flee." Gu Feng was not surprised at all. Instead, he jested with Yang Sihui, feigning astonishment. "Oh, what shall we do? Should I let you down so you can chase after them?" Perhaps that is not a good idea. Please don't push yourself." "Ha, not pushing at all, not in the slightest. If you're not going to push, then sit tight. I'm going to accelerate." "Oh, all right." Riding the motorcycle, Gu Feng was undoubtedly an experienced hand. His coordination was impeccable, and the speed soared dramatically. Yang Sihui felt as though the ruins around her were retreating at breakneck speed, with the wind howling fiercely in her ears. The speedometer's needle had long since reached its limit, and Yang Sihui regretted not having dismounted earlier. What she was riding now was no longer a motorcycle, but rather a veritable rocket, and the heat beneath her was becoming unbearable. Coupled with the motorcycle's abnormal roar and vibrations, it felt as though it might explode from the strain at any moment. "Uncle, reckless driving brings tears to loved ones. You must remain calm." Despite Yang Sihui's frantic cries, Gu Feng paid no heed, lost in reminiscence of his youthful days while reveling in the exhilarating rush that the motorcycle provided. Chapter 540. The mysterious maneuver of Wang Rini at this moment. Wang Rini was still immersed in the euphoria of escaping the clutches of the ancient sorcerer. Ha! The 107th time escaping the director's grasp. "Oh, the sensation of freedom is simply exquisite," he exclaimed, exhilarated. Wang Ren had lost track of how many twists and turns he had taken, entirely oblivious to his whereabouts. He halted his vehicle abruptly, kicking Xiao Zi out with disdain, exclaiming, "Why did you cling to me so tightly just now? Do you think this ugly creature can take advantage of me?" Though Xiao Zi was infuriated, she dared not retaliate, having witnessed firsthand how this lunatic had massacred members of the motorcycle gang. She had no intention of dying, lamenting, "It's all my fault. Why did you apologize? Such politeness makes it difficult for me to kill you. Quickly, retract your apology and berate me like a villain." "What? Huh? Xiao Zi's exclamations shifted from confusion to astonishment, feeling as though her intelligence had been insulted. "I'll count to 3. If you don't take it back, I shall be quite ruthless," Wang Ren threatened menacingly. Just as Xiao Zi was about to respond, he shouted 3 without hesitation. "Wait, what about 1 and 2? She retorted. "If that's the case, I shall not hold back." "Stop. Don't hit me, Wang Ren showed no mercy after a flurry of punches and kicks. Xiao Zi was left battered, her face bruised and several teeth missing. "Quickly, curse me. Do it now," Wang Ren demanded with a stern countenance. Terrified, Xiao Zi, covering her injured mouth, hesitantly spat. "You big bad guy? Not harsh enough," he insisted. "You scoundrel. Be more vicious. Rascal, bastard, son of a bitch. Go on. Make it even more profane." "Are you sure?" Xiao Zi questioned, uncertainty creeping into her voice. "Curse quickly, or I shall make you unrecognizable." Emboldened, Xiao Zi unleashed a torrent of insults. "You lemon-faced, rat-eyed, hawk-nosed, unkempt, big-mouthed, crooked-necked, uneven-shouldered, short-armed, chicken-chested, dog-bellied, gluttonous wretch. Were I you, I would have long since taken my own life. You hermaphrodite, foul backside. Why don't you crawl back into your mother-s womb and start anew? Whose pants were unzipped to let you out. You, what did you say?" Upon uttering her last insult, Xiao Zi suddenly realized she may have gone too far. "Well done. Now you can receive the just punishment," Wang Ren declared. "Wait, is that you? Don't strike my face. My teeth." Xiao Zi's wails echoed amidst the ruins. Suddenly, Wang Ren halted, panic washing over him as he asked, "Did you hear anything?" With her head resembling that of a pig, Xiao Zi fearfully replied, "No, not at all." "Shoo." Wang Ren pressed a hand to his ear, listening intently in a certain direction for a while. His expression shifted drastically. "It's the sound of motorcycles. Oh no, the director is on our tail." Wang Ren took 2 steps forward and then mounted his motorcycle, ready to flee. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he turned back and pulled Xiao Zi along with him. Xiao Zi, in tears, pleaded, "Please just leave me here. I promise I will never do anything wrong again. I truly beg you." With a smile, Wang Ren replied, "What are you talking about? Leave you behind? You're my shield, after all. I need you here." Reluctantly, Xiao Zi was dragged onto the motorcycle. But just as Wang Ren was about to start the engine, they were confronted by a massive, snow-white lion with a pair of wings blocking their path. Wang Ren was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had not sensed the lion's presence until now. Danger loomed, intensely threatening. He felt that any unnecessary movement would provoke the lion into pouncing and tearing him apart. However, Wang Ren was no ordinary man. He was a seasoned escapee from a mental institution. Although he dared not move, he did not shy away from banter. "Oh, whose pet cat has wandered out? Shoo! Go away, and don't obstruct the way." The snow-white lion remained still, its icy gaze fixed on Wang Ren. Cautiously, he retrieved a piece of jerky from his pocket and tossed it beside the lion, saying, "This is my last piece of jerky. Let us pass, will you?" The lion, seemingly insulted, let out a furious roar, the shockwave from its growl sending Wang Ren and his motorcycle retreating 4 or 5 meters. Xiao Zi, nearly in despair, exclaimed, "This time, we are truly going to die." The snow-white lion advanced step by step. Wang Ren turned to Xiao Zi and said, "You can ride a motorcycle, right?" "I can," she replied. "You ride ahead. I will hold it off." Confused, Xiao Zi wondered why Wang Ren, who had just assaulted her, was suddenly so kind. Was this a trap? Wang Ren offered no explanation and urged her, "Hurry, ride back the way we came. You will soon meet the director. I hope he can fend off this mutated beast." With a determined bite of her lip, Xiao Zi decided to escape first. She lifted the motorcycle, turned it around, and sped off. Meanwhile, Wang Rinni let out a mighty roar and charged at the snow-white lion. A pang of sadness struck Xiao Ji, causing her to slow down momentarily before she accelerated away. Wang Rinni did not exploit Xiao Ji. He genuinely intended to confront the lion, charging forward despite knowing he was outmatched. Chapter 541. Do not continue your chatter. The majestic white lion, a creature of ancient lineage, stood as Gu Feng's tamed beast, Doggo. Upon receiving Gu Feng's command, Doggo swiftly intercepted Wang Rinni, who in a fit of audacity attempted to launch an attack. However, Doggo had no intention of taking his life. As Wang Rinni charged forward, he was effortlessly pinned to the ground by Doggo's paw, blood spurting from his mouth, rendering him incapable of utilizing his abilities. Ironically, Wang Rinni, who had initially dismissed Doggo as a mere large cat, now found himself akin to a small mouse beneath the paw of this great feline. Xiao Zi, catching this scene in the reflection of her motorcycle's mirror, dared not glance back and fervently twisted the throttle. At that moment, the distant sound of another motorcycle reached her ears, a melody that resonated like the most exquisite music in the world, compelling her to speed toward its origin. Wang Rinni, in a heightened state of alarm, called out for the director, urging him to hurry, for his patient was on the verge of being devoured. Without the patient, who would still regard him as a director? In response to Wang Rinni's frantic outburst, Doggo made no additional moves, merely holding him down, preventing any resistance or escape. As anticipated by Wang Rinni, the one who arrived was indeed Gu Feng, the director he had named. Upon encountering Xiao Zi, Gu Feng exclaimed in astonishment, You are Xiao Zi? Xiao Zi, touching her swollen face, suddenly realized that perhaps it was best not to save Wang Rinni. She directly addressed Gu Feng, saying, Wang Rinni has been consumed by the mutated beast. We should hasten our journey. Upon hearing this, Gu Feng grasped the situation with clarity. After receiving Xiao Zi's affirmative response, he remarked, Well done. Compared to your betrayal of your companions, this lesson is but a small price to pay. Enough. Lead the way. Let's see how that lunatic fares. There is a powerful mutated beast ahead. Wang Rinni is no match for it. If we go, it will be our demise. Gu Feng, uninterested in elaborating, stated in a commanding tone, I do not wish to repeat myself. Lead the way. Reluctantly, Xiao Zi turned her motorcycle around, guiding the path ahead, while Gu Feng followed closely behind with Yang Sihui. Before long, Xiao Zi and Yang Sihui encountered Doggo standing in the middle of the road, both frightened by the sight. Yang Sihui desperately shouted from the back seat to turn back, but Gu Feng paid her no heed. Xiao Zi's motorcycle swayed perilously, seeming as though it could topple at any moment. Gu Feng, sensing their trepidation, reassured them, Fear not, that is Doggo, my tamed beast. Seeing Gu Feng's calm confidence, and observing that the snow-white lion was merely holding Wang Rinni down without any further aggression, their fears began to dissipate. Gu Feng parked his motorcycle beside Doggo, dismounted, and affectionately patted Doggo's head, who appeared quite pleased. Both Yang Sihui and Xiao Zi were left in a state of astonishment. After a moment of silence, Yang Sihui finally stuttered, How is it possible for humans to coexist so harmoniously with mutated beasts? I have already stated, it is not a mutated beast, but a tamed beast. I recall now. That mutated beast that trapped me in the safe last time was this very one. Yang Sihui exclaimed, pointing at Doggo, who looked utterly bewildered. Gu Feng, touching his nose, remarked last time, It seems you locked yourself in, didn't you? And this is beast taming. Ahem. Director, could you please rescue me from beneath this ridiculous beast before we continue our conversation? Wang Rinni cried out weakly, his face etched with despair. Your beast won't bite, will it? That depends on who it is. Your beast is indeed quite beautiful. Naturally, none of Gu Feng's companions paid Wang Rinni any heed. In exasperation, Wang Rinni shouted again, Director, I promise I won't run away anymore. I beg you, please stop chatting and get me out of here. The paw the size of a grinding wheel is truly painful. Would you like to touch it? The dog is incredibly soft. Is it really permissible? It must be. You all, how cruel. Woo. Wang Rinni lamented in utter despair. Eventually, Gu Feng allowed the dog to release Wang Rini. Gu Feng became intensely intrigued by Wang Rini, as he was astonished to discover that his mind-reading abilities were rendered completely ineffective against him. It was not that he could not perceive Wang Rini's thoughts, but rather that the thoughts he grasped in one moment could be entirely overturned in the next. There was a complete lack of logic. Consequently, Gu Feng could not predict Wang Rini's subsequent actions. This also explained why Wang Rini managed to escape the group unnoticed by Gu Feng. Furthermore, Wang Rini's attitude toward Xiao Zi was even more perplexing. He first inexplicably assaulted her, then risked his life to protect her, which was utterly confounding. When Gu Feng inquired about Wang Rini's motivations, he pondered seriously for a moment before responding, "Oh, now that you mention it, I feel like I was a complete fool back then. Very well, let's pretend I never asked." Gu Feng, unable to comprehend, could only attribute all the questions to issues of mental health. Chapter 542. The illusions of university students. Wang Rini was struck to the ground by a dog, sustaining significant injuries, with several ribs fractured. Yet, he appeared oblivious to his pain, rising only to lament the condition of his coat. This left Gu Feng at a loss for words. Given Wang Rini's erratic behavior, Gu Feng deemed it wiser to keep him close at hand. Yang Sihui had finally come to believe in Gu Feng's formidable prowess, but this realization made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Gu Feng, uninterested in guessing the young girl's thoughts, addressed the group directly. "If there are no further issues, let us proceed towards the motorcycle gang's camp." This time, Xiao Zi hesitated, mentally weighing the strengths of Gu Feng against those of the camp's leaders. Her concern wasn't that no one in the camp could stop Gu Feng, but rather that should he cause substantial damage before his demise, she would undoubtedly be held accountable. Unfortunately, her rudimentary understanding of combat strength was far from the reality. As Xiao Zi pondered these thoughts, Gu Feng suddenly remarked to Wang Rini, "If anyone fails to guide us properly, you may have a conversation with her. Take as long as necessary." Wang Rini eagerly agreed, while Xiao Zi jolted awake, shuddering at the implication of Gu Feng's words. Reflecting on Wang Rini's earlier assault on her was a painful recollection. Daring not to entertain further thoughts, Xiao Zi promptly resumed her role as the guide. As before, Gu Feng and Yang Sihui shared one motorcycle, while Wang Rini and Xiao Zi shared another, with the dog still soaring above them. Given this arrangement, even with a surge of audacity, Wang Rini would not dare act irrationally. Throughout their journey, the quartet and their canine companion took little respite. By sunset, with over 300 miles still to cover, Gu Feng inquired during a brief break about the nature of the motorcycle gang that instilled such fear in them. "What? Uncle, you don't even know what the motorcycle gang is, yet you dare venture into their camp?" Yang Sihui exclaimed in alarm. "Is this truly important?" Gu Feng retorted, "Is it not? I am quite formidable." Xiao Zi, unable to contain herself, let out a derisive laugh at Gu Feng's bravado, then quickly composed herself, pretending nothing had transpired. Yang Sihui urged, "Uncle, I recognize your strength, but you are but one man, while they are a multitude. Who says I am alone? Wang Rini stands with me. As gallant warriors, we must uphold our duty," Wang Rini proclaimed, striking a pose he deemed heroic. Yang Sihui disregarded Wang Rini's bravado and earnestly advised Gu Feng, "You are overestimating yourself, uncle. I have heard that the motorcycle gang is a vast organization numbering in the thousands, and every member is a ruthless mutant, mercilessly seizing everything in their path, be it human or resources. They are known for their swift and bloody reprisals against any opposition. We would be wise to avoid them whenever possible." Gu Feng turned to Xiao Zi. "Not all members of the motorcycle gang are merciless killers, are they?" "Indeed, they did not kill Jiang Yibai. What you may not know is that being captured by the motorcycle gang is a fate worse than death. It is said that none who have been taken by them have returned alive. No wonder the motorcycle gang has such a notorious reputation." Gu Feng nodded and then turned to Xiao Zi, asking, "Is she correct?" "I do not know. I am merely an outer member, or else I would not resort to acting and deception." Gu Feng scoffed, saying, "An outer member cannot be unaware of the circumstances within? I shall not expose you. Let us go and discover the truth ourselves." "Uncle, why do you still wish to go?" Gu Feng resolutely replied, "We are prepared to depart." After a moment of hesitation, Yang Sihui ultimately chose to trust Gu Feng. 3 hours later, darkness enveloped the sky, and under Xiao Zi's guidance, Gu Feng soon beheld the motorcycle gang's encampment. The camp was vast. Through the densely arranged iron bars of the fence, Gu Feng could see flickering flames within, and at the center of the camp, there were lights illuminating the area. Gu Feng's vision transcended ordinary comprehension. From a considerable distance, he discerned the words teaching building emblazoned on the structure at the heart of the camp. Gu Feng inquired of Xiao Zi, was this formerly a school? This was the site of the Sanshui Vocational Technical College, Xiao Zi replied. The college, which had recently attained the status of a third-tier institution, is among the few educational establishments in Sanshui. Gu Feng understood that situating the camp within an educational institution was a clever strategy. Firstly, schools are relatively isolated, surrounded by walls that facilitate defense. Secondly, the comprehensive living facilities within the campus ensure that, provided there is adequate supply of resources, life within would not pose a challenge. Glancing at Xiao Zi, Gu Feng curiously asked, "Most of your motorcycle gang members are university students, are they not? How did you know?" Xiao Zi blurted out. Gu Feng responded, somewhat exasperated, "The current crop of university students is largely inflated." Xiao Zi could not help but mutter, "If you think I'm foolish, just say so. There is no need for such roundabout expressions." "Ah, you have misunderstood the principal's words. What he meant was that today's university students, who do not speak of self-cultivation, governance, or bringing peace to the world, are unable to even uphold the most basic principles of moral integrity and benevolence. Is that not indicative of excessive superficiality?" Chapter 543. Waiting for the rice to be cooked. As the conversation unfolded, the motorcycle had already circled around to the main entrance. The gate was heavily adorned with menacing barbed wire, behind which stood a group of young men, all in their 20s, with rifles slung over their shoulders. They either huddled together in conversation or squatted alone, smoking. As the motorcycle approached, the individuals nearest to the gate became alert, their eyes darting toward the outside. The sound of the motorcycle pierced the night air like a familiar call, causing the young men to relax somewhat, with only two of them advancing toward the entrance. Driving the motorcycle, Gu Feng gradually slowed down, coming to a halt with one leg planted firmly on the ground. Wang Ren mimicked him, stopping closely behind. "Hey, I've never seen you before," one of the young men behind the gate remarked curiously. Yang Sihui, frightened, dared not show her face, clutching Gu Feng's shirt tightly, her palms slick with sweat. Gu Feng pointed to the petite figure of Xiao Zi on Wang Ren's bike. "You must have seen her before. Hurry and open the gate." Wang Ren dutifully shifted aside, revealing Xiao Zi. Upon seeing her, the others chuckled lightly, teasing, "Isn't this Miss Zhang? What brings the esteemed Miss Zhang out on a mission herself?" Xiao Zi retorted sharply, "Cut the chatter and open the gate. Don't you know there's rice waiting to be cooked at home?" At her words, the expressions of those inside subtly shifted. Waiting for the rice to be cooked was a coded phrase among the motorcycle gang, implying a trap had been set for a significant catch. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Gu Feng, whose perceptive gaze rendered their self-proclaimed skills as mere childish play. Gu Feng merely smiled, choosing not to expose their ruse. Curious to see what they would concoct, the individuals inside feigned enthusiasm, saying, "Of course we can't keep Miss Zhang waiting." The gate creaked open, and Gu Feng turned to Wang Ren, instructing, "Stay close to me." Wang Ren quickly complied, and the two motorcycles roared back to life, smoothly entering the camp. Once the motorcycles had distanced themselves, the apparent leader among the gatekeepers pulled out a walkie-talkie, exchanging a few words with an unseen party. Within the camp, movements began to stir. A smirk crept onto Xiao Zi's face as she thought, at last, the time for revenge had arrived. On the path leading from the gate to the camp, a fork in the road emerged. 7 or 8 individuals hurriedly dashed out from the roadside, shifting the barriers from the left passage to the right. They then concealed themselves in the nearby underbrush, anxiously awaiting the outcome. How thrilling! Soon, they would witness someone fall into the trap they had meticulously prepared. Listen carefully. The target is a variant with wings. When they stumble into our snare, we will pounce, leaving them no chance to resist. Rest assured, she'll quiet down. The sound of motorcycles is getting closer. As the two motorcycles drew near, the hidden individuals remained fixated on the left passage, their fists clenched in excitement. However, after an anxious wait, the anticipated sound of a vehicle plunging into the trap never came. Wait a minute. How did the motorcycles just drive away? Some individuals could not restrain themselves from rising to their feet, pointing towards the two red taillights. In disbelief, one exclaimed, "Am I imagining things? How could such a lengthy pit, spanning over 10 meters, possibly be traversed?" "Xiaolu, what exactly did you lay over the trap?" "I merely placed branches and a plastic film, with a delicate layer of soil on top." "Come, let's investigate." Chapter 544. Sparks in the night, a few individuals approached to investigate, discovering that the trap remained intact, with two distinct tire marks imprinted upon it. "Damn it, someone must have filled our trap," one exclaimed, cursing as he stepped heavily onto it, only to plummet down immediately, followed by the thunderous sound of the entire trap collapsing. It wasn't filled after all, but there were two people on those motorcycles. We all saw the tire marks. Why didn't they fall? Could it be a ghost? To hell with this. Hurry and warn those behind us. We might be facing a tough opponent this time. All right, cough, cough, pull me up, brothers. The unfortunate soul in the trap cried out to his companions. From a moment Feng entered through the gate, he had activated his spatial perception and area reconnaissance. How could the traps set by the motorcycle gang escape his awareness? Just moments ago, he had merely used his abilities to hold the plastic film beneath, allowing the motorcycles to pass effortlessly. Xiao Zi, confused, felt her expression shift. According to her calculations, the traps in the camp should have been deployed by now. There was no way they had not reacted until this moment. Could it be that the positions of the traps have changed while I was away from the camp? Yes, that must be it. She reassured herself. Suddenly, Feng spoke. "Xiao Zi, this school is quite expansive. We have been traveling for a while, yet we still haven't arrived." "Huh? Ah, yes, it is quite large indeed." Xiao Zi au guardi rapid. Before long, her eyes brightened as she spotted a marker by the roadside, a warning sign indicating danger for the motorcycle gang's internal members. Xiao Zi felt a surge of pride and subtly braced herself, ready to leap from the vehicle at any moment. Suddenly, from the darkness by the roadside, a voice shouted, "Pull the cable." A cable shot up from the ground, positioned less than half a meter in front of the motorcycle, its height just above that of the bike. At such a distance and height, it was impossible to stop or turn around. Crashing into it would surely result in severe injury. The best course of action would be to crash the motorcycle. However, this was not in Feng's nature. Without hesitation, Feng accelerated directly towards the cable. Yang Sihui, seated behind him, screamed and clung tightly to Feng, while Xiao Zi, riding with Wang Rennie, decisively jumped off the motorcycle. Unaware, Wang Rennie shouted exuberantly, "Charge! Charge!" The cable collided with Feng's arm, producing a chilling sound of metal scraping against flesh that resonated through the night. In that moment, many witnesses beheld a scene they could scarcely believe. The cable and the human body generated sparks, which illuminated the dark night with a brilliant display. One end of the cable was secured to a telephone pole, while the other was held taut by dozens of strong men. As sparks flew, the robust men emitted anguished cries. The steel cable was yanked from their grasp with such velocity that their palms were rendered a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Among them, one man suffered the most. At the outset, he had wrapped the cable around his palm twice, resulting in the severing of half his hand, blood gushing forth uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the nearby utility pole, unable to withstand the strain, let out a creaking sound before snapping in two, crashing heavily to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 545. Speak softly and continue the conversation. Yang Sihui stared in disbelief, her eyes wide as she glanced left and right, and then at Feng, exclaiming in surprise, "Uncle, how astonishingly strong you are." Feng executed a graceful drift, coming to a steady halt, and remarked, "Your tight embrace is quite detrimental to my performance." "Ah, ha ha ha, that was just too frightening." "Yang Siwi outwardly really said Feng." Wang Rennie attempted to mimic Feng's maneuver, managing a stylish drift, yet his vehicle veered off and collided with the guardrail, leaving it a wreck, with only two lonely tires rolling back. Director, I apologize. The car is gone. You prodigal fool. Never mind, the distance isn't far. Let's walk there. Once Yang Sihui disembarked, Gufeng promptly stored the motorcycle in the Starcore space. Yang Sihui and Wang Rini gasped in unison. Where's the vehicle? It has been stored away. Ha ha ha. Yang Sihui had encountered so many shocks that evening that she had grown somewhat numb to them. However, the most astonished was not Yang Sihui, but Xiao Zi, who could never have imagined such a scene unfolding. Gufeng gestured to Wang Rini, indicating that if they were to play tricks, he should have a serious discussion with her. Wang Rini saluted Gufeng, pledging to fulfill the task. Xiao Zi had just leaped from the vehicle, her knees and arms marred with abrasions. As she stood from the ground, Wang Rini delivered a punch that sent her tumbling again. How could you deceive our beloved director? How could you be so heartless? The director has been so kind to us, not only helping us understand our bodily structure, but also regularly assisting with our cleansing. How dare you lie to the director? Wang Rini's words were beyond Yang Sihui's comprehension due to her age. Yet, Gufeng understood everything, what it meant to understand the body and to cleanse it. Wang Rini was indeed quite the rogue, daring to speak so freely. Gufeng could not help but clear his throat and interject when engaging in such activities, focus and refrain from shouting. Understood, director. Wang Rini responded enthusiastically, then turned to Xiao Zi, whispering, the director finds it noisy. Let us keep our voices down and continue our conversation. When the director examined you last time, you had to undress, right? I knew it. Our director is indeed a responsible individual, taking a hands-on approach to everything. As he spoke, he continued to strike. Xiao Zi's face, which had only just regained its color that afternoon, now resembled a swollen mess, bruised and battered. At that moment, a throng of armed motorcycle gang members surged forward. How audacious! A handful of you think you can invade our motorcycle gang's territory. A young man, clad in a Zhongshan suit with a student-like haircut, swaggered through the crowd with his hands in his pockets, exuding arrogance. Gufeng frowned, pondering if today S youth had grown so brazen. The young man smirked, a toothpick perched at the corner of his mouth, disdainfully declaring, Who the hell are you? I'm feeling particularly bold today. What will you do about it? If you know what's good for you, surrender quickly, or else my brothers will have to take action. And I fear you won't be able to handle the consequences. Alas, what a pity. If only I were younger. I would dearly love to experience such a brazen and audacious demeanor. It is indeed a lamentable situation for Gufeng. Why waste words? I shall count to 3. And if you do not surrender, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. 1. With a resounding thud, Wang Rini's fist connected with the delicate nose of the pale-faced youth. The world fell silent. Everyone, save for Gufeng, was rendered speechless. Wang Rini retracted his fist and, with an apologetic tone, addressed Gufeng. It is the father's fault for not educating his sons. These rascals have offended the dean. If you are angered, direct your ire towards me. A cacophony of curses erupted around them, and the atmosphere grew tense as a fierce confrontation loomed on the horizon. Chapter 546. A quick wipe of the nose before you act. Let us first assess the condition of my nose, exclaimed the young man with a delicate face, his eyes glistening with tears and frustration. One of his subordinates, filled with concern, replied, Sir, your nose is completely sunken in. With a trembling hand, the young man reached up to touch it. The moment his fingers made contact, pain surged forth like a dam bursting, and tears cascaded down his cheeks. Before long, blood began to trickle from the concave bridge of his nose. He cried out in agony several times, finally managing to squeeze out the words, Make sure they are dead. The motorcycle gang surrounding them had been seething with rage, which now erupted violently as they unleashed their most ruthless attacks. Wang Rini and Yang Sihui, having never witnessed such a scene, instinctively huddled beneath the expansive wings of Gufeng, treating them as a protective shelter, each gripping aside as if to shield themselves. Gufeng, exasperated, rolled his eyes and lifted a hand to gently push forward. Instantly, a bubble-like shield materialized around them, safeguarding the 3 within its embrace. No matter how fiercely the motorcycle gang attacked, they could not breach this barrier. Use guns. They must be able to pierce through. Someone in the crowd suggested. Yes. With firearms, I refuse to believe anyone can withstand bullets. As the words were spoken, a gun was raised. Seeing the weapon, Yang Sihui nervously inquired of Gu Feng, "Can your bubble withstand bullets? What if it can't? Would you step in to shield me?" She asked anxiously. "And no, I'm merely concerned," came a reply. Wang Rini, with a finger still lodged in his nose, confidently assured her, "Fear not, lass. Even if this bubble fails, we have the Dean. His body could snap steel cables. I doubt mere bullets will pose a threat. And feel this wing. It's harder than iron. We shall be safe inside." Gu Feng couldn't help but think to himself, "Why do I feel like a hen protecting her chicks? As long as the Dean can shield me, I would willingly be an egg, not just a chick." Wang Rini chuckled, using his recently excavated finger to caress Gu Feng's wing, pushing his nose residue against it. Gu Feng wished fervently to be blind, but alas, he was not. Every cell in his body rebelled against the sensation. In frustration, he delivered a swift kick, sending Wang Rini flying and crashing into a group of motorcycle gang members. "Hey, one has emerged. Let us finish him off. Kill him." The crowd shouted as Wang Rini's pain cries were swallowed by the chaos. Shivering with trepidation, Yang Sihui anxiously asked, "He wants to be killed. Will he?" Gu Feng retorted, "Better if he is. Cough, cough. By the way, little Yang, could you assist me in wiping the residue from my left wing?" "Absolutely." Yang Sihui responded with fervent enthusiasm, diving into the task as if preparing to wax and paint the wings themselves. After the incident, in an interview with the author, Kuei, Yang Sihui expressed, "I certainly did not wish to wipe it away. How revolting it is to deal with such matters. However, you are aware of the circumstances at that time. My primary concern was that he might unceremoniously expel me if I displeased him. Sigh. It is truly difficult living within the confines of this narrative. Ahem. Let's redirect our focus. Chapter 547. Yang Sihui's doubts the fate of Wang Rini remained uncertain, while on Gu Feng's side, hundreds of rifles were aimed at the shield, unleashing a frenzy barrage. Empty shells clattered to the ground, and the bullets deformed upon striking the shield, adhering tightly to its surface. The onlookers were taken aback. With Yang Sihui's mouth agape, large enough to fit a duck egg, Gu Feng, however, was unfazed by the chaos. His primary concern was whether the remnants on his wings had been properly cleaned. "Hey, why are you dawdling? Have you finished wiping?" Gu Feng inquired of Yang Sihui. She exhaled warm breath toward her wings and vigorously rubbed with her sleeve, replying hastily, "All done. As good as new. Then we ought to attend to business." Gu Feng declared. "What business?" Yang Sihui asked. In response, Gu Feng made a sweeping gesture, and the bullets that clung to the shield suddenly shot off in all directions, moving with such speed that the spectators could scarcely perceive them. "On my eyes. My arm, where's my arm? Ah, it hurts, it hurts." The gunfire abruptly ceased, replaced by a cacophony of anguished cries. Those who could scream were among the fortunate. Many had lost even the ability to cry out. Their lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground, faces and bodies riddled with bullet holes. How could this happen? This is impossible. The pale-faced man could not comprehend how. Just moments ago, he had been surrounded by many, only to find himself utterly alone in the blink of an eye. The scene resembled a hellish nightmare, littered with corpses and cries of despair. Such devastation could not be wrought by mere mortals. You are not human, you are a demon. A fiend from the depths of hell. The pale-faced man cowered on the ground, inching away in terror while pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Feng. "Do not measure others by your pitiful ignorance. Here, I must inform you that you have sealed your own fate." At that instant, as Gu Feng spoke, the body of the pale-faced man was yanked by an unseen force. In the blink of an eye, a sickening sound echoed, and his body was torn apart like a ruptured package, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Yang Sihui, who had been closely following Gu Feng, staggered back several steps. When she looked at him again, her eyes were filled with fear and dread. She could not help but ponder whether this ruthless killer was truly the same cheerful, warm-hearted uncle she had once known. Gu Feng, however, had no time to address the young woman's concerns. He called out to the pile of corpses, "If you're still alive, get up quickly. I do not wish to wait." Suddenly, a dirty arm pushed aside a corpse, and Wang Rini emerged from beneath. Wow, the dean is impressive, making such a grand entrance. You must be nearly invincible. It was unclear what means Wang Rini had employed, but he appeared unscathed, save for a prominent footprint on his rear, which was unmistakably left by Gu Feng. Enough with the chatter. Bring Xiao Zi and follow me. As Gu Feng spoke, he strode ahead, while Wang Rini, chuckling merrily, tugged at Xiao Zi, following closely behind. Yang Sihui hesitated for a moment, weighing her options, but ultimately gritted her teeth and decided to join them. Once Gu Feng confirmed that the others had caught up, he raised his hands, causing the lifeless bodies behind them to levitate, moving in tandem with the group. Chapter 548. The motorcycle gang leader, Xia Wensi Wang Rini, turned around and exclaimed, "Oh dear. Director, you are carrying a corpse without a word of warning. You nearly scared me to death." Yang Sihui gasped in shock, yet remained silent. "Director, what are you doing with these bodies? I haven't heard of your necrophilic tendencies. Is it because there aren't enough female patients in the hospital? Or perhaps the male patients are less entertaining, leading you to pursue a new interest?" Gu Feng had already developed an immunity to Wang Rini's rambling, remaining unperturbed and offering no response. Observing this, Wang Rini grew bored and began counting the bodies behind him. To be honest, witnessing so many corpses lined up and floating through the air at night was indeed quite terrifying. The members of the motorcycle gang, who had rushed over in response to the gunfire, were struck by fear at the sight before them, with some retreating to relay the news. The situation had escalated dramatically. The once quiet motorcycle gang camp erupted into chaos, filled with the shouts of friends and acquaintances as flashlights and torches darted around the encampment. In the central building of the motorcycle gang's camp, within a tiered classroom, a young man resembling the boy next door sat in the middle, fixated on the podium. Standing at the podium was a person, a corpse, a deceased woman. The woman had decayed and begun to emit a foul odor. From her attire and identification badge, it was evident that she had once been a teacher here. The young man remained motionless, his gaze locked on the corpse, occasionally furrowing his brow or smiling, as if lost in memories. Gradually, his hand reached down, a look of rapture emerging on his face as he seemed to enter a thrilling reverie. However, just as he was about to reach a peak, the sounds of gunfire from outside interrupted his thoughts. A shadow of gloom instantly crossed his youthful visage, halting his movements. He raised his hand and called out, "Report." Unfortunately, the figure at the podium could not inquire about his concerns. Yet, he appeared to have heard something. Standing up and respectfully addressing the corpse, saying, "Teacher, I apologize, but I must step out for a moment." "All right, teacher, I will return shortly." With a hint of shyness, the young man exited the classroom, carefully locking the door behind him. He had not taken many steps before he encountered several anxious gang leaders pacing in the hallway. They dared not enter this level, so they waited in anticipation. Fortunately, their wait was not long, as their leader soon emerged. Their leader was none other than the young man resembling the boy next door. His name was Xia Wensi. Before the catastrophe, he was a freshman at school, perceived by his peers as the quintessential good boy, almost to the point of being timid. No one respected him, and he was frequently bullied. Yet, this very individual became the one who took the life of the Motorcycle Association's president after the disaster struck. From that moment on, Xia Wensi ascended to the position of the new president of the Motorcycle Association, and in a remarkably short time, he transformed the entire organization into the infamous and fear-inducing motorcycle gang it had become. At this moment, before Xia Wensi could utter a word, a hall master stepped forward to report to the leader. He conveyed that 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, had intruded into their camp. Among them, 1 man possessed wings on his back and exhibited formidable strength. According to the accounts of those rescued, he was even capable of deflecting bullets. This single individual had already caused the loss of over 400 brothers. Xia Wensi's expression remained inscrutable. With his hands casually tucked in his pockets, he remarked coolly, "Let us proceed. The guests have already arrived downstairs, and we should extend our greetings." The hall masters, fully trusting Xia Wensi's words, followed him as they descended the stairs. Chapter 549. This person is truly arrogant, as Xia Wensi had remarked. Gu Feng had already descended to the lower levels. The corpses brought by Gu Feng were neatly arranged in the open space before the building, while the surrounding area was teeming with members of the motorcycle gang. Some gritted their teeth in rage. Others shouted profanities, seemingly hoping that such displays could mask their cowardice and fear, obscuring their lack of courage to confront the invaders. Gu Feng held no interest in these individuals, nor in those within the building before him. He felt no sympathy for them, nor any desire to pity anyone. He had endured and witnessed far too much. His sole aim was to achieve his objectives through the most straightforward and efficient means. Since experiencing the fragmentation of Hope City, he had grown indifferent to the lives and deaths of people, particularly strangers. Gu Feng pondered whether his psychological transformation was beneficial or detrimental. However, one thing was certain. This was undoubtedly not good news for those so-called strangers, such as the lifeless bodies presently lying cold upon the ground. Upon descending the stairs, Xia Wenci immediately encountered these corpses, and a glint of cold light flickered in his somewhat small eyes. This icy gleam soon settled upon Gu Feng. The motorcycle gang members, upon seeing Xia Wenci, all bowed their heads and called out in unison, "Brother Shi." Wang Rini sidled up to Gu Feng and, with a mysterious grin, remarked, "Director, they are far more imposing than us. Imposing stature is but a fleeting illusion. Those with true strength remain understated, much like myself." Gu Feng replied. Wang Rini found Gu Feng's words profoundly insightful and began to reflect, questioning whether his own flamboyance and uniqueness had led to his frequent captures by the director. Suddenly, Xia Wenci declared, "You are quite powerful." "I am aware," Gu Feng responded. "However, you should not have come at this time, nor should you disturb me now. Apologies for the intrusion, but I must collect you miscreants now, as I have pressing business in Q City tomorrow." Upon uttering this, Gu Feng left the gathered crowd astonished, including Wang Rini and Yang Sihui, who gazed at him in disbelief. "You insolent fool, do you think you can recruit us?" A burly leader scoffed. "That is the most ludicrous joke I have ever heard in my life. Brother Shi, allow me to teach him a lesson. I also wish to engage." Another voice chimed in, as 5 leaders encircled Xia Wenci, all eager to join the fray. Gu Feng recognized that the average combat strength of these leaders had reached the 6th level of biological prowess, which was quite commendable. However, he suddenly found himself in a quandary, his expression torn. "This is indeed a dilemma," he mused aloud. "How should I handle you leaders? To kill you would risk disbanding the motorcycle gang, complicating future recruitment. Yet, if I spare you, I fear that upon my departure, you may feign compliance and neglect your duties. Goodness, this person is exceedingly arrogant." The fervor among the crowd of bikers had reached an almost frenzied pitch. Without needing the leaders to intervene, they rallied together, believing that with a mere spit each, they could drown him. Indeed, united in their resolve, they clamored to end his life, emboldened by their numbers, undeterred by the prospect of facing him. The atmosphere was charged with a palpable rage, each individual yearning to exact their fury upon Gu Feng. Chapter 550. Visitors from the Shadow Division. Even Wang Rini could no longer suppress his discontent. "Cough, Dean. Wasn't he the intention to remain low-key? I have already subtly stated the facts." Gu Feng earnestly explained. Wang Rini, witnessing Gu Feng's serious yet innocent expression, couldn't he help but retort, "Dean, seeing your face like that, not only the motorcycle gang members, but even I feel inclined to strike you." "Huh, then give it a try," Gu Feng replied playfully. "Cough, I was merely speaking casually, just casually." Xia Wenci, initially troubled by how to uncover Gu Feng's secrets, saw an opportunity to harness the emotions of those below him. Seizing the moment, he proclaimed loudly, "Brothers, today someone dares to defecate on our necks. If we endure this, the reputation of our motorcycle gang will be utterly tarnished. Can we allow such a thing to transpire? Absolutely not." The members of the motorcycle gang shouted in unison, their voices thunderous. Wang Rini and Yang Sihui turned pale, instinctively drawing closer to Gu Feng. "Dean, are you truly willing to engage in such a perilous game?" "Dude, with so many people, can you really handle it?" Wang Rini and Yang Sihui exclaimed in unison. Gu Feng, with a pointed remark, stated, "As the level of evolution rises, the numerical advantage becomes increasingly insignificant. This is a lesson I only grasped 6 months ago. Seeing the fervor among his subordinates reach a fever pitch, Xiao Wenci bellowed, "Kill!" Instantly, the members of the motorcycle gang surged forward. Wang Rini and Yang Sihui, witnessing the overwhelming tide of people, felt as though they had become mere straws destined to be swept away. Their only thought at that moment was to pray that Gu Feng, like a sturdy tree, could withstand the onslaught. Just at that critical juncture, a thunderous explosion resonated from the west side of the motorcycle gang's camp, illuminating the faces of the crowd with a brilliant blaze. The warehouse. It's in the direction of the warehouse. Oh no, the warehouse has exploded. Quick, extinguish the flames, salvage the supplies. Yes, yes, save the supplies. We cannot let our hard-earned resources vanish like this. The once tense atmosphere shattered into chaos, as some abandoned their weapons to rush towards the fire, while others stood in bewilderment, still reeling from the intense explosion. Xiao Wenci narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and menacing, as if he sought to pierce through Gu Feng's heart and ascertain whether this remarkably fortuitous explosion had any connection to him. Yet, Gu Feng remained unfazed, exuding an air of calmness, as if he were privy to everything, yet also oblivious to it all. Swiftly, Xiao Wenci reached a decision. Pointing at Gu Feng with a commanding voice, this explosion must be linked to him. Otherwise, such a coincidence is impossible. If he seeks our demise, we shall not allow him to thrive. Let us unite and eliminate him. Those who had rushed to extinguish the flames were few, and the remaining individuals all fixed their blood-red, vengeful gazes upon Gu Feng. In a sudden twist amid the throng of motorbike enthusiasts, 3 men of decidedly ordinary appearance emerged, approaching Gu Feng with a respectful demeanor. City Lord, the 2nd group of the Shadow Division, Team 3, reporting for duty. Gu Feng, seemingly already aware, nodded and replied, "Apologies for disrupting your plans. The essence of the shadows lies in executing the will of the City Lord. Our plans pale in significance. Indeed, it appears he has managed the shadows quite well. Thank you, City Lord. We shall convey your commendation to Mr. Shadow." Chapter 551. The intervention of Xiao Wenci. Initially familiar with the trio, the members of the motorcycle gang took a moment to comprehend that these 3 individuals were, in fact, undercover agents dispatched by rival forces, with their leader being the winged man before them, a revelation that evoked astonishment. As the trio departed, their auras surged, indicating a concealed strength. Xiao Wenci's countenance darkened to an extreme, pondering the cunning stratagems at play. "May I inquire as to your origins?" Gu Feng waved dismissively, asserting that their origins were of little consequence. As for their methods, they are not as formidable as you presume. It is merely a stroke of luck. What do you mean? Gu Feng gestured for a member of the Shadow Division to elucidate their original plan. According to regulations, organizations like the motorcycle gang, steeped in infamy, ought to be eradicated. However, since the City Lord has alternative arrangements, we shall comply unconditionally. Turning to Xiao Wenci, Gu Feng declared, "Do you hear? I did not come here to shed blood. The individuals strewn across the ground serve merely as a warning. Regrettably, it seems that my warnings have fallen on deaf ears. Now, I offer you one final opportunity. Surrender or face death." Xiao Wenci's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and resolve. Finally, gritting his teeth, he commanded his subordinates, "Surrender is not an option for us. Brothers, charge. Kill." The motorcycle gang surged once more like a relentless tide. In their eyes, Gu Feng's faction had merely gained 3 additional members, while they still boasted over 2,000, even if half were occupied elsewhere. They believed they could wear down their adversaries, charging forth without hesitation. However, they soon realized their grave miscalculation. Before they could advance, the 3 traitors formed a triangular formation, shielding Gu Feng at the center, brandishing blood-red shields and peculiar rifles, and commenced firing upon the oncoming throng. The blue energy projectiles emitted from their weapons pierced through all in their trajectory, leaving even those sheltered behind concrete walls vulnerable. The devastating firepower shattered the motorcycle gang's morale, sending them into disarray. What manner of weaponry is this? How is it capable of such lethal destruction? Scatter. Return fire with ferocity. The gang members hastily attempted to regroup, but their bullets merely ricocheted off the adversary's shields with a resounding clang, failing to inflict any harm. No matter where they took cover, the enemy's firepower proved indiscriminate and deadly. "No, I do not wish to die. I do not wish to perish," they cried in desperation. "Flee. We cannot win. Their weaponry is far too powerful." It was a futile endeavor, an act of senseless self-destruction. "Brothers, run." Before long, the motorcycle gang could no longer withstand the onslaught and began to retreat in panic. Suddenly, dark smoke enveloped Xiao Wensi, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the night. Those fleeing felt a chilling sensation at their throats, and one by one, they were met with a horrific wound as torrents of blood gushed forth. Before long, all those individuals clutched their necks and collapsed onto the ground. Xiao Wensi revealed himself and coldly declared, "Fleeing without a fight means death." Those who had been contemplating escape immediately abandoned their thoughts and rejoined the fray. Gu Feng, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "If he is so ruthless towards his own, how merciless must he be towards his enemies?" Xiao Wensi replied with a sinister smile, "You shall know soon enough." With that, he transformed once more into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the darkness. Gu Feng, intrigued, remarked, "Such a fascinating ability. It seems to gain greater advantage in the shadows." No wonder, he said upon our first meeting, that it was not the right time for him to arrive. Stretching his limbs, Gu Feng addressed the 3 members of the Shadow Division. "I shall engage him for a while. These minor characters can be dealt with easily. Just teach them a lesson, but do not slay too many." "Understood, City Lord." With that, Gu Feng stepped out from the protective circle of the trio. Chapter 552. "I thought you could evade, I told you. You should not have come at this time. In the dead of night, no one can rival me." Xiao Wensi's voice echoed through the darkness, yet it was impossible to discern the direction from which it emanated. Gu Feng calmly replied, "Though it may seem somewhat pretentious, I must assert that in the face of absolute strength, your supernatural abilities are as insubstantial as the moon reflected in water or flowers mirrored in glass, utterly meaningless. To speak so brazenly when death is imminent." Just as Xiao Wensi's words fell, a glint of cold light suddenly sliced through the night sky, aimed directly at Gu Feng's throat. Xiao Wensi had made his move, and it was a lethal strike. Gu Feng's face registered surprise as he hastily dodged, the blade barely grazing his skin. Xiao Wensi's voice rang out again. "How does it feel? Afraid, are we? You were so close to death." Gu Feng, exuding confidence, replied, "Indeed, you have stated it was merely a close call. What difference does it make between a near miss and a significant gap? The outcome remains the same. I did not even exert my full strength." With a faint smile, Gu Feng continued, "If I were to claim that I utilized less than 1% of my power, would you think I jest? Only a braggart would speak such empty words. Now meet your demise." It was evident that Xiao Wensi was genuinely enraged, as billowing black smoke gathered in the air and abruptly descended, resembling an immense black cauldron that sought to envelop Gu Feng entirely. Surrounded by darkness, Gu Feng could see nothing but ink-like gloom. As he reached out to touch the black smoke, a sharp pain coursed through his fingers, drawing back his hand in surprise. He remarked, "Fortunately, my body is robust. Had it been anyone else, they would likely be bleeding by now." Soon after, the black smoke began to contract rapidly, seemingly intent on completely submerging Gu Feng within its grasp. Frowning, Gu Feng mused, "It seems I must take this seriously." With that, he bent low, then surged forward into the black smoke. In the next moment, Gu Feng emerged from the shadows, his hand gripping Xiao Wensi's throat. Xiao Wensi's face flushed crimson, his eyes wide with shock and disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that after exerting his utmost, this would be the outcome. Not only was Xiao Wensi taken aback, but even Gu Feng himself was surprised, exclaiming, "Goodness, I thought you could evade." To prolong our play, I refrained from using my abilities or instincts. You truly lack resilience. Though Gu Feng spoke the truth, to Xiao Wensi's ears, it sounded like unabashed boasting, causing his face to redden further, not from a grip, but from indignation. He attempted to speak, yet the vice-like hand around his neck rendered him mute. With Xiao Wensi captured and the black smoke dissipating, Onlookers soon recognized the anomaly. How is this possible? Brother, she has lost. No, this cannot be real. Third brother, slap me. This must be a dream. How could brother she possibly lose? Despite the motorcycle gang's reluctance to accept the truth, the reality stood stark before them. The members of the motorcycle gang swiftly lost their fighting spirit, and with the shadowy figures urging them to surrender and promising not to kill, they cast aside their weapons and chose capitulation. Gu Feng, observing the settling dust around him, turned to Xia Wenxi and said, "In the past, I would have undoubtedly condemned you for forsaking righteousness in pursuit of gain, for indulging in plunder and violence. However, I no longer hold such views, for I now comprehend your plight. In this apocalyptic era, one must be ruthless to survive. Without a firm hand, how can one manage subordinates? Without determination, how can one carve out a name for oneself? Therefore, you must also understand my position. I intend to recruit your followers, and for that, their leader must perish. If you do not die, they will never truly obey. Given that your demise is imminent, do you have any last wishes to ponder? If they are not too burdensome, I shall assist in fulfilling them." Chapter 553. No need to fabricate stories upon hearing Gu Feng's words. Xia Wenxi relinquished his struggle, fully aware that his demise was inevitable. In the twilight of his existence, he yearned only to pass away beside that singular individual who had bestowed warmth upon him. Gu Feng, possessing the ability to read minds, instantly grasped his sentiments. He turned to the three members of the Dark Division, instructing them, "The matters below are now in your hands." "Yes, City Lord." The trio responded in unison. Gu Feng then lifted Xia Wenxi and soared toward the building, crashing through the window on the 6th floor. Yang Sihui, in a daze, murmured, "These wings can truly fly." Meanwhile, Xiao Zi was engulfed in bitterness, questioning her own actions. How many opportunities had she squandered to please Gu Feng? Not only had she failed to seize them, but she also harbored thoughts of undermining him. It left her bewildered, reflecting on her own choices. Even a fool would have made a better selection than she had. As she observed Wang Rennie, basking in glory while mingling with the members of the Dark Division, her heart sank further. The truth was painfully evident. She was inferior to even a madman. In the lecture building, the lifeless body remained eerily still on the podium of the large classroom on the 6th floor. Xia Wenxi had honored his promise, returning sooner than expected, but this time, he was not alone. Gu Feng accompanied him. Releasing Xia Wenxi, he intended to approach the podium, yet hesitated mid-step. Ultimately, he retreated, resuming his previous seat. Gu Feng observed his indecision, his turmoil, his unrequited affection, and could not help but remark, "This is not the feudal era. There is no shame in loving one's teacher." Indeed, there was no shame in it. Xia Wenxi gazed serenely at the podium, his expression unusually tranquil. She was a wonderful person, wasn't she? Yes, indeed. Whenever I was bullied by my classmates, she was always the first to stand up for me. Each time I suffered in solitude and despair, she would smile and encourage me. Her laughter was like a sunflower beaming just for you. She truly was a gentle soul. How did she meet her end? Xia Wenxi cast a glance at Gu Feng, lowering his head as he spoke. That day, I was elected president of the Motorcycle Association. I had planned to bring her along to celebrate, but unexpectedly, mutated beasts invaded. I failed to protect her sob as he spoke. Tears streamed down his face. Gu Feng, however, chuckled. "At this juncture, there is no need for you to weave tales for my sake. I merely asked out of curiosity." That body clearly succumbed to a throat slashing by a sharp weapon. Have the mutated beasts here already learned to wield daggers? Or did you lend them one? No. No. Xia Wenxi was on the brink of collapse. Gu Feng, with a scoff, replied, "Fine, if you say it isnt so, then it isnt. It was an accident. I did not intend for this to happen. Truly, it was not my intention." In truth, Gu Feng had gleaned the entire sequence of events from the depths of Xia Wenxi's heart. After triumphantly defeating the former president of the Motorcycle Association, Xia Wenxi ascended to the position of new president, feeling somewhat elated. He believed that his moment of glory had finally arrived, envisioning a transformative turn in his life. He felt empowered to shape not only his own destiny, but also the fates of others. Chapter 554. The new leader Zhang Chengwu, he was eager to showcase his strength to the one he secretly admired, hoping to declare his feelings if all went well. How could he impress her? Naturally, by subduing a bloodthirsty, mutated beast in her presence. Initially, everything went smoothly. He truly demonstrated his prowess and succeeded in slaying the creature. However, his confession was met with rejection. Anger surged within him as he confronted her, only to be met with an answer that deepened his feelings of pain and inferiority. He realized he was merely one of her most ordinary students, and she was only fulfilling her duties as a teacher. Everything had been his own misplaced affections. In a fit of rage, he forgot he was still holding a dagger, instinctively raising his hand only to retract it, as he had practiced countless times in the night. And just like that, she lay dead before him. In this damned apocalyptic world, it hardly seemed significant. Gu Feng finally asked, "Are you certain you wish to die here?" Xiao Wenxi knew Gu Feng was about to act. He straightened his clothing and sat upright, resembling a diligent student in class. Gu Feng casually picked up a piece of chalk and flicked it towards Xiao Wenxi, a white flash streaking by, leaving a blood hole the width of a finger on his forehead. He slumped helplessly against his chair. Xiao Wenxi had perished, dying at his own desk, while the teacher's corpse remained standing at the podium. Gu Feng stood by the window, gazing at the lights below. In a hazy glow, he seemed to glimpse another world, one with a similar classroom, yet filled with eager students. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows onto their textbooks, and the teacher at the podium continued to lecture passionately, while the students' faces radiated a thirst for knowledge and dreams of the world beyond. That evening, at Gu Feng's behest, the new leader of the motorcycle gang was chosen. This new leader, Zhang Chengwu, was among the most formidable within the gang, yet previously had not even held a lowly rank. This change arose because Zhang Chengwu was a direct subordinate of the former president of the Motorcycle Association. After the president's demise, although Zhang Chengwu was not implicated, he lost all his positions and had a scrape eye at the bottom. Coincidentally, Zhang Chengwu's sister was Xiao Zi. Upon receiving the order to meet Gu Feng, he brought his sister along to express their apologies. "There is truly no need. I am not so petty as to hold a grudge against the young girl." Gu Feng reassured them in light of their sincere contrition. Once the siblings confirmed that Gu Feng was not jesting, they were overcome with joy and expressed their gratitude profusely. "Enough of that. I summoned you for an important matter." Zhang Chengwu quickly responded with utmost respect, "Lord of the city, the kindness you have shown to my sister and me is something I, Zhang Chengwu, could never repay in this lifetime. Whatever you command, I will see it through, even if it costs me my life." Gu Feng shook his head, saying, "There is no need for such extremes. The reason I am incorporating you into my ranks is due to your influence, especially among the survivors." Do we, the motorcycle gang, truly possess such significant influence? Zhang Chengwu found himself somewhat perplexed. Gu Feng pointed towards Yang Sihui and remarked, "Do you see that young lady over there? She is not even a mutant, yet she has heard of the illustrious reputation of your motorcycle gang, even articulating the grand tales of your past with remarkable eloquence. Does this not signify the extent of your influence? Of course, the glory of your past deserves to be enclosed in quotation marks." Upon hearing this, Zhang understood, now I see. This is indeed the fault of those beneath us, who have been too ostentatious in their dealings. I shall have the little ones amend their ways, and they shall certainly comply. Chapter 555. The thoughts of Ancient Style. Ancient Style shook his head and said, "There is no need to change this aspect of your exuberance. It is precisely what I admire. I wish to leverage the influence of your motorcycle club to promote our Noah New Town." "Noah New Town? I've never heard of it." Zhang Chengwu replied, looking more perplexed. Ancient Style patiently elaborated on the location, environment, and lifestyle of the people in Noah New Town. The audience grew increasingly astonished as he spoke. Once he finished, Zhang Chengwu, touching his flushed face from excitement, exclaimed, "Goodness, you can't be referring to Paradise, can you?" Fearing disbelief from the crowd, Ancient Style called upon Little Point. Without hesitation, Little Point displayed images of Noah New Town. "Wow, can we actually live there?" Zhang Chengwu inquired eagerly. Ancient Style smiled and nodded, "Of course. But there is a prerequisite. One must achieve a contribution value of 100 to reside in Noa New Town. At this moment, all of Zhang Qingwu's doubts were dispelled. Had ancient style claimed that anyone could inhabit such a splendid place, he would have been skeptical, as one does not receive free gifts from the heavens without hidden motives. The requirement to become a resident of Noa and New Town reassured him, igniting a fervent desire to be part of that idyllic haven. He was weary of his anxious days and longed to dwell in that utopia. The only remaining question was how to accumulate the necessary contributions. What about this contribution value? In truth, these ideas were merely a temporary strategy devised by ancient style upon encountering the motorcycle club, needing further refinement with the administrative officials in the town. Nevertheless, the general process was already clear. Utilize the motorcycle club as a promotional force for Noa New Town, enabling the lost survivors to learn about it and inspire their willingness to relocate. Ancient Style was confident that, as long as the motorcycle club honestly promoted the town, a multitude of survivors would be inclined to migrate to Noa New Town. This would allow for a continuous influx of survivors with minimal investment, making it a win-win situation for Ancient Style. This encompassed the entirety of Ancient Style's plan. However, when Zhang Qingwu inquired about the specifics, Ancient Style pondered briefly before responding. By completing tasks issued by Noa New Town, one can earn contribution values. Once one accumulates 100, they will officially become a resident and gain the privilege to reside there. What kind of tasks are there? Zhang Qingwu asked eagerly. There are numerous tasks, such as searching for supplies, gathering intelligence, hunting mutated beasts, delivering messages, and construction, among others. The contribution values vary based on the level of danger involved. Oh, I see. But I have another question. If people arrive at Noa New Town with great enthusiasm, yet are not official residents, unable to live in the elevated city, wouldn't it be perilous to stay outside while accumulating contribution values? Zhang Qingwu's question left Ancient Style momentarily speechless. Gu Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head as his mind raced to find a solution. He quickly recalled that a secondary city would soon be constructed beneath Noa New City, a place where anyone could reside. Noa New City would only ensure the safety of this secondary city and provide supplies for a duration of 1 month. Zhang Qingwu pondered for a moment, his expression grave as he remarked, "So, after 1 month, if one has not become an official resident of Noa New City, the inhabitants of the secondary city must fend for themselves in terms of resources?" Gu Feng felt a pang of concern, wondering if this stipulation was overly stringent. Hesitantly, he nodded and added, "Of course, people in the secondary city can stay as long as they wish. There is no time limit for mere residents. But safety is unequivocally guaranteed." To his surprise, a broad smile suddenly illuminated Zhang Qingwu's serious face, and he nearly leaped with excitement. Chapter 556. What kind of great person, how wonderful it is to have a month's worth of free supplies, without any threats to our safety. This treatment surpasses all the survivor camps I have heard of. No, it is not just generous. It is practically charitable. You know, in cities like Q, F, and M, the bases I am aware of not only fail to provide supplies to survivors, but also require them to pay in supplies. We are all aware of this, which is why we have remained here instead of seeking refuge in those cities. Hearing Zhang Qingwu's words, Gu Feng felt significantly reassured. However, Zhang Qingwu's next statement nearly choked Gu Feng. "Do you really mean what you say?" "Of course I do." Zhang Qingwu, still skeptical, inquired, "Such an important matter. Can you truly decide on your own?" One of the shadow team members standing behind Gu Feng could not help but interject, "This is the Lord of Noa New City. Of course, his word holds weight." "You are the Lord? A city of such magnitude, with so many people, all under your command?" Gu Feng waved his hand dismissively. "It's not that large, and the population is not overwhelming. Only about 1 million or so." At this, Zhang Qingwu grew even more anxious, beads of sweat streaming down his forehead. He felt a tension that rivaled his first illicit encounter with a girl. "It's all my fault. I failed to recognize the grandeur. I failed to recognize the true significance." Zhang Qingwu stumbled over his words, flustered. "Do not be so nervous." Gu Feng's attempts at reassurance were futile, even counterproductive. Finally, Gu Feng sighed. All right, if you are so anxious, it would be best for you to remain silent and simply listen to me. Zhang Chengwu nodded vigorously. Gu Feng continued, as the Lord of Noa New City, I hereby assign the first mission to your motorcycle gang to disseminate information about Noa New City and its willingness to accept survivors. Ideally, this should become common knowledge. Rest assured, I will not have you work for free. If everyone within a 500-kilometer radius of Sanshui City is informed, each of you will receive 50 contribution points. For every additional kilometer beyond that radius, I shall grant you an extra 10 points. How does that sound? Zhang Chengwu calculated in his mind that, based on Gu Feng's method of assessment, accumulating 100 contribution points would require spreading the word over 1,000 kilometers, essentially drawing a circle with a radius of 1,000 kilometers centered on Sanshui City. To his astonishment, he realized that this circle would encompass the entire Central Plain region. My heavens! What kind of remarkable individual possesses such audacity and vision? Zhang Chengwu mused, feeling a newfound respect for Gu Feng. Finally, Gu Feng asked, Do you think this mission can be completed within a month? Zhang Chengwu longed to reply with bravado that it could be done, yet reality constrained him, making it impossible for him to nod in agreement so easily. To cover such a vast area with a mere 1,000 people would undoubtedly be a lengthy endeavor. It seemed Gu Feng anticipated Zhang Chengwu's predicament, as he said directly, There is no need for you to rush in answering me. Come with me first. I have prepared a month's worth of supplies for you. With that, Gu Feng stepped outside, and everyone followed suit. Ancient Wind led the way to an open space and came to a halt. The crowd was still perplexed, wondering what could possibly be here. Suddenly, Ancient Wind waved his hand, and the entire area was instantly filled with an abundance of supplies. These provisions encompassed all aspects of daily life, ranging from toothpaste and laundry detergent to bed linens and foodstuffs. However, what truly captivated their attention were the weaponry and equipment: bone helmets, scale armor, bone swords, bone shields, along with a plethora of firearms, ammunition, and heavy weaponry. Although not as comprehensively equipped as formal team members, it was nonetheless sufficient to leave Zhang Chengwu and the others utterly astonished. Chapter 557. Your life is just beginning. Gu Feng, with a hint of regret, remarked, As you are not yet official members, the weapons and equipment provided to you are merely at the most basic level and have seen little evolution. However, they should suffice to deal with the mutated beasts in the Central Plains. Zhang Chengwu, in a state of bewilderment, pointed at the supplies and stammered, Are these really for us? Otherwise, are you not afraid we might take the supplies and flee? Do you expect me to pursue you just for these meager supplies? Gu Feng's casual remark only solidified Zhang Chengwu's resolve to become an official resident of Noa New City, which he believed to be a paradise on earth. Gu Feng then guided Zhang Chengwu to a pile of potions, stating, Weapons and equipment are ultimately external. The essence lies in your own evolution. These potions are evolution agents that can aid you in your transformation. How could such things even exist? Zhang Chengwu felt as if his worldview was crumbling. Gu Feng replied nonchalantly, The truth is, they truly exist. That night, the entire motorcycle gang underwent a transformation from death to rebirth. After their revival, they would undoubtedly leave a significant mark in the annals of the Noah era. The moon hung low among the branches, and the distant song of a nightingale drifted gently into the ears of those in slumber. In the stillness of the night, Yang Sihui tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She simply could not comprehend how the once timid and cowardly uncle had morphed into the Lord of Noa New City. She had experienced an overwhelming number of incredibilities that day, leaving her feeling as though it were all unreal. Most distressing was the fact that her uncle intended to leave her behind. Rather, his exact words were, Sihui, tomorrow I will arrange for someone to escort you to Noa New City. Once you arrive, someone will be there to welcome you into the city. Do not worry about contribution points. I will inform them on that end. Yang Sihui's emotions were truly complex at that moment. Logically, she should have been elated at the prospect of becoming an official resident of Noa New City without having to undertake any tasks, especially with the envious glances from those around her. Yet, she could not summon any joy for her uncle's words clearly indicated a separation at dawn. She felt reluctant, but the shy thoughts of a young girl were difficult for her to express. As she tossed and turned, dawn broke. The entire camp came to bid farewell to Gu Feng. He first turned to Zhang Chengwu, advising, "You are now considered reservists of Noa New City. You must adhere to the city's code of conduct. If you consume the supplies, that is inconsequential, but should I discover any violations of the code, reminiscent of your previous misdeeds of pillaging and plundering, I will truly come for you. We wouldn't dare. We absolutely wouldn't dare. With the supplies you provided us last night, we lack nothing and naturally will not engage in any actions that betray our conscience," Zhang Chengwu assured fervently. Gu Feng then addressed the silent Yang Sihui, saying, "You are still young. In the future, you will encounter many people and experiences. Do not let transient impulses cloud your judgment. Your life has only just begun, so do not rush into any decisions." However, the ancient spirit did not afford Yang Sihui the opportunity to speak. It swiftly seized Wang Rini from the crowd and mounted him upon the back of a dog. After a gust of wind, the onlookers were left only with the fading silhouette of the pair. Yang Sihui gazed at that figure, reluctant to part ways for a long time. Chapter 558. Arriving in Q City on the journey from Sanshui City to Q City. The dog did not fly at full speed. As Gu Feng would say, it was a rare opportunity to venture out, and one must not forget to appreciate the scenery and cultivate one's spirit. Wang Rini, with his loose tongue, remarked that this was not about cultivation, but rather mere frivolity. Once again, Gu Feng retaliated by kicking Wang Rini away. "Oh, how curious. Why do I keep saying again?" Wang Rini plummeted from the heights, landing with a bone-crushing thud. At Gu Feng's signal, the dog swooped down, grasping Wang Rini with its claws as if catching a pig, and continued on their way. The distance from Sanshui City to Q City was not particularly far. Under normal circumstances, it would take over 7 hours by car. However, with the dog deliberately controlling its speed, they arrived in merely 2 hours. As Gu Feng caught sight of Q City in the distance, he gestured for the dog to descend. "To avoid unnecessary trouble, you should wait for us outside the city," Gu Feng said, patting the dog's neck. The dog nodded and soared into the sky. Gu Feng then turned his attention to Wang Rini, noting that remarkably, Wang Rini's injuries were healing on their own without any restorative potions. Gu Feng's curiosity regarding Wang Rini grew. There must be something extraordinary about him, though extracting that information from him would undoubtedly be impossible. There would be plenty of time for Gu Feng to observe him more closely in the future. From here on, we shall rely on ourselves, Gu Feng declared. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling of chill that enveloped him today. "Why do I feel so cold?" Gu Feng sighed, rolling his eyes. "Yesterday you shaved and got a haircut, and after scraping off 3 pounds of black mud, you should feel invigorated. Oh, I completely forgot. Last night, at the motorcycle gang's camp, Gu Feng had compelled Wang Rini to clean himself thoroughly. The sight had been quite a disaster, consuming 6 large bathtubs of hot water to achieve cleanliness, leaving the young man who provided the water utterly exhausted from the effort. However, Wang Rini now appeared rather presentable. His sharp brows and bright eyes gave him an impressive demeanor, though one must overlook his prominent yellow teeth. Those yellow teeth could not be cleaned in a day. For now, they would have to suffice. As Gu Feng led Wang Rini toward Q City, he couldn't help but notice that Q City resembled a larger version of the former X City. The same lengthy quarantine zones, the same towering concrete walls, the same blank expressions of the scant few who ventured out. The only difference was that Q City was more than twice the size of its predecessor. As they walked, the number of fellow travelers increased. From the weary expressions and travel-worn attire of these individuals, it was clear that they were refugees seeking shelter within the city. "Please, can you spare some food?" A seemingly clever young man approached, noticing Gu Feng's well-kept appearance and the large wings on his back, suggesting he was no ordinary person. "I haven't eaten in 3 days. Ancient Wind continued to inquire. "Why should I feel pity for you when there are so many others who have not eaten?" I. Ancient Wind shook his head, choosing to disregard the plea, and proceeded onward. The young man, gazing at Ancient Wind's retreating figure, clenched his teeth and shouted, "Give me food. I shall sell my life to you." With a casual flick of his hand, Ancient Wind sent a bun soaring towards the young man, who, quick-witted and agile, caught it deftly and secured it firmly in his grasp. Chapter Beshus Elidokus, Yefan. The rebel, as the bun swelled in the young man's palm, he cast a wary glance around, noting the covetous gazes directed at the bun by numerous onlookers. Lacking the luxury of hesitation, he swiftly shoved the bun into his mouth, determined to consume it before any of them could act on their greedy intentions. Almost entirely swallowing the bun whole, he glanced back at Gu Feng, who had already moved several meters ahead. The young man hurried to catch up. "My life is now yours," he declared earnestly. Gu Feng chuckled. "Let's not speak too soon. First, deal with the ensuing troubles, and then we shall see about your life." As he spoke, those who had witnessed Gu Feng bestow the bun upon the young man swarmed around him like flies. "Please, spare some food. You're a good person. Have mercy and give me something to eat. I haven't seen a grain of rice in 4 or 5 days. I implore you. Good sir, I bow before you. Please have compassion." In an instant, Gu Feng found himself encircled, the chaos overwhelming as everyone clamored for sustenance. In times past, Gu Feng would have generously offered assistance, but he was no longer the same man. He glanced at the young man, indicating, "This is your doing. You must resolve it. Only then will I consider sparing your life." The young man understood that his opportunity had arrived. If seized, it could secure his future. Faced with the tumultuous crowd, he instinctively reached to his lower back, drawing forth a half-meter-long sickle, and bellowed, "Clear a path for me, or do not blame me for being ruthless." The crowd recoiled at the sight of the bloodstains on the sickle, yet they did not disperse. Their reasoning was simple. With so many present, even a genuine attack might not strike them. Fueled by desperation, the young man swung the sickle from right to left, its blade parting the crowd and painting the air with crimson as screams echoed around him. The 5 individuals at the forefront clutched their faces and fell to the ground in agony. No one showed concern for them. Perhaps their wounds would fester by the next day, leading to their demise. Who could say? They were merely ordinary people. Their deaths bore little consequence in this apocalyptic world. Gu Feng looked on with a sense of satisfaction. "What is your name?" Eagerly, the young man replied, "Yi Fan. Bandage their wounds and bring them along. I shall await you at the city gate," Gu Feng instructed, tossing down some bandages and antiseptics before continuing on his way. Yi Fan scratched his head, puzzled by Gu Feng's contradictory actions, first allowing him to harm others, then insisting on treating their wounds. What was his intent? Shrugging off the confusion, Yi Fan decided that overthinking would only drain his energy, and the bun he had just consumed could not withstand such expenditure. Wang Ren caught up with Gu Feng, speaking in hushed tones. "Has the dean taken a liking to that lad?" Gu Feng remained silent. Wang Ren, with an anxious expression, continued, "General, I sense that he harbors rebellious tendencies. It would be wise to eliminate him sooner rather than later." "Goodness, why am I a general now? And what do you mean by rebellious? Have you been watching too many 3 Kingdoms dramas?" Gu Feng couldn't help but retort. "Alas, alas, the general remains unheeding. He shall surely suffer the consequences in due time." Wang Ren displayed a countenance of profound sorrow. "Enough, enough. Cease this jesting, or I shall resort to my ultimate tactics," Gu Feng declared, feigning the motion of raising his foot. Wang Ren immediately reverted to his usual demeanor, grinning as he inquired, "Oh, very well then. What did you think of my recent verses?" "Not impressive at all," Gu Feng responded, maintaining a calm exterior while an inkling of unease stirred within him. Yet before long, Gu Feng could not help but burst into silent laughter. A mere Yi Fan, even if he were to betray them, could he truly inflict such great harm? Why then should he fret over the words of a madman? Is this not absurd? Chapter 560. The Price of a Life Before Long. The two arrived at the city gate, and after a brief wait, Yi Fan led a few individuals over. "All right, everyone is here. Let us enter the city first," Yi Fan said, somewhat troubled. "I have been expelled, and without paying the tax, I cannot gain entry. Thus, I suggested you follow me." "Oh, splendid." Gu Feng began to guide the group to queue for entry. At last, when it was Gu Feng's turn, the inspector, with a most disdainful attitude, barked, "Residence permit. If you do not possess one, go to the back and apply for it. Return only when you have completed the process." Gu Feng fixed his gaze on the inspector for 2 seconds, causing the inspector to fall into a state of stupor. Although Gu Feng had no intention of causing trouble, the inspector's demeanor irked him greatly, prompting him to activate his enchanting eye to teach the inspector a lesson. Slap yourself twice, then let us in. Upon uttering these words, the inspector dutifully slapped himself twice and then opened the automatic door. His colleagues stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene. Gu Feng, unfazed, strode confidently, leading his companions into the city. As they entered, Yi Fan witnessed Gu Feng's actions and was truly terrified. In Q City, provoking those in authority was tantamount to courting death. To him, Gu Feng was not merely flirting with danger. He was dancing on the precipice of demise. Just as Yi Fan lamented his uncertain future, he heard Gu Feng say, "You are familiar with the city. First, help us find a place to stay. We lack a residence permit, so we must seek out those mice for housing." Mice? Yi Fan quickly clarified, "Oh, not actual mice. In Q City, we refer to those who engage in low-price purchases and high-price sales as mice. Low-price purchases and high-price sales are common among merchants. Why label them as mice? Because they acquire certain resources at a fraction of the official price and then sell them at exorbitant rates to ordinary residents, all while remaining in the shadows. Thus, they are dubbed mice. Of course, these illicit transactions also include housing." Gu Feng merely responded with a casual "oh," yet his mind had already unraveled the sordid dealings of certain high-ranking individuals in Q City. Even a ship on the brink of sinking cannot deter the greed of certain souls who would risk the vessel's integrity for their insatiable desires. Gu Feng had no wish to engage with such individuals. He merely wished to expedite his own affairs. With Yi Fan as a guide, and after spending some resources, Gu Feng secured a spacious 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house from the mice. The accommodation was barely sufficient for 8 individuals, but once everything was arranged, Gu Feng summoned Yi Fan and his companions and stated, "I am no philanthropist. Should you desire my possessions, you must offer something of equal value in exchange. Take anything you desire, as long as you provide me with food. I am famished to the point of weakness, my head spinning. Indeed, we implore you for sustenance. We would comply with any task you set." The 5 unfortunate souls, their faces wrapped in bandages, pleaded earnestly. Gu Feng pointed to Yi Fan. "I purchased his life with a single bond. I too am willing, provided I am satiated. You may slay me immediately, and I shall embrace the fate of a gluttonous spirit. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. A mere half of a steamed bun suffices. For my life is yours to claim, less valuable than his." Gu Feng nodded earnestly. "This is what you all have proclaimed, and I take your words to heart." Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Gu Feng produced 6 steamed buns, one for each of the 5 individuals and Yi Fan. Yi Fan refrained from indulging. Yet the others consumed their portions with great zeal, even retrieving the crumbs that fell to the ground. Such is the price of a life in the apocalypse. It is just, fair, and devoid of deceit. Chapter 561. Father seeks son. Gu Feng appointed several captains for Yi Fan and issued him the task of promoting the existence of no new city among the townsfolk. Yi Fan, indifferent to the veracity of Gu Feng's claims regarding Noah, readily acquiesced. He felt somewhat unworthy of the 2 steamed buns he had received for such a simple task. In the afternoon, Yi Fan set out with a few companions, while Gu Feng departed with Wang Rinni. The streets bustled with people, yet the surroundings could only be described as filthy and chaotic. "What are we here to do?" Wang Rinni inquired after some time. "We're going to have a chat with the head honcho of Q City." "Oh," Gu Feng spoke casually, to which Wang Rinni responded nonchalantly. However, had any resident of Q City overheard this, they would be utterly astonished, either deeming Gu Feng a lunatic or believing they had misheard. The actual power behind Q City was Qin Huaigu, the 2nd seat among the 7 of governance. Regrettably, Qin Huaigu was currently absent from Q City, as his influence extended far beyond this single city. Unbeknownst to Gu Feng, he strode boldly toward the outer precinct of the offices, intent on entering without a second thought. "Hey, what are you doing? This is not a place for just anyone to enter. Get out of here, or you might get shot." A man resembling a security guard intercepted Gu Feng, gesturing towards the soldiers stationed behind him. Gu Feng regarded the guard and then the soldiers, activating his enchanting gaze. Both the guard and the soldiers trembled simultaneously and respectfully cleared the way. Wang Rini, feeling triumphant, playfully slapped the back of the guard's head, jesting. "Didn't I tell you? The director is a master at brainwashing." Gu Feng was taken aback. The essence of his enchanting gaze was indeed akin to brainwashing. He had only employed it twice in front of Wang Rini, yet he had discerned its nature. Was this mere coincidence? Gu Feng turned to Wang Rini, who remained blissfully oblivious, his usual foolish demeanor intact, rendering mind-reading futile. Gu Feng could only resign himself to the situation. Upon entering, Gu Feng discovered the security was even more formidable within. Thanks to his enchanting gaze, he encountered little resistance and made his way into the office building. The edifice was vast and uncertain of where to find the leader. He casually approached an employee and inquired, "Where might I find the person in charge of Q City?" The employee's expression turned suspicious. "What business do you have with our leader?" Before Gu Feng could respond, Wang Rini interjected, pointing at Gu Feng. "This is your leader's father, here to see his son. What do you think?" The employee's face transformed dramatically. "Madman, you two are lunatics. Someone come quickly." However, Gu Feng would not allow him to summon help. Activating his enchanting gaze, the employee fell into a stupor. Gu Feng, his expression peculiar, cleared his throat and stated, "Ahem, I truly am your leader's father. Lead me to him." The moment Gu Feng finished speaking, the man trembled slightly, and a newfound brilliance sparkled in his eyes as he respectfully addressed Gu Feng. "Ah, it is indeed a pleasure to have you here, esteemed elder. What a coincidence! I heard that old Master Qin took a flight to F City for an inspection yesterday, and now it is young Master Qin who oversees the affairs of Q City. Would you like me to escort you to your grandson?" Gu Feng pondered for a moment and replied, "Very well. Let us proceed." Chapter 561. Young Master Qin. At that moment, another employee happened to pass by and casually inquired, "Xiaozhang, who are these two? Why do you seem so engrossed in conversation?" The employee who was preparing to escort Gu Feng upstairs confidently replied, "This is old Qin's father, come to find old Qin. I am about to take the elder to young Master Qin." "Oh, I see. Then make haste," the employee responded, only to realize something amiss. "Wait, did I hear that correctly? Old Qin's father? Old Qin is already in his 70s. His father must have passed away at least 30 years ago. How could he possibly be here? Besides, the two accompanying him appear quite young, unless... No, this is bad. Intruders." This employee, clearly sharp and decisive, swiftly rushed to the corner, ready to sound the alarm on the wall. Unfortunately, he was a moment too late. Gu Feng had already appeared by his side and grasped his arm firmly. As the charm of his gaze activated, Gu Feng calmly stated, "I truly am your leader's father." Upon releasing his grip, the employee, like the one before him, wholly believed Gu Feng's words and even offered to lead the way. Following this brief interlude, the subsequent events unfolded smoothly, and Gu Feng soon found himself at the threshold of young Master Qin's office. Outside the office stood two metamorphs, who broke into a cold sweat upon catching sight of Gu Feng. These two metamorphs had attained a formidable level of biological evolution, possessing the acute ability to discern the existence of evolutionary rankings and the subtle disparities in strength among their kind. Yet, they could never have anticipated encountering a figure of unfathomable power that day. The intensity of Gu Feng's presence was suffocatingly strong, flooding their minds with an overwhelming sense of dread. A mere glance from Gu Feng rendered them paralyzed, for within that gaze lay a foreboding warning, a harbinger of death. Just before pushing the door open, Gu Feng turned to the two and remarked, "You two are not bad." Upon hearing his words, they felt as if a great weight had been lifted and simultaneously exhaled a long sigh of relief. Only after the door closed behind Gu Feng did they realize they were drenched in cold sweat. "Brother, what shall we do next?" one asked. "Alas, there is no choice. We cannot stop that person. He has already entered. If anything were to happen to young Master Qin, we would surely bear the consequences. Given young Master Qin's temperament, even if nothing goes awry, he will still find a way to trouble us. You are right. We have but one path left." "What path?" "To flee." Inside the office, young Master Qin was engaged in unspeakable activities with his female secretary when Gu Feng's abrupt intrusion ignited his fury. "Who are you? Who permitted you to enter? Get out at once," he shouted, not even bothering to detach himself from his secretary. Gu Feng leisurely settled onto the sofa and replied, "I am in no rush. Young Master Qin may continue. I can wait right here. Someone, where are my men?" "Young Master Qin, it would be futile to call. Your men do not dare to come in." Young Master Qin finally realized the gravity of the situation. In a flurry, he hastily donned his clothes and exclaimed, "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" Though he was already in his 40s, young Master Qin exhibited none of the composure or maturity characteristic of adulthood, instead emanating an aura of immaturity. Gu Feng hesitated, pondering whether it was truly wise to seek information from such a person. Chapter 563. Apologies for my lack of restraint. Well, since I'm here, I might as well give it a try. Gu Feng mumbled, gesturing to the sofa opposite him. "Young Master Qin, please take a seat." At that moment, Gu Feng appeared to be the host. As soon as young Master Qin settled himself, he declared, "My father, Qin Huaigu, will not let you off if you harm me. Come closer, and I shall share a secret." Gu Feng spoke mysteriously. Young Master Qin, curious, leaned in. Suddenly, Gu Feng delivered a resounding slap, leaving young Master Qin in a daze. "How dare you hit me?" Smack. Another slap followed. "My father is Qin Huaigu." Smack. "My father will not smack. You're doomed." Smack. "Please stop. I was wrong." Sob. Smack. "I admit my fault. Yet you continue to strike." Smack. By the end, young Master Qin was rendered speechless, merely covering his face and weeping softly. Gu Feng rubbed his hands together and coughed. "I apologize. I have long dreamed of striking those like you, privileged second-generation officials lacking capability. I simply could not restrain myself. My sincerest apologies." "Please stop. I won't do it again. I promise," Gu Feng assured repeatedly. Young Master Qin, trembling, lowered his hands. Smack. Another crisp sound echoed across young Master Qin's face. "Wah, didn't we agree not to strike?" "It wasn't me." Gu Feng protested innocently. This particular slap was not delivered by him. Wang Rini, glancing at his own hand with a grin, remarked, "I found it quite entertaining, so I couldn't resist giving it a try." "My apologies." Young Master Qin was nearly overwhelmed with grievance. Gu Feng, feeling a twinge of self-disdain, thought, "All right, I need to discuss matters with him. Please do not interfere." "Understood, Director." Gu Feng turned his attention back to young Master Qin and stated, "From now on, you will answer my questions without any concealment or hesitation. You are well aware of the consequences should you do otherwise." At this moment, young Master Qin dared not entertain any other thoughts, nodding vigorously in agreement. "Before the catastrophe struck, what was your position, and where were you?" "I was the mayor of the absurd city. Prior to the disaster, my father had me evacuated here by plane. It became evident that these high-ranking officials had received warnings before the calamity, preparing themselves in advance." Gu Feng's suspicions were thus reaffirmed. "Did your father inform you about the cause of this disaster?" "No." "Are you certain?" Gu Feng asked, his eyes narrowing. Young Master Qin, racking his brain, suddenly recalled, "Oh, I think I overheard my father mention in a meeting that this disaster has something to do with the Arctic. But I didn't catch the details." "The Arctic?" Gu Feng frowned. "If there is one place on Earth shrouded in mystery, it is indeed the Arctic. For reasons unknown, ever since the United States established itself as the global hegemon, it has tightly sealed off the entire region, prohibiting even aircraft from flying over its skies. It is nearly impossible for other nations to access the Arctic, let alone acquire any information that would enlighten the common folk. The only knowledge that the commoners possess regarding the Arctic pertains solely to polar bears. Beyond that, they're devoid of any substantial information. The Arctic represents a crucial lead. The commoner further inquires about the location of your nuclear arsenal. I cannot disclose that. If I do, my father would likely kill me. If you refuse to speak, I shall take matters into my own hands." The commoner feigned intimidation. "Even if I were to divulge it, it would be futile. Only my father knows the key to the nuclear arsenal, and no one else has the capability to access the weapons." "Ah, then let us put this to the test," the commoner asserted with confidence. Chapter 564. Secretary Liu Yusin under the threat posed by Gu Feng, Young Master Qin obediently divulged the location of the nuclear arsenal. Well done. Gu Feng remarked, I have completed my inquiries. Now we may discuss business. Business? What business? Young Master Qin queried, somewhat perplexed. Gu Feng leisurely responded. It appears that Q City is currently overwhelmed with people, placing considerable strain on your logistics. I'm not entirely certain about that, young Master Qin admitted, his embarrassment evident. Gu Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry at the incompetence displayed by such a leader. Who knows? Summon him. Young Master Qin, unwilling to defy, hurriedly picked up the phone and requested Secretary Liu to bring in the logistics information for Q City. Yes, quickly. Not long after he hung up, a knock echoed through the room. Come in. The door swung open to reveal none other than the female secretary who had just been with young Master Qin, now carrying a hefty stack of documents. Young Master Qin pointed directly at her and instructed, quickly, inform this gentleman about the logistics situation in Q City. The secretary, still grappling with her earlier feelings of shame and anger, wore a visibly distressed expression. Yet, she suppressed the deep-seated sense of humiliation and began her report. What choice did she have? In this apocalyptic world, a woman like her, devoid of support, understood all too well the dire consequences she might face. She had witnessed far too much in the city. Thus, she bore her burdens in silence. Her report flowed smoothly. She recited the intricate data from the stack of documents without needing to glance at them, articulating the various circumstances with clarity and precision. Impressive, was Gu Feng's initial thought. Once the secretary concluded her presentation, Gu Feng inquired, What is your name? The secretary furrowed her brow slightly, though her demeanor remained calm. She was deeply concerned about whether this stranger harbored ulterior motives toward her. Oh, her name is Liu Yusin, young Master Qin interjected. Gu Feng nodded and addressed young Master Qin. You have just heard the situation. Your supplies are critically short, and the population is excessive. If you fail to regulate the numbers, your entire city system may very well collapse. Yes, you make a valid point. Young Master Qin nodded vigorously. Gu Feng continued. I find myself in a contrary position. I am not lacking in supplies, but in personnel. What do you think of this business proposition? Are you suggesting an exchange of supplies for people? Young Master Qin asked, attempting to grasp the concept. You could put it that way. Young Master Qin, uncertain, glanced at Liu Yusin, who gave a slight nod of approval. Only then did young Master Qin respond to Gu Feng. That sounds like a good idea. I agree. The two exchanged glances, but Gu Feng, keenly observant, noticed their silent communication. Gu Feng gestured towards the sofa. Liu Yusin, please take a seat. Liu Yusin did not sit immediately. She waited for young Master Qin's nod of consent before doing so. Gu Feng smiled and remarked, You are an astute individual. Let's speak candidly. Liu Yusin, unable to believe the turn of events, pointed at herself. Me? You wish to discuss with me? Your superior is a fool. Yet you possess clarity of thought. Naturally, discussion should be held with the discerning. The words spoken by Gu Feng were almost a public affront to young Master Qin. Yet he dared not utter a single retort. Liu Yusin found herself intrigued by Gu Feng's identity. What manner of individual could so effectively admonish their own superior? What kind of person would require a multitude of followers? The answer was evident. Chapter 565. The population tray the individual before her must undoubtedly be the leader of a substantial base, possessing such formidable power. This base may even surpass the scale of Q City. These deductions were swiftly made by Liu Yusin. When Gu Feng used his mind-reading ability to perceive Liu Yusin's thoughts, his admiration for her grew. She was truly a talent. He inquired, What price do you intend to offer in exchange? 1 kilogram of food for 5 people. Food? Liu Yusin thought she must have misheard. Indeed, food. In this apocalyptic world overrun by mutated beasts, food is far more precious than meat. The proposition of 1 kilogram of food for 5 individuals was a lucrative deal, yet in business, there is always room for negotiation. Liu Yusin proposed 3. Gu Feng countered 6. Liu Yusin, exasperated, retorted, How can you bargain like this? I am indeed quite capricious. Although I initiated this transaction, it is you who are in greater need. Gu Feng stated confidently. Liu Yusin felt struck at her weak point. Given the current material reserves in the city, Even the rations for the military were insufficient, leading to a daily struggle of reallocating resources. She genuinely feared that one day they would run out entirely, and when that time came, their foundation would truly collapse. Fine. 6 it is. Lu Yusin chose to concede. Not so fast. Those 6 cannot include the elderly, weak, sick, or disabled. You. Lu Yusin gritted her teeth in frustration. Of course, if those individuals are considered a bonus, I would still be willing to accept them. After some contemplation, Lu Yusin agreed. All right, but how much food can you provide at most? And how many individuals do you intend to sell? Lu Yusin couldn't help but scoff. I fear you might not be able to consume it all. Whether I can consume it or not is not your concern. Then shall we not proceed with this deal? Very well. Let me provide you with a figure. 4,000 tons. 4? Lu Yusin visibly choked, her eyes widening in disbelief. 4,000 tons? Are you certain it's tons, not kilograms? Absolutely. Lu Yusin felt beads of sweat form on her forehead. Such a significant matter required her to consult her superiors. Please do. She dialed Qin Huaigu's number and reported the proposed transaction put forth by Gu Feng. Qin Huaigu immediately instructed that if the situation was genuine, they should spare no effort to facilitate the deal. Additionally, he expressed concern about Lu Yusin's authority, offering advice to his son. Upon ending the call, Lu Yusin felt a weight lift from her shoulders. Sir, our transaction can proceed. Gu Feng, with a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, replied. I'm afraid I've changed my mind again. Why? Before Lu Yusin could respond, young Master Qin grew anxious. This was precisely the reaction Gu Feng desired. Actually, it is not impossible for this transaction to continue, provided you agree to a small request of mine. Young Master Qin urgently inquired, What is your request? Deliver her to me. Gu Feng pointed at Lu Yusin. What? Lu Yusin was taken aback, stunned by this sudden turn of events. I exclaimed, I want Lu Yusin. A sorrowful expression crossed Lu Yusin's face as she comprehended that young Master Qin, in a bid to facilitate this transaction, would undoubtedly acquiesce to the demands of this stranger. She would, like many others, be commodified and treated as mere livestock. As she had anticipated, young Master Qin did not hesitate to agree. Why didn't you say so earlier? Take her away. My friend, has a discerning eye. Her skills in bed are truly commendable. Chapter 566. You are insulting yourself, Lu Yusin inwardly cursed. Men are all worthless. Yet, she found herself yielding to power, feeling wronged and resentful. What could she do? Surviving was indeed a daunting task. Once all matters were settled, Gu Feng left a contact address before departing from the office area. However, unlike her arrival, he was now accompanied by an enchanting beauty, Lu Yusin. Turning back to glance at the office building, Lu Yusin shed tears, mourning for her uncertain future. Gu Feng consoled her. How do you know your future will be bleak? Perhaps what awaits you is a path illuminated by hope. Regaining her composure, Lu Yusin, exhibiting professional decorum, smiled and inquired, May I ask how to address you? Others call me the city lord, but seeing how professional you are, you may call me boss. Very well, boss. Before long, the three returned to their residence, where Yi Fan and the others had yet to arrive. Gu Feng remarked to Lu Yusin, It seems we may not have enough rooms. Feel free to find a place to stay for the night. I'll have Yi Fan rent another room tomorrow. Without waiting for Lu Yusin's response, Gu Feng entered his room, using his communication earring to discuss the preparation of 4,000 tons of grain with his family. Just as he was speaking, the door behind him was pushed open. A glance revealed it was Lu Yusin, but he paid her no mind and continued his conversation. Moments later, however, he was taken aback by the sight of a pale, bare figure before him. Furrowing his brow, Gu Feng realized Lu Yusin had disrobed and stood before him. He promptly ended the call and, looking into her eyes, asked, Do you believe my intention in bringing you here was for this? Isn't this precisely what you desire? She retorted, You are insulting me, and even more so, you are insulting yourself. Gu Feng replied coldly, Quickly put your clothes back on. It seems you lack interest today. Very well, perhaps next time, Lu Yusin said, reaching for her clothes and preparing to leave. Gu Feng, with a serious tone, stated, I need to speak with you. And how do you wish to converse? First, put your clothes on, he insisted, turning away to avoid looking at her. As Lu Yusin observed Gu Feng's back, She suddenly felt a profound sense of respect emanating from within. Once dressed, the two engaged in an earnest conversation. I'm not your former boss, nor should you compare me to him. The reason I sought you was that I did not want your talents to go to waste. You are a gifted individual, articulate, with an astonishing memory, and your proposals are well thought out and comprehensive. It was after hearing your report that I decided to recruit you. I believe you're not someone who needs to compromise your dignity or sell your charm to survive. You merely lack a platform, a stage from which you can soar. And I happen to be willing to provide you with that platform. Listening to Gu Feng's heartfelt words, Lu Yusin took her first earnest appraisal of the man before her. His neat short hair, resolute features, and the clarity in his eyes spoke of countless untold stories. Her previously sealed heart began to tremble with newfound emotion. What a stunning pair of eyes! How fortunate one would be to be gazed upon by such a pair with deep affection. Gu Feng noticed that Lu Yusin's gaze towards him had grown increasingly peculiar. Suddenly, he recalled that little that had once mentioned that enchanting eyes were most effective in captivating girls. Even without direct intention, prolonged observation could lead to affection. Ahem, let us pause our conversation here for today. You should head out now, as I need to rest. I believe in you, Lu Yusin said, a hint of shyness in her voice. I insist, you must leave at once. Gu Feng urged as he pushed Lu Yusin out. May she regain her composure by tomorrow. Alas, what a bother. Chapter 567. Lu Yusin's thoughts. Every individual experiences moments of hardship in life. We must not assess a person's worth solely based on their past struggles. Lu Yusin is undeniably talented, and the ancient wisdom she has absorbed resonates deeply within her. To be appreciated by others is a profound joy, one for which people in ancient times were willing to risk their lives, as encapsulated in the saying, "A scholar dies for his confidant." At this moment, Lu Yusin silently vows to dedicate her lifelong knowledge to her new employer. The following morning, when Gu Feng encountered Yi Fan, he inquired whether the news had been disseminated. It has been released, but to achieve widespread circulation, we may require some resources. After all, money can move mountains. Gu Feng acknowledged, I overlooked that. Please compile a list of necessary materials and submit it to Lu Yusin. Understood. I shall do so immediately. After Yi Fan departed, Gu Feng glanced at Lu Yusin, who had meticulously organized her schedule for the day. She had even prepared her outfit, toothpaste for brushing her teeth, breakfast, and the necessary preparations for her meetings. Gu Feng finally experienced the sensation of being a high-powered boss. A bit sheepishly, he remarked, to be candid, this feeling is rather delightful. Assisting the boss in alleviating pressure is my duty, and it is what I ought to do. Unfortunately, I have yet to pay you a salary, so consider this as your compensation. Gu Feng produced a vial of evolution serum and explained its effects and usage to Lu Yusin. Her excitement was palpable as he encouraged her, hurry and use it. We have places to go afterward. In just over half an hour, Lu Yusin transformed from an ordinary individual into a mutant, evoking envy among Yi Fan and the others. Gu Feng motivated them. As long as you accomplish the tasks I assign, I will provide you with evolution serum. Rest assured, we will handle everything impeccably. Yi Fan and the others pledged with enthusiasm. Gu Feng was executing a dual strategy, engaging in negotiations with the higher-ups in Q City while simultaneously promoting within the city, all with a singular aim, to entice people willingly to know a new city. 4,000 tons of grain equates to 400,000 kilograms, with each kilogram supporting 6 individuals. This totals approximately 240,000 people. Grain is no longer a concern for Gu Feng. His current dilemma lies in how to transport these 240,000 individuals back to know a new city. Faced with this challenge, Gu Feng contemplated various rudimentary solutions, such as employing mutated ants as a transport fleet. However, he sought Lu Yusin's input for a more effective approach. After some contemplation, Lu Yusin proposed trains. Trains? Gu Feng echoed, intrigued. Yes, precisely. Trains. Lu Yusin replied confidently. Explain why we should utilize trains. Firstly, the damage inflicted by mutated beasts on the railway system is minimal, allowing us to restore it at a very low cost. Moreover, trains possess a substantial capacity, operate smoothly, and entail low costs. Lastly, concerning safety, I firmly believe that with the installation of adequate firepower systems atop the trains, it would be exceedingly difficult for any mutated beast to inflict damage upon them. Upon hearing this, Feng could only express his agreement with two words: professionalism. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Chapter 568. Encountering Qin Shou at the Wangfu Hotel, Feng's admiration for Lu Yusin deepened with each passing moment. In a generous gesture, Feng presented her with communication ear studs and a spatial folding ring, treasures typically reserved for the upper echelons of Noa New City. Lu Yusin was taken aback, overwhelmed with emotion. Upon receiving these gifts, she silently vowed to dedicate everything she possessed to Feng, even her very life, if necessary. In the afternoon, Feng met with the individual responsible for overseeing this transaction in Q City. They discussed the details of the deal and finalized the schedule. Now, they awaited the preparations for 4 million people, a considerable number that would require several days to organize. Feng spent this time wandering through Q City, accompanied by Wang Ruini and Lu Yusin. The commercial district of Q City was even more bustling than that of Noa New City, albeit with a different kind of commotion. It was a hub of chaos, filled with brawls, deceit, and disputes, a cacophony of human activity. Feng frowned at the scene, openly expressing his disdain for the place. Lu Yusin then led Feng to the prestigious Wangfu Hotel. The hotel's majestic faade was only rivaled by its opulent interior, where luxury was epitomized. Marble columns adorned with diamonds, ceilings crafted from gold, and waitstaff comprising stunning models. Even the bellhops were tall and handsome. Feng, like a country bumpkin in a grand mansion, gazed in wonder, captivated by the lavishness surrounding him. I have never encountered a place like this, not even on television. Is this truly the life of the wealthy? Poverty has indeed limited my imagination. Feng exclaimed. Boss, you're certainly not impoverished, considering you can procure 4,000 tons of grain. No one else in Q City could accomplish such a feat. Lu Yusin replied with a smile. By your reasoning, I must be a super rich man now. Feng mused. Absolutely, Lu Yusin affirmed. Feng shook his head with a smile, just as a group of well-dressed young individuals approached. Super rich? More like a country bumpkin trying to play the part of an elite. One young man, clad in a sharply tailored suit, remarked. He appeared to be in his 20s, with slicked back hair and a pale complexion, reminiscent of someone who had long evaded the sun. Lu Yusin leaned closer to Feng and whispered that is Qin Shou, the young master of the Qin family, arrogant and overbearing. Be cautious, boss. I'll do my best, Feng replied. Do your best? Lu Yusin thought, perplexed. At that moment, Qin Shou sauntered over with a mocking tone. Well, if at ISNT Yusin, I heard that my brother sent you off. What a shame. I asked him for you numerous times, but he never obliged. Who would have thought he would ultimately give you away to someone else? Lu Yusin maintained her composure, offering a faint smile. Young Master Qin, please, no need for jest. This gentleman is a distinguished guest of the Qin family. We cannot afford to be disrespectful. Lu Yusin subtly warned Qin Shou to tread carefully around Feng, lest he jeopardize the important matters concerning the Qin family. Qin Shou let out a cold laugh, saying, No need to remind me. I know who he is. It's merely a matter of engaging in some population trade. What is so remarkable about that? Out of respect for the old gentleman, I shall not hold it against him. Lu Yusin nodded. If that's the case, shall we proceed to dine? Qin Shou then firmly grasped Lu Yusin's arm, exclaiming, Wait. I just mentioned that I wouldn't hold it against him, but I never said I wouldn't hold it against you. After all this time, I've finally caught up with you. Come, let us ascend and find a room to reminisce. Chapter 569. The dream of Wang Ruini. Lu Yusin had now transformed into a mutant, fully capable of taking action. Yet she hesitated, fearing that her intervention might bring trouble to Feng. Qin Shou, misinterpreting Lu Yusin's reluctance as hesitation, grew bolder and attempted to embrace her. Suddenly, a hand as solid as steel grasped Qin Shou's arm. Following the arm, he saw his Feng. This matter is between her and me. If you insist on meddling, you are merely seeking trouble. Should our esteemed elder inquire, I too have my words to say. Think carefully, Feng declared with a smile, adding, to be honest, I have immense respect for your elder. Qin Shou, perplexed by this unexpected praise, was nearly driven to fury by the subsequent remark. Gu Feng continued, "When he bestowed upon you your name, he must have foreseen your transformation into a beast. Look at that, Qin Shou, beast, how fitting a name. You are doomed." Qin Shou retorted fiercely, turning to his bodyguards and shouting, "Eliminate them." Gu Feng reminded him with a grin, "It seems you've forgotten that your arm is still in my grasp." With that, a sickening crack echoed through the air as bones shattered. In disbelief, Qin Shou stared at his deformed arm, howling in agony. The bodyguards who had accompanied Qin Shou attempted to rush to his aid, but with a flick of his wings, Gu Feng sent them sprawling. Some crashed against walls, others overturned tables, and a few shattered glass as they tumbled outside. The scene descended into chaos. Lu Yusin, standing beside Gu Feng, remained largely unscathed. While Gu Feng taunted Qin Shou, "It appears your men cannot save you." Unprepared for Gu Feng's formidable strength, Qin Shou, who was accustomed to arrogance, found himself facing an unprecedented defeat. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he bellowed, "If you have the ability to kill me, then do it. If you fail today, I shall ensure that you and this wretched girl suffer a fate worse than death. Why would I allow you to perish? I still wish to conduct business with your family. I have a friend who delights in heartfelt conversations. I can introduce you." Gu Feng responded, then called out, "Wang Rini." No one answered. Gu Feng turned to see that Wang Rini had vanished. Could it be that Wang Rini has fled again? Cough, cough. "Boss, I just witnessed you flinging Wang Rini away with a single flap of your wing." "Oh, I forgot. Gu Feng genuinely had overlooked it. When Wang Rini returned, disheveled and embarrassed, it was a full 10 minutes later. "Dean, could you please give me a heads up next time you decide to intervene? I would like to hide." Wang Rini lamented. Gu Feng, feeling awkward, replied, "All right, I shall certainly notify you next time. By the way, there is someone here who wishes to engage in a heartfelt conversation with you." Wang Rini pointed at Qin Shou, asking excitedly, "Is it him?" "Yes. This time you may converse for as long as you wish. Just ensure you do not bore me to death." "Dean, your kindness towards me is truly overwhelming. My lifelong aspiration has been to become a psychologist, and now I am finally on the verge of realizing that dream." "Thank you, Dean. Thank you. Esteemed elders of my hometown. Thank you, readers from across the nation. I assure you, I will not disappoint." As for Gu Feng, he feels a pang of discomfort, especially upon hearing that a mental health patient dreams of becoming a psychologist, intensifying his unease. "Please continue your conversation. I shall accompany you XIN for a stroll upstairs," he announces. "Dean, please do not rush down," he adds, sensing a strong rapport with his brother, as they have much to discuss. "Understood," Gu Feng replies, rubbing his nose as he ascends the stairs. Lu Yuxin gazes at Gu Feng's retreating figure, a flicker of emotion crossing her eyes before she hastily follows him. Chapter 570. A business opportunity. The Wangfu Hotel is vast and intricately designed, resembling the enchanting gardens of Suzhou, where one must explore piece by piece to fully appreciate its beauty. Every corner holds delightful surprises. Particularly on the second floor, Lu Yusin, accompanied by Gu Feng, navigates through the labyrinthine architecture. "What do you think of this place?" Lu Yusin inquired, noticing Gu Feng pausing to admire the surroundings. With genuine admiration, Gu Feng, who often described himself as a simple man, exclaimed, "It is truly stunning." Lu Yusin chuckled at Gu Feng's candidness. As their playful banter continued, a middle-aged man clad in a sharp business suit approached them. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu Feng, who handles grain transactions in Q City?" Lu Yusin, as Gu Feng's secretary, stepped forward. "Yes, how may I assist you?" "Our boss is interested in engaging Mr. Gu for a small business venture." "Would Mr. Gu be interested?" "Who is your boss?" Gu Feng inquired. "Please follow me, and you shall find out." Lu Yusin glanced at Gu Feng, who nodded slightly in agreement. "Then lead the way," Lu Yusin replied. The middle-aged man expertly guided Gu Feng and Lu Yusin through the hotel. Lu Yusin, seemingly recalling something, deliberately slowed her pace and whispered to Gu Feng, "Boss, I just remembered the Wangfu Hotel is owned by the Jin Group. This man is clearly an insider. We are likely meeting someone from the Jin family." "The Jin family?" Gu Feng asked, puzzled. "The First Lady, perhaps?" "The First Lady, Jin Xiaofeng. I am aware of her," Gu Feng acknowledged. Lu Yusin nodded. The First Lady is the actual controller of the gene group in this generation. Gu Feng continued, and she is the 5th member of the 7 seats of governance. You know about that? I've heard it mentioned before. Lu Yusin glanced at him, intrigued. The 7 seats of governance is not common knowledge. It seems your capabilities exceed my expectations. As they conversed, the middle-aged man opened a door made of rosewood. Please, enter. Gu Feng strode in, discovering a room furnished with only a table and 2 chairs. The middle-aged man gestured to one of the chairs. Mr. Gu, please take a seat. After Gu Feng sat down, Lu Yusin dutifully positioned herself behind him, while the middle-aged man stood behind the other empty chair. Just as Gu Feng was about to ask about their boss's whereabouts, he noticed a red gem on the back of the empty chair beginning to glow. In an instant, a strikingly beautiful woman appeared on the opposite chair, Jean Xiaofeng. Realizing this was a projection, Gu Feng composed himself and addressed her. I have seen you on television. Jean Xiaofeng responded with a melodious laugh, exuding the allure of a mature woman. This young man looks quite spirited. I find him quite appealing. Since I am older than you, how about calling me Jean Jie from now on, if you don't mind? Lu Yusin felt an inexplicable pang of bitterness. How shameless it was to take advantage of the boss right upon their first meeting. However, Gu Feng nonchalantly remarked, titles are of little consequence. Let us instead discuss the business you wish to pursue. Though Gu Feng feigned indifference, the repeated use of you subtly conveyed a rejection of Jean Xiaofeng's attempts to forge a connection. Unfazed, Jean Xiaofeng maintained her smile and said, since you are so eager, I shall be straightforward. I wish to engage in a grain trade with you. Chapter 571. Investment in ancient style, though the ancient style is not lacking in provisions. The 4 million inhabitants of Q City have yet to transport their supplies back and are unwilling to exchange them in the short term, thus contemplating a refusal. Unexpectedly, Jean Xiaofeng directly stated, I have heard that someone has killed Qiu Dongqing and destroyed the entire H City. I wonder if you know who is behind this? Upon hearing Jean Xiaofeng's words, Lu Yusin felt a tumultuous wave of shock within her. She knew who Qiu Dongqing was. Such a prominent figure being murdered seemed inconceivable. Furthermore, H City, a vital stronghold in the northwest, had not been ravaged by mutated beasts but was instead laid waste by a person. Who could possess such audacity and madness? What you mentioned, I did it. Gu Feng's simple declaration nearly left Lu Yusin paralyzed with shock. She was on the verge of tears, never having imagined that her new boss would be so formidable. Jean Xiaofeng was equally taken aback by Gu Feng's candid admission. Gu Feng then inquired, so, do you intend to represent the 7 seats of governance to hold me accountable? Jean Xiaofeng finally adopted a serious demeanor, warning, young man, do not underestimate the 7 seats of governance. The resources at our disposal are beyond your imagination. We acknowledge that your Noah new city possesses many cutting-edge technologies. Yet those advancements do not transcend the bounds of this era. If we truly wish to, we could replicate them. Furthermore, even if you have evolved to a terrifying extent, you remain but a single individual. Gu Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that the intelligence possessed by the 7 seats of governance regarding himself and Noah new city exceeded his expectations, revealing that their reputation was indeed well-earned. It appeared he had gravely underestimated them. Are you preparing to avenge Qiu Dongqing? My dear sister, do not jest. The matters concerning Qiu Dongqing will be resolved by his family. I am merely here to conduct business. Provisions? Gu Feng queried. That depends on your needs. However, trading for other items is not out of the question, such as intelligence. Gu Feng required intelligence. Thus he found no reason to refuse, nor was there a necessity to do so. Please step outside for now. Jean Xiaofeng instructed her subordinates, then turned to Lu Yusin, indicating that the forthcoming transaction would be known only to Gu Feng and herself. Gu Feng nodded at Lu Yusin, who then exited the room. Very well. How much grain do you require? No. The grain was merely an excuse for my visit. Unfortunately, Gu Feng could not read minds through projection, so he inquired, what exactly do you wish to achieve? Jean Xiaofeng regained her previous allure. I am here to provide you with intelligence. Intelligence? I do not believe in free lunches in this world. Jean Xiaofeng languidly replied, you may consider this an investment. An investment? Indeed. I see you as a promising asset. Hence the investment. I require nothing tangible from you, merely your word. Gu Feng could not help but chuckle. Are there still those who believe in promises? Are you not afraid that I might not honor it later? Investment entails both gains and losses. Should you choose to disavow your responsibilities, I shall have no choice but to regard it as a failed venture. Consider Jean Jie, who single-handedly supports such a large family. You would not have the heart to deceive a wretched soul like mine, would you? Gu Feng smiled faintly and said, I shall listen first. What is the promise you seek? Jean Xiaofeng replied earnestly, I want you to vow that in the future, when I face a life-threatening crisis, you must ensure my survival. Chapter 572. Who are those two? Did you not previously advise me not to underestimate your 7 seats of governance? How can you now ask me to make such a promise? Are you so certain that I will possess the strength to protect your life in the future? That is not for you to worry about. Simply tell me whether you agree. Very well. Jean Xiaofeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Speak. What intelligence do you wish to uncover? The Arctic. Jean Xiaofeng's expression shifted abruptly. You are indeed quite greedy. Even the president is unaware of the specifics regarding the Arctic. Why should I not be informed? Gu Feng inquired. Of course, you may be informed. It is worth noting that the Arctic had long been under American blockade, yet 2 months prior to the calamity, the U.S. Department of Defense unexpectedly announced the lifting of the blockade. Our nation promptly dispatched an expedition team for investigation, only to find the entire Arctic enveloped in a dense purple mist. After 6 days of entering the purple fog, the first expedition team lost contact under mysterious circumstances. Over 60 members vanished without a trace. Later, some bodies were found adrift at sea, their clothing and equipment intact. Yet the individuals had been transformed into desiccated corpses by some enigmatic force, devoid of any wounds. Upon dissection, their organs remained unscathed. At this juncture, Gu Feng felt a tightening in his chest. He understood that draining the biological energy from a body could indeed result in such a fate. Jean Xiaofeng continued. Subsequently, we dispatched a second joint expedition team composed of special forces and scientists. After half a month, they managed to transmit footage that remains astonishing to this day. The pit at the Arctic Center turned out to be an entrance to another world, a subterranean realm that truly exists. From the remnants of structures and inscriptions found in this underground world, we discerned a civilization entirely distinct from our own. Regrettably, it had become a desolate wasteland, devoid of any humanoid life. As the team ventured deeper, a series of bizarre occurrences began to unfold. Initially, all members experienced the same nightmarish vision for several consecutive nights, leading to some team members descending into madness and attacking their companions. The situation escalated rapidly, with some team members developing leaves on their bodies, while others inexplicably fused with stones. This was a genuine amalgamation, a phenomenon beyond human capability. Without exception, those afflicted with these bodily anomalies met horrifying and tragic ends. By this point, the remaining expedition members found it too late to retreat. From the final footage transmitted, we witnessed countless. What did you see? Gu Feng asked solemnly. Countless ghosts. Real ghosts. We could see hazy human faces, yet they lacked a fixed form, moving at incredible speed and impervious to harm. In the last frames transmitted, we observed those ghosts overwhelming the last 2 team members. Gu Feng's palms were clammy with sweat. Was that where it ended? Jean Xiaofeng nodded, then shook her head. At that moment, we presumed the final 2 team members were doomed. Yet astonishingly, more than 10 days later, they returned. Jean Xiaofeng emphasized the word returned with intensity. Gu Feng, curious, inquired about where they had returned from. They did not return to the research vessel. Instead, they found themselves directly at their respective homes, separated by half the globe. Yet, this was not the most perplexing aspect. The most bewildering revelation was that both of their families claimed these individuals had been at home for the past several months, never having departed. We scrutinized the surveillance footage from their neighborhood, and their families' assertions proved to be undeniably true. Who then? Were the 2 team members engulfed by the apparition in the final footage transmitted by the expedition team? Upon posing this question, Feng felt an unsettling chill creep down his spine. Chapter 573. The Obelisk and 142857. Jin Xiaofeng couldn't help but chuckle at Gu Feng's demeanor, remarking, "What's this? The formidable Lord of Guqing is apprehensive?" Gu Feng, who had never subscribed to the existence of ghosts, found himself feeling somewhat unsettled. Although he had always dismissed the notion of spirits, certain phenomena eluded explanation, leading him to maintain a respectful distance from the supernatural. Hearing a prominent political figure speak of ghosts struck him as absurdly comical. Jin Xiaofeng nodded. "Indeed, I too believe that these entities may not necessarily be ghosts. They could be a type of extraordinary existence beyond our comprehension." Gu Feng, regaining his composure, inquired, "How did you ascertain the connection between the Arctic and this global catastrophe?" "Patience, I have yet to finish," Jin Xiaofeng replied, taking a sip from her teacup. Suddenly noticing that Gu Feng had yet to receive any tea, she inquired, "This little fellow is becoming increasingly useless, not even serving tea to our guest. What would you like to drink? I can have him prepare it for you." Gu Feng, eager to learn about the unfolding events, dismissed her offer. With a playful smile, Jin Xiaofeng continued, after the complete annihilation of the second exploration team. "We dared not send anyone else. Fortunately, the second team returned with a wealth of visual data. While organizing these images, we discovered the obelisk." "The obelisk?" Gu Feng echoed, intrigued. "Ah, that is the name our experts coined for it. It is a large stone monument of a pale blue hue, with a square base and a pyramid-like apex, hence the name obelisk. The material of the obelisk was exceedingly peculiar. Even the exploration team struggled to extract a sample using a laser." As she spoke, Jin Xiaofeng gestured toward Gu Feng's forehead. "The color of the obelisk bears a striking resemblance to that of the object on your forehead." Gu Feng's brow furrowed deeper, pondering whether there was a connection between the obelisk and the fragments of the stellar core. Jin Xiaofeng suddenly queried, "That object on your forehead is indeed a fragment of the stellar core, isn't it?" With a piercing gaze, Gu Feng responded, "The obelisk." Jin Xiaofeng smiled alluringly. "Oh, dear brother, do not take offense. It was merely a casual inquiry. Now, let us return to discussing the obelisk." The obelisk was immense, with each edge measuring 2,857 meters, totaling 142,857 blocks. Curiously, Gu Feng asked, "Is there something particularly significant about 142,857? Jin Xiaofeng's expression turned unusually serious. 142857 is indeed remarkable. Do you know where humanity first encountered this numerical sequence? Where? Gu Feng inquired. This sequence first appeared within the pyramids of Egypt. Unconsciously, Gu Feng clenched his fist, pondering. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Jin Xiaofeng shook her head. You must understand. Many scientists in the academic realm regard 142,857 as a numerical key to the cosmos. The number is truly remarkable. Allow me to illustrate with a simple example. 142,857 multiplied by 114,2857. 142,857 multiplied by 228,5714. 142,857 multiplied by 342,8571. 142,857 multiplied by 457,1428. 142,857 multiplied by 571, 4285, and 142,857 multiplied by 685, 7142. Have you noticed? Regardless of the multiplier, the result consistently comprises the same 6 digits, merely rearranged in different orders. However, when we multiply 142,857 by 7, yielding 142,857,799,9999, it may seem unremarkable. Yet, let us not rush to conclusions. If we take 142,857 and 999, or 142,857 and 99, the sum of the components is invariably 9. Furthermore, we can consider 142,857 multiplied by 142,85720,408122,449, which intriguingly leads to 20408122449142,857. It appears that this sequence of numbers subtly hints at a deeper significance within the cosmos. Chapter 574. Free Intelligence, Jean Xiaofeng remarked. Indeed, there are inscriptions upon the obelisk. It is truly difficult to fathom that such an indestructible object bears engravings. What do those inscriptions convey? Gu Feng inquired with a sense of urgency. They are not of our script, nor of any known script, she replied. We have engaged the foremost linguists globally to decipher them, yet progress has been sluggish. From the fragmented information we have managed to decode, we have discerned the timing of the impending catastrophe. It is worth noting that when this information was unveiled, the calamity had not yet transpired, and many were skeptical of the obelisk's foretelling. However, as more fragments were deciphered, we found that it chronicled numerous significant disasters that had occurred on Earth, with both time and location meticulously accurate. Coupled with unusual satellite feedback and the anomalous behavior of various organisms, the higher-ups ultimately resolved to trust the inscriptions, akin to believing in a prophecy. In retrospect, that prophecy proved to be true. At this revelation, Gu Feng understood why the authorities had prepared in advance and mobilized the military into the cities. No wonder you high-ranking officials were ready ahead of time, he coldly remarked. Jean Xiaofeng, with a smile, responded, I detect some resentment in your words. What high-ranking officials? We acted out of necessity. The situation was dire. If we had disseminated the information immediately upon learning it, do you think it would have saved more lives? Let's not be naive. As a city lord, you are well aware of humanity's baser instincts. If the news had been made public, chaos would have ensued, and the military might not have even been able to organize, let alone protect the major urban areas and ensure the survival of their inhabitants. Logically, Gu Feng recognized the validity of Jean Xiaofeng's argument, yet emotionally, he struggled. His parents had perished due to their ignorance. Had they been forewarned of the impending disaster, they might have been able to prepare, and perhaps they would have survived. Taking a deep breath, Gu Feng concealed his tumultuous emotions. Is that all the intelligence regarding the Arctic? He inquired. For now, yes. Should there be any advancement in deciphering the obelisk, I will inform you, Jean Xiaofeng assured him. Indeed, your intelligence is invaluable. I shall honor my promise, he replied. I knew I had assessed you correctly. Jean Xiaofeng exclaimed, as if struck by a thought. Oh, by the way, allow me to offer you another piece of intelligence free of charge. Qin Huaigu is planning to take action against you. Why? Gu Feng asked, bewildered. Jean Xiaofeng burst into laughter. Why, you ask? For resources for the Star Corps, for the acquisition of Noah's new city. Who can say? The strong often prey upon the weak. Sometimes merely for the thrill of it. It is as simple as that. Do take care not to perish. I eagerly await your fulfillment of our agreement. With that, she abruptly severed the connection, leaving Gu Feng alone in the room, his mind in turmoil. It appeared that a personal visit to the Arctic was now unavoidable. However, before departing, it is essential to address the lurking dangers. Qin Huaigu, do you truly dare to lay your hands on me? Gu Feng muttered to himself. In E-City, at the headquarters of the Jean Group, Jean Xiaofeng terminated the connection and leaned wearily against her chair. A man of remarkable stature, exuding an aura of approachability, approached Jean Xiaofeng's chair from behind and gently began to massage her temples. Had Gu Feng been present, he would undoubtedly have recognized this man as the current president of the nation, Long Zhe, frequently seen on television. Chapter 575. The poor Qin show, are you truly untroubled by divulging matters concerning the Arctic to him? This is, after all, a matter of utmost confidentiality. Jean Xiaofeng grasped Long Zhe's hand, striving to instill a sense of trust. One must offer something of substance. Long Zhe remarked. I find it hard to believe he could bring about Qin Huaigu's demise. Jean Xiaofeng countered, I never anticipated he would eliminate Qin Huaigu. If he can merely divert Qin Huaigu's attention, it would be a significant boon for us. Suddenly, Long Zhe had a revelation. Are you genuinely prepared to interfere in the affairs of the Academy? Jean Xiaofeng, her silver teeth clenched, held tightly to the Unnatural Biological Research Institute in Lu Qian's hands. It is a sword poised above our heads. It must be eradicated. Otherwise, the 7 seats of governance will never strike at the root. and you shall forever remain bereft of true power. Alas, you need not sacrifice so much for my sake. Brother Long, I desire for you to become a true president, one who is no longer a mere puppet, even if it means sacrificing the entirety of the Jin family. Xiao Feng. In Q City, Gu Feng composed himself and exited the room. The middle-aged man who had escorted Gu Feng approached with a document in hand. As per our boss's instructions, this Wangfu Hotel is now yours. Please sign. Indeed, what a grand gesture from a person of stature, gifting an entire hotel. Gu Feng mused, but suddenly his expression turned icy now. The middle-aged man appeared taken aback by Gu Feng's reaction, standing in a daze. Gu Feng, accompanied by Lu Yusin, strode out without a word. Wait, Mr. Gu, our boss insists. You must accept this. Gu Feng continued walking. Return and inform your boss not to play clever games with me. She is not qualified to manipulate me. Ah, understood, Mr. Gu. I shall convey your message. Flattery without cause suggests ulterior motives. Initially, Gu Feng might have been oblivious, but as the excessive flattery became apparent, he surmised that Jin Xiaofeng's offer of information was indeed the true reason for her invitation. While the notion of using another as a pawn may not hold, sowing discord was certainly her intent. The fifth seat of the 7 seats of governance digging a pit for the second seat. How intriguing. Clearly, the 7 seats are not united in purpose, Gu Feng thought as he reached the ground floor. The first floor had transformed into quite a scene of commotion. Wang Rini held Qin Shou hostage, confronting the bodyguards of the Qin family. Gu Feng, at a distance, could already hear Wang Rini's shouts. Back off, lackeys! Your leader is in my grasp. Step forward, and I'll rip out all his hair. Gu Feng was perplexed. Hair? Ripping out hair? What game is Wang Rini playing? Accelerating his pace, Gu Feng soon discovered that Wang Rini was indeed tugging at Qin Shou's hair as if in a brawl. Upon closer inspection, he found that Qin Shou's scalp was nearly bald, with small blood spots dotting the areas where his hair had been forcibly removed. In a state of utter humiliation, Qin Shou, a grown man, wept like a child, both wronged and pitiable. At times, I had to prevent my bodyguards from rushing to my aid, urging them to leave me be, insisting they should truly depart, or else I would be left without hair, sobbing softly. Gu Feng rubbed his eyes and inquired if this was truly the same Qin Shou who had previously shouted at me, demanding that I end his life. Lu Yusin, equally perplexed, recalled how the boss had forcefully twisted Qin Shou's arm, and despite the pain, he did not shed a tear, still daring the boss to take his life. How could he transform from such a defiant figure to this pitiable state? The contrast was striking. Ahem, that boss, Wang Rini, quite formidable indeed. Lu Yusin pondered for a long while, ultimately unable to find an appropriate term, and could only exclaim, impressive. Chapter 576. The assassination of Qin Shou. Gu Feng nodded in acknowledgement of the formidable abilities of the ancient style, yet felt compelled to impart an uncharacteristically candid warning. Henceforth, do not remain alone in the company of Wang Rini. Lu Yusin responded earnestly, affirming her understanding with a nod. Understood, boss. Gu Feng then dispersed the crowd, stepping inside. Upon noticing Gu Feng's arrival, Wang Rini promptly smiled, eager to showcase his rapport with the dean. Look at how well we conversed. Do praise me, dean. Cough, cough. Tonight, I shall treat you to an extra meal. Now, let's escort our guest back. Gu Feng replied, dismissing Wang Rini's protests of wanting to linger longer. Return tomorrow. As Gu Feng attempted to make his exit, the bodyguards resolutely obstructed their path, declaring, we cannot allow the young master to leave. Otherwise, we shall be left with no choice but to act. Gu Feng coldly inquired, what do you mean by act? The lead bodyguard, raising his hand, commanded everyone charge. His voice was loud and imposing, yet no one moved. It was not disobedience. Rather, the bodyguards found themselves with blades poised perilously against their throats. The sudden emergence of the blood-red, curved blades had gone unnoticed until it was too late. By the time they realized, the weapons were already pressing against their necks. The lead bodyguard, the most evolved among them, could distinctly sense the heartbeat of the blade. It was not merely a weapon. It was a bloodthirsty beast. He felt as though the blade was not at his throat, but rather, the gaping maw of a ravenous creature was poised to devour him. This individual was overwhelmingly powerful, transcending the boundaries of his comprehension. Trembling, he pleaded, "Please, do not kill me. You may leave. I'm only fulfilling my duty." Feng chuckled. "See? Wasn't it better to say so from the start? You wouldn't have to go home and change your trousers." It was only then that the lead bodyguard realized his trousers were thoroughly soaked, accompanied by the unmistakable stench of urine. Suddenly, Feng felt a surge of alarm. As his thoughts coalesced into a protective shield, his wings unfurled mightily behind him, shielding Liu Yusin and the others. With a loud bang followed by a soft thud, the shield was punctured, and a wound appeared on Feng's wing. "Ah, boss, you're injured," Liu Yusin exclaimed in shock. Feng paid little heed to his injury. His focus lay solely on the assailant capable of inflicting harm upon him. Addressing Wang Rini, he commanded, "Stay here and wait for me." Without awaiting a response, Feng dashed out. 3 kilometers away, atop a building, a man cloaked in camouflage lay prone, a 3-meter-long sniper rifle before him. After firing a shot and preparing to reload, he suddenly exclaimed upon spotting something through the scope, "Oh no, we've been discovered." His companion sprang up, ready to disassemble the rifle. "Forget it, there's no time." Indeed, there was no time. Feng had already positioned himself behind them. "Military personnel?" Feng inquired. The two exchanged glances, drawing their weapons with the intent to commit suicide. With a mere flick of his wrist, Feng disarmed them, seizing their guns effortlessly. "Without my permission, neither of you shall perish." The two individuals suddenly burst into laughter. "You are quite formidable, yet you still cannot thwart our mission." A sense of foreboding enveloped Feng. "This is bad. Qin Shou. Ha ha ha, it is too late." At that very moment, a gunshot echoed from the direction of the Wangfu Hotel. Feng, infuriated, seized each of them as if they were mere chicks and hurried back. By the time Feng arrived, Qin Shou had already succumbed, a bullet piercing through his brow. Feng now feared that even plunging into the Yellow River would not absolve him of this predicament. Chapter 577. The Return of Qin Huaigu. This is a classic case of a clever strategy to lure the tiger away from its mountain lair. Although Qin Shou is not particularly remarkable, he is nonetheless the son of Qin Huaigu, and now he has met an inexplicable demise. Feng, the primary suspect, cannot evade suspicion. Who, after all, orchestrated this sinister act? Feng's first thought turned to Jin Xiaofeng. She possesses both motive and capability. Yet, he found such a deduction too simplistic, leading him to harbor doubts. After all, the Wangfu Hotel is her domain, and even if she wished to frame him, it would be illogical to strike there. However, Liu Yusin reminded Feng that Jin Xiaofeng had initially intended to gift the Wangfu Hotel to him, but he had declined the offer. Now, Feng felt as though a thick fog enveloped his vision. Fortunately, within this haze, he managed to carve out a narrow opening. Represented by the 2 gunmen he had captured, Feng believed that with his skills, it would be straightforward to trace the gunmen back to their puppet master. Yet, the Qin family seemed reluctant to allow these crucial witnesses to fall into the hands of a highly suspicious individual. "Mr. Feng, you are already under suspicion. It may not be fitting for you to interrogate these gunmen," one of the Qin family members remarked. Many from the Qin clan had arrived, accompanied by mutants, and the hotel was surrounded by heavily armed soldiers. The speaker was a frail old man in his 60s, Qin Huarua, the brother of Qin Huaigu, and the most authoritative figure present. Feng shook his head. "I am aware that many of you have already deemed me the culprit. To be frank, I am indifferent to your opinions, for I do not care. Someone is deliberately framing me, and this is no longer merely a matter for your family. I intend to make the one who set me up regret their choice. Are you unwilling to release these 2? Qin Huarua said coldly. "Old man, I advise you to remain calm. Should matters escalate, it would not bode well for you," Feng cautioned, though to Qin Huarua, it sounded like provocation. Stepping back, Qin Huarua commanded, "Seize them all." In response, Feng stood his ground resolutely. Suddenly, the roar of a helicopter filled the air above them, followed by a thunderous crash that resonated on the street outside the Wangfu Hotel. Feng, with the keenest eyesight, discerned a towering figure leaping directly from the aircraft. The man bore a thin elder on his back. Judging by the elder's demeanor, Gu Feng instantly deduced that he must be the second seat among the 7 seats of governance, Qin Huaigu. The unexpected arrival of Qin Huaigu defused the tense atmosphere that had been on the brink of eruption. As Qin Huaigu descended from the towering figure, he fixed his piercing gaze upon Gu Feng, causing a tightening sensation in Gu Feng's chest. This aura must exceed 2 meters and 8 centimeters. Gu Feng internally scoffed. Qin Huaigu leisurely approached the hotel lobby, emanating an overwhelming presence akin to an old tiger surveying its territory within the depths of the forest. Gu Feng is aware that Qin Huaigu is not even a mutant. Yet, this seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary elder exudes an aura of immense strength. "Are you Gu Feng?" Qin Huaigu inquired. Gu Feng nodded in affirmation. Qin Huaigu then glanced at the lifeless body of Qin Shou, dismissing it as the demise of a prodigal son, declaring, "It is of no consequence. You may all disperse now." Chapter 578. Mr. Shadow and Q City Brother, that is your own son? Qin Huairua painfully reminded him. Qin Huaigu's voice grew, slightly angry. "What? Are my words no longer effective?" The crowd dared not defy him and dispersed. Qin Huaigu then turned to Gu Feng and said, "You, young man, are quite impressive. I like you. I had initially intended to have you killed and seize the Star Core for thorough research. However, this old man has changed his mind. I shall spare your life. How does that sound? Is this not delightful news?" "Ha ha ha. Ah, old man, your candor puts me in an awkward position." Gu Feng could not help but retort. "Enough. One wayward son has perished. Our transaction continues." Upon hearing Qin Huaigu's proposal, Gu Feng chose to decline. "Absolutely not." Qin Huaigu's expression suddenly turned icy, his eyes widening in anger as he demanded, "What did you say?" Lu Yusin understood the dire consequences of angering Qin Huaigu and hurriedly tugged at Gu Feng's sleeve from behind. Gu Feng turned and said, "Do not interrupt. I am negotiating with your former employer's father." Lu Yusin slapped her forehead. "My boss, do not play with fire." Regrettably, her silent prayers went unheeded by Gu Feng. Gu Feng addressed Qin Huaigu. "I said it cannot be settled like this. I shall provide you with an explanation regarding Qin Shou's demise." "Ha ha!" Qin Huaigu burst into laughter. "I knew I did not misjudge you. Very well, since you have stated it, I shall await your news. It is a promise." Thus, today's farce came to a temporary conclusion, but Gu Feng found himself with more pressing matters. Upon returning to his quarters, Gu Feng began to interrogate the 2 gunmen. It was evident that both were specially trained soldiers, and extracting information from them through conventional means would prove challenging. Unfortunately for them, they were up against Gu Feng. With his abilities in mind reading, alluring gaze, and parasitic mother body, Gu Feng effortlessly acquired all the intelligence he sought. 10 minutes later, Gu Feng emerged from the interrogation room. Lu Yusin was astonished. "How could you be out so soon? Did they not say anything?" "They revealed everything." "Take your time. They will eventually." "Wait, you said they revealed everything?" Lu Yusin could not conceal her surprise, exclaiming loudly. Gu Feng nodded. 10 minutes is quite a long time. Lu Yusin felt that her new boss never ceased to amaze her. "Wait, boss, your injury?" Lu Yusin asked with concern. "It has healed, look," Gu Feng said, bringing his injured wing closer for her to see. Lu Yusin observed that the once injured wing had returned to its former glory, save for a few dried bloodstains clinging to the feathers. With great care, Lu Yusin used a damp cloth to wipe away the bloodstains from Gu Feng's wing. After expressing his gratitude, Gu Feng addressed everyone. "I shall step out for a moment. You all remain in this room and do not venture outside." "Yes." Everyone answered in unison. After Gu Feng departed, Lu Yusin carefully stored away the cloth stained with Gu Feng's blood as if it were a treasured relic. Her eyes filled with affection and tenderness as she gazed upon it. The ancient breeze had not drifted far. It had ascended directly to the rooftop. Before long, a figure enveloped in a dark cloak stood behind Gu Feng. Gu Feng spoke softly. "I did not expect to find you here." "I am your shadow," replied the newcomer, who was none other than Mr. Ng, the direct leader of the Shadow Department. Chapter 579. The Power of Shadows. Gu Feng smiled and said, "Perfect. Let me witness the prowess of the shadows under your command." "Humph. If you wish to shirk responsibility, just say so," Mr. Ng retorted disdainfully. Gu Feng, his face flushed. coughed awkwardly. Is there anyone who argues with shadows? Enough. What do the two gunners say? Mr. Ng inquired. Gu Feng replied. The orders were issued by an advisor named Chong Bin, who is currently stationed at the military camp. Are you capable of handling it? Stop feigning ignorance. Leave the rest to us. Gu Feng rolled his eyes. When will there be results? Tomorrow morning, Mr. Ng stated, and then vanished without a trace. Gu Feng shook his head and muttered to himself. Ever since he donned that black attire, he has become increasingly eccentric. Gu Feng quickly returned to his quarters, awaiting quietly. As time ticked away, it was evident that this night in Q City would not be tranquil. Gu Feng understood that with Mr. Ng present in Q City, it signified that at least half of the Shadow Organization's strength was also within the city. Such an assembly, if it could not unveil the mastermind behind the scenes, would render the existence of the Shadows utterly redundant. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the military camp in Q City was attacked by unidentified armed assailants, and an advisor named Chong Bin went missing. At 8:10, a safe house in Q City was assaulted, resulting in the disappearance of Chong Bin's wife and child. At 8:35, Chong Bin's aide was murdered outside the city, his head missing. At 9:45, the Villa district was attacked, leading to the disappearance of General Zhang Chufeng and his family. At 10:40, General Zhang's wife and child were found on the street, having only suffered from severe shock without serious harm. At 1 o'clock and 4 minutes past midnight, half of the military leaders were inexplicably killed. At 2 o'clock, the Qin family estate faced its first assault, with its security forces severely compromised. By 5:33 in the morning, the military had reclaimed the Qin family estate. Yet the second branch of the Qin family, led by Qin Huarao, was completely missing. This was the most comprehensive report Qin Huaigu received by 7 o'clock regarding the chaotic events of the previous night. Astute as he was, he could not fail to discern the conspicuous pattern of actions. A mysterious force had first targeted advisor Chong Bin, then sought out General Zhang Chufeng, and subsequently learned about the second branch of the Qin family from him. Without needing to inquire further, Qin Huaigu surmised that those slain leaders had undoubtedly allied themselves with the second branch. As for who was orchestrating this enigmatic force, Qin Huaigu had already formed his own conclusions. Gu Feng, you are even stronger than I previously imagined. At Gu Feng's residence, just as he was about to savor the last bite of his meat sandwich, he couldn't help but sneeze. Alas, the final morsel fell to the ground. Gu Feng hastily picked it up, blew on it, and popped it back into his mouth. Why has it suddenly grown quiet? Gu Feng glanced around, only to find everyone staring at him. Coughing, he explained, it fell on the ground for less than 3 seconds. It's perfectly fine to eat. His face flushed with embarrassment. With a light-hearted chuckle, Lu Yusin couldn't help but laugh, surprised by her boss's unexpectedly endearing side. The others feigned ignorance, continuing to consume their meals. Wang Rinny, with his long face, remarked with a grin, Dean, are you foolish? Do you really believe the words meant to deceive children? 3 seconds. This is truly hilarious. Ancient Wind, his expression darkening, retorted as he raised his backside. Wait, Dean, I didn't mean it. Oh, please no. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as Wang Rinny was sent flying along with the door. Wang Rinny, grimacing as he picked himself up, was met with a startling sight. The corridor was filled with individuals, all adorned in attire that suggested they were of considerable wealth or status. Yet, to his astonishment, these individuals were all bound at their hands and feet. Standing at the forefront was none other than Qin Huaigu's younger brother, Qin Huarao. This was the outcome that Mr. Ng had delivered to Ancient Wind, and now it remained to be seen how Ancient Wind would present this outcome to Qin Huaigu. Chapter 580. The events unfolded accompanying the Qin family's second branch was a detailed report on the case. After reading the document, Gu Feng finally grasped the entirety of the situation. The Qin family comprises 2 branches. Qin Huaigu represents the main branch, from which the successors of the family head are traditionally chosen according to ancestral regulations. However, the sons beneath Qin Huaigu proved to be inept, lacking the capability to assume significant responsibilities. Otherwise, he would not still be in office at the venerable age of 70. Conversely, the second branch, led by Qin Huarao, may not possess the right to inherit the family leadership, yet it boasts a multitude of promising sons. Qin Huairua himself is merely in his 60s, still brimming with vigor. The presence of so many astute minds inevitably breeds schemes. And it was not long before Qin Huairua began to engage in machinations against his elder brother, Qin Huaigu, with the sole aim of usurping the family head position. The second branch initially sought to win over and cultivate military leaders while subtly undermining the strength of the main branch. Qin Huairua's original plan was to seize the family head position once Qin Huaigu had departed from this world, justifying his actions by citing the future development of the family. However, unforeseen circumstances arose with the sudden onset of the apocalypse. In such uncertain times, he was unwilling to wait any longer, nor did he desire to do so. Lacking the courage to directly confront Qin Huaigu, he instead targeted his ineffectual nephews. This led to the assassination attempt and subsequent framing that transpired yesterday. Little did Qin Huairua anticipate that the scapegoat he had chosen would unravel the entire plot within a day, leading to the apprehension of the entire second branch. What kind of power does this young man, Gu Feng, possess? Qin Huaigu could hardly fathom. Upon seeing the individuals tied up outside, including Qin Huairua and others from the second branch, Lu Yusin's admiration for Gu Feng deepened. Simultaneously, she felt immense relief for having aligned herself with such a capable leader. Yet, in response to Lu Yusin's worshipful gaze, Gu Feng felt little in return. He pondered whether Qin Huaigu was aware that his son had been betrayed by his own brother's family. Gu Feng recalled that from the outset, Qin Huaigu had opposed any further investigation. He surmised that Qin Huaigu likely knew the truth. The elder must have wished to prevent further loss among the Qin family over a deceased individual, hence his reluctance to pursue the matter. For the sake of his brother's family, Qin Huaigu appeared willing to sacrifice his own inept son without hesitation. Gu Feng silently admired the old man's complexity. Before Gu Feng could formulate a way to address Qin Huaigu, the elder himself paid a visit. Dozens of luxury vehicles parked below, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Surrounded by a multitude of formidable bodyguards, Qin Huaigu ascended to the building. Upon reaching the floor, Gu Feng had been waiting at the corridor for some time. "Let us put an end to the matter concerning Qin Shou," Qin Huaigu stated, his words seemingly directed at both Gu Feng and the members of the second branch. Gu Feng shrugged, indifferent, as long as he could prove he had not been the one to kill Qin Shou. The members of the Qin family's second branch all bowed their heads, unable to meet the gaze of the elderly man who had dedicated his life to the welfare of the Qin family. With a tone of inquiry, Qin Huaigu said to Gu Feng, "May we release them now?" Gu Feng nodded and replied, "Of course. This is a matter for your family to resolve as you see fit." After Qin Huaigu signaled to his subordinates, the ropes binding the members of the second branch of the Qin family were swiftly untied. Chapter 581. I wish to forget something. Qin Huaigu appeared to have aged several years in an instant. His posture hunched and his eyes reflecting a profound weariness as he addressed his younger brother. "Go home, take a shower, and rest well. We are no longer young. We cannot afford to be tossed about like this." Regrets surged within Qin Huairua like tumultuous ocean waves. "My dear brother, I'm so sorry." The words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet remained unspoken. Tears streamed down Qin Huairua's face, ultimately crystallizing into a single word: brother. Qin Huaigu gently patted his brother's back, resembling two children offering solace to one another. "It's all right, I understand. You are doing this for our Qin family. I do not blame you. I have already given the order. The next head of the family shall be chosen from your branch. Brother, I am truly sorry." Out of nowhere, Qin Huairua produced a dagger and, uttering those words, plunged it into his own heart. "Huairu, why must you go to such lengths?" Qin Huaigu's tears finally fell. "As your uncle, I have unwittingly caused my own nephew's demise. This is my sin, my guilt." Before he could finish, Qin Huairua drew his last breath, and the members of the second branch of the Qin family erupted into tears. Qin Huaigu fainted on the spot. Gu Feng remained coldly observant throughout the ordeal. Possessing the ability to read minds, he had sensed Qin Huairua's distress from the very beginning but refrained from intervening. for this was a choice made by Qin Huairua himself. Each individual must bear the consequences of their own decisions, mustn't they? In the aftermath, the transaction originally scheduled for 7 days hence was postponed by another week. Gu Feng had already prepared the supplies, neatly stored within the Star Core space. With time now at his disposal, he decided to address the matter concerning the train. Calling together Lu Yusin, Yi Fan, and others, Gu Feng announced, "I will be leaving for approximately 7 to 8 days. During my absence, Lu Yusin will oversee the operations in Q City." The implication was clear. Yi Fan and the others would henceforth take their orders from Lu Yusin. As Lu Yusin had become an evolved being, while Yi Fan and the others remained ordinary, they had no objections. Noticing their diligent efforts, Gu Feng presented them with evolution agents, which filled Yi Fan and the others with immense joy as they expressed their gratitude. "All right, go ahead and make use of them," Gu Feng urged. After their departure, Gu Feng retrieved 2 robots from the Star Core space, instructing them to protect Lu Yusin. Both robots were of level 3 strength, and as there were currently no evolved beings of higher level in Q City, Lu Yusin should be quite safe with their company. Lu Yusin felt a warm sense of gratitude. "Thank you, boss. Take care of everything. I must be on my way. Goodbye, boss." As Gu Feng reached the door, he suddenly halted, a frown creasing his brow. He patted his pocket and scanned the surroundings. Lu Yusin hurried forward, inquiring, "Is something wrong, boss?" Gu Feng scratched his head. "Did I forget something? What is it? Allow me to assist you in your search." Gu Feng pondered for a considerable time, tilting his head, when suddenly he slapped his forehead, realizing, "Wang Rini, come out here." Wang Rini, a figure both enigmatic and perilous, had been firmly resolved by Gu Feng to be tethered to his belt henceforth. Thus, the preceding incident unfolded. Reluctantly, Wang Rini followed Gu Feng out the door. Chapter 582. Encountering Jiang Yibai again in the past, Q City boasted a railway station, now long abandoned, which has since transformed into a refuge for the displaced. Many individuals find solace in the dilapidated train carriages. While the locomotives lay in disarray, their components likely sold off as scrap metal. Gu Feng sifted through the wreckage, ultimately discovering a relatively intact train still occupied by some residents. As he contemplated exchanging supplies for this carriage, a group of individuals stealthily surrounded him. With a sigh, Gu Feng stroked his face, muttering to himself, "Is it because I appear easy to bully that I am perpetually targeted?" He stood his ground, awaiting the encirclement to solidify. Once the circle was complete, the group ceased their pretense and boldly advanced towards him. "Bring out your leader. I am pressed for time," Gu Feng stated coolly. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from afar. "Brother Gu Feng, what audacity!" A bald man draped in mutated beast skin approached him. Gu Feng furrowed his brow. "How do you know my name?" "Because we share mutual acquaintances." "Jiang Yibai, step forward," the bald man declared. At his behest, Jiang Yibai emerged from behind. A smile graced Gu Feng's face as he addressed Jiang Yibai. "So, it is you. I pursued Wang Rini on my motorcycle last time. Why did you leave so abruptly? Weren't there 7 of you? Why are you alone now?" Jiang Yibai's face flushed with embarrassment. "Gu Feng, spare me the camaraderie. I have already informed Boss Wu of your abilities. Be sensible and surrender. Aligning with Boss will bring you prosperity. If you resist..." Before Jiang Yibai could finish, Wang Rini interrupted impatiently. Yibai, poor and destitute. What a fitting name." Jiang Yibai scoffed and said to Boss Wu, "This is Wang Rini. A lunatic with some tricks up his sleeve. We merely need to be cautious of him. As for Gu Feng, aside from conjuring food, he possesses little strength. Leave him to me." Gu Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "I wonder where your confidence stems from." "Dean, is this what they call unfounded confidence?" Wang Rini inquired. "Indeed, it seems so." The bald man, Boss Wu, spoke gravely. "Brother Gu Feng, I offer you one last opportunity. Join me, and I shall grant you the second seat of power. Do not play games reminiscent of water margin. Stop delaying. Our dean is on the verge of impatience." Wang Rini exclaimed arrogantly, nearly provoking Gu Feng to kick him. Upon hearing Wang Rini's retort, Boss Wu cast aside his beast skin and brandished 2 hefty axes. "Brother Gu, do not hold it against me. I merely wish to subdue you." With that, he charged at Gu Feng, exuding the ferocity of a rampaging rhinoceros. Goodness, if I cannot withstand it, I shall evade. Wang Rini promptly sprawled on the ground, cradling his head, taking cover with utmost seriousness. Gu Feng had grown tired of the farce. As Wu Laoda was about to collide with Gu Feng extended his hand and pointed. Wu Laoda's expression shifted dramatically. He instinctively sensed an imminent and lethal danger. He hurriedly raised his dual axes to shield his chest. With a thunderous crash, everyone witnessed Wu Laoda being hurled backward. "Boss!" The onlookers gasped in unison. Jiang Yibai's eyes darted, and he shouted fervently, "Gu Feng has killed the boss. Everyone, swiftly avenge him." Gu Feng cast a glance at Jiang Yibai, unable to suppress his disdain, remarking that there are always petty individuals, but this year their numbers seemed particularly abundant. Just as the crowd prepared to charge, Wu Laoda suddenly sat up, bellowing, "Stop this at once." Chapter 583. Wu Hao's allegiance to the leader is not dead. Haha, the leader is alive. Wu Laoda's numerous underlings were genuinely elated at the survival of their chief. Wu Laoda coughed violently for a moment, then rose to his feet. Upon grasping his two massive battle axes, he noticed a hole, the width of a finger, had appeared on each blade. The force of a mere finger had pierced through two iron axes. As Wu Laoda contemplated this, he glanced down at his chest and found no injuries whatsoever. Not one to be dim-witted, Wu Laoda quickly realized that it was not mere luck. His assailant had no intention of harming him. Approaching Gu Feng, Wu Laoda earnestly expressed, "Thank you, Brother Gu Feng, for sparing my life. Consider me, Wu Hao, indebted to you. I acknowledge my wrongdoing today, and as an act of contrition, I shall sever my own hand." Wu Hao, embodying the spirit of a bold northern man, was ready to act. However, Gu Feng effortlessly intervened, sending the axe flying from Wu Hao's grasp. "Wu Hao, it seems unlikely that I could follow you. How about you join me instead?" Gu Feng's proposition astonished those surrounding them. Yet, to their surprise, Wu Hao agreed without hesitation. Among those present, only Wu Hao truly understood Gu Feng's formidable strength. Aligning with such a leader was not a disadvantage. Gu Feng's desire to recruit Wu Hao stemmed not only from admiration for his forthrightness, but also from the resemblance of Wu Hao's axes to those wielded by Dou Tao. Unfortunately, while Dou Tao's axes remained, he himself had perished nearly 6 months prior, leaving Gu Feng with a tinge of melancholy. Wu Hao, accompanied by his brothers, pledged allegiance to Gu Feng. Meanwhile, Jiang Yibai, sensing impending doom, attempted to flee but was swiftly yanked back by Wang Rini. Without a glance, Gu Feng pointed a finger, compressing the air into a forceful blast that pierced through Jiang Yibai's skull. Thus, the petty Jiang Yibai met his demise. Following this incident, Gu Feng produced a substantial supply of resources, instructing Wu Hao to distribute them among the refugees residing in the abandoned train cars. In exchange, the refugees were required to vacate the premises. With the assistance of Wu Hao and his men, the entire train was rapidly cleared. Gu Feng cautioned Wu Hao to ensure that no one approached the train. Wu Hao promptly agreed, directing his brothers to station 2 guards outside each car, ready to eliminate any intruders. He himself took position outside the engine. Gu Feng nodded in approval before entering the train's cockpit. "Little Point, you can manage this, right?" Gu Feng inquired. Little Point grinned with confidence. "Give me half an hour, and I'll have it sorted." With that, Little Point dove into the train's control core. A blue light emanated from the front to the rear of the train, and before Gu Feng's eyes, countless components materialized, transforming and assembling into complete parts that affixed themselves to the train. The entire locomotive came to life, emitting a resounding metallic roar. Curious onlookers gathered outside. Drawn to the spectacle, Wu Hao and his companions suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure. They could only brandish their blades to intimidate the onlookers, preventing them from encroaching further. My goodness, has this vehicle come to life? The sensation of witnessing a transformation akin to that of Transformers at such proximity is surreal. Astonishingly, the color is changing too. The spectators exclaimed in excitement. When Wu Hao turned to look, he saw the once battered dark green exterior of the vehicle gradually fading, transforming into a lustrous silver sheen that gleamed like metal. At that moment, The entire train resembled a massive green python shedding its skin, poised to metamorphose into a magnificent silver dragon soaring into the sky. A sense of pride welled up within Wu Hao. Aligning himself with such a formidable leader was undoubtedly advantageous. Chapter 584. The supertrain. The transformation of the train continues, beginning with the power system, which has shifted from electricity to quantum nuclear energy. Next, the defense system has been upgraded. The entire carriage is now constructed from titanium alloy, and 2 rows of laser cannons have been installed on the roof, extending from the front to the rear of the train. The exterior is adorned with numerous curved blades. Feng could even envision that when the train speeds along, these blades would become the swiftest and sharpest of edges, harvesting any mutated beast that dared to approach. Half an hour swiftly passed, and the entire train had undergone a complete metamorphosis. Feng poked his head out and called to the crowd below, inviting anyone who wished to take a ride to hurry aboard, with meals and accommodation provided. "If you dawdle, there may not be enough room," he exclaimed. "Count me in," Wu Hao declared, the first aboard. Seeing their leader had already embarked, his subordinates followed suit without hesitation. Meanwhile, those merely spectating exchanged glances, uncertain whether to join. Someone thumped their thigh, exclaiming that without food or shelter here, they would stake their life on the offer of free provisions and lodging. With this encouragement, a tide of refugees began to surge into the train. Feng was taken aback by how a mere jest could lead to such a frenzy. Ultimately, he had to forcibly evict those who had no seats. Once all was ready, the super train slowly departed from the platform. Feng purposely instructed Xiao Budian to proceed slowly, as this mission also involved inspecting the railway to prepare for population transport in 2 weeks. Unfortunately, the train had not traveled far before it encountered a city wall. When Q City was originally constructed, the railway system was not intended for use, resulting in the tracks being severed by the wall. In truth, Feng could have easily blasted through the wall with the laser cannons. But out of respect for Q City and the esteemed Qin Huaigu, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he personally approached Elder Qin to discuss the matter. And after offering an appropriate price, Elder Qin consented to dismantle the section of wall obstructing the railway, converting it into a new city gate specifically for train passage. While Feng had no authority over the reconstruction, he was more than willing to assist with the demolition. With all 4 laser cannons firing simultaneously, a massive hole emerged in the steel-reinforced concrete wall, wide enough for 2 trains to pass through concurrently. Feng then spent some time with Xiao Budian laying down the tracks for this section, at last allowing the train to truly commence its journey. Once the train exited the city, it continued to move in fits and starts, not due to mutated beasts blocking the path, but rather because numerous sections of the tracks were damaged or collapsed and required repair. By the time the train arrived at Noa New City, 3 days had elapsed. At this point, Noa New City had visibly transformed since Feng's departure. Surrounding the main city, larger sub-cities were rapidly under construction, with countless robots and autonomous construction vehicles busily working in an orderly fashion. Along the way, Feng observed many survivors making their way toward this area. He realized that the efforts of the locomotive faction had begun to bear fruit. The super train continued its journey along the tracks until it came to a halt at a newly constructed train station. As the doors opened, passengers disembarked, greeted by a luminous hall, rolling digital screens, and a floor that mirrored their reflections. They were all taken aback. Have we returned to the world before the apocalypse? Surely, we have traversed back to the time preceding the end. I wish to remain here. I would rather perish in this place. Feng listened to the nonsensical ramblings of the crowd, shaking his head as he stepped off the train. Chapter 585. As beautiful as Shishir. Fated like Diaochan as Feng stepped on a platform, he was greeted by Lu Zhe, flanked by a group of internal officials, and Li He, leading various military commanders, standing in 2 lines to welcome him. The entire core leadership of Noa New City was present, and the spectacle was truly grand. "City Lord," the crowd exclaimed in unison. Seeing familiar faces, Feng felt a surge of joy. "Why are you all here?" Liu chuckled. "You've been away for over half a month, and without your presence to stabilize us, we felt an unsettling void. When we heard you were back, We decided to keep you close and not let you leave again. Though Lu Zhe spoke in jest, Gu Feng discerned the underlying seriousness in his words. It was evident that this was not the appropriate setting for official matters. Gu Feng turned and called out to Wu Hao. The dazed Wu Hao quickly responded, "Yes, boss. What is up?" Gu Feng gestured towards Li He and said, "This is Li He. Don't be fooled by his youth. He commands an army of over 100,000 men. You'll be following him from now on." "Why, yes, boss," Wu Hao stammered. Since arriving in Noa New City, he had been overwhelmed, as if a mountain were pressing down on him, rendering his thoughts stagnant. Gu Feng then addressed Li He. "Wu Hao is a good man. He is generous and straightforward. Nurture him well. He'll become a valuable assistant in the future. Rest assured, Brother Gu. The next time you see him, I guarantee you'll be impressed," Li He replied, thumping his chest in assurance. Those who had accompanied Gu Feng were assigned to Noah's sub-city, while he led the others into the main city. As they conversed and laughed, an ominous gaze suddenly locked onto Gu Feng. A cold sweat trickled down his back. "Please wait for me in the conference room. I'll join you shortly," he instructed the leaders, who seemed to understand the situation and suppressed their laughter as they bowed their heads and made their way to the conference room. Taking a deep breath, Gu Feng forced a smile onto his face before turning to approach the source of that piercing gaze. "Ahem, my dear. It's been half a month since we last met, and you're even more beautiful," Gu Feng uttered, for the first time expressing such sentimental words. The only person in the world whom Gu Feng would dare to call his wife was Mu Chun. With a cold huff, Mu Chun retorted, "Who is your wife? Which wife are you referring to?" "Dear, don't tease. I swear, there is nothing between me and Sister Sijia." "Fine, we must confront the truth. Let us set aside Sister Sijia's matters for now. Tell me, have you been fooling around outside?" "Absolutely not," Gu Feng declared, his tone resolute and his gaze earnest. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Just then, Wang Rini, who had been following Gu Feng, interjected, "Director, Yang Sihui and Lu Yusin will be heartbroken to hear that." Gu Feng nearly burst into tears. "Wang Rini, I curse your grandmother." Mu Chuan pulled out a 2-meter-long blade. "Gu Feng, you better stand still." Thus, Gu Feng's cunning nature was revealed. How could one possibly remain stationary while being struck? Wang Rini laughed heartily. Suddenly, Gu Feng changed direction and accelerated abruptly, whisking Wang Rini away. It was evident that Gu Feng intended to return and deal with this foolish fellow. In a secluded corner of Noah's main city, Gu Feng cast Wang Rini to the ground, ready to exact his revenge. Wang Rini hastily raised his hands, pleading, "No. Allow me to share a secret." Gu Feng sneered, "Very well, speak. But be warned, should I discover you are merely toying with me, a far more ferocious storm shall await you." Wang Rini suddenly adopted a refined demeanor. "My lord, I just observed the countenance of your esteemed wife. By divination, I discerned 8 characters. I wonder if it is appropriate to reveal them?" Gu Feng, accustomed to Wang Rini's absurdities, did not mind and simply replied, "Speak." "As beautiful as she, sure, yet faded like Diao Chan." Gu Feng inquired, "What does that mean?" A secret. Ha ha ha. Chapter 586. The resentful Lu Zhe. What fate did Diao Chan possess? The tale of Diao Chan is known in ancient lore. During the late Eastern Han Dynasty, the power-hungry Dong Zhuo manipulated the realm, and the minister Wang Yin offered his adopted daughter Diao Chan to him, only to later promise her to El Bu. This stratagem incited a rivalry between Dong Zhuo and El Bu, leading to mutual destruction, while Wang Yin reaped the benefits of their conflict. Throughout her life, Diao Chan was merely a pawn in Wang Yin's game, entangled among various men, her fate undeniably tumultuous. Yet now, Wang Rini claims that Mu Chun's destiny resembles that of Diao Chan, a notion that Gu Feng resolutely dismisses. Mu Chun's parents passed away long ago, and she has but one boyfriend. How could she possibly navigate a web of multiple men? Gu Feng scoffs at himself, pondering why he ever took the words of a madman seriously. Wasn't that a source of unnecessary vexation? Suddenly, Wang Rini begins to tremble, as if seized by a fit. Gu Feng frowns, prepared to investigate, but in an instant, Wang Rini resumes his usual playful demeanor. "Oh, Director, are you about to conduct a physical examination?" Gu Feng rolls his eyes. "Examine you? Please." Wang Rini, with a pained expression, retorts, "My apologies, Director, I have no sister. Should I go acquire one for you to examine?" After a little over 10 minutes, Goofing arrives at the conference room. Luze reports on domestic affairs, while Lihi discusses the eradication of mutated beasts. Once their reports conclude, Huang Xian, representing the intelligence department, presents various intelligence gathered in the Central Plains region. The information largely aligns with Goofing's understanding. There exist numerous large human settlements with populations in the tens of millions. The evolutionary levels of mutated beasts are generally lower than those in the Northwest. Despite the high number of mutants, their average evolutionary level remains low. Many survivors still roam outside the major cities, having not yet made their way in. Upon Huang Xian's conclusion, the attendees begin to compile their notes, contemplating potential issues and challenges within their respective domains, as well as the policies required to address them. Goofing taps the table, directly calling upon his chief of domestic affairs. Luze, please share your insights. Luze straightens himself and begins. The current challenge in domestic affairs revolves around the construction of the Noah subcity. How large should the subcity be? How long until its completion? Will there be sufficient inhabitants in the future? Or if the construction is too small, but the influx of migrants is excessive, what shall we do? Conversely, if we accept too many at once, will it strain our logistical support? Goofing rests his forehead on his hand, feeling overwhelmed, internally berating himself. I asked you to speak, not to unload every single problem upon me. Clearly, Luze is venting his grievances, for Goofing's plans for the subcity and its population management were never discussed with him. Luze, caught off guard by such a monumental task, feels as though he is akin to a neglected spouse, with a husband who is perpetually absent, yet constantly calling home with new demands. Is this not a burden? Goofing pondered for a moment and then remarked, the subsidy need not be constructed all at once. For instance, we could initially erect a modest section and subsequently expand outward in accordance with the population growth. At this point, Goofing's expression turned serious as he continued. The first phase of the project must ensure accommodation for no fewer than 3 million inhabitants. Chapter 587. The situation in the north. Luze conferred with his deputy for a moment and remarked, given the scale of the undertaking, if we concentrate all construction vehicles and biological mechs, we can only manage the major structures. The finer details will likely suffer from shortage of manpower. Gu Feng chuckled. Who says we lack manpower? In just 2 weeks, over 200,000 people will return. ISNT that manpower? Are you suggesting they should undertake the construction themselves? Luze inquired. Gu Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, when they arrive, they cannot merely eat without contributing. We are not their guardians, with no obligation to sustain them indefinitely. But didn't you promise to provide supplies free for a month? Gu Feng replied directly. Then let us tighten our provisions. Those who do not work can only receive the bare minimum rations for survival. Only through labor can they earn sufficient sustenance. And we could even select outstanding workers to reward with evolution agents. This plan is excellent. Indeed, it would also alleviate logistical pressures. The assembly resonated in agreement. Gu Feng then asked Luze about the conditions for residents of the subcity to become citizens of the main city. Luze responded, following your guidance, we will implement a merit-based advancement system. Only those who accumulate 100 contribution points will be eligible for residency in the main city. Contribution points can be earned by completing designated tasks, and we can reward commendable acts to encourage the subcity residents to abandon the negative habits they've brought with them. This idea is commendable. Gu Feng praised sincerely. Subsequently, Gu Feng addressed the assembly, stating, our undertaking to accommodate this population is crucial for our future development. The entire administrative apparatus must shoulder this responsibility, particularly the departments of justice, oversight, health, and education. Each must establish subordinate institutions in the subcity to help its inhabitants comprehend what Noah City represents, to understand their duties and prohibitions as residents of Noah City, and to enable them to truly regard this place as home. The directors of the respective departments, Du, one of the Justice Department, Su Guanhua of the Oversight Department, Gu Qingqing of the Health Department, and Su Wanqing of the Education Department, each solemnly pledged their commitment. Next, they turned their attention to the broader situation in the north. Recently, 3 main legions were dispatched to conduct a campaign of eradication. Although the results were bountiful, the overall strategic impact was minimal. Notably, the influence of the Apocalypse Empire had extended beyond the Chilean mountains, beginning to encroach into the northern hinterlands. If we cannot significantly diminish the strength of the mutated beasts in the north, should the forces of the Apocalypse Empire merge with those of the northern mutated beasts, the ensuing pressure on Noah City will undoubtedly be immense. The term beast tribe was used by Feng for the first time, specifically to denote those mutated beasts that have developed a high degree of organization and cooperative awareness. Much like the mutated beasts within the Apocalypse Empire, aside from their appearances and habits differing from humans, there exists no fundamental distinction. Thus, Feng deemed the designation beast tribe aptly fitting. With a combined force of 400,000 across the 3 legions, despite the assistance of the Ant Legion, the prospect of clearing the entirety of the north of mutated beasts seemed a fanciful dream. The strategic necessities reveal a significant disparity with military strength, rendering the expansion of the armed forces an urgent imperative. The ancient texts explicitly state that following this influx of population, residents from the vice cities may be conscripted to form 3 new armies, each with a larger scale, comprising approximately 300,000 troops, commanded by the respective vice corps leaders. Once organized, these forces will be directly deployed to eradicate the mutated beasts in the Central Plains region. As it has been quite some time since our relocation, and it is essential to tidy up our new abode. Chapter 588. The helplessness of the weaker side. As Feng concluded his remarks, the vice commanders of the various legions displayed expressions of delight. They were finally promoted, and naturally, joy ensued. However, Feng promptly doused their enthusiasm with a cold splash of reality. Do not be too hasty in celebrating. Those who excel in the new army must be transferred to the 3 main legions. As a reward, any soldier transitioning from the new army to the main legions, along with their family, will be granted residency in the main city. Feng's intentions were clear. He aimed to utilize the 3 new armies for training purposes, with well-trained soldiers continually replenishing the main forces. This would enable a rapid enhancement of the combat prowess of the main legions without the need for extensive additional training. Although the vice commanders felt a tinge of disappointment, they recognized that being the highest-ranking officer in a legion was still preferable to being a perennial deputy. Moreover, Feng emphasized that henceforth, both the main legions and the newly established vice city legions would regularly engage in expeditions. This was an unavoidable necessity, as Feng's current strategy mirrored that of Zhuge Liang during the 3 Kingdoms period, who adopted a similar approach against Wei. Zhuge Liang's 6 campaigns into Qishan, while ostensibly offensive, were fundamentally a proactive form of strategic defense, a reluctant measure taken by the weaker side against the stronger. In the present scenario, Feng's frequent dispatches of troops to eliminate mutated beasts were also a form of compelled proactive defense. The threat posed by these mutated beasts to humanity loomed ever closer. By the time the meeting concluded, night had fallen. As everyone gathered their documents and meeting notes, they gradually exited the conference room. Feng suddenly called out to Li He, saying, "Come over for dinner at my place tonight. It has been far too long since we shared a drink together." Li He hesitated and replied, "Brother Gu, inviting me to your home for dinner tonight feels like leading me into a pit of fire. You have already fallen into it. How can you bear to drag me down as well?" Li He was acutely aware of the perilous situation Feng was about to face, prompting his firm refusal. With unwavering camaraderie, Feng grasped Li He's hand and refused to let go. "As brothers, how can we be so distant? Come on, we should leap into the pit together and share a drink." "Brother, please, I want to go. I really want tea," Li He lamented, leaving behind a trail of mournful cries, yet it did not alter the grim fate that awaited him. Feng's residence was hauntingly quiet. Mu Chun sat at the dining table, her gaze fixed intently on Feng across from her. Gu Chun, the daughter adopted by Feng and Mu Chun, quietly spooned rice in her mouth, her large eyes darting between her mother and father, sensing the palpable tension in the atmosphere, leaving her too frightened to take any vegetables. Feng resembled a child who had committed a misdeed, sitting at the table with his head bowed, counting the grains of rice in his bowl. Occasionally, Li He nudged Gu Feng, urging him to salvage the precarious situation. At the table, the only one seemingly unaffected was Gulan, who consumed bowl after bowl of rice with unrestrained delight, resembling a famished pig that had gone 3 days without food. Suddenly, Gulan let out a loud belch, exclaiming, "Why is everyone not eating? Sister-in-law has prepared such a splendid feast. It cannot go to waste." Gu Feng promptly echoed, "Indeed, our Mu-chan is exceptionally capable. Just look at this table laden with dishes, each a feast for the senses. It surpasses even the most extravagant banquets, such as the Manchuhan Imperial Feast or the delicacies of dragon's liver and phoenix's gall." Mu-chan let out a cold chuckle and remarked, "Is this table of dishes truly so delectable?" Gu Feng, feigning delight, casually picked up a morsel and exaggeratedly savored it, giving Mu-chan a thumbs up after finishing, exclaiming, "It is truly exquisite." Mu-chan's smile turned even more frigid. Gu Feng felt an inexplicable pang of guilt. How could one err in complimenting another? To his astonishment, Mu-chan directly stated, "All these dishes were prepared by Guo Sijia." Gulan suddenly spewed rice everywhere, struggling to contain his laughter as he said, Brother, I'd apologize, I had no idea." Haha, I can't hold it in any longer. I must step outside to laugh for a moment, haha." With that, Gulan fled in a fit of laughter, leaving Gu Feng utterly bewildered. Chapter 589. A proposal by Gu Feng. The atmosphere at the dining table had descended to a freezing point when Mu-chan directly presented a plate of black, unidentifiable substance before Gu Feng, declaring, "This is my creation. Would you care to sample it?" Internally, Gu Feng recoiled at the thought, yet given the circumstances, he had no choice but to partake. His lips involuntarily twitched as he hesitantly picked up a piece with his chopsticks, trembling as he brought it to his mouth. A wave of flavor struck him, delivering a blow to his very soul, coursing from his taste buds straight to his brain. Ugh! Gu Feng valiantly stifled the urge to regurgitate. After a monumental effort, he swallowed, forcing a smile as he proclaimed, "It's delicious, just as you always make it, infinitely better than what Sister Sijia prepares." Alas, in his desperate bid for survival, Gu Feng found himself caught off guard by Mu-chan's cheerful remark. "So you think it's tasty? You must finish every last bite. I made this especially for you." At that moment, Gu Feng wished he could slap himself twice for his loose tongue. How could he forget about his brother during such a perilous time? During his absence, Li had also been swamped with work. "Here, you should also try this, courtesy of your sister-in-law. It's absolutely delightful," Gu Feng exclaimed, lifting the plate to pour its contents into Li He's bowl. Li He's face immediately turned a sickly shade of green. Had he not intervened quickly, Gu Feng would have emptied the entire plate into Li He's bowl. Well, it seemed both brothers had equally fallen into the trap. They endured a meal that left them in sheer agony. Truly, no one could rival their plight. Gu Feng was not one to sit idly by. His mind began to race. Many contradictions seemed complex and insurmountable. Yet once the core of the problem, its very essence, was identified, the resolution became remarkably simpler. Suddenly, Gu Feng rose and addressed Mu-chan. "Wait for me for half a minute." Without another word, he dashed out the door. Mu-chan, momentarily bewildered, assumed he must have urgent business to attend to. However, true to his word, Gu Feng returned half a minute later, not only having reappeared, but bearing roses and an engagement ring in his hands. Mu-chan could scarcely fathom that Gu Feng would come back with such items. She could almost foresee what was about to transpire. Her heart raced, and her cheeks flushed a rosy hue. Gu Feng, panting, appeared uncertain whether his haste had left him fatigued or if it was simply nerves. The room was sparsely populated, with Gulan, Li He, and Gu-chan all watching with eager anticipation. Gu Feng swallowed hard, so nervous he could hardly navigate his path, awkwardly approaching Mu-chan with uncoordinated movements, much to the amusement of the onlookers. Yet, the two central figures remained solemn. At last, Gu Feng knelt before Mu-chan. Mu-chan, I have never engaged in a serious romance before. You're my first love and the one I wish to spend my life with. I love you. Will you marry me?" As he finished his declaration, he presented the flowers and ring to her. Tears glistened in Mu Chun's eyes as she covered her mouth, uncertain whether to laugh or cry. Just as the crowd urged her to accept, she abruptly dashed for the door, leaving Gu Feng bewildered, still kneeling in place. In the past, Mu Chun had broached the subject of marriage with Gu Feng. Yet at that time, Gu Feng felt as though his future was uncertain, thus dismissing the notion of matrimony. Now, having cohabited for an extended period, Gu Feng believes it is time to provide Mu Chun with a definitive answer. However, what he initially presumed would culminate in a successful proposal has instead led to an unexpected outcome, leaving Gu Feng utterly perplexed. Could it be that he found the preparations too hasty? Gu Feng pondered aloud. Gu Lan concurred, stating, "Certainly, your situation with Sijia is still ambiguous. Now you wish to obfuscate matters with a proposal. I would not acquiesce to that. I do not intend to deceive. I genuinely wish to marry her. No, I must seek her out and clarify my intentions." Chapter 590. A successful proposal. Upon finishing his declaration, Gu Feng cast aside the roses and ring and dashed out. When he located Mu Chun in the aerial garden, she was seated on a bench by the railing, lost in thought. The silvery moonlight enveloped her, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Gu Feng approached and settled beside her. "Do you harbor any concerns?" Gu Feng inquired, employing his mind-reading ability. He seldom utilized this gift on those he cherished. Counting an earlier instance of the Research Institute, this marked only his second use of it on Mu Chun. He discerned happiness, joy, and a tinge of melancholy intertwined within her heart. Mu Chun gazed up at the moon, her long, fair neck glistening like exquisite jade in the moonlight. "Do you remember my confession on the city wall in X City?" Gu Feng nodded. "That is a moment I shall cherish for a lifetime. How could I ever forget?" In Mu Chun's enchanting eyes, a hidden concern seemed to linger, elusive even to Gu Feng's probing. He sensed a cloud of anxiety, worry, and reluctance swirling deep within her. With concern, Gu Feng asked, "Is it because the persona of Mu Chiu still resides in your heart?" Mu Chun shook her head and turned to him. "Let us marry." "Excuse me? I have made my decision. Let us wed, and the sooner, the better. I wish to waste no time. I want to be your wife." The determination in Mu Chun's gaze radiated happiness, almost overflowing. Gu Feng, peering into her heart once more, noticed that the ominous cloud had retreated to a minuscule corner, nearly invisible. He presumed this shadow was a result of his relationship with Guosijia, causing Mu Chun's unease, and thus did not dwell on it. With equal joy, Gu Feng nodded and lifted Mu Chun into his arms, spinning her around the garden. Their laughter resonated far and wide. Not far from the aerial garden, on a bridge crowded with onlookers, the entire leadership of Noah City had gathered. Upon witnessing Gu Feng and Mu Chun dancing in the garden, the crowd erupted in applause, some even whistling in delight. In a distant corner, Guosijia wore a forlorn expression, then shook her head, perhaps realizing that this happiness was not meant for her. Nuan, however, displayed an indifferent demeanor. On the opposite side of the aerial garden, beneath a crooked tree laden with blue fruits, Wang Rini burped and tossed aside a blue fruit pit. With a resigned expression, he remarked, "Director, I have advised you repeatedly, yet you do not heed my counsel. Should you regret this later, do not blame me. The allure of desire is perilous. Perhaps I should indulge in another fruit to calm my nerves." The following day, news of the mayor's impending marriage to Mu Chun spread throughout Noah City. Although the date had yet to be set, the townsfolk eagerly began their celebrations. The mayor's wedding was no trifling matter. The most auspicious date must be chosen, the ceremony must be grand, and the banquet must accommodate the entire population of the main city, all responsibilities resting on the capable shoulders of Lu Zhe, the chief steward. This predicament left Lu Zhe in despair. Burdened with a plethora of responsibilities in the sub-city, he felt utterly overwhelmed and sought solace in the presence of Gu Feng. With a reassuring smile, Gu Feng consoled him, "I have already found you an assistant. They will arrive shortly." Lu Zhe implored, "Please expedite it. I truly cannot manage this on my own." Gu Feng inquired, "By the way, on which day have you chosen for the occasion?" Lu Zhe responded, "The 8th of next month, auspicious for marriage, travel, and hosting guests. A fortuitous day, indeed." Gu Feng remarked, "That is still over 20 days away. Why are you so impatient?" Liu Ze jested. I must admit, I am a bit anxious. Liu Ze reassured him. As someone who has been through this at such times, simply carry on with your duties and let things unfold naturally. We will ensure everything is perfectly arranged for you. The groom. Very well. Chapter 591. Business trip for 7 or 8 days. Gu Feng and Mu Chun enjoyed their time together when news arrived from Q City, reminding them that the date for the transaction was approaching. Gu Feng turned to Mu Chun and proposed, "Would you be interested in embarking on an impromptu journey with me?" Mu Chun smiled in agreement, but suddenly recalled Gu Chun and said, "Gu Chun is only 4 years old, yet she is remarkably perceptive. Let us bring her along." Gu Feng nodded, affirming that since they had adopted her, they ought to treat her as their own daughter. Thus, this journey would naturally be a family affair. This was the advantage of being a leader. He could transform business trips into funded excursions without fear of gossip. Gu Feng intended to take the train back to Q City. For the lengthy railway from Noah City to Q City posed challenges in ensuring there had been no damage during this time. His concern was not about the damage itself, but rather the frequency of such incidents. A high rate of destruction would jeopardize the feasibility of future large-scale, high-frequency transportation. Therefore, Gu Feng chose to travel by train to inspect the railway he had previously repaired, to identify any issues and subsequently plan the follow-up work based on the damage rate. Accompanying him were numerous administrative personnel, tasked with overseeing the reception of the 2.4 million residents. Organizing such a vast operation could not be accomplished by merely 1 or 2 individuals. When the super train arrived, it was packed both on the way there and back. 2 days later, the super train safely reached Q City, yet Gu Feng appeared rather disheartened. The damage rate of the railway was significantly worse than he had anticipated. Otherwise, the journey would not have taken 2 days. Upon their arrival, Liu Yusin and others, who had been waiting at the station, promptly arranged accommodations for them at the Wangfu Hotel. With so many people traveling, renting individual rooms would have been cumbersome, hence this arrangement. Of course, Gu Feng ensured that the payment to the Wangfu Hotel was complete, as he detested owing favors to others. During the journey, Gu Feng introduced Liu Yusin to Mu Chun. With a smile, Liu Yusin remarked, "This is our city lord's wife. She is truly beautiful." Mu Chun's face flushed with embarrassment as she replied, "Please, don't say that. We aren't married yet." Gu Feng chuckled. "It's only a matter of time. Calling you the city lord's wife is not incorrect." Mu Chun discreetly pinched Gu Feng from behind. Gu Feng exaggeratedly cried out in pain, requesting Gu Chun to avenge him, but to his surprise, Gu Chun did not assist him and instead joined her mother in playfully hitting Gu Feng, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Liu Yusin joined in the mirth, though her laughter concealed a bittersweet undertone known only to her. Upon reaching the hotel, Gu Feng informed Liu Yusin of the concerning damage rate of the railway. He expressed, "We cannot continuously repair the tracks only to have them destroyed by mutated beasts again. If we keep patching things up, when will it ever end? With a transportation volume of 2.4 million people, are we to wait until the distant future?" Liu Yusin pondered for a moment before suggesting, "We could establish checkpoints along the railway line. It is advisable to construct a station every 5 or 10 kilometers, assigning personnel to these outposts specifically for the maintenance and protection of the railway. Although this method may seem rather simplistic, its efficacy is likely to be commendable. Therefore, please communicate your thoughts to Liu Ze and urge him to expedite the process." Liu Yusin acknowledged this and then withdrew. After 2 days of traveling by train, Gu Feng and Mu Chun felt somewhat fatigued and retired early, spending the night in silence. Chapter 592. The turmoil in City Q as April arrived. The weather had completely warmed, and the inhabitants of City Q were finally liberated from the bone-chilling cold of the nights. The brilliant sunshine and the gentle, warm breeze instilled a glimmer of hope for the days to come. Alas, this flicker of optimism was abruptly extinguished by a sudden, ominous rumor. Have you heard? City Q is set to begin the large-scale relocation of its populace to some newly constructed city, Noah New City. The very name suggests it is a recently completed settlement. Such a city, constructed in these tumultuous times, must surely lack the essentials. One would either starve or fall prey to mutated beasts if they ventured there. Who in their right mind would go? I heard it's compulsory. We must go whether we want to or not. I refuse to believe it. Can they truly drag me to know a new city at gunpoint? It appears they just might. I've heard they are selling us off. Do you understand what human trafficking means? And at an outrageously low price, no less. Goodness, those bureaucrats who usually exploit us are intent on driving us to our demise. That can't be right. I've heard no new city is a paradise where residents are free from labor, having robots attend to all their needs, and where an abundance of food and vegetables is available. The entire main city is said to be built in the sky, resembling an earthly paradise. Really? You believe that? It's merely a ruse devised by those elites to lure us into their trap, painting a false picture of prosperity. I now perceive this as a conspiracy. Consider it. This is the apocalypse. How could a paradise exist? They are surely attempting to entice us. The more splendid their depiction, the darker their ulterior motives. I suspect they aim to alleviate the pressures on City Q by deceiving us into leaving, only to execute us in secret. Stop with the nonsense. What benefit would they gain from executing us? I suspect they intend to trick us into mining coal in the depths of the earth. Just think about the scarcity of resources today. It's also possible they wish to send us to the battlefield. Regardless, we cannot sit idly by. Indeed, if they can forcibly relocate over 2 million people this time, next they might aim for 4 million. It is time to resist. Yes, we, the downtrodden, cannot survive while those officials above us think they can escape unscathed. Such impassioned discussions echoed throughout City Q as conspiracy theories proliferated, tightening the nerves of the populace. Finally, when the military began to round up citizens, the spirit of rebellion reached its zenith, culminating in a massive uprising. From the east to the west, from the south to the north, torrents of people surged, accompanied by billowing smoke. Initially, the populace targeted the military and various administrative bodies. But as City Q descended into chaos and the leadership fled, the people turned to looting and destruction. All restraints vanished, and the malevolence within surged forth like a tidal wave. Everywhere, crime reigns. Everywhere, revelry ensues. Everywhere, lives are taken. Everywhere, the air is filled with lamentations. Humanity seems to have succumbed to madness, spiraling into a frenzied state, while corpses are treated as mere toys, disassembled and displayed upon railings. Perhaps there remain a few innocents, those still clinging to their sanity. But in the midst of this tumult, they're either swept along by the tide or branded as heretics, destined to be burned alive in public view. Thus, City Q has transformed into a veritable hell on earth. Even the ancients could not have anticipated that events would escalate to such a dreadful climax. Chapter 593. The Battle of Turning Points in the Wangfu Hotel. Upon receiving the news, Feng, consumed by rage, shattered his teacup into countless fragments. Are the people of Q City merely idle? How could they allow matters to descend into such chaos? A bunch of useless fools. Lu Yusin, her face etched with anxiety, exclaimed, "Boss, this is not the time for accusations. We must retreat immediately. Those individuals are already approaching us. If we are cornered, we are finished. They are utterly deranged, killing anyone in sight." Feng activated his regional reconnaissance and sensory perception, witnessing the devastation that enveloped Q City, which only fueled his fury. This time, I shall not retreat. Let our people take their positions and defend this place. If anyone dares to approach, let them be killed. Lu Yusin voiced her concerns. The entire city has descended into chaos. Millions are rampaging through the streets, while we have only over 1,000 personnel, most of whom are administrative staff. How can we possibly hold them off? Mu Chun interjected, "You have recently joined Noah City and may not comprehend the capabilities of our people. Rest assured, just convey Gu Feng's orders. Even our administrative members can overpower 100 foes." Reluctantly, Lu Yusin, witnessing Gu Feng's resolute demeanor and Mu Chun's unwavering confidence, proceeded to relay the commands. The administrative personnel accompanying Gu Feng erupted in exhilaration upon hearing the orders. Finally, after being cooped up in the office, we can stretch our legs. We shall teach these Q City ruffians a lesson in proper conduct. Indeed, I heard the city lord was so enraged by these miscreants that he shattered his cup. For that alone, they deserve to perish 1,000 times. Brothers, let us go and eliminate those scoundrels. It is worth noting that the formal members of Noah City are equipped with 9th-tier bone helmets, 9th-tier scale armor, 9th-tier bone shields, blood-fang knives, and energy guns. Particularly during missions, such gear is never left behind. Within a mere 5 minutes, a blood-red defensive line had formed around the Wangfu Hotel, the crimson hue reflecting the gear worn by the team members. This battle would later be referred to as the turning point battle of the Red Armor Army, marking the beginning of their renown across the world. However, these are tales for another time. Let us return our focus to the present situation. The Wangfu Hotel, a landmark of Q City, not only boasts grandeur, but also possesses a complex and well-connected transportation network. Over 1,000 team members, spaced at least 20 meters apart, barely managed to shield the hotel while they faced adversaries approaching from 4 distinct directions. Feng stood atop the building with his wife, child, and Lu Yusin, surveying the battlefield. Lu Yusin fretted, "Our numbers are too few, and the gaps between us are so vast. How can we hold our ground?" Yet, Feng and Mu Chun remained unperturbed, calmly observing the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a figure clad in black materialized behind them. Lu Yusin, startled, nearly lost her footing on the rooftop. "Do not appear so suddenly. My daughter is here. If you frighten her, I shall hold you accountable." Feng remarked without turning his head. Mu Chun, cradling their daughter, greeted the newcomer. "Good day, Mr. Ng." The person who arrived was none other than Mr. Ng. He greeted the lady of the city with a courteous good day. Suddenly, Feng addressed Mr. Ng, asking, "You must have been aware of the impending chaos. Why did you not intervene sooner?" Mr. Ng replied, "Why intervene? Is it not preferable to let things unfold naturally?" Feng comprehended the implications of Mr. Ying's words. The ongoing turmoil in Q City, in fact, served the interests of Noah City. The reasoning was quite straightforward. As Q City descended into disorder, its inhabitants would inevitably flee, and the nearest refuge would be Noah City. With a touch of guidance, a significant influx of people would relocate to Noah City, without the need to expend resources on provisions or the labor of transport. Such advantages. However, this scenario was far from beneficial for the people of Q City. Setting aside the countless lives that would be lost in the upheaval, the journey towards Noah City would surely claim even more lives. If the situation were to develop in such a manner, the death toll would undoubtedly reach into the millions. Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, "Is Ng inciting further chaos behind the scenes?" Mr. Ng shrugged. "We are quite preoccupied. Who has the time for such matters?" Chapter 594. A scene that shatters worldviews suddenly. Lu Yusin's voice trembled as she exclaimed, They have arrived." The individuals on the upper floor looked down to witness throngs of people emerging from all 4 directions of the street. Each one brandished weapons, wreaking havoc as they surged towards the Wangfu Hotel. The crowd was so immense that counting them was futile. A glance down the street revealed an unending sea of humanity. Fear gripped Lu Yusin. "Boss, we must flee. It's not too late. I can arrange for a helicopter, and within 10 minutes, we could escape Q City." Mu Chun patted Lu Yusin's back, continually reassuring her, "Have faith in our team. Perhaps it will be them who will flee shortly." "How can that be possible?" Lu Yusin questioned, overwhelmed. Mu Chun replied confidently, "Just look and see." As they conversed, the ominous tide of black-clad figures drew nearer to the crimson line of defense. Among the riotous crowd, voices rose in fervor, chanting for the Wangfu Hotel, a bastion of opulence for the affluent. "We shall raise this place and seize everything within." They cried, "Flatten the Wangfu Hotel, flatten the Wangfu Hotel." In another faction of the unruly mob, others shouted about those who sought their demise, claiming they resided within the Wangfu Hotel. "The time for vengeance has come. Storm in and annihilate the scoundrels inside." They bellowed, "Annihilate, annihilate, annihilate." Human beings are easily swayed, especially when engulfed in a collective, where the ability to think independently is easily overshadowed by the group mentality. They become blind, fervent, impulsive, and ignorant. Under complex influences and the incitement of those with ulterior motives, the masses charged forward without fear of death. The members of Noah City had witnessed countless grand spectacles, never faltering even in the face of 1,000,000 mutated beasts, let alone a disorderly throng of humans. "Open fire," commanded the squad leaders. Energy projectiles rained down like droplets, striking the surging tide of humanity. These energy projectiles were not mere bullets. While a single bullet might claim 1 or 2 lives, an energy projectile could penetrate continuously. As long as it remained within effective range and on trajectory, it could pierce through an uncountable number of individuals. The narrow street, with the riotous crowd clustered together, inadvertently amplified the lethality of the energy projectiles. After a single volley, the advancing tide was left in tatters. Only a mere handful survived the onslaught, standing desolate among the thousands of corpses, utterly broken. Liu Yusin rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Is this really the blockade? The reality proved it indeed was. Astonishment and pride surged within her. Although the crowd had been halted, they had not dispersed. Some individuals had directly commandeered artillery from military. With a deafening roar, a shell struck the 4th floor of the Wangfu Hotel, demolishing half of its wall. This act incited the wrath of the Noah City defenders. Alas, the lord of the city resides within. How dare these scoundrels unleash their artillery upon him? Brothers, we can no longer endure this. Slay them all. A squad leader bellowed, charging forth, with the other members, their faces etched with fury, following suit. Liu Yusin beheld a scene that shattered her worldview. Over 1,000 brave souls relentlessly pursuing a multitude of tens of thousands in a merciless hunt. Chapter 595. I help him suppress the chaos. The members of Noah City charged into the fray like fierce tigers descending upon a flock of sheep. Their objective was clear: to decisively repel these scoundrels without hesitation. The team showed no mercy. Every foe wielding a weapon was met with ruthless force. Those who dared to resist with gunfire found their bullets merely sparking against the armor of Noah City's warriors, proving utterly ineffective. Devils. They are devils. Flee. The blood-red armor of the Noah City team became, in the eyes of the rioters, a harbinger of bloodshed and death. The tide of the mob began to ebb as those at the front desperately pushed backward, while those at the rear, oblivious to the chaos unfolding ahead, clamored to advance. Amidst the ensuing confusion, a tragic stampede occurred, resulting in far more casualties from trampling than from the team's lethal strikes. On the rooftop of the Royal Hotel, Liu Yusin stood in shocked silence, her heart yearning to witness the reality of Noah City, to understand what kind of place could forge such formidable warriors. Her admiration for the man behind Noah City, Feng, intensified within her gaze, compelling her curiosity and obsession. Feng, however, had lost interest in the spectacle. He could already foresee the outcome. Turning to Mr. Ng, he inquired about the whereabouts of Qin Huaigu. Mr. Ng replied that he was at a makeshift command center outside the city. Feng pressed on, asking how they planned to handle the situation. Mr. Ng suggested a cold approach, waiting for the public's emotions to settle before regaining control. With a scoff, Feng retorted, "If we simply wait, the opportunity may wither away. Have someone convey to him that I will help quell the unrest in Q City." Understood, Mr. Ng replied respectfully. "Go attend to your duties," Feng instructed. After Mr. Ng departed, Feng summoned over 1,000 individuals from below. He first retrieved a multitude of biological mechs and robots from the Star Core space, before personally issuing orders to the assembly. Team 1, pilot the biological mechs and seal off the 4 city gates. Entry permitted, exit forbidden. Team 2, command 100 robots to secure the eastern sector. Team 3, manage 100 robots in the west. Team 4, oversee the north. Team 5, the south. By tomorrow morning, I do not wish to see a single soul on streets. Yes, City Lord. The crowd responded in unison. The moment the colossal biological mechs made their appearance, they captured the attention of all of Q City. The mechs towered above, dwarfing even the tallest buildings, rendering it impossible for anyone in the city to ignore their presence. This instilled a profound psychological deterrent among the rioters. As the biological mechs blocked all exits, the apprehension among the rioters intensified. Soon, people noticed that every thoroughfare and intersection was manned by robots and warriors clad in crimson armor. Each robot seemed equipped with loudspeakers, continuously broadcasting a message. Everyone, please return home promptly. In 1 hour, if you are still on the streets, we shall show no mercy. The astute among us can observe the biomechanical beings outside, and upon contacting the robots and armored soldiers in the streets, they will comprehend the urgency of hastening back. Yet, many others remain indifferent to the gravity of the situation. Chapter 596. Official commencement of operations. What do we have to fear with so many of us? One spit from each of us could drown them. Not to mention we are armed. The weapons seized from the military are perfectly suited for experimentation on these ruffians. Some individuals even launched an offensive against the robot, issuing threats. Numerous members of Noah City also fell victim to assaults. Upon receiving news that a teammate had been struck in the face by a hidden gunman, narrowly escaping death, the captains erupted in furious exclamations. Scoundrels! We had initially intended to spare them. They brought this upon themselves. Now, we shall engage them directly. At the instant the command was given, the robots stationed at various intersections underwent a dramatic transformation. 2 rows of ominous gun barrels extended from their bodies like wings, unleashing a barrage of fire. Some robots even deployed small rockets from their shoulders, continuously launching projectiles. Those who had once swaggered with arrogance were reduced to mere fragments, and those who had disregarded the warnings could only think of returning home in desperation. The streets were filled with panicked individuals fleeing for their lives. The once converging mob was swiftly scattered. A single robot could sweep through 2 or 3 streets, and with the assistance of the team members, this uprising was destined to be quelled in a torrent of blood and flames, just as it had erupted. The following day, no one dared to venture into the streets. The entirety of Q City fell eerily silent. People hid behind their windows, observing the outside world. The sight of patrolling robots or warriors clad in red armor passing by sent shivers of fear through the populace. The streets, marred by destruction, were stained with blood and remnants of explosions. Strangely, the corpses that had littered the ground the previous night had mysteriously vanished without a trace. In truth, those bodies have been decomposed into bioenergy by the diminutive entities, rendering them invisible. When Qin Huaigu took command of Q City with his forces, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. That evening, he made a special visit to the Wangfu Hotel to see Gu Feng. In an opulent reception hall, the guests took their seats. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Huaigu spoke with significant intent. Initially, I believed your faction was instigating this uprising. However, it appears I was mistaken. This upheaval was merely an incidental occurrence arising from various factors. Gu Feng furrowed his brow and replied, although it is an incidental event, it is nonetheless an inevitable consequence of the unresolved societal conflicts within this small community of Q City. Our dealings merely acted as a catalyst. The root cause lies in your failure to instill hope for survival among the populace. A glimmer of insight flashed in Qin Huaigu's eyes. He was well aware of the truth in Gu Feng's words. However, he had not anticipated such profound understanding from someone so young. Coupled with Gu Feng's demonstrated prowess during the suppression of the unrest, it stirred something within his aging heart. Suddenly, Qin Huaigu inquired, might I have the pleasure of visiting your Noah City? Of course, you are welcome at any time. Following this, the 2 men seamlessly transitioned into discussions regarding the subsequent plans for their transaction. Half a month later, the first train, laden with the migrating populace, departed from Q City. This heralded the effective safeguarding of the railway by the lookout towers along the route, allowing the train to traverse uninterrupted from Q City to Noah City in a mere 6 hours. On board this train, alongside Gu Feng and others, was an investigative delegation led by Qin Huaigu. Chapter 597. The noble young lady Qin Gu Feng and Qin Huaigu were seated together, engaged in ceaseless conversation that traversed through the annals of history, from ancient monarchs to contemporary geopolitical arrangements. Their discourse spanned economics, culture, and even ventured into politics and military affairs, covering an extensive array of topics. With each exchange, Qin Huaigu's demeanor towards Gu Feng grew increasingly affectionate. almost treating him as if he were his own cherished grandson, addressing him not as the former lord of Gu City, but as the playful little rascal. As their conversation reached a natural pause, Qin Huaigu turned to his attendant and instructed, "Please fetch little Yu from the back." Once the attendant departed, Gu Feng inquired, "Who is little Yu?" "My granddaughter," Qin Huaigu replied. Gu Feng chuckled. "You brought your granddaughter along for the inspection?" Qin Huaigu smiled in silence, and soon, a girl named Qin Yu appeared. With shoulder-length hair, delicate and gentle features, fair skin, and a flowing white dress complemented by cream-colored high heels, she embodied an ethereal beauty. Her movements were graceful, her conversation witty, and a gentle smile graced her face, exuding an exceptional demeanor that unmistakably reflected the air of a refined young lady. Suddenly, Gu Feng felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority, not out of romantic feelings, but from the fear that a pristine snow lotus might be tainted. "Hello, I am Qin Yu," she said, extending her slender, immaculate hand. Gu Feng hesitated momentarily, but then took her hand, replying, "Hello, I am Gu Feng." Qin Huaigu interjected, "It seems you two no longer require an introduction from this old man. Well then, I'm feeling a bit weary. I shall retire to the back for a rest. You young people enjoy your conversation." With that, he stood and made his way towards the rear, leaving Gu Feng unable to intervene. At that moment, even the dullest of minds would grasp Qin Huaigu's intentions. He wished for his granddaughter to court Gu Feng. Yet, did he not realize that Gu Feng was a married man? Or was he aware, but chose to disregard it? Gu Feng found himself perplexed, uncertain whether Qin Huaigu possessed confidence in his granddaughter or lacked faith in him. Just as Gu Feng contemplated an excuse to leave, Qin Yu unexpectedly said, "I apologize for the awkwardness. My grandfather has a temperament like that. He acts on impulse, and I find it difficult to insist otherwise, so." Gu Feng nodded. "I understand. It's quite all right. The vehicle will arrive shortly." Her words made Gu Feng reluctant to depart, yet without a clear topic of conversation. They sat in silence, gazing out the window. Before long, Gu Feng's daughter, Gu Chun, rushed over, exclaiming, "Daddy, Daddy, Mommy is calling for you." Finally, Gu Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, nodded at Qin Yu, and took Gu Chun's hand, leading her towards the back. Qin Yu turned to watch Gu Feng's departing figure, shaking her head, leaving one to wonder whether she felt disappointment or joy. The train soon arrived at Noah City, where the welcoming ceremony was even grander. As the host, Gu Feng provided Qin Huaigu with a brief introduction to the notable figures in Noah City. Ultimately, Gu Feng delegated the reception duties to Liu Zhe and retreated to the warmth of his family. In the ensuing period, the inspection team, led by Qin Huaigu, remained quite lively, having traversed nearly every corner of Noah City. The expedition team eventually accompanied Li He's Scorpion Legion to the north to eradicate the mutated beasts. When the team convened for their debriefing, the atmosphere was rife with astonishment. In private, many members of the expedition approached Gu Feng in secret, expressing their desire to remain in Noah City instead of returning. Gu Feng, however, resolutely declined, unwilling to cultivate a reputation for undermining their commitments. As time passed swiftly, the day of Gu Feng and Mu Chun's wedding drew near. Although Qin Huaigu sighed inwardly, he ultimately resolved to allow the expedition team to extend their stay for a few more days, intending for them to attend the wedding before their departure. Chapter 598, Traditional Wedding, Part 1. Time swiftly arrived at the 8th day. The entirety of Noah City was adorned in jubilant shades of red. Gu Feng had not managed to sleep throughout the night, overwhelmed by anxiety. As dawn broke, he was pulled in various directions, first by the makeup artist for hairstyling and cosmetics, then by a group of groomsmen who insisted he change into his formal attire. Even Gulan was relentless, arriving with a flock of girls eager for photos with Gu Feng. He felt as though he was losing his own identity. As the clock struck 8, per the schedule, Gu Feng was to lead the groomsmen to fetch the bride. Mu Chun was stationed at the family quarters of the Agricultural Bureau on the eastern side of the main city. Having lost her family, her comrades from the Bureau were akin to her kin. When Gu Feng and the groomsmen arrived in full force at the Agricultural Bureau, they found the gate firmly guarded by Mu Chun's family. "City Lord, today we are not your subordinates. We are Mu Chun's family. If you wish to enter, you must earn our favor," the The young ladies from the bureau giggled and jeered from behind the gate. Gu Feng chuckled. What must I do to persuade you to open the door? Give a kiss to each of our girls through the gate, and we shall let you in. They teased. Indeed, the city lord is not yet married, and Mu Chun is not his bride. We must seize this final opportunity. Right, sisters? Absolutely. Ha ha! The young ladies erupted in laughter, their spirits high. Gu Feng, however, was visibly embarrassed. He knew that should he comply, the night would not culminate in a romantic celebration, but rather a tumultuous encounter with chaos. Turning to his groomsmen, he waved his hand decisively. Now is your time to shine. Charge forward and seize whoever you fancy. The groomsmen, all in their 20s and brimming with mischief, sprang into action at the city lord's command. A mere gate could not possibly stand in their way. The girls from the agricultural bureau squealed and fled, creating a lively scene. As the gate was flung open, the groomsmen indeed pursued the girls, prompting Gu Feng to shout after them. Once you catch someone, just make introductions. Don't actually carry them off. Laughter erupted from the onlookers, who were well acquainted with the nuances of such occasions. Gu Feng had successfully navigated the first challenge. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he regrouped his groomsmen to continue their mission. The second challenge awaited them, the door to Mu Chun's room. While the gate could be breached by sheer force, a door that was damaged during a wedding was considered inauspicious. Moreover, behind that door stood the bridesmaids and Gu Feng's daughter, and any mishap could lead to injuries. Surrounded by his entourage, Gu Feng approached the door and knocked. Knock, knock. My dear, I have come to escort you. No sooner had he declared this than a familiar voice resonated from within. Who is your wife? State her name. Gu Feng's eye twitched. The voice was unmistakably that of Gulan. When his younger sister rushed over to obstruct his marriage, one couldn't help but wonder what on earth was going on. Gu Feng, feeling the weight of sentimentality, exclaimed, Am I no longer your brother? Hurry and open the door for me. Gulan, however, stood her ground, declaring, Today, I am not your sister. You have no sister today. I am merely Mu Jie's close friend. Alas, it seems that Gu Feng's wedding had inadvertently led to the disappearance of his sister. Little did he know, inside the room, Gulan found herself in a perilous situation, being scrutinized by 7 or 8 official bridesmaids. As a mere faux bridesmaid and fake friend, any attempt to aid her would be futile. Chapter 599, The Ancient Wedding, Part 2, after a series of negotiations, push-ups, and the exchange of red envelopes. Gu Feng was still unable to persuade the person inside to open the door. Ultimately, Gulan, risking the wrath of the bridesmaids, managed to unlock the door for her brother. As Gu Feng burst in with his entourage, the bridesmaids could not help but grumble, accusing Gulan of being unreliable and certainly siding with her brother. They lamented that they had been deceived by Gulan's innocent appearance. She seemed so endearing and harmless, yet she was cunningly astute. Gu Feng and Gulan exchanged triumphant high-fives, wearing expressions of sheer delight. However, the bridesmaids chimed in with laughter, cautioning them not to celebrate too soon, for there was still another hurdle to overcome. Gu Feng, confident that he would soon meet his beloved, felt that there could not be many more challenges, but upon entering the inner chamber, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, 5 brides sat upon the bed, all masked and dressed in identical garments. A sense of foreboding washed over Gu Feng. At that moment, the bridesmaids began to introduce the 5 individuals. Besides Mu Chun, there were Wen, Gu Qingqing, Qin Yu, and Guosijia. Mu Chun proclaimed that he could only choose one today, and whoever he selected would become his bride. With no room for regret, just hearing those names made Gu Feng's head spin. Wen had once been traumatized, and it was Gu Feng who ventured into her heart, rescuing her consciousness. Since that day, Wen's heart had been solely devoted to Gu Feng, boldly pursuing and confessing her feelings, despite his countless rejections. Yet, she remained undeterred, convinced that persistence would eventually yield results. Gu Feng found himself utterly vexed by Wen. Gu Qingqing, on the other hand, served as Gu Feng's personal psychologist, perhaps the person who understood him best. Nonetheless, Gu Feng recognized that understanding someone does not necessarily equate to love. Moreover, due to Gu Qingqing's unique heritage as a descendant of the ancient clan, she was someone he could not afford to provoke. The most perplexing presence was Qinyu, a newcomer who had only been around for a few days. How had she found herself among this group? Feng could not fathom it. Although he found her captivating and felt a slight attraction, it was merely a passing fancy, akin to admiring a pristine white orchid. Lastly, there was the most perilous choice, Guosijia. Feng felt an overwhelming urge to escape, yet there was nowhere to hide. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Choosing any of them incorrectly would lead to a disastrous outcome for Feng. It seemed he could no longer rely on his supernatural abilities for insight. Resolutely, he activated his sensing ability, but as he approached the 5 individuals, it felt as though an invisible barrier obstructed his perception. Furrowing his brow, Feng realized the predicament was dire. All 5 wore necklaces that shielded them from detection. He glanced back at Gulan, who shrugged helplessly, conveying her inability to assist. With their figures obscured, Feng attempted to move closer for a better look, only to be thwarted by the bridesmaids. Now, Feng found himself in a genuine quandary. Amidst the raucous laughter, someone jested that perhaps he should marry all 5. The crowd erupted in mirth, yet Feng could not muster a smile. His heart racing in despair. He understood that throughout his life, he desired only to marry Muchun and would never wish for anyone else. In the end, it was Gulan who subtly reminded Feng to express his feelings to his sister-in-law, encouraging her to come forth herself. Feng comprehended Gulan's implication. This was not only a declaration of his affection for Muchun, but also a veiled rejection of several other women. Chapter 600, The Grand Wedding, Part 3, as Feng reminisced about the journey shared with Muchun, from their first encounter to their deepening bond, he felt compelled to express. Do you recall our first meeting? We were in line, and you stood before me, wearing a hat that made you appear quite pitiable. Later, when you needed to use the restroom, I insisted you hold it in, and it strikes me as amusing now that I ultimately carried you there. At that moment, I could never have imagined that the girl I cradled would become my wife today. Our time at the Research Institute revealed your true self to me, and it was there that I found myself inexplicably drawn to you. At that time, I was unaware of this burgeoning emotion until you confessed your feelings atop the city wall. It was then that I comprehended the essence of love. I apologize. It should have been I who professed my affection that day. Please forgive my delayed realization and passivity regarding our relationship. I regret that you have always borne the weight of our love alone. However, I assure you that this will no longer be the case, for I have come to understand my own feelings. I now recognize that happiness must be earned and that, in these tumultuous times, cherishing each day with the one I love is paramount. From this day forth, every hour and every minute I wish to spend with you. Even if the world were to end, I would fear nothing, for I hold your hand. The onlooking girls were moved to tears. If only someone could confess to me in such a manner, I would agree without a second thought. Indeed, especially the final declaration, even if the world were to end, I would fear nothing, for I hold your hand. Oh no, I am utterly smitten. What a pity I did not encounter the lord of the city sooner. Now it feels too late, alas. The men, meanwhile, appeared thoroughly enlightened. The lord of the city is remarkable. His words had all the girls weeping uncontrollably. Yes, if we wish to pursue a girl, let us seek the Lord's counsel. Surrounding onlookers were filled with excitement, yet Feng remained unperturbed, his entire focus on the 5 brides on the bed, hoping to discern any sign of Muchun. Suddenly, the second bride on the left trembled slightly, resembling someone profoundly touched. Unable to stifle her sobs. It is her. Feng decisively lunged forward, embracing the bride with a triumphant smile. Muchun, I have finally found you. With that, he lifted the veil from her face. As the crowd beheld the bride's visage, they were all taken aback. It was not Muchun. It was Qinyu. Feng, startled, promptly cast Qinyu aside. Fortunately, Gulan reacted swiftly, catching Qinyu mid-air, sparing her from injury. The atmosphere in the room turned exceedingly awkward, and just as everyone was at a loss, Luze stepped forward. All right, young ones, let us play but not waste time. The entire city awaits outside. Indeed, let us indulge in some light-hearted fun. Everyone, let us hasten our departure. Gulan promptly echoed this sentiment. With this, the atmosphere began to ease, and the brides upon the bed removed their masks, revealing Mu Chun at the center. Gu Feng knelt down and explained as soon as I finished speaking. I noticed her body shudder slightly. I mistook it for a cue from you, hence my action. Mu Chun gently shook her head with a smile and replied, merely hearing your words brings me immense joy. No matter what transpires in the future, please remember this. I love you. Unable to restrain his feelings any longer, Gu Feng enveloped Mu Chun in a tight embrace. The crowd erupted into cheers, and the atmosphere surged with renewed exuberance. Chapter 601, The Grand Wedding in Ancient Style, Part 4. In the heart of Noah's main city, a magnificent sky bridge has been newly constructed, affording a breathtaking view of the entire cityscape. This splendid bridge, aptly named the Magpie Bridge, was specifically erected for the grand wedding in ancient style. It serves as the very venue for this momentous occasion. The bridge spans east to west, with the groom, Gu Feng, ascending from the eastern end and the bride, Mu Chun, approaching from the west. Their paths converge at a circular platform in the center of the bridge, where they present the entire wedding ceremony to over 1 million residents of the main city and more than 2 million from the secondary city. Dressed in resplendent attire, the couple walks upon the Magpie Bridge, meeting in a manner reminiscent of ancient romantic legends, while the entire city seems to rejoice in their union. As petals rain down from the heavens, it feels as though the world has immersed itself in a sweet atmosphere of love. At last, Gu Feng and Mu Chun exchange rings and embrace, igniting an atmosphere of fervent celebration throughout the city. According to preliminary statistics, the likelihood of successful proposals on this day soared to 3 or 4 times that of usual. Yet, amidst the joy, there are also those who lament. Gu Qingqing, 1-1, and Guosijia, 3 women sharing a common plight, decide to gather for drinks, vowing to return only when intoxicated. Suddenly, when one recalls, "Oh dear, have we forgotten someone?" "Qingyu," Gu Qingqing exclaims. "Let us go, let us bring her along. We can all heal together. No one needs to feel embarrassed," Guosijia enthusiastically suggests. Upon locating Qingyu, who is still observing the ceremony, the trio insists on dragging her out for drinks. Qingyu quickly explains, "I haven't experienced a heartbreak. I hardly know Gu Feng. I only attended because Mu Chun requested my assistance. Now we are all wounded souls. Don't pretend otherwise. It seems we have no chance left. So we must drink together," they urge. "Indeed, we must drink well. By tomorrow, we shall completely let go of these feelings." They continue, "From tomorrow onward, let us regard Gu Feng as a sister. It will ease the heartache. Let us go drink now." They chime in unison, as they pull Qingyu toward the bar. She wears a bemused expression, torn between laughter and tears, pondering the absurdity of it all. Not long after the wedding festivities, Qin Huaigu arrives to bid farewell. Gu Feng personally sees him off, and Qin Huaigu, grasping Gu Feng's hand, steps aside to express, "Having toured Noah City, I am deeply impressed. I believe this city will become humanity's last hope. I wonder what your future plans entail." "Old Qin, your words are too grand for me to bear. My aspirations are rather simple, to repel the mutated beasts from the north and to gather survivors from the south." "What a bold vision, to repel the mutated beasts and gather survivors. You possess both spirit and courage. I have made my decision." "What decision?" Gu Feng inquires. Qin Huaigu replies earnestly, "I have decided to relinquish my position to you." "What?" Gu Feng gasps in astonishment. Yet, Qin Huaigu remains composed, clarifying, "I have resolved to pass on my second seat in the Council of Governance to you." Gu Feng pondered for a moment and said, "I might not be able to shoulder this responsibility." Qin Huaigu resolutely replied, "You're more than capable of taking it on. Let us agree on this. You shall take my place." Gu Feng inquired, "Can 2 of us truly decide such a significant matter?" Qin Huaigu reassured him, "That is not for you to worry about. I will persuade the other 6. Gu Feng further questioned, "What if I refuse to accept this position?" Chapter 602, The Conditions of Elder Qin Huaigu expressed, "You have no justification for refusal. Firstly, by assuming my position, your efforts to consolidate the survivors to the south will gain legitimacy. Otherwise, you will always be perceived as a mere bandit leader. To those unfamiliar with the situation, how could the appeal of a bandit compare to that of a legitimate official? Secondly, taking my place will enable you to suppress the matter of killing Qiu Dongqing. I trust someone has already informed you never to underestimate the resources that the 7 seats of governance can mobilize. At this point, Qin Huaigu deliberately paused. Gu Feng was taken aback. He had not realized that Qin Huaigu was aware of his clandestine discussions with Jin Xiaofeng. Not only was Qin Huaigu aware, but he also recounted the details with remarkable precision, even quoting Jin Xiaofeng's exact words, which was quite revealing. Without exposing the depth of his knowledge, Qin Huaigu continued, thirdly, by taking my position, you can directly take control of Q City, F City, and M City, 3 cities with populations exceeding 10 million. At that point, you may bring in as many people as you desire. No one will interfere, and your influence and power will reach unprecedented heights. To be candid, Gu Feng was swayed. Profoundly so. However, he firmly believed that there are no free lunches in this world. He inquired, what are your conditions? Qin Huaigu replied directly, first, protect the Qin family until the very end. I promise you that. Qin Huaigu nodded and continued, secondly, marry Qin Yu. That is out of the question. Gu Feng rejected outright. Qin Huaigu lamented, will you not reconsider? Even if it means taking her as a concubine or secondary wife. As long as you can bring her into your household with proper ceremony. Gu Feng shook his head, deeming it unfair to Qin Yu, asserting, I shall only marry one person in my lifetime, and I shall love but one person. I appreciate your goodwill, but I must decline. This is the apocalypse, not a feudal society. With a disheartened shake of his head, Qin Huaigu reluctantly boarded the train bound for Q City. As the train slowly departed from a platform, Qin Yu stood by the window, gazing at the enchanting city, unable to divert her gaze. Days passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years had slipped away. During this time, Noah City underwent monumental transformations. The population of the sub-city surged, now exceeding 8 million residents. Meanwhile, the main city's population rose from just over 1 million to a current count of 180,000. Presently, the greatest aspiration of the sub-city inhabitants is to one day reside in the esteemed main city. In Noah City, the main city is regarded as a place of honor. Only those who have made significant contributions to Noah City are permitted to live there. Families with daughters dream incessantly of their daughters finding partners for the main city. Conversely, individuals from the main city have become symbols of privilege within the sub-city. Such privilege breeds corruption, which in turn fosters oppression and exploitation. These 3 phenomena are nearly symbiotic. To mitigate the expansion of such privilege, Gu Feng issued a strict mandate, regardless of whether one resides in the sub-city or the main city. All civic rights must be equal, apart from differences in welfare and residency. Should any instances of oppression by the residents of the main city against those of the sub-city be discovered, irrespective of the perpetrator's identity, they shall be unequivocally exiled from Noah City. In tumultuous times, stringent measures are imperative. Currently, Noah City upholds a legal framework that is both rigorous and meticulously detailed. Should one dare to spit in public, within mere moments, an individual wielding a whip will undoubtedly appear at your doorstep, prepared to administer 3 lashes as a deterrent. Should you exhibit any resistance, the consequences will only escalate. Even newly arrived residents of the sub-city are required to dedicate a fortnight to the study of Noah City's laws. Such draconian regulations have reinstated a semblance of morality that had previously deteriorated, thereby enabling the populace to enjoy a life of stability and prosperity to the greatest extent possible. History has vindicated the wisdom of ancient principles. The contemporary Noah City flourishes with a thriving vitality, rendering it no exaggeration to declare that one may leave their belongings unattended on the street and sleep with their doors unlatched. Chapter 603. Elder Qin on the brink of death. The residents here have truly embraced this place as their home, each contributing their efforts ardently to the development of Noah. In stark contrast, the situation outside is far from optimistic. The southeastern coast has fallen entirely, with humanity retreating inland to continue their resistance against the mutated beasts emerging from the sea. Meanwhile, the Apocalypse Empire in the northwest has completely occupied the northern hinterlands and is advancing southward, further constricting the operational space of Noah's three main legions in the north. The circumstances have become exceedingly dire. Recently, Gu Feng had intended to personally lead troops northward, but news from City Q arrived, stating that Qin Huaigu was gravely ill and required Gu Feng to visit him in person. Hastily, Gu Feng entrusted the affairs of Noah to others and made his way to City Q. He flew with fervor, arriving in just over 3 hours. Awaiting him was Qin Yu, who, after 2 years apart, appeared markedly thinner and paler, her eyes filled with sorrow. They exchanged minimal pleasantries before she led Gu Feng directly to Qin Huaigu's hospital room. The corridor was congested with people, both subordinates of Elder Qin and members of the Qin family, each resembling a lost soul, anxiously pacing like ants on a hot pan. Gu Feng followed Qin Yu into Qin Huaigu's room. Upon entering, he was taken aback. The man lying in the hospital bed had become nothing but skin and bones, his face drained of vitality, teetering on the brink of death. Qin Huaigu struggled to sit up, prompting Gu Feng to quickly gesture for him to remain still. Unexpectedly, Elder Qin grasped Gu Feng's hand firmly and instructed Qin Yu, "Go fetch your uncles and also summon Generals Nian and Zhang. I have something to announce." "Yes," Qin Yu replied and stepped out. Gu Feng sensed the gravity of what Elder Qin was about to disclose and gently declined, given the current tense situation. "I'm already exhausted from managing the northern affairs and cannot afford to attend to other matters." Elder Qin tightened his grip on Gu Feng's hand. His voice weak yet resolute. "Do not speak yet. Listen to me. I have persuaded the other 6 members of the governing council to permit you to take my position. At present, I only have Q City and F City left. M City fell to the mutated beasts last year. Had you agreed 2 years ago with your leadership, I believe M City would not have succumbed, and the lives of over 18 million souls would not have been lost in vain. However, there is still time. If you take charge of the remaining 2 cities, the 30 million lives under your stewardship will undoubtedly become a formidable force." As Qin Huaigu spoke, he was seized by a violent fit of coughing, prompting Gu Feng to gently pat the elder's back. In his heart, Gu Feng questioned Little Point regarding the possibility of administering medicine to Qin Huaigu, but upon receiving a negative response, he was engulfed by sorrow. Such is the fate of a once great hero, now in twilight. Qin Huaigu paused briefly before continuing. "Accepting my position would be beneficial not only for you, but also for the over 30 million residents of Q City and F City. You must promise me. I will no longer pressure you into marrying Qin Yu, but I implore you to look after the lineage of the Qin family after my passing." Faced with the dying request of an elderly man, Gu Feng could not remain indifferent. However, this matter involved the interests of too many individuals, necessitating his careful consideration. Just as Gu Feng was lost in his thoughts of hesitation, Qin Yu entered the room accompanied by a group of people, causing the entire ward to become instantly crowded. Chapter 604. A sick tiger is still a tiger. These individuals are significant representatives of this interest group, including members of the Qin family and numerous military personnel. As Qin Huaigu struggled to sit up, Qin Yu and Gu Feng gently assisted him on either side. Once seated, Qin Huaigu addressed the assembly. "You see this young man beside me? His name is Gu Feng, and he shall take my place henceforth." "Old Qin, Father, General." The crowd erupted almost in unison, some expressing sorrow for Qin Lao's deteriorating health, while others were perplexed by such an arrangement. "He is the one I have chosen. From now on, whether from the Qin family or the military, all must heed his command." Although Qin Huaigu's voice was soft, it resonated with undeniable authority. Still, some remained discontented, their faces etched with dissatisfaction. Qin Huaigu subtly gestured to Qin Yu, who seemed to grasp the situation, wiping her tears and exiting the room. With a sigh, Qin Huaigu continued, "I am aware of the capable individuals within the Qin family and the strong leaders in the military. However, these talents cannot sustain the citizens of the city. Only Gu Feng possesses that capability. Throughout my life, I have lacked many abilities, but my discernment in choosing people is unparalleled." As he spoke passionately, Qin Huaigu was overtaken by a fit of coughing, spitting out blood. Gu Feng implored, "You should rest." "Sir." Qin Huaigu waved his hand in refusal, fully cognizant of his dwindling time, resolved to arrange his affairs swiftly. Abruptly, he shifted his tone, saying very well, I shall not impose my will upon you any longer. As I stand on the brink of death, the future may be fraught with turmoil. Since there are differing opinions, let us vote now, and should a majority oppose, I shall cease to advocate for Gu Feng as my successor. The assembly nodded in agreement. Qin Huaigu solemnly declared, Those in favor of Gu Feng as my successor, please raise your hands. The room fell silent. No hand were raised. At that moment, however, Qin Huaigu, trembling, lifted his own frail hand, marked by deep lines of age. A dying elder summoned his last reserves of strength to raise his hand. Tears streamed down Gu Feng's face uncontrollably. The spectators bore varied expressions. Some hesitated, others mourned, some stood resolute, while others furrowed their brows. Ultimately, nearly one-third of the assembly raised their hands. This faction comprised either staunch loyalists of Qin Lao, willing to execute any command he issued, or individuals who had dealt with Noah City or Gu Feng, recognizing the city's boundless potential. Notably, the majority belonged to the second branch of the Qin family, who had first-hand experience of Gu Feng's prowess and understood that aligning with him was the wisest course of action. The remaining two-thirds, however, included those who believed themselves capable of contending for Qin Lao's position, individuals harboring ulterior motives to bolster their power, and others unfamiliar with Gu Feng, dissatisfied with the abruptness of Qin Lao's decision. Yet, these distinctions had become inconsequential. Suddenly, Qin Lao called out toward the door, Come in. Qin, you personally led a contingent of soldiers into the fray. Upon witnessing this, everyone's expression changed dramatically, particularly those who had remained silent, their hearts gripped by an ominous sense of foreboding. Old Qin, what are you doing? General, what is your intent? Father, why did you allow Xiao Yu to bring in troops? The anxious voices of those who had not raised their hands echoed in the chaos, regret washing over them as they realized they had overlooked the truth that even a critically ill tiger remains a tiger. Chapter 605. The death of a hero. Old Qin gritted his teeth and declared, Kill all those who did not raise their hands. No, father, I am your own son. He pleaded. You cannot treat me this way. I have dedicated my life to serving you and have achieved countless military accomplishments. I do not comprehend the situation, General. I truly do not understand. Kill. Old Qin's voice echoed, a desperate cry fueled by the last remnants of his strength. The soldiers surged forward, and the sounds of gunfire and slaughter filled the air, short yet intense. Within a mere 10 minutes, the infirmary was littered with corpses and pools of blood. The remaining third of the living were grateful they had raised their hands. Otherwise, they would have joined the ranks of the deceased. After the grim task was completed, Qin Huaigu felt as if all his vigor had been siphoned away, and he began to gasp for breath. Gu Feng's eyes brimmed with tears, for he understood that Old Qin was paving the way for him. Among the fallen were Old Qin's own son and his most trusted generals. How could Old Qin not feel anguish? Yet, in order to ensure Gu Feng could take over smoothly, he acted decisively, without hesitation. Such resolve. To Gu Feng, this was an immense act of kindness. Wiping away his tears, he vowed, I will protect the remaining bloodline of the Qin family until the very last moment. Unexpectedly, Old Qin shook his head gently and rasped, The important matter is the 30 million common people. You are the lifeline I have found for them. I have fulfilled my duty to the people. Before he could finish, he drew his last breath. Qin could no longer contain her sorrow, sobbing uncontrollably. Grandfather, please do not leave me, grandfather. Wake up, grandfather. Qin Huaigu was gone. The hero had perished. Gu Feng had once believed that such great heroes, those who served their nation and people, existed solely within the pages of books. Yet, today he witnessed the undeniable reality of a hero's existence. The emaciated silhouette of Old Qin loomed larger in his heart. Clenching his fists before Old Qin's bedside, Gu Feng pledged, Your will shall be inherited by me. I will safeguard your people. I, Gu Feng, vow never to surrender until the final moment. Gu Feng personally organized Old Qin's funeral, which was solemn and grand. After the ceremony, he tirelessly began to assume control of the affairs in Q City and F City, engulfed in a whirlwind of responsibilities. Thankfully, With the assistance of Lu Yusin and Qin Yu, who were somewhat familiar with the situation, he managed to navigate through the chaos. Under the desolate night sky, in the largest office of the central administrative building of Q City, a 3-meter-long desk was piled high with documents. Gu Feng sat amidst the mountain of papers, continuously reviewing and cross-checking them. After verification, he would sign and dispatch them for execution by his subordinates. Suddenly, the clock struck midnight. Gu Feng stretched and addressed the two girls, nearly buried beneath the documents. "It is quite late. Let's call it a day." "All right. I will send out the process documents." Lu Yusin responded, beginning to organize the papers, eventually carrying a stack taller than herself as she exited. Gu Feng also prepared to rise and depart, yet Qin Yu remained engrossed in her mountain of documents, tirelessly toiling away, her gaze unwavering. Gu Feng understood that Qin Yu was attempting to numb the anguish of her lost loved ones through her work. However, she had already been working incessantly for several days without rest, and being merely an ordinary person, how could her body possibly endure such strain? Chapter 606. The second seat of the ancient-style succession. Gu Feng stepped forward, closing her documents, and suggested, "Let us take a break. We can resume tomorrow." Typically amiable, Qin Yu, in that moment, became obstinate, flinging Gu Feng aside and returning to her papers. If old Qin were to witness your actions from beyond, it would surely grieve his spirit. The mere mention of Qin Lao caused Qin Yu to abruptly halt, as though she had been paused. Gu Feng intended to offer her comfort, but unexpectedly, Qin Yu turned and embraced her, bursting into tears. With a resigned shake of her head, Gu Feng chose to wait patiently for her to regain composure. After more than 10 minutes, silence enveloped Qin Yu, and as Gu Feng attempted to extricate herself, she discovered that Qin Yu had fallen asleep in her embrace. Furrowing her brow, Gu Feng gently roused her. "Your grandfather was a hero. Our way of honoring heroes is not through sorrow, but by shouldering their legacy and moving forward. Work can be accomplished gradually, but should your health falter, discussions of legacy become mere nonsense. I have spoken my piece. Whether you heed it is your choice." With that, Gu Feng departed, leaving Qin Yu in a bewildered stupor in the office. A sudden tightness gripped Qin Yu's heart. Apart from her grandfather, this was the first man to speak so sternly to her. Her mind raced with fleeting images of her encounters with Gu Feng, and her pulse quickened. "What am I thinking? My grandfather has just passed, and he was a married man. No, I must not entertain such thoughts. I need to rest, for there is work to be done tomorrow." Shaking her head to dispel her tumultuous thoughts, Qin Yu exited the office. Taking on such a significant responsibility was no trivial matter. Gu Feng initially summoned a considerable number of personnel from Noah City, yet it was still insufficient. He boldly appointed newcomers from Q City and F City, while also selecting outstanding young individuals from the Qin family's second branch, just barely managing to gather enough manpower. Gu Feng could hardly fathom how smoothly he had taken over, thanks to the groundwork laid by Qin Lao before his passing. On May 1st, Gu Feng received the appointment letter personally signed by the president. This signified that from that day forth, Gu Feng officially assumed the role of the second seat in the governance of the nation. That afternoon, he attended his inaugural meeting of the 7-member group. Prior to the meeting, Gu Feng took the time to familiarize himself with the profiles of the other 6 individuals. As the meeting time approached, Gu Feng was escorted by members of the technical department to a confidential chamber in Q City. Upon entering, he was met with darkness, save for a single chair that seemed strikingly familiar. With a moment's reflection, he recognized it as resembling the one from the Wangfu Hotel. In an instant, he comprehended that the transmission of images and sounds relied upon this very chair. He seated himself, and at the precise moment the meeting was scheduled to commence, a red light illuminated before him, only to swiftly condense. When the light dissipated, Gu Feng found himself positioned at a circular conference table, surrounded by 6 individuals who, by their appearances, were indeed the other members of the Governance Council. "Ah, at last, we have some youthful presence among us," President Pan remarked with a smile. Jin Xiaofeng, with a charming smile, teased, "Is President Pan unable to see that Zhang Qiuliu is not yet 30? However, it was quickly dismissed as despite her youth, Zhang Qiuliu exuded an aura of lethargy. Beneath her youthful facade resided a soul far older. Indeed, the group engaged in discussion right in front of Zhang Qiuliu, who remained undisturbed, seated motionless as if contemplating something of great significance. Gu Feng couldn't help but steal a few glances at the woman named Zhang Qiuliu, noting that she too wore glasses, and the style was strikingly similar to Lu Jianxin's. Well then, everyone is here. Let us commence the meeting. The speaker was Feng, the chief of the 7 seats of governance, and the father of Qiu Dongqing, establishing a rather intricate relationship with Gu Feng. Attending such a meeting for the first time, Gu Feng had intended to maintain a low profile, yet the very first agenda item was directly related to him. Chapter 607. The plea of Zhang Qiuliu. What is the Star Core? What purpose does it serve? How is it related to the current catastrophe? What significance does it hold for the remnants of humanity? Should it be surrendered for scientific research? Feng posed 5 probing questions, directing his inquiries pointedly at Gu Feng. All eyes turned to Gu Feng, awaiting his clarifications, and the atmosphere grew suddenly tense. Gu Feng cast a glance at the assembled individuals, leaning back in his chair. Was this a show of authority, or did they genuinely harbor altruistic intentions behind their queries? Seated at the 4th chair, Qi Jianjun, known for his fiery temperament, interjected impatiently. The chief has asked you a question. Why delay your response? Apologies, but I'm not in the mood to answer at present. Gu Feng replied, causing a momentary shock among the attendees. Was this the moment to sever ties? After a brief silence, Feng spoke up. The current circumstances do not permit us to engage in infighting any longer. You have killed my son and devastated H City. The only reason I have refrained from holding you accountable is that you have safeguarded the Hualing Mountains, thus protecting our nation and countless lives. From the perspective of national interest, our goals align. I trust that Elder Qin would not err in his judgment, nor would he select an opportunistic individual who can only see immediate gains to inherit his position. You are well aware of the Star Core's extraordinary nature. To assert that it is unrelated to this disaster would likely be a disservice to your own intellect. Therefore, it is imperative for us to understand the Star Core as we formulate our subsequent strategies. Feng's words were imbued with heartfelt sincerity. Gu Feng hesitated momentarily, but ultimately divulged part of the information regarding the Star Core. He withheld the fact that other fragments of the Star Core also existed. Regrettably, Gu Feng overlooked a crucial detail. Everyone present was aware that Qiu Dongqing had also possessed a fragment of the Star Core prior to his demise. A little deduction would reveal that there were indeed multiple fragments, which likely had a predatory relationship with one another. The first topic concluded with Gu Feng's narrative. The second topic revolved around a summary of the conditions in various cities. From the accounts shared by the others, Gu Feng gained a more comprehensive understanding of the current plight of humanity. The apocalypse had persisted for 3 years, relentlessly compressing humanity's living space and drastically depleting available resources. While factories still operated, the raw materials had dwindled severely. The inventory was nearly exhausted, and the pressure to survive was escalating. The destruction of several cities was not solely due to the assault of mutated beasts, but rather the result of internal collapse. Much like the earlier riots in Q City, had it not been for Gu Feng's iron-fisted approach, Q City might have long ceased to exist. Presently, the most critical situations were in Y City and W City, where not only were resources alarmingly scarce, but they also faced the onslaught of mutated beasts from the east and south. The potential for collapse loomed at any moment. Furthermore, the leaders of both cities were Zhang Qiuliu. Should either Y City or W City fall, the entire southeastern region would succumb. The fall of the southeastern region would leave the southeastern gateway to the central plains wide open, allowing an incessant influx of mutated beasts into the heartland. A mere matter of time. Upon finishing her statement, Zhang Qiuli adjusted her glasses. Were it not for the fact that Zhang Qiuli was a woman, Gu Feng might have surmised that she had been possessed by Lu Jianxin, as her gesture of pushing up her glasses was remarkably similar. Qi Jianjun, Lu Qian, where are the reinforcements you dispatched? Qi Jianjun promptly replied, due to a landslide, they are currently stranded in Zhangjiago. It may take another fortnight for them to arrive. Chapter 608. The Institute of Unnatural Forces Jean Xiaofeng suddenly remarked with a smile, "Are you certain that you are blocked by collapse, rather than deliberately stalling?" Qi Jianjun wore an indifferent expression, replying, "Believe it or not, once W City and Y City fall, my B City and a city will have to confront the mutated beasts directly. I am well aware of the principle of mutual dependence." El Qian cast a cold glance at Jean Xiaofeng and said, "Some individuals should refrain from fixating on others and instead focus on tidying up their own affairs." Jean Xiaofeng rolled her eyes and retorted, "Your research institute has been destroyed, yet you spend your days trailing behind me. What are you investigating? It is not I who caused the explosion. I merely wish to caution certain individuals against believing that bombs can obliterate what lies within. If the institute remains intact, it is quite possible that the very entities contained within could be unleashed, a burden that cannot be shouldered by just a few." Gu Feng understood the animosity between El Qian and Jean Xiaofeng. When he assumed control of Q City and F City, he had come across a classified document that referenced this institute, formally named the Institute of Unnatural Forces. At first glance, the name appeared dubious, yet in reality, it housed entities that transcended human comprehension. Take the entity numbered 001, for instance. Dubbed the most bashful being, it was confined within a steel, airtight cube. It is described as a humanoid creature approximately 2.38 meters tall with minimal muscle mass, possibly due to malnutrition. Its arms and body are severely disproportionate, and much of its skin is entirely transparent, devoid of hair. The reason we say described is that no one has ever seen its face. Should anyone glimpse 001's face, that individual would suffer an attack within 2 minutes. One need not even witness its physical form. Merely seeing its photograph is sufficient for it to consider you a witness, leading it to hunt you down and kill you, regardless of your location. It can even penetrate any material, and all known methods of killing it have proven futile. Gu Feng felt a chill merely from reading the summary, let alone considering the numerous similar entities housed within the Institute. As he listened to the conversation, it seemed they were discussing the Institute's destruction. Concern crept into Gu Feng's mind. While the explosion itself was inconsequential, the potential escape of the contained entities would spell trouble. However, El Qian's demeanor suggested a lack of anxiety, indicating that the situation might not be dire. Zhang Qiuliu redirected the conversation, stating, "Reinforcements are not our most pressing concern. What we lack most urgently is supplies. If we do not secure additional resources, W City and Y City may not endure even 5 days." The countenance of those present darkened, for supplies were scarce everywhere. Seeking them was akin to pleading for life itself. Silence fell upon the assembly, creating an awkward atmosphere once more. Gu Feng contemplated his own reserves and cleared his throat, inquiring, "How much material is needed? What can you provide?" After a moment's reflection, Gu Feng replied, "Sufficient for 10 million people for half a month's consumption." "Will that suffice?" "Wow. Oh my." The individuals present all gasped in astonishment. However, Zhang Qiuliu remained remarkably composed. With such an abundance of supplies, covering a distance of over 3,000 kilometers from City Q to City W, it seems unlikely that we could arrive in time. "You need not worry about that. I assure you the goods will arrive in 2 days, replied Gu Feng. Zhang Qiuliu furrowed her brow, suspecting that Gu Feng was merely toying with her. Jean Xiaofeng interjected, "If we opt for air transport, we should be able to make it in time." A realization dawned upon Zhang Qiuliu. "Are you suggesting that I should clear the airport?" Gu Feng, disinterested in elaborating, casually responded, "Sure, go ahead and clear it." Chapter 609. Gu Feng's proposal having nearly exhausted the matters for discussion, Josephine was on the verge of adjourning the meeting when Gu Feng interjected, urging patience as he had 2 additional topics for deliberation. "What is it?" He first proposed the reactivation of the railway system. The cities scattered across the Central Plains and Southeast regions resembled isolated islands. Establishing a railway connection among these cities would undoubtedly be a boon for humanity, allowing for the exchange of resources and ideas. However, the presence of mutated beasts in the Central Plains posed a significant challenge. Not every city could boast the substantial number of mutants required for the protection of the railway. nor could they all manufacture super trains akin to those of Noah City. Anticipating the concerns of the attendees, Gu Feng promptly unveiled his plan. Noah City would oversee the maintenance and operation of the railway, while the other cities would need only to reap the benefits. The 6 others present had no grounds to refuse. Gu Feng further stipulated that none present would interfere with the operation of the trains or the migration of populations between cities. Though the attendees were not naive and recognized that Gu Feng's proposal was clearly aimed at population management, they refrained from opposition, as their own cities were overflowing with residents, eager to facilitate their relocation to Noah City. To ensure the agreement was binding, Gu Feng meticulously drafted a contract, promising to send it for signatures in due course. His second proposal concerned the Arctic region, specifically the inscriptions on the obelisk. Gu Feng was keenly interested in the progress of deciphering these inscriptions, but was met with grim news. All experts studying the obelisk had met with untimely demises, and all related video documentation had mysteriously vanished. Gu Feng astutely sensed a sinister force at work, obstructing the obelisk's decryption. It seemed imperative to allocate time for a journey to the Arctic. Following the meeting's conclusion, Gu Feng set about organizing the contract while accelerating the population relocation efforts between Q City and F City. The transfer of over 30 million people was no small feat. According to the think tank's calculations, even with saturated railway transport, the process would require more than 3 months. Some advised Gu Feng against initiating such a massive migration so soon after taking control of 2 populous cities, fearing civil unrest. To assuage public anxiety, Gu Feng promptly distributed 30 million doses of evolutionary serum, ensuring that every citizen received one. Gradually, the inhabitants of Q City and F City began to acknowledge Gu Feng as their new lord. That evening, Gu Feng summoned Lu Zhe and Li He. Upon their swift arrival, he assigned Lu Zhe to oversee Q City and designated Li He to assist Lu Yusen in managing F City. Gu Feng then set off for W City with his faithful dog. 2 days later, in W City, Zhang Qiuliu dispatched personnel to clear the airport early in the morning and, shortly after noon, personally went to the airport to await arrivals. Time swiftly passes, and as the sun approaches the horizon, not a single silhouette of an airplane has graced the sky. Zhang Qiuliu could not help but inwardly curse Gu Feng for his lack of reliability. Just as she was about to turn back, a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing everyone to take 2 or 3 steps back. Upon turning again, she found that Gu Feng had already positioned himself behind the crowd.